Natural disasters struck one after another, with flora and fauna undergoing relentless mutations. Civilization lay in ruins, and humanity fought for survival in the crevices of despair. Xingtang struggled to survive for 7 arduous years in this apocalyptic world, ultimately betrayed by her malevolent kin, meeting her demise in the eternal night. Reborn 3 months prior to the cataclysm, Xingtang seized the opportunity, activating a frenzied stockpiling mode through her newfound spatial abilities. Chapter 1. Zero-Cost Purchase. Xingtang, do not forget that you are merely a blood slave nurtured by us. Now that Wei Wei has recovered, we have no further need for you. Leave the Song family at once. Xingtang gazed at the woman before her, round and exquisite, yet possessing the malevolence of a vengeful spirit. After a long moment, she regained her composure. She had been reborn, transported back to 3 months before the apocalypse erupted. On May 1st, a super typhoon made landfall in the capital, soon followed by a torrential downpour that lingered for 2 months, submerging the entire city. With water and electricity cut off and resources scarce, countless lives were lost and homes were destroyed. Following this calamity, plagues of insects and viruses descended upon humanity, just as people began to adapt to the relentless onslaught of natural disasters. They were further battered by extreme cold, searing heat, earthquakes, acid rain, thick fog, perpetual daylight, and endless night. These catastrophes relentlessly obliterated the fragile sanctuaries humanity had painstakingly built. With resources dwindling and mutations rampant among flora and fauna, the devastation was harrowing. Even more terrifying was the collapse of law and morality, as people no longer concealed their true nature. Incidents of cannibalism and horrific acts became commonplace. In her 7 years of survival amidst this apocalyptic nightmare, during the onset of eternal night, her father, Song Yue, sacrificed her for a mere 10 pounds of grain, leading to her gruesome fate at the hands of beasts that ate 8 billion, not a cent less. Otherwise, I shall unveil the truth behind my mother's tragic accident. Xingtang disregarded Dong Yaji and approached Song Yue, lowering her voice. The lineage of Song Zhua and Song Mengmeng, along with the video of a certain individual removing someone's oxygen tube and forcing them to leave their fingerprints, will also be exposed. At the tender age of 3, her mother perished in a car accident, and Song Yue used the compensation for her death to marry Dong Yaji. Thereafter, she resided in an orphanage until the age of 7, when she was brought back by Song Yue. The reason was that Song Yingwei, from birth, suffered from a rare blood disorder, possessing the scarce panda blood type. Aside from treating Song Yingwei, she required monthly blood transfusions, a financial burden too great for Song Yue, who was only beginning his career. Thus, he brought her back, also of the same rare blood type, to serve as a free blood bank for Song Yingwei. During the apocalypse of her previous life, the Song family was plundered by survivors, leaving the 3 of them in dire straits. And they set their sights on her, compelling her to support them, often employing moral coercion under the guise of gratitude for their upbringing. Her mind must have been clouded, for they were prohibited from seeking supplies while they grew plump and well-fed under her care. 1 billion, Xingtang, you truly have no shame. Dong Yaji fumed, rushing forward to strike Xingtang. But Xingtang evaded her and locked her arm around her neck from behind. Madam Song, whether or not you grant, it is not for you to decide. Of course, if you were to uncover the events of that year, you would kneel in gratitude to me, for I helped you unearth the truth behind your father's murder. That I will. Song Yue, filled with anxiety at the thought of Xingtang uncovering the truth and rendering his years of toil futile, gritted his teeth and declared, I will. Dong Yaji, in a state of exasperation, could hardly believe that Song Yue was truly willing to comply. Just as she attempted to free herself from Xingtang's grasp, she was rendered unconscious by a swift strike from Xingtang. Xingtang, how did you know? Song Yue glared at her with a malevolent intensity, as if he wished to peel her skin from her bones. One should not act in a manner that invites scrutiny, Xingtang retorted disdainfully. The funds must be transferred within 10 minutes, otherwise the evidence of your crimes will be laid bare before the Dong family. Initially, Xingtang was unaware of the situation. During the first month of the apocalypse, Song Yue's mistress had arrived at their doorstep with a child, causing chaos in the household. Song Zhua bore an uncanny resemblance to Song Yue, while Song Mengmeng was a mere replica of his mistress. Returning to her dimly lit room under the murderous gaze of Song Yue, she opened the drawer of the bedside table and retrieved a jade pendant, her mother's relic, the only possession left to her. In the 3 years since the apocalypse began, Song Yingwei had deceitfully taken this jade pendant from her while working as a nurse at the base hospital. On one occasion, when hunger had nearly caused her to faint, she hazily witnessed Song Yingwei extracting a bun from the jade pendant to eat. Xingtang found a brow-shaping blade and made a cut across her palm, gripping the jade pendant tightly, allowing her blood to stain a crimson. Suddenly, the pendant emitted a blinding light, and her consciousness was transported to a brand-new, standalone 4,000 square foot warehouse. In the blink of an eye, she stood at the center of the warehouse. The terrazzo floor is flanked by 2 grand entrances, accommodating the passage of large vehicles. There exists a restroom, complemented by the provision of water and electricity, yet the warehouse appears desolate, devoid of shelving or designated areas. Outside, a thick mist envelopes the surroundings, obscuring vision and hindering passage. Tests reveal that consciousness can traverse this space at will. Allowing for the retrieval and placement of items, however, the space remains static and possesses a preservation quality, thus prohibiting the storage of living beings. As 10 minutes elapsed without the anticipated funds or any sign of presence, a thought arose: could one truly evade fate? Consequently, Xingtang dispatched a video to Song Yue. In the video, Song Yue's visage is vividly captured, cradling a young boy in his arms while a little girl is slung across his back. A young, beautiful woman with an alluring figure tiptoes to plant a kiss upon his face, and he beams with a radiant smile, exuding happiness. Following this, 2 paternity test reports were sent. Mr. Song, I require 10 billion within a minute. Should this not materialize, these videos and the paternity reports will find their way into the hands of the Dong family, along with your lover's address. Noting Song Yue's silence, Xingtang sent another brief video, a mere 5 seconds long, depicting him disconnecting the oxygen supply from Dong Yazi's father. Though brief, the clarity of the footage was undeniable. Song Yue remarked, "Where did this wretched video come from?" In her former life, Song Yue's lover had arrived with children, fully cognizant of the antecedents of the situation. The video sent to Song Yue, the paternity reports, and the 5-second clip of the oxygen tube disconnection were all retrieved from her lover's encrypted account. Grateful for Song Yue's incessant quarrels, otherwise she would not have remembered the account and password. Xingtang, you are indeed ruthless. Mutual understanding had it not been for the Song family exploiting her naivety in a past life, bullying her, oppressing her, and even abandoning her to be devoured by beasts for the sake of sustenance. She would not have sought such merciless retribution. Indeed, within a minute, your account ending in 4321 received an income of 1 billion renminbi at 9:36 a.m. on January 31st, with a current balance of 1,206,310,000 renminbi. Just as the funds arrived, Song Yumin called. Xingtang seized the moment, stating, "Mr. Song, if you wish to keep the truth about the death of Dong Yazi's father and your illegitimate children from being exposed, ensure the safety of Dong Yaji and Song Yingwei." She promptly hung up, denying Song Yumin a chance to respond. Upon leaving, she realized the house was empty, recalling that Song Yue had dismissed the butler and maid early to avoid any gossip or photographic evidence. Casting a glance at the opulent 3-story villa, with resources delivered without cost, how could she refuse? It was as if Song Yue was still repaying a debt from their past life. Thus, Xingtang disconnected all the surveillance cameras in the house, proceeded to the monitoring room, stored the surveillance equipment in her space, and headed straight to the rooms of Song Yingwei and Dong Yaji. She gathered their treasures: jade, diamond rings the size of pigeon eggs, 10 gold bars, 30 gold ingots, as well as gold jewelry necklaces, earrings, bracelets, and untouched clothing, shoes, various dresses, and unopened luxury skincare and makeup products, all into her space. Chapter 2. Hoarding 1. Upon entering the study, a meticulous search unveiled a concealed door within the bookshelf, behind which lay a safe, without a code or tools. The safe remained impervious. Without hesitation, everything in the study was appropriated. The inner chamber of the study served as a lounge, and upon entering, she was rendered speechless. A pair of exquisite rosewood cabinets, a Song Dynasty June kiln plate adorned with gilded etchings of the legendary beauty Wang Zhaojun, a sandalwood screen depicting the 4 arts of the scholar, a chest of gold, a Ming Dynasty jade ring, 10 pieces of Hetian jade, a collection of blue and white porcelain shards, a large bowl with floral patterns from the Jiaqing era, a piece of emerald jade, and 3 scrolls of Qing Dynasty calligraphy and paintings, Each item was a treasure of immeasurable value. Lu Xingtang collected everything into her spatial storage, leaving not a single hair for Song Yue. She then proceeded to the kitchen storeroom, which housed premium bird's nest, cordyceps, deer antler, ginseng, and other rare medicinal herbs, along with imported ingredients and fruits such as Italian steak, Spanish ham, kiwis, cherries, dandong strawberries, and bird's nest fruit. 5 bags of rice, 10 barrels of olive oil, 5 barrels of peanut oil, 2 barrels of corn oil, 5 bags of flour, tea tree mushrooms, brown sugar, salt, and a plethora of seasonings, including even the wilted cabbage, were all gathered into her space. The wine cabinet, stocked with red wine, vodka, whiskey, and brandy, as well as aged teas like Wui Mountain de Hong Pao, Westlake Longjing, and Biluacun, were also claimed. The kitchen utensils were not spared either. One could hardly blame her for this act of plundering. After all, who could forget how Dong Yaji, in her previous life, had exploited and bullied her, even selling her to an elderly man for a mere 10 pounds of grain? Pulling her suitcase into the garage, she unhesitatingly stored the cars of Song Yue, Dong Yaji, and Song Yingwei in the space. After placing her suitcase in her Volkswagen, she drove away from the villa, completely unaware of the changes within the space. Sunshine Community comprises 1 staircase leading to 4 households. She resides in Unit 1901, a 3-bedroom apartment furnished with care, basking in abundant light, warm and tidy. From her balcony, she can clearly observe the situation at the community entrance. As Lu Xingtang gazed at the familiar residence, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. If given a second chance, she vowed never to be as foolish as in her past life. She would strive to live well in this apocalyptic world. During her high school years, Lu Xingtang fell in love with songwriting and composition, penning songs for numerous popular artists, with 10 of them achieving significant acclaim. She retained full copyright of her songs and purchased her apartment in Sunshine Community outright last year. Lu Xingtang contacted her company to sell the full copyright of her songs, stipulating that payment would be made upon signing the contract. The company had long sought to acquire the copyrights from Lu Xingtang, even if only partially, but she had steadfastly refused. Now that Lu Xingtang had relented, maintaining the full copyright, they would not let this opportunity slip away. They promptly convened a meeting to evaluate the worth of the complete copyrights to her songs, determined to secure all of them. Observing her doors and windows, Lu Xingtang retrieved her toolbox, took out a measuring tape, and after taking the dimensions, she drove to the furniture market. There, she ordered 2 of the sturdiest stainless steel doors, equipped with triple locking systems, and the thickest bulletproof and explosion-proof glass, along with stainless steel window railings. Her residence is situated on the top floor. Following the catastrophic flooding that has submerged the capital, it is inevitable that lower floor residents will come knocking at her doors seeking refuge, or worse, attempt to invade her home. Thus, she must fortify her dwelling to prevent any potential looting. In urgency, Lu Xingtang paid an expedited deposit of 8,000 yuan, with installation expected within 2 to 3 days. Today is January 31st, 2099. She is a second-year student in the traditional Chinese medicine department at the Capital Medical University. With the impending apocalypse looming, she is certain she will not return to her studies. Consequently, she called her academic advisor to request a 6-month leave of absence, citing health issues that necessitate treatment. Her medical condition is well known among her professors and classmates, as during lectures, instructors often require students to take her pulse as part of their learning in traditional medicine. Thus, upon hearing her reason for the leave, her advisor readily agreed, though he informed her that the formalities would take 2 days to process. After 13 consecutive years of blood draws, how could her health possibly be robust? Were it not for her resilient spirit, she would have succumbed long ago. Lu Xingtang contacted a broker to lease a large, remote warehouse, ideally seeking one that is expansive and secluded, under the pretense of opening a large supermarket. The broker happened to possess a suitable warehouse that had remained unrented, and promptly took Lu Xingtang to inspect it. After viewing the warehouse, she was thoroughly pleased. It was spacious, isolated, and devoid of surveillance cameras, facilitating the discreet transfer of supplies. She signed the lease agreement with the broker, providing 3 months' rent up front. Accompanying the broker, Lu Xingtang proceeded to a rental agency, where she leased a box truck for 3 months, driving to the capital's largest wholesale market for grains and oils. Upon entering the wholesale market, Lu Xingtang inquired about the prices of rice and flour from several vendors. When purchased by the ton, the prices were significantly lower than those sold in smaller quantities. Uncertain of when the apocalypse would come to an end, Lu Xingtang understood that the more supplies she could gather, the better. Ideally, she wished to spend all her money and fill her storage space to capacity. The torment of hunger was excruciating, and the mere thought of it now caused her stomach to spasm. Thus, under the pretext of opening 2 large supermarkets in another province, She procured 30 tons each of northeast rice, pearl rice, fragrant rice, and round grain rice, as well as 30 tons each of high gluten flour, medium gluten flour, low gluten flour, and gluten-free flour. Additionally, she purchased 5 tons of noodles in various flavors. Next, she visited an edible oil wholesale store, acquiring 100,000 barrels each of rapeseed oil, sesame oil, soybean oil, sunflower oil, peanut oil, and olive oil. For salt, she bought 20 tons. Over the course of 3 years of the apocalypse, she had witnessed individuals trading 30 pounds of grain for a bag of salt, which underscored its value in such dire times. She also spent $1 million on a variety of condiments, including white sugar, brown sugar, rock sugar, soy sauce, vinegar, oyster sauce, red oil chili bean paste, as well as various spices, seasonings, hot pot base ingredients, wood ear mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms, kelp, eggs, duck eggs, goose eggs, fertilized chicken, duck and goose eggs, corn, sorghum, buckwheat, rice, millet, red beans, yellow beans, and green beans. For snacks, candies, nuts, pastries, marinated foods, and puffed snacks, particularly her favorites like spicy chicken feet, lemon boneless chicken feet, and spicy strips, along with a variety of juices and beverages, Lu Xingtang spent $5 million. After exiting the grain and oil wholesale market, she proceeded to the fruits and vegetables wholesale market. A diverse assortment of vegetables, totaling 30 tons, alongside an equal quantity of fruits, potatoes, and sweet potatoes, had just been secured when Lu Xingtang chanced upon a shop selling vegetable and fruit seeds. Without a moment's hesitation, he purchased every seed in the establishment. Following the shopkeeper's recommendation, Lu Xingtang subsequently emptied another store specializing in seeds, which offered a far more comprehensive selection. In addition to vegetable and fruit seeds, this store stocked medicinal herb seeds, tree seeds, grass seeds, and saplings of fruit trees and other varieties, as well as fertilizers and compound fertilizers, which he also acquired from several establishments. As the apocalypse loomed, not only did humanity suffer, but flora and fauna alike were not spared from the ravages of nature. By stockpiling seeds and saplings in substantial quantities, Lu Xingtang envisioned a glimmer of hope for humanity once the cataclysm subsided. He loaded the various seeds and saplings into his vehicle, while the shops graciously provided free delivery to his warehouse. In Chapter 3, Stockpiling Goods 2, he swiftly made his way to a slaughterhouse, ordering 10 tons each of fresh meat from chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cows, and sheep. He also seized the opportunity to purchase 5 cleavers and 5 butchering knives, recognizing that if he could not procure defensive weapons, these would suffice as tools of protection. Upon exiting the slaughterhouse, Lu Xingtang ventured to a canning factory, where he acquired a substantial batch of canned fruits, fish, and meats. With a considerable order in place, he arranged for the factory to deliver the goods to his warehouse, providing a deposit of 200,000. By the time Lu Xingtang departed the canning factory, the sun had dipped low in the sky, signaling the arrival of evening. He casually sought out a noodle shop, relishing 3 bowls of noodles before driving his truck back to the warehouse. Upon arriving at the warehouse, Lu Xingtang contacted the vendors at the wholesale market, instructing them to deliver their goods in succession. While she was rejuvenating herself in the warehouse, her phone rang. Noticing the caller ID, Lu Xingtang raised an eyebrow. "You just drove me out of my home, and now you dare to call me? Are you not afraid that I might retaliate by exposing all your nefarious deeds?" Song Yue replied coldly, "Lu Xingtang, are you colluding with thieves to rob the villa?" "Rob the villa?" Lu Xingtang chuckled. "Song Yue, if you lack evidence, do not wrongfully accuse me. If you wish to lay such a grave charge at my feet, you must present proof. Otherwise, I shall sue you for defamation." Proof? The surveillance footage from the Song family's villa had been collected by her, rendering them unable to view any video of her taking the villa. The community's cameras could only capture the moment she departed in her Volkswagen. And since she did not return, even if the police were involved, they could not substantiate any claims against her. "Lu Xingtang, you had better hope this has nothing to do with you, or your 10 lives would not suffice to compensate." Song Yue, infuriated, hung up the call. If he had any evidence, he would have dealt with her long ago. Lu Xingtang smiled triumphantly. "My dear father, when the apocalypse unfolds, I shall personally welcome you home. At that time, the fate of your family of 3 will rest solely in my hands." The vendors from the wholesale market began their deliveries, and by the time Lu Xingtang ensured that all goods had been received, it was already noon the following day. After a brief rest in the small warehouse, she awakened at 2 in the afternoon, just as the slaughterhouse and canning factory commenced their deliveries. After completing her purchase, Lu Xingtang proceeded to the seafood wholesale market, where she ordered 5 tons of various types of seafood, ranging from the inexpensive to the extravagant. In addition to the fresh seafood, She also placed an order for a batch of dried seafood. After paying a deposit of 500,000 yuan, she provided her warehouse address and contact information, instructing them to notify her once the goods were ready for collection. In the wake of the apocalypse, resources became scarce. However, water was even more precious than food. Under the relentless heat of the sun, the earth was scorched, leading to a depletion of water resources. Crops failed to thrive, resulting in a total loss of harvest, and people found it increasingly difficult to meet their daily water needs. In the desperate struggle for a mere drop of water, humanity descended into brutality, with scenes of violence and bloodshed becoming commonplace. Accordingly, she recognized the necessity of stockpiling water, an abundance of it. Through her online research, Xingtang discovered 3 plastic barrel manufacturers in the capital city. She decided to purchase 10,000 plastic barrels, each with a capacity of 10 tons, alongside 10,000 water towers and 10,000 ordinary water tanks and buckets. Before the impending crisis fully unfolded, she was determined to find a way to amass as much water as possible. Due to the immense quantity and size of her order, she was unable to transport it alone. Thus, she enlisted the manufacturer's assistance to deliver the goods to her warehouse. The delivery schedules from the 3 plastic barrel manufacturers were staggered to avoid drawing too much attention to her substantial purchases. On her way back to Sunshine Community, she spotted a hardware store and immediately pulled over. She quickly searched online for the location of the hardware wholesale market in the capital and set her navigation accordingly. Upon entering the hardware wholesale market, Xingtang discerned the various types and prices of hardware. She procured an assortment of tools, construction hardware, daily use hardware, locks and abrasives, kitchen and bathroom hardware, home hardware, and various hardware components. Notably, she purchased a considerable quantity of essential items such as water purification membranes, water pumps, water extraction machines, purifiers, filters, and hoses. Additionally, she acquired temperature measurement instruments for glacial conditions and high-temperature scenarios. In total, Xingtang expended 5 million yuan at the hardware wholesale market. As a significant client, the market proprietors eagerly offered to assist Xingtang with delivery. Grateful for their willingness, she realized that moving everything herself would be a daunting and time-consuming task. She provided them with the warehouse address and requested that the deliveries be made before dusk, while she took a truckload back to the warehouse. Upon arriving, Xingtang did not unload the cargo but instead rested in the vehicle, awaiting the arrival of the hardware vendors. Once they arrived, she rubbed her eyes and began to inventory the supplies. After confirming everything was in order, she requested their assistance in unloading and moving the items into the warehouse. One of the vendors remarked, "My dear girl, you are truly working yourself to the bone for profit. Not only are you purchasing, but you are also overseeing the warehouse. I believe it would be wise to hire someone to help with the warehouse duties to ease your burden." Xingtang scratched her head and replied, I just thought of that. In fact, I had already arranged for someone to assist before you arrived. They will start tomorrow." It was not that she was unwilling to hire help. Rather, she lacked trustworthy individuals and was hesitant to reveal the secret of her space. After all the hardware supplies were moved into the warehouse, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. A glance at the clock revealed it was already 11 o'clock at night. Xingtang expressed her heartfelt gratitude to the delivery personnel. Once they departed, she first stored the supplies from the truck into her space, then slipped into the warehouse and secured the rolling door. With a wave of her hand, all the materials vanished into her storage. Upon returning home, the clock struck 2 in the morning, and her stomach was already protesting. In a hurry, Xingtang prepared a large bowl of noodles to quell her hunger. After satisfying her appetite, she pulled up the inventory list and crossed off the items she had already purchased. She intended to organize her space, aiming to create room for even more supplies. To her astonishment, what had once been a single-layer warehouse of 4,000 square meters had miraculously transformed into a 3-layer facility, expanding to 6,000 square meters. Outside the warehouse, a substantial area of cement had appeared, larger than the warehouse itself. Beyond the cement, a vibrant patch of grass flourished, lush and well-hydrated, indicating excellent growth. Upon estimation, the length of the grassy area matched that of the warehouse, with a slight difference in width, approximately 10 meters. Remembering her recent purchase of hardware supplies, Xingtang returned to the warehouse, retrieved a measuring tape, and confirmed the width of the grassy area was indeed 10 meters. Xingtang conducted further tests on the spatial properties. The warehouse and cement area remained static, while the grassy patch exhibited the passage of time. She had a pet hamster and decided to use it for testing. Confirming that the grassy area could sustain life, she left the space, and the hamster was not expelled. A smile spread across Xingtang's face as she envisioned stocking up on daily necessities before embarking on a trip to Meng Province to procure a batch of cattle, sheep, and horses. While organizing supplies, Lu Xingtang discovered that the jewelry, gold, antiques, and treasures looted from the Song family had vanished. Contemplating the changes in her space, she realized that the space had consumed the gold, jade, and antiques, resulting in its expansion. To confirm her hypothesis, Lu Xingtang approached the safe, wielding an electric drill to bore a hole. Before long, she heard the tool jostle against the electromagnetic lock, producing a satisfying click as the safe opened. Inside, among a pile of scrap paper, she found several ornate boxes, within which lay only a single receipt. Upon closer inspection, it detailed treasures such as jade stones and other valuables, indicating that the expansion of her space was indeed due to the gold, silver, jade, and antique artifacts. The following morning, Lu Xingtang intended to visit the clothing wholesale market. However, she received a call from the furniture store informing her that the customized doors and windows were ready for installation at her convenience. Seeing that the day was still young, she chose to wait at home. An hour later, the installation crew arrived with the delivery and spent 2 hours fitting the doors and windows. The old windows and doors were stacked neatly in her home, awaiting collection, and once the installers departed, she stored them in her space, arranging them on the ground floor of the warehouse. Gazing at the highly secure doors and windows, Lu Xingtang couldn't help but smile, pleased that these fixtures would not only deter those lacking moral integrity from attempting to intrude, but also safeguard her from the Song family. After enjoying a bowl of pickled mustard and shredded pork noodles at a restaurant, she drove to the clothing wholesale market. Down jackets, cotton padded coats, military overcoats, cashmere sweaters, furs, thermal clothing, thick cotton trousers, insulated footwear, cotton shoes, snow boots, hats, neck gaiters, gloves, socks, and undergarments, predominantly in the largest sizes, are all prepared for the extreme cold. The conditions during such frigid weather are exceedingly harsh, with temperatures plummeting to a staggering -80 degrees. Insufficient heavy, warm, and protective clothing could lead to dire consequences. Spring attire such as hoodies, outerwear, shirts, skirts, jeans, trench coats, woolen overcoats, short sleeves, long sleeves, and dresses, alongside athletic shoes, canvas sneakers, combat boots, loafers, rain boots, raincoats, as well as bedding essentials like 4-piece sets, comforters, and pillows, are also essential. During the extreme cold, particularly necessary items include thick lamb fleece, double-sided plush, coral fleece, milk velvet, and woolen blankets. If it is available for purchase, acquire it without hesitation. After 3 days of scouring the clothing wholesale market and spending $5 million, all necessary clothing and supplies were finally procured. Subsequently, the company contacted Lu Xingtang regarding the buyout of all her Song copyrights, ultimately setting the price at $800 million. Lu Xingtang herself estimated the value to be even greater than that. Previously, she would have never considered selling, but with the impending apocalypse, time was of the essence. After signing the electronic contract, she swiftly received the sum of $800 million. With an abundance of $800 million, Lu Xingtang straightened her back and drove to the largest outdoor equipment store in the capital. She procured an array of items: inflatable boats, speedboats, tents, ice skates, fire axes, electric batons, climbing ropes, cold-resistant clothing, polar weather gear, mummy sleeping bags, military overcoats, stab-resistant vests, and bulletproof vests. Additionally, she acquired human-powered generators, solar charging panels, storage batteries, magnesium rods, insulated gloves, candles, and lighters. She also purchased mothballs, alcohol, disinfecting wipes, floral water, insecticides, and pesticides. Furthermore, she obtained thermos flasks, rubber hot water bottles, heat packs, alcohol stoves, and portable gas stoves. Passing by a clothing factory, Lu Xingtang entered and acquired 5-vintage sewing machines along with needles, threads, and fabrics. She also indulged in a lifetime supply of cosmetics and skincare products. After the floods inundated the capital, the inability to access restrooms became a pressing concern, with the odor becoming overwhelmingly potent and persistent. To alleviate this urgent matter, Lu Xingtang made a trip to a cat litter factory, ordering 10 tons of cat litter. Upon inspecting their inventory, the factory owner confirmed they had the necessary stock, leading Lu Xingtang to arrange for home delivery, scheduled for after 7 in the evening. Upon exiting the cat litter factory, she received a call from the plastic barrel manufacturer, informing her that they were en route with her order and advised her to collect the goods at the warehouse. Without delay, Lu Xingtang drove to the warehouse, where she found several trucks already parked at the entrance. Upon her arrival, the drivers and workers promptly disembarked to assist in moving the plastic barrels into the warehouse. Once all the plastic barrels were delivered to the warehouse, and after ensuring there were no omissions or damages, Lu Xingtang settled the remaining payment. After bidding farewell to the delivery personnel, she gracefully waved her hand, summoning all the plastic barrels into her storage space. Xingtang did not depart from the warehouse. Instead, she awaited the delivery from the cat litter factory. Only after receiving the cat litter did she joyfully return home. While organizing her supplies, her phone rang unexpectedly. It was Tanzhong. Tanzhong, the heartthrob of the medical university, had captivated many female classmates, including Song Yingwei, who adored him fervently. However, upon first laying eyes on him, Xingtang discerned that he was a man driven by lust. The memory of Tanzhong gazing at her with feigned affection made her stomach churn with revulsion. Xingtang, tomorrow is my birthday. I've reserved a private room at the Xingwan bar. You must come. The voice continued, Sister, you absolutely have to be there. Weiwei has prepared a small gift for you. You will surely love it. In her previous life, when Tanzhong turned 21, he had also called her. And under Song Yingwei's soft pleas, she had reluctantly attended the celebration at Xingwan bar, only to find herself nearly ruined after consuming a spiked drink. The video of that birthday gathering was later edited and sensationalized, leading to her being subjected to online harassment before the apocalypse unfolded. Xingtang scoffed, Very well, just wait. I want to be as foolish as in my past life to offer myself up. Books are humanity's treasures, symbols of civilization. With this in mind, Xingtang ventured to the book trading center under the pretense of opening a bookstore, acquiring a diverse array of literature that spanned both ancient and modern works. Amassing enough to establish a large bookstore. When the apocalypse was imminent, she returned to her school to gather books from the library. Previously, she had purchased tens of thousands of water buckets and water towers, and had visited several purified water factories to acquire a substantial quantity of clean water. However, buying purified water proved to be impractical, so she stealthily ventured to a reservoir under the cover of night, filling her buckets and towers with water from her spatial storage. The water from the reservoir was not suitable for direct consumption, although she had previously acquired numerous purification tablets, purifiers, and filters. She decided to procure another batch just to be safe. Upon seeing the reservoir, her expression darkened. In the first month of the apocalypse, the 5 major reservoirs of the capital simultaneously breached their banks, devastating the homes of millions and leaving many trapped in their houses to perish from hunger or cold. After a period of self-inflicted distress, she visited the home appliance wholesale market to acquire air conditioners, fans, heaters, washing machines, televisions, refrigerators, rice cookers, nonstick pans, iron pots, and incubators. She deliberately avoided the Star Crown bar, where Song Yingwei impatiently attempted to reach her through numerous calls, all of which she ignored. Even after changing her phone number multiple times, Song continued to call, and Tanzhong also made several attempts to contact her, sending multiple messages. But she dismissed them all without a second glance, deleting them without concern for potential retaliation from Song Yingwei. Reclining on her bed, she kept herself occupied searching online for laundry detergent factories in the capital, ordering significant quantities of laundry detergent, washing powder, soap, and disinfectants. She had no intention of making further trips. Instead, she contacted the factories for direct delivery. Following a well-trodden path, Xingtang sought out numerous manufacturers of shampoo, toothpaste, toilet paper, sanitary pads, and masks, placing substantial orders that would last a lifetime. Recognizing Xingtang as a significant client, the factories promptly entered into electronic contracts with her, ensuring swift preparation of goods. Once the supplies were ready, they would consult with Xingtang to arrange delivery schedules. Chapter 5, Stockpiling 4, Through her connections. Xingtang located a pharmaceutical representative and procured 5 million worth of medications, citing her intention to establish 3 pharmacies. The inventory included Yunnan ibuprofen, Lianhuaqingwen capsules, antibiotics, ascorbic acid, tetanus vaccine, iodine, alcohol, gauze, and various essential medications for common household ailments and chronic illnesses among the elderly, along with an array of medical instruments. Even if she had no immediate use for them, she envisioned bartering these supplies for necessities in the impending apocalypse. Having not fully acquired all the extreme cold weather supplies, she ventured to a neighboring provincial city, traversing 5 small counties to procure 20 tons of coal, 20 tons of firewood, 20 tons of coal balls, and 10 stoves, all for the harsh winters or regular use. Additionally, Xingtang discovered a gas cylinder manufacturer online, purchasing 10,000 gas cylinders, which she subsequently filled at various liquefied gas stations. Her journey then led her to Meng Province, where she acquired 10 tons each of beef, mutton, pork, chicken, duck, and goose. At the ranch, she purchased 2 pairs of sheep, 1 pair of yellow cattle, 1 pair of dairy cows, and 1 pair of horses. She acquired 50 tons of grass and invested 100,000 in grass seeds. observing the sheep, yellow cattle, dairy cows, and horses frolicking and grazing in the verdant fields of her space. Lu Xingtang felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Subsequently, she bought a pair of breeding rabbits, as she had a fondness for rabbit meat, despite their undeniable cuteness. She also procured medication for the livestock in case of illness, acquired literature on animal husbandry, and downloaded instructional videos on the subject. As she passed by a farm machinery store, she noticed tractors, rice harvesters, mini excavators, threshers, and combine harvesters, purchasing 10 of each. It took considerable time to transport them into her space. Strolling past a winery, she spent 100,000 on wine. Additionally, she acquired a batch of traditional Chinese herbs, construction materials, building stones, renovation supplies and tools, plumbing materials, and heating equipment, with a particular emphasis on stocking up on glass in substantial quantities. During the sweltering season, acid rain frequently fell, sporadically claiming lives. Tempered glass could withstand the corrosive effects of acid rain, so she deemed it essential to amass a considerable supply. Having glass equated to salvaging several lives. Upon returning to the capital, Lu Xingtang promptly contacted various manufacturers to inform them that deliveries could now be made to her warehouse. The manufacturers had already been inquiring about delivery schedules, as her absence in the capital had delayed shipments. Now that she was back, it was only natural to consolidate all her supplies. Thus, the manufacturers began to dispatch their goods in succession. At this juncture, pharmaceutical representatives had also prepared the medications, and Lu Xingtang decided to refrain from venturing outside for the next few days, opting instead to oversee the receipt of goods at the warehouse. Consequently, she instructed the pharmaceutical representatives to deliver the medications there. Once she confirmed that the medications were in order, Lu Xingtang promptly settled the final payment. While awaiting deliveries from various manufacturers, Lu Xingtang remained industrious. She opened her phone and located her favorite self-heating rice and instant hot pot food processing factories online. After signing an electronic contract with the manufacturers, she ordered 100,000 boxes of self-heating rice and another 100,000 boxes of hot pot, selecting every available flavor. As she was sourcing directly from the manufacturers, the price was exceedingly favorable, amounting to merely 7.5 yuan per box. She provided the warehouse address for the goods to be prepared and delivered there, simultaneously paying a deposit of 500,000 yuan, with the balance to be settled upon receipt. Shampoo, toothpaste, toilet paper, sanitary pads, and masks were delivered to the warehouse in succession. Just as Lu Xingtang finished receiving these items, the manufacturers of the self-heating rice and hot pot began their deliveries. Upon completing the receipts, Lu Xingtang checked her bank balance, which stood at 1.4 billion yuan. She first visited an automobile club, where she acquired a double-extended RV, a Hummer, a 4-seat helicopter, a small yacht, and a snowmobile, all of which were fully customized with bulletproof glass and reinforced steel. Price was no concern for her, as she was affluent. Additionally, she ordered 10 sets each of car parts, aircraft parts, and tools for repairing both cars and aircraft. The modifications would require time, so she provided a deposit of 100 million yuan, with the remaining payment to be made upon receipt. Upon exiting the club, Lu Xingtang also stocked up on mountain bikes, motorcycles, tricycles, and their corresponding parts. As she stepped out of the elevator, she spotted Tanzheng and Song Yingwei standing at her doorstep. Song Yingwei, adorned in a pristine white dress, appeared both pure and innocent, her exquisite features enhancing her ethereal charm. Upon seeing Lu Xingtang return, Song Yingwei felt a surge of resentment, yet wore a cheerful smile. Xingtang, you have finally returned. We have been waiting for you for a long time. Tanzheng's eyes sparkled at the sight of Lu Xingtang's cold and unyielding demeanor. Precisely the aloof and regal presence he adored, striking a chord deep within him. Tanzheng, why did you not answer my calls? As he encountered Tanzheng, memories of the past life flooded his mind, recalling the moment when Tanzheng had sold himself for 3 jin of rice. He also remembered how, after that transaction, Tanzheng had boisterously recounted his endeavors to earn money at the prestigious Longmashishu Club. Tanzheng, drenched in cold sweat, was terrified of exposing himself before the esteemed Song Yingwei and fled as if Lu Xingtang were a ravenous specter. Seeing Tanzheng escape, Song Yingwei's anger flared. Lu Xingtang, how dare you bully Zheng in front of me? You wretched person. She raised her hand to strike, only to be forcefully kicked to the ground by Lu Xingtang. Did Song Yue not inform you to refrain from troubling me? Song Yingwei's expression shifted, as she realized that after her father had bestowed upon her a fortune of 10 billion, her sense of discontent had spiraled into unrelenting chaos. She had learned, through a convoluted series of events, of her father's infidelity during his marriage and the existence of a child born out of that affair now in high school. Moreover, She uncovered the grim truth about her grandfather's demise, not due to illness, but rather a desperate act by her father, who had forced her grandfather to sign over shares and company rights. In a fit of rage, her father had removed her grandfather's oxygen tube, leading to his death. Following this tragedy, her father had sought out an expert in forgery to replicate her grandfather's signature, even pressing her grandfather's hand for a fingerprint after his passing, all of which remained concealed from her mother and the Dong family. Vile wretch, you shall await your fate. I will inevitably bring about your demise. Gritting her teeth, she rose painfully from the ground, determined to pursue Tanzhong. Lu Xingtang scoffed coldly. Were it not for the impending apocalypse, where murder would lead one to confinement, these two would have long since been silenced. Lacking a stockpile of diesel, gasoline, aviation fuel, and self-defense weaponry, Lu Xingtang ventured into the black market, where she amassed an astounding 200 million in diesel, gasoline, and aviation fuel, even acquiring a full truckload of kerosene, alongside 200 million worth of self-defense weapons. The black market offered a certain advantage over the outside world, regardless of what one purchased or the amount spent. No inquiries were made regarding the origin or intended use of the goods, provided one had the means to pay. Hence, Lu Xingtang procured an additional batch of 4-person escape pods, stab-resistant suits, electric batons, off-road boats, bulletproof vests, protective suits, gas masks, radiation suits, a large vessel, tempered glass, fitness equipment, infant formula, coffee, various fruit tree saplings, baby formula, diapers, incontinence pads, senior formula, vitamins. She even acquired 100 million in pharmaceuticals and medical equipment, 100 million in food, 100 million in clothing, and 100 million in other supplies. At this juncture, the club also contacted her, announcing that the double expandable RV, Hummer, helicopter, small yacht, and snowmobile she requested had been modified and were ready. Lu Xingtang instructed them to deliver the goods to the warehouse, where she would settle the remaining payment upon arrival. Chapter 6. Preceding events. Upon reaching the warehouse, Lu Xingtang beheld that the club had already parked the double expandable RV, Hummer, small yacht, snowmobile, helicopter, and various vehicle and aircraft components at the entrance. Fortunately, the location was somewhat secluded. Otherwise, the commotion would undoubtedly have drawn considerable attention. Upon witnessing their entry into the warehouse, Lu Xingtang settled the remaining payment. She requested the helicopter operation instructional video from the club, which, though somewhat perplexed, ultimately complied with her request. Lacking the ability to pilot and the time to learn, she resorted to watching the video to familiarize herself with the craft. Otherwise, it would be too late when the need for flight arose. After collecting the supplies and returning home, Lu Xingtang noticed that the apartment opposite, 1902, had installed 2 stainless steel doors. In her previous life, the Sunshine community had collapsed during an earthquake, leaving 1902 uninhabited. Now, however, it appeared to be occupied, and the renovations mirrored her own, suggesting that 1902 held its own mysteries. With a remaining balance of 875,900,000 and only a month until the impending disaster, Lu Xingtang ventured to Province C. She visited wholesale markets for grains, oils, food, fruits, vegetables, a slaughterhouse, a seafood market, a clothing wholesale market, and a general merchandise wholesale market, expending her entire fortune. This included her beloved sausages and cured meats. With a residual sum of 7,590,000. She made a stop at a digital city before leaving Province C, purchasing 100 mobile phones and 100 tablets, followed by 100 laptops and 100 desktop computers, all equipped with top-tier specifications. She also acquired a substantial quantity of relevant accessories, particularly USB drives and power banks. Additionally, she invested in establishing connections to procure a batch of pharmaceuticals, self-defense weapons, and contraceptive supplies in Province C, spending 70 million, with a notable 1 million allocated specifically for contraceptive products. In the post-apocalyptic world, small umbrellas were exceedingly scarce, particularly 5 years after the catastrophe, where even 50 pounds of grain might scarcely exchange for a single small umbrella. Upon returning to the capital, Lu Xingtang perused the online news, finding no reports of unusual natural disasters, either domestically or internationally, which left her feeling quite apprehensive. Pressing her lips together, she revisited her inventory list, wandering through her home before her gaze fell upon the balcony. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, it had become exceedingly difficult for ordinary people to procure vegetables, especially during the harsh winter months. The government had developed cold-resistant potatoes, yet the soil had frozen solid, making cultivation a formidable challenge. Consequently, the following day, Lu Xingtang procured planting pots, nurturing soil, a shovel, and a hoe. Notably, she ventured to the outskirts in her vehicle to gather 2 truckloads of earth, which she now stored in her space. This preparation was also in anticipation of acid rain, which would devastate surface soil, complicating efforts to grow crops. With a mere fortnight left before the cataclysm, Xingtang resolved to purchase prepared foods. Apart from the offerings at the agricultural market, she frequented various restaurants, food streets, breakfast shops, and bakeries, engaging in a 10-day buying spree until her remaining funds were exhausted. Only then did she cease her endeavors, returning the delivery truck to the rental agency and vacating the warehouse. Xingtang then retrieved her computer, phone, and tablet, tirelessly downloading materials, films, music, life hacks, culinary recipes, and offline maps. At 7 p.m. on April 25th, her phone erupted with incessant notifications. Dozens of messages bombarded her device. Upon opening one, she discovered that the capital meteorological station had issued a red alert for a typhoon at 7:05 a.m. that day, warning of an extraordinarily powerful typhoon set to make landfall at 1 a.m., with wind speeds anticipated to reach levels of 14 to 19, and potentially lasting for an extended period. Citizens were advised to exercise caution and minimize travel. The apocalypse had arrived prematurely. At this moment, the weather had turned somber, with thick clouds gathering. Outside, the wind howled ominously, heralding the countdown to calamity. Xingtang meticulously ensured that all supplies were accounted for, releasing a sigh of relief. She then stored away her refrigerator, television, washing machine, sofa, wardrobe, and other possessions into a spatial realm, leaving only a bed, a small cabinet, and essential kitchen items, particularly rice, flour, and seasonings. In the event that the year 1901 fell into chaos, no one would be able to pilfer her provisions. Despite the raging winds outside, Xingtang busied herself in the kitchen, washing rice and vegetables, and cooking various dishes: braised pork, twice-cooked pork, poached fish, chicken stewed with potatoes, and beef brisket with carrots. Each portion was substantial, as she retrieved disposable meal boxes from her spatial storage, carefully packing them away. With the typhoon just beginning to make its presence felt, and households stocked with both grain and meat, she aimed to prepare flavorful dishes promptly. Once the torrential storm lingered over the capital for several days, she would hesitate to light a fire, for fear of attracting unwanted attention. In addition to stir-frying and stewing, Xingtang steamed large batches of buns, dumplings, and flour rolls, and also cooked beef pancakes, pork and scallion pancakes, savory pancakes, and scallion pancakes. So engrossed was she in her task that she paid little heed to the unfolding storm, until fatigue rendered her too weary to continue. After a refreshing shower, she lay down to rest. In a state of drowsiness, Xingtang was roused by her phone ringing. Upon seeing the caller ID, her spirits lifted. It was Song Yue. "Is there something you need?" She answered the call. "Xingtang, are you certain that the villa has not been ransacked?" He had spent nearly 3 months investigating, enlisting both the police and private detectives, yet had found no trace of who had stolen so many of his treasures. Xingtang scoffed. "Song Yue, if your mind is unhinged, seek treatment. Do not bother me. Investigate. It would be a marvel if they could uncover anything. Even if her suspicions were substantial, what of it? Without evidence, one cannot condemn her. Moreover, in this apocalyptic era, even if Song Yue were to present proof, it would be futile." Awoken by the commotion, Xingtang decided against returning to slumber. After freshening up, she retrieved 2 fragrant meat buns and a bowl of porridge from her space. Listening to the cacophony outside, she drew back the curtains to witness the typhoon violently battering the walls, dark clouds ominously gathering in the sky. Peering from her window, she observed that a significant number of vehicles in the community's open parking lot had been swept away, while the trees and flowers had been uprooted, their fates unknown. The unread messages in the community and class groups stood at 99, with many expressing astonishment at the typhoon's arrival. The capital had never experienced such a storm, inducing a sense of crisis among the populace. Yet, for once, the corporate drones were spared from their grueling schedules, and students enjoyed 2 days of holiday. Numerous images and videos of the typhoon's devastation flooded the group chats, revealing conditions far graver than those near Sunshine Community. Vehicles were smashed or swept away, trees uprooted along the streets, damaging buildings, while metal factory structures were cleaved in two. The Meteorological Bureau had advised everyone to stay indoors that night. However, some stubborn individuals ventured out in the dead of night, only to be claimed by the storm. Some met with tragic fates, their remains untraceable, while others were found ensnared in power lines, and some were grotesquely severed by street billboards, their other halves lost to the chaos. A growing sense of unease permeated the groups, with many lamenting their lack of food reserves, vowing to rush to supermarkets and local markets for supplies upon returning home. Some braved the biting wind to venture to the supermarket in search of provisions, only to find the shelves devoid even of the most humble pickled vegetables. At noon, As Lu Xingtang stepped onto the balcony, she was greeted by the relentless onslaught of raindrops, each one striking the bulletproof glass with a sharp crack. The typhoon had yet to pass, and now a torrential storm had arrived. Chapter 7. Stagnation of Property Management. The rain blurred the horizon, shrouding it in a dreary gray mist, while the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, as if a monstrous maw were poised to engulf the city. Thunder rumbled intermittently, reminiscent of an appetizer heralding the onset of calamity. In a previous life, the typhoon had persisted for a day and a night before relenting. Now, only 12 hours had elapsed, and the end was still far off. Suddenly, her phone buzzed insistently. To her surprise, it was a message from Xingtang. Do you have any food at home? After receiving a text alert from the Meteorological Bureau yesterday, I went out and stocked up on supplies. If you are in need, let me know, and I will bring some over. Lu Xingtang scoffed at the message. Was she no longer afraid of having her dirty deeds exposed? Ignoring the message, she continued to peruse the group chat, where residents of Building XXX, Unit XXX, Room XXX proudly showcased their seafood feasts, sipping on 1982 Lafite while listening to the storm battering the windows. Others flaunted their fully stocked refrigerators, and some even indulged in steak and wine, singing merrily, utterly oblivious to the dire consequences their foolishness would entail. Of course, there were also those pleading for assistance in the chat. My grandfather has suffered an asthma attack, and our medication has run out. We are trapped by the typhoon and torrential rain, making it impossible to visit the hospital for more medicine. If anyone possesses asthma medication, I implore you to sell me some. I am willing to pay tenfold for it. Yesterday, I ventured to the supermarket to purchase rice and flour, but I arrived too late, and the shelves had been completely emptied. There was not even a jar of pickled vegetables left. If anyone has surplus food, would you be so kind as to sell me some? Even a single bucket of instant noodles would suffice. I did manage to acquire some supplies, but unfortunately, the typhoon nearly swept me away, and in my struggle for survival, I lost my provisions. Now my household is lacking sustenance. I would gladly pay 10 times the price for a small portion. People have begun to voice their needs in the group. Yet it seems that while many are drawn to the spectacle, few are willing to extend a helping hand. Lu Xingtang has scoured the building for assistance, but to no avail. It appears that the severity of the weather has made everyone acutely aware of the value of food. Classmates have also been posting pleas for help in the group chat. The government and school have initiated rescue efforts, relocating students to dormitories. With daily food deliveries organized by the cafeteria, the school has prepared a supply of provisions, ensuring that students are currently safe, but with the relentless storm, it is uncertain how long this will last. There are numerous videos circulating on social media, depicting firefighters braving the typhoon and rain to rescue people, only to tragically lose one of their own to the floodwaters, a firefighter who was merely 18 years old, in the bloom of youth. One also witnessed an elderly man living alone who, due to a lack of provisions, ventured out amidst a raging typhoon to procure supplies. Tragically, he was swept away by the fierce winds, ultimately becoming ensnared upon a billboard of a mobile phone service provider, with his calf grievously lacerated, resulting in substantial blood loss. Firefighters labored tirelessly to rescue him, but alas, the elderly gentleman succumbed to his injuries. Such videos are prevalent online, showcasing both successful rescues and devastating failures. Lu Xingtang also kept abreast of news from other regions. Reminiscent of previous occurrences, the typhoon approached from the south with alarming swiftness, leaving desolation in its wake. Every city fell victim to the tempest's wrath, and whether the storm had just passed or was still lingering, torrential rain followed suit, mirroring the situation in the capital. During this time, apocalyptic theories flooded the internet, with some fervently believing in the impending end of days, while others dismissed such notions as mere hyperbole. Regardless of the position taken, Lu Xingtang refrained from engaging in the discourse. The truth would soon reveal itself. She retrieved tape from her supplies to seal the gaps in her windows, preventing rainwater from infiltrating her balcony. For the moment, the warmth of her home was a comfort against the dampness, but should the heating cease, powered by natural gas, the chill would soon permeate her dwelling. After securing the windows, Lu Xingtang sought out videos on physical fitness and self-defense techniques, many of which proved elusive until she navigated the barriers to access the broader internet. After downloading and backing up the relevant content, she diligently practiced the defensive and offensive skills it contained. Despite her efforts, her physical condition left much to be desired, and she found herself utterly fatigued after failing to complete a single routine. After a brief respite, she resumed her training, knowing that only through her own empowerment could she shield herself from adversity. After the training session concluded, Lu Xingtang sat on the sofa, gazing at her phone. At that moment, the Wi-Fi connection was intermittent and sluggish, so she opted to use her mobile data, which proved to be more effective. The messages seeking assistance in the group chat had increased significantly. After some contemplation, Xingtang decided to post a message of her own, mentioning that her home was devoid of food and that she was willing to purchase a few buckets of instant noodles at double the price. However, her plea went unnoticed due to the lack of visibility in the chat. Outside, the typhoon seemed to have diminished considerably. Through her telescope, Xingtang witnessed the shattering of the old glass windows in the neighboring apartment building. The fierce winds and torrential rain surged into homes, causing residents to wail in despair as they frantically attempted to remove the accumulating water. The floodwaters in the streets rose alarmingly high, submerging storefronts. She also observed a resident from the adjacent building, carrying a large basin in search of supplies, only to be struck by a bolt of lightning before he could exit the community, swept away by the tempest, followed by heartrending cries. Building 3. Apartment 101. Sunshine Property Management. The water pipe in our bathroom has burst. It's absolutely disgusting. Please send someone to fix it urgently. Building 3. Apartment 101. To the residents above, the water pipe in our first-floor bathroom has exploded, splattering excrement everywhere. Kindly refrain from using the toilet or water until the property management resolves the issue. Building 3. Apartment 101. Sunshine Property Management. Sunshine Property Management. Sunshine Property Management. Building 6. Apartment 101. The drainage in my home has also backed up. Please send someone to repair it. Sunshine Property Management. Building 1. Apartment 102. The rain is falling too heavily. Water has already entered my home. Please assist us in finding a solution. Sunshine Property Management. You assured us that whenever residents required assistance with repairs, your team would respond promptly. We urge you to act swiftly. Any further delay will hinder the normal lives of those residing on the ground floor. Building 1. Apartment 102. Video. The water in the video has risen to calf height. Apartment 102 of Building 1 managed to exit but found the entrance inundated with debris, obstructing the drainage and allowing floodwaters to invade their home. The elevation of Sunshine Community is relatively high, yet neighborhoods at lower altitudes have already experienced flooding up to residents' knees. Despite numerous ground floor residents tagging the property management, there has been no acknowledgement or response, nor has anyone been dispatched to address the repairs. Residents on the ground floor are left to simultaneously fix their bathrooms and bail out water while expressing their frustrations in the group chat, regardless of the complaints. The property management remains as silent as a quail. Building 6, Apartment 701. Is anyone planning a trip to the supermarket? I am still at the office and have yet to return home. Could someone kindly assist me with purchasing a few items? I am willing to reimburse you, no matter the amount. Building 9, Apartment 1603. My friend, could you please buy something nearby the office? The supermarkets around our community are in chaos due to the rush. Building 9, Apartment 1603. Images. The images depict a sea of heads, with people crowded together and the shelves completely bare. With a subtle sigh, Xingtang set down her phone, took a shower, and, having not eaten, laid down on her bed for a brief slumber. Upon awakening, she found that the typhoon had ceased, yet the torrential storm persisted. Chapter 8. Upgrade. Xingtang retrieved a sleek black backpack from the depths of space, extracting a rubber dinghy and gasoline, as well as night vision goggles and a waterproof jumpsuit. After donning lightweight, thermal attire beneath the jumpsuit, she inflated the dinghy and filled it with fuel, shouldering the vessel as she descended the stairs. Upon exiting the elevator, Xingtang discovered the water had risen to knee level. The first floor was no longer habitable. The residents below were vociferously lamenting their plight, and it was evident that by tomorrow, their homes would be entirely submerged. It wouldn't be long before they sought refuge at her door. Activating the dinghy, Xingtang donned her night vision goggles, skillfully navigating the submerged obstacles as she departed the community. Her initial destination was the medical university, where the library housed invaluable tomes, cultural treasures that must not be allowed to succumb to the deluge. The relentless downpour continued, the winds mild, far less ferocious than a typhoon. The large raindrops stung her face with each impact. In her previous life, without a dinghy or rain gear, she braved the torrential storm with nothing but a basin in search of supplies. Now, the circumstances were infinitely improved, and she regarded this endeavor as merely a minor challenge. So long as she remained vigilant and avoided the swirling currents, debris floated upon the water's surface, and buildings in low-lying areas had already succumbed to a full story of flooding, compelling her to steer towards the second floor. Along her journey, she encountered several bodies adrift in the water. Despite her utmost caution, she could not entirely evade such grim sights. After some time, she arrived at the medical university, reducing her speed to survey her surroundings carefully. Confirming that the area was devoid of other individuals, she gradually made her way onto the campus, directing her path towards the library. After confirming that the vicinity of the library was deserted, The speedboat was retracted into the spatial dimension, utilizing hydraulic pliers. She severed the anti-theft lock and stored it away, cautiously entering the library. She removed the surveillance cameras and, along with the bookshelves, gathered all the books into the space. Once the entire library had been thoroughly cleared, Xingtang retrieved the speedboat and gradually departed from the medical university, heading directly to the antique city in the capital. Expanding her spatial dimension required precious metals and antiques, making the antique city the most suitable destination. Given the considerable distance from the medical university, Xingtang was wary of being followed, which resulted in her taking 3 hours to reach the antique city. Upon entering Building A, she concealed the speedboat, extracted the hydraulic pliers, and cut through the anti-theft lock. After ensuring the coast was clear, she pushed open the door to Building A. The first floor was inundated. With the counter submerged halfway, the situation far graver than that at the Sunshine community. Immediately upon entering, Xingtang was captivated by a colossal crystal. She examined it with her flashlight, ultimately letting out a sigh of regret. Such a pity. In this apocalyptic era, ordinary people merely sought survival, while only the affluent and powerful pondered over such unassuming treasures. Mine, she declared, turning to stride towards the various shops, breaking down doors to seize whatever she could. In Building A, she pillaged classical furniture, antique clocks, porcelain, jade, agarwood, emeralds, bamboo carvings, and calligraphy pieces. If she could breach a store, its contents were swiftly emptied into her possession. By the time she emerged from Building A, it was already 5 in the morning. Xingtang hastened towards Buildings B and C, confiscating treasures before departing from the antique city. Her purpose for visiting was solely to seek treasures to expand her space. She had not sought other supplies within the antique city. As consciousness entered the realm, Xingtang stood in astonishment. The antique treasures she acquired at the antique market had transformed her space into an expansive wonderland. What was once a mere 3-story, 6,000 square meter warehouse, consisting of a concrete floor and a patch of grass, had metamorphosed into an 8-story structure, with 2 additional levels below ground. Each floor maintained its vastness of 6,000 square meters. The concrete area had expanded considerably, roughly the size of 3 standard running tracks. The grassy patch had blossomed into a boundless prairie, where her cattle, sheep, and horses joyfully galloped, their excited neighing, mooing, and bleating resonating in the air, stirring Xingtang's emotions profoundly. Adjacent to the grassy expanse, a crystal-clear stream meandered, its waters pure and sweet. Xingtang sampled the stream's refreshing essence. The stream wound its way through the prairie, curling and curling, resembling lovers nestled together. At one end of the warehouse lay a stretch of fertile black soil, approximately 100 acres in size. The rich earth beckoned her. Once she returned to Sunshine Community, she would drive a tractor to till the land and cultivate a crop to assess the yield. At the opposite end of the warehouse, a mountain rose majestically, home to birds that flitted about, chirping merrily. As she explored the mountain, she discovered streams, an abundance of wild grasses and trees, and a plethora of wild fruits. She even stumbled upon fresh mushrooms, wood ears, wild mountain fungi, and various medicinal herbs. Standing across from the warehouse was a charming 3-story villa. Although devoid of furnishings and appliances, the villa was equipped with water, electricity, and natural gas. Upon returning home, she planned to furnish the villa with the items she had purchased, enriching her newfound space. Xingtang immediately boiled a kettle of water in the space, using it to test various environments such as the warehouse, cement ground, grassy field, stream, mountains, and black soil. The outcome revealed that only the cement ground and warehouse remained static, while the grassy field, stream, mountains, and black soil all experienced the passage of time at a rate identical to the outside world. Emerging from the space, Xingtang suppressed a smile and approached a nearby shopping mall. The typhoon had torn away the mall's sign, and floodwaters had reached the first floor. After ensuring the surroundings were devoid of any presence, Xingtang pried open the mall's entrance, hoisting a speedboat as he gently made his way inside. To his astonishment, he discovered that this was a clothing mall, yet the basement housed a supermarket, which had accumulated a considerable amount of water. Xingtang stowed the speedboat back into the space and retrieved a safety hammer to break open the supermarket's door. As he illuminated the area with a waterproof flashlight, he observed that the supermarket was well-stocked and expansive, though the majority of its goods were submerged. The space offered ample room, and Xingtang intended to salvage everything he could, unwilling to watch valuable supplies rot away beneath the water. The apocalypse had commenced, heralding a ruthless struggle for survival where individuals would fight over food, even resorting to violence over a moldy piece of bread or compelling their women to sell themselves for sustenance. The harshness of reality left no room for Xingtang's carelessness. The supermarket entrance featured a promotional discount area, showcasing various brands of toilet paper, sanitary pads, happy fat boy drinks, chips, sunflower seeds, peanut candy, spicy strips, body wash, laundry detergent, and more. Approaching the household appliances, there were refrigerators, air conditioners, washing machines, as well as soy milk makers, induction cookers, electric frying pans, steamers, yogurt makers, and ice cream machines. As long as they had not been submerged in water, Xingtang collected them into her space. Next, she moved to the living essentials section, gathering bed sheets, duvet covers, cooling mats, down comforters, and pillows, along with various styles of socks, athletic shoes, and Martin boots. Even if these items were to come into contact with water, a simple wash and dry would suffice. There were also non-promotional paper towels, toilet paper, disinfectant wipes, shower gel, shampoo, conditioner, toothpaste, toothbrushes, an array of skincare products, facial masks, cosmetics, makeup remover, and tools. Chapter 9. Zero-cost shopping. Again, turning to the liquor and tea counter, Xingtang, feeling rather indifferent, decided to transport the entire shelf into her space without inspecting the brands or their value. When bartering time came, these items could yield a considerable amount of food, although their water exposure would likely diminish their worth. Milk, yogurt, goat milk powder, soy milk powder, cereals, lotus root powder, and more. Anything she laid eyes upon was swept into her space with a flick of her hand. Canned fruits, canned meats, dried snacks, spicy strips, pickled chicken feet, chocolate, energy bars, beef jerky, cheese, chicken legs, instant noodles, snail noodles, hot and sour noodles, bridge crossing rice noodles, hot dry noodles, including the renowned pickled vegetable noodles, were all collected into her space. In this apocalyptic world, food would soon be in short supply, and having anything to eat was a blessing. Who would still complain about the peculiar taste of food odor? In her past life, in a desperate attempt to survive, she had resorted to consuming the sacred soil, ultimately reaching a point where she could no longer manage her own bodily functions and was forced to excavate with tree roots. Hence, she has never been disdainful of the quality of food. Upon arriving in the condiments section, Xingtang wasted no time, hastily gathering an array of items: rapeseed oil, peanut oil, soybean oil, soy sauce, oyster sauce, vinegar, cooking wine, laogan ma, debanjiang, sweet bean sauce, sesame paste. She collected everything from the shelves into her spatial storage. Casting a glance at the shelves, she noted the significant increase in space, realizing she could also absorb the shelves themselves for later use when organizing her warehouse. Consequently, Xingtang disregarded the items on the shelves, directly taking the entire racks into her spatial realm. She then proceeded to the fruits and vegetables section, gathering every piece that was not spoiled or waterlogged, including the shelves. Finally, she arrived at the snacks and dry goods area, removing all items that had not been soaked, while leaving behind those that had. After thoroughly clearing the supermarket, Xingtang exited and returned to the shopping complex, a 6-story edifice that offered not only clothing but also precious metals and jade, electronic products, bedding, household appliances, and even restaurants and beauty salons on the top floor. Without a second thought for the treasures within the jewelry store, she absorbed the entire counter into her space. In the phone shop, Xingtang smashed the glass counter, extracting the phones along with their accessories, even taking those that had been waterlogged. Subsequently, she ventured into a clothing store, where she meticulously gathered cashmere sweaters, cashmere coats, down jackets, base layers, thermal pants, cotton trousers, fleece-lined jeans, socks, gloves, shoes, and more, encompassing styles for all ages and genders. Xingtang emptied the entire stock, placing her acquisitions on the 4th floor of her storage facility, awaiting the conclusion of the zero-cost purchase event for sorting. She scoured each shop, clearing out the 1st and 2nd floors of heavy comforters, air conditioning quilts, down quilts, bed linens, pillows, wool blankets, and other items, leaving no trace behind. Following this, she arrived at an electronics store, collecting air conditioning fans, battery-powered refrigerators, air purifiers, humidifiers, dryers, washing machines, massage chairs, and even discovered a warehouse containing 2 large boxes of identical batteries. Xingtang swiftly stored them in her space and continued her acquisition spree, gathering electric fans, small heaters, electric blankets, and heated mats. Adjacent to this store was a small appliance shop, offering similar items to those found in the supermarket below: ice makers, electric ovens, electric kettles, rice cookers, pressure cookers, and clay pots. After tirelessly combing through 3 floors, Xingtang found herself utterly exhausted. She took a moment to rest on the staircase, retrieving a spicy hot pot with rice from her space, indulging in a hearty meal before resuming her endeavors. The 4th floor was dedicated to men's apparel. Although Xingtang had no personal use for these items, she recognized their potential for bartering goods. Regardless of extreme cold, heat, or everyday needs, she was certain to exchange them for something of value. Thus, she pried open the door and cleared out all men's clothing, including shirts, trousers, shoes, undergarments, and accessories such as belts and wallets, gathering everything she could. There are 2 more maternal and infant stores which Lu Xingtang will no longer need in her lifetime. However, this does not imply that there is no market for maternal and infant products. Within these stores, she discovered a variety of infant formulas from renowned brands, suitable for all stages of development. Ascending to the 5th floor, she encountered a home-style eatery. Upon prying open the door, she found tables, chairs, a disinfection cabinet, dishes, a refrigerator stocked with various beverages and alcoholic drinks, and a freezer in the kitchen brimming with fresh ingredients, all intact as the capital had yet to experience power outages. Lu Xingtang also unearthed 5 bags of 50-pound Northeast rice, 6 bags of 50-pound flour, 12 barrels of peanut oil, approximately 20 pounds of salt, as well as dried tofu, sea mushrooms, soy sauce, and other condiments. She was particularly elated to discover 3 cans of unused liquefied gas tucked away in a corner, alongside 5 gas stoves, half a bottle of gas canisters, and an array of kitchen utensils. Proceeding to the next establishment, Lu Xingtang thoroughly ransacked the 5th floor eatery, leaving not even a moldy bun behind. This included a daily chemical goods store, where she managed to scour the warehouse clean as well. Finally, she arrived at a beauty shop. After forcing the door open, Lu Xingtang beheld shelves adorned with facial cleansers, toners, serums, creams, eye creams, skincare sets, complete shampoo kits, face masks, laundry detergents, and even body care kits, along with beauty instruments and customer boxes left behind in the shop, regardless of whether they were opened or sealed. She took everything, leaving no tools behind. Adjacent to the beauty shop was a nail salon. After all, who among women does not cherish beauty? Although she may not have been favored by her biological father, Song Yue, she herself was an avid enthusiast of manicures. The manicure table, manicure chair, manicure lamp, and manicure machine, among other items, were all stored away in a space, awaiting a time when she would have nothing to do and no one to threaten her. In such moments, she could clandestinely engage in her craft at home, whether it be manicures or pedicures. It was only when Lu Xingtang finished her collection that she realized it was already 3:37 p.m. She retrieved a portion of fried rice noodles and a bag of milk from her space, satisfied her hunger, and then quietly exited the mall building. Just as she stepped out, she noticed a group approaching in a rubber boat towards the mall. Instinctively, Lu Xingtang concealed herself, and only after they entered the building did she take out her speedboat to leave. Upon returning to Sunshine Community, the time was already 7:16 p.m. Lu Xingtang took out her hiking backpack and retrieved several bundles of flour along with a handful of leafy greens from her space. Once downstairs, she assessed the water level. The 1st floor was already submerged. The entire community was enveloped in darkness, with not a single household having electricity. In her previous life, the 2nd day after the storm had brought a complete halt to water, electricity, and gas services, and the internet would also cease by the following day. Moreover, the 1st floor was entirely flooded. Lu Xingtang navigated her speedboat to the window of the stairwell, only to find that it had been shattered, with numerous footprints of varying sizes marking the damp walls, indicating that many had ventured out in search of supplies. Chapter 10. The neighbor's Lu Xingtang hoisted her backpack over her shoulder and climbed up, then pulled the speedboat inside. It could not be left outside, lest it be stolen. In a previous life, the ground floor was inundated. They had knocked on her door, and when she opened it, she refused them entry, leading to a confrontation. Had it not been for the timely return of the elderly man's son in 1903 to assist in driving them away, her home would have been seized by the residents of the 1st floor. Observing the flooding, the 2nd floor inhabitants also grew anxious and sought refuge elsewhere. Yet none were granted entry. Eventually, they resorted to forcibly occupying the homes of those with only the elderly and children present. In this life, she was not at home and remained unaware if the 1st and 2nd floor residents had knocked. However, she resolved not to emulate her past folly by opening the door. Inviting someone in is simple, but sending them away is fraught with difficulty. This is an apocalyptic era where trust is scarce, and one can never know the hidden motives of others. As Lu Xingtang leapt from her window, carrying a speedboat, the residents of the 2nd floor opened their door, calling out, "Young lady, beauty, fairy, please wait." Lu Xingtang, unfazed, ascended swiftly. Yet, the 2nd floor residents were determined not to let her pass. They recognized her, a stunning beauty residing alone in 1901, a 3-bedroom apartment. If they succeeded in securing refuge, they could not relocate temporarily. "Please don't go. Just wait a moment." The 2nd floor residents hastily caught up to Lu Xingtang, blocking her path. Calmly, she set down the speedboat and declared, "If you have business, speak. If not, be gone." The expressions of the 2nd floor residents darkened, yet, given their current predicament, they restrained their frustration. "Beautiful lady, We merely wish to inquire if you would consider sheltering our family. We will pay rent, and once the flood recedes, we will return to our home, ensuring we offer our heartfelt gratitude for your immense kindness. The property has come to a standstill. Calls to emergency services go unanswered, and we are instructed to remain indoors, with nowhere to escape. However, the first floor is already inundated, and the second floor is on the brink of flooding. Desperate, we approached a lady, imploring her to extend her kindness. Do not take us in, Xingtang replied coldly. A middle-aged woman squeezed forward, smiling gently. Dear, we do not wish to impose either. But the relentless storm continues unabated. Our home is about to be submerged, and we have a postpartum mother and an infant. We cannot let them sleep in water. Can we? Please, show some compassion and assist us. We are willing to pay any price. Xingtang cast a glance at the woman. No shelter, no refuge. The woman, unwilling to relent easily, clutched Xingtang, preventing her from leaving. Xingtang shot a chilling look at her. Others may spare the elderly, but I will not. The woman chuckled awkwardly. We can forego shelter, but please, allow the mother and child to stay. I beseech you. Xingtang would only be mad to take them in, whether one or two. Accepting even one would mean welcoming the entire family. Once they moved in, they would surely seek a way to oust her, leaving her destitute and vulnerable, prey to the wicked. Did they truly believe she was as naive as in her past life? Calmly, Xingtang set down the inflatable boat and, under the guise of her backpack, retrieved a knife. In reality, it was a cleaver she had discreetly taken from her space. She pressed it against the woman's neck. Do you still wish to seek refuge? As soon as the cleaver was brandished, the residents on the second floor were taken aback. Miss, if you refuse to lend us your place, why wield a knife? We were merely inquiring. Is it really necessary to resort to violence? Such cruelty. Put the knife down. A life is at stake. You are still young, and you cannot allow a trivial matter to ruin your future. Xingtang exerted a slight pressure, causing the elderly woman to feel a sharp pain in her neck, prompting her to hurriedly exclaim, I won't borrow it. I won't borrow it. With a subtle lift of her hand, Xingtang cut across the woman's cheek, blood gushing forth and staining her garments. This is the first and the last time. No one should ever consider borrowing from my home or asking for provisions, unless they wish to meet their demise. With that, she lowered the cleaver and struck the woman's arm. Those unafraid of death, come forth. The residents of the second floor were genuinely astonished that Xingtang would resort to such violence. They were both enraged and terrified. She shoved the elderly woman aside, one hand clutching the cleaver while the other hoisted a dinghy, striding confidently upstairs. Upon reaching the fourth floor, the second floor residents finally caught their breath, realizing the true ruthlessness of this woman. We were merely asking to borrow. We were not refusing to pay. How dare she threaten us with a knife? Does she truly believe we wouldn't report her to the authorities? I hope she doesn't give me the chance, for I would certainly peel her skin off. Mom, are you all right? One of the speakers hastily helped the elderly woman up, only to be met with the foul stench of urine, suppressing their disgust. Mom, I just saw that woman had vegetables in her mountaineering backpack. She must have a surplus of food at home. Let's break into her place tonight and teach her a lesson for her arrogance. We shall go together. It is not solely her household that possesses a knife. We have one as well. The residents of the second floor chimed in unison. Xingtang attentively absorbed their words, casting a glance at the cleaver in her hand. With a sudden, forceful motion, she struck it against the staircase railing, producing a thunderous sound that sent the second floor occupants scattering in fright. Listening to their hurried retreat, Xingtang let out a cold laugh. Come, I eagerly await your arrival. If you do not come, how can I establish my authority and deter the entire building from coveting her? Upon returning to the 19th floor, Xingtang was about to open her door when the neighbor from 1902 emerged. The man was tall and robust, approximately 190 centimeters in height, with a strikingly handsome and resolute appearance. His clothing failed to conceal the muscular contours of his physique, and his deep, dark eyes radiated an aura of indifference, indicating that he was not one to be trifled with. After a quick glance, Xingtang turned back and continued to unlock her stainless steel security door, just as the door to 1902 closed behind him. After changing out of her damp clothing, Xingtang retrieved the gas canister she had brought from the mall's restaurant, connected it to her home's gas stove, and prepared a steaming bowl of noodles for herself. She brewed a pot of ginger soup to warm her nearly frozen body. Today marked the third day of the apocalypse. Just as in her past life, there was no water, electricity, or gas. With the gas supply cut off, the underfloor heating ceased as well, leaving the floor chillingly cold. Xingtang entered her space and set about installing a water heater and heating lamp in the small villa's bathroom. Fortunately, her consciousness could manipulate all within the space. Despite lacking assistance, she successfully completed the installation by following the instructions. After enjoying a warm shower in the space, Xingtang donned her coral fleece pajamas and applied heating pads to her soles, back, navel, and shoulders before exiting the space. The absence of underfloor heating rendered her home particularly frigid, causing her to shiver incessantly. She retrieved an 1800 W220V battery from her space storage and placed it atop the bedside table. After plugging in the heater, Xingtang felt a slight improvement in her comfort. She then spread a wool blanket across her bed, providing dual-layer warmth against the chill. Chapter 11. Not an enemy. Once she had regained her composure, Xingtang entered the space to organize the supplies acquired through her zero-cost shopping spree. The warehouse was divided into 8 levels, 6 above ground and 2 below. The items were meticulously categorized into food, clothing, medicine, weapons, fuel, general merchandise, transportation tools, agricultural machinery, and other supplies. Furniture, household appliances, and books purchased or borrowed from the school library were placed in a 3-story villa, which she also arranged with simple decor. The villa and the warehouse became significantly more orderly, simultaneously freeing up ample space. She located seeds for lettuce, water spinach, bok choy, oilseed lettuce, green onions, ginger, garlic, chili peppers, bitter melon, and peas, and packed a bag of potatoes. Using her mind to control the tractor, she navigated it to the fertile black soil. Xingtang found the manual for operating the tractor, familiarized herself with its mechanical components, and accessed instructional videos on her phone. While learning and operating the machinery, she was grateful to be in the space, as her mental control prevented any potential mishaps. Otherwise, she might have met with a disastrous accident. After an hour of contemplation, Xingtang finally discerned the method and successfully operated the tractor. However, Xingtang discovered that controlling the tractor with her mind was swifter than operating it manually. Thus, she decisively abandoned the latter in favor of the former. Before long, she had tilled an acre of land, continuing to wield her mental prowess. She meticulously planted vegetables in the rich black soil. Ultimately, she selected the robust, plump potatoes with prominent eyes, slicing them into pieces. Lacking wood ash, she simply nestled the potato pieces into the fertile earth. Equipped with a hose and a pump, she diverted water from a nearby stream to irrigate the freshly sown vegetables and potatoes. After watering, she relocated the fruit tree saplings and other seedlings to the black soil, designating a specific area for the cultivation of fruit trees alongside the other plants. Utilizing a post-hole digger, she excavated large, deep holes, spacing the trees 3 steps apart. In half an hour, she had successfully planted the fruit tree saplings and other seedlings purchased from the wholesale market into the black soil. Surveying the land with her mind, Xingtang felt a profound sense of accomplishment as she observed the saplings thriving in the rich earth. The passage of time within her space mirrored that of the outside world, yet it seemed unaffected by the seasons. Contemplating her next steps, she retrieved some seeds and ascended the mountain, scattering them in hopes of hastening their growth. If she were to survive until the end of the apocalypse, when certain plants might mutate or face extinction, she could transplant the trees from her space, offering humanity a glimmer of hope. Upon emerging from her space, she found it was already dawn. Opening her news application, she was met with the alarming report of the theft of all books from the medical university library. Yet, before any conclusions could be drawn, a flood had inundated the library, leaving the school unable to respond to the disaster, let alone pursue the book thieves. The signal was intermittent and exceedingly unstable. Xingtang ceased to follow the news and instead perused her group chat, which was inundated with pleas for shelter, food, and medicine. After a brief glance, she switched off her phone, intending to retire for the night. However, she soon heard the sound of a door being pried open. Instantly, she retrieved a tang knife and an electric baton from her space. Peering through the peephole, she observed that the men from the 4 households on the 2nd floor had congregated. With a cold smirk, Xingtang donned her night vision goggles, flung open the door, and thrust the high-powered electric baton towards the intruder. While other batons might not prove fatal, the proprietor had assured her that this one boasted several times the usual voltage, rendering it lethal due to its modifications. The owner had spoken true. The 2 men attempting to breach the door collapsed instantly. Seizing the moment, Xingtang stowed the baton, opened the door fully, and with her hands firmly gripping the tang knife, she lunged at the intruders. These fools, attempting to break in without even disguising their faces, believed that the darkness would shield them from recognition. 6 men had ascended to the 2nd floor, 4 youthful and 2 middle-aged. Xingtang's gaze was fierce, resembling a demonic warrior emerging from the depths of hell, causing one man to collapse in terror. His pleas for mercy stifled before they could escape his lips as Xingtang swiftly slashed his throat. The remaining 3 men, witnessing this horror, hastily turned to flee. Yet one of them collided with a tall, dark figure. Before any cries for help could escape, he too met a swift demise at the hands of the shadowy silhouette. Lu Xingtang pursued relentlessly, and with a swift thud, another man fell. Just as she prepared to continue her assault, she noticed the tall figure executing its own lethal strikes with remarkable efficiency. Lu Xingtang paused, momentarily taken aback. Was it 1902? The man emitted a brief acknowledgement, swiftly disposing of the body from the window of the hallway. Lu Xingtang exhaled with slight relief, grateful for 1902's response, which indicated that he had not intended to confront her and had merely encountered her while out scavenging for supplies. Concerned that the victim might not be entirely lifeless, she administered another blow, assisting 1902 in the disposal of the body. Subsequently, the two returned to their respective homes in silence, emerging with mops to clean up the aftermath. Once the area was tidied, they exchanged a glance before each unlocking their stainless steel doors and stepping inside. Upon entering her room, Lu Xingtang's thoughts turned to 1902. Her gaze imbued with wariness. This individual exhibited an unsettling proficiency in killing, displaying none of the hesitation one might expect from a novice. Her own capacity for taking life had been honed in a previous existence, a necessity for survival. However, she was confident that as long as their paths did not cross, he would pose no threat to her. For the time being, at least, he was not her enemy. Having stained her clothes with blood, Lu Xingtang retreated to her space to change into a fresh set of pajamas, cleansing herself of the remnants of the earlier grim events. She tossed her soiled garments into the washing machine and, upon emerging from her space, yawned before drifting into a deep slumber, undisturbed by the preceding violence. Lu Xingtang awoke at 6 in the morning, reluctantly rising from her warm bed. After freshening up in her space, she stored the battery and heater, along with her bed, to avoid the chill of the night. The second floor was completely submerged, with water encroaching upon the third, causing a commotion in the hallway. Long deprived of hand-grabbed pancakes, Lu Xingtang retrieved one she had previously stashed from a breakfast shop, filled with a fried egg, ham, pork tenderloin, and lettuce. Preferring spiciness, she had opted for chili sauce instead of ketchup, and the pancake emerged from her space still warm and crisp. How could one savor the delightful hand-grabbed pancake without a warm bowl of porridge to accompany it? Millet porridge, a treasure porridge, pumpkin porridge, corn porridge, or century egg and lean meat porridge. Lu Xingtang decisively opted for the latter, driven solely by her desire for meat. After indulging in a hearty meal, she commenced her training for the day, only pausing at 8:30. She then donned thick, insulating clothing, layered with a plush, warm coat and trousers, and slipped into her shoes, finally encasing herself in a waterproof jumpsuit before venturing out. Today's objective was clear: the Song group building. In her previous life, Song Yue thrived in the apocalypse, partly due to his own folly and partly because of the Song group, which concealed a cache of weapons within his office. Now, she intended to seize that cache before Song Yue could, eager to witness his arrogance deflate. However, just as she hoisted the inflatable boat, her phone rang. Lu Xingtang's eyes brightened. Could it be that the Song family was unable to endure any longer and sought her out? That would be splendid. Regrettably, disappointment awaited her, as the caller had no ties to the Song family. Hello? Chapter 12. In this life, strive anew. Lu Xingtang, are you at home? The voice on the other end was tinged with urgency. Could you please do me a favor and knock on the door of apartment 1903? My father is home alone, and he suffers from heart disease. He has run out of his medication and there is no food in the house. I have been unable to contact him all night, and I am worried about his well-being. If you could check on him, I would greatly appreciate it. I should be back by afternoon. Please ask him to wait for me. Apartment 1903 housed an 80-year-old man afflicted with heart disease and hypertension. The caller was the son of the elderly man, a respected police officer named Su Cheng, who worked at the police station. In a previous life, during the apocalypse, her family was usurped by the Song family, and she was morally coerced into searching for supplies daily. On several occasions, she encountered life-threatening dangers, narrowly escaping from harm, all thanks to Su Cheng's timely rescues. Wait a moment. Lu Xingtang set aside the speedboat and approached the door of 1903. She knocked for quite some time, yet no one came to answer. Turning to Su Cheng, she remarked, "No one is answering the door. Force it open." Su Cheng decisively commanded, "Please, pry the door open and take a look." He had contacted numerous relatives and friends, but none were willing to brave the torrential storm to assist in watching over his father at Sunshine Community. Fortunately, during a previous population census, Lu Xingtang's contact information had been recorded, leading him to call her. When making the call, Su Cheng held little hope. "I will try to return as soon as possible." Lu Xingtang acknowledged with a sound and returned briefly to her home. retrieving the prying tools from her space before heading back to 1903. It was not that she was reluctant to take out the tools at the door of 1903. Rather, the entire family of 1904 was at home, and they would undoubtedly spy on her through the peephole. Lu Xingtang had anticipated the day when she would need to pry open doors while stockpiling supplies, and thus had prepared ample tools for such an occasion. After 2 or 3 minutes, Lu Xingtang successfully pried open the door of 1903. "I have opened the door," she announced, stepping inside to search for Su Cheng's adoptive father, Su Hao. "Grandpa Su?" Seeing no sign of Su Hao in the living room, Lu Xingtang pushed open the bedroom door in search of him. After checking both the master and side bedrooms to no avail, she proceeded to the smallest room, where she finally found Su Hao lying quietly on the bed, covered with a thick quilt that concealed even his head. Lu Xingtang rushed over, lifted the blanket, and was met with the sight of Su Hao's pale face, his eyes tightly shut. "Lu Xingtang, how is my father? Is he still alive?" Su Cheng asked anxiously. Lu Xingtang felt for his breath and sighed in relief. "Do not worry, he is alive." As she spoke, she gently nudged Su Hao's shoulder. "Grandpa Su." Grandpa Su, after calling for a considerable time, Su Hao finally opened his eyes and took a moment to focus on Lu Xingtang's face. "Xingtang, what brings you here?" "Su Cheng, did you hear that? Your father is fine." Lu Xingtang set aside her phone, lifted a corner of the blanket, took hold of Su Hao's hand, and checked his pulse. "Su Cheng, Grandpa Su has a weak spleen and stomach. He must be hungry." Su Cheng exhaled in relief, but since he was not home, he pleaded, "Lu Xingtang, do you have any food at home? Could you please give my father a bite? I promise to repay you double when I return. I made some millet porridge this morning, and there is still a bowl left. I will feed it to him. You hurry back." Lu Xingtang readily agreed. Once, when she had returned home empty-handed, she was driven out by the Song family that very night, without any food or drink. It was Su Hao leaning on his cane, who had given her a sweet potato and a coat to keep her warm. Without that coat, even if she did not freeze to death, she would have surely fallen ill. However, she never had the opportunity to repay Su Hao's kindness, for not long after, he succumbed to the outbreak of a virus. Su Cheng repeatedly expressed her gratitude to Lu Xingtang, saying, "Lu Xingtang, I am not merely spinning dreams. I am devising a way to extricate myself and return home. I promise to bring you an abundance of food as thanks. Should you ever require my assistance, I shall risk my very life to aid you." Lu Xingtang had faith in Su Cheng's character. In her previous life, during the earthquake that caused the collapse of Yangguang community, it was Su Cheng who rescued her from the ruins. The debt of gratitude for saving her life could not be repaid with a mere bowl of porridge. She owed Su Cheng from her past life, and in this life, she was determined to make amends. Lu Xingtang instructed Su Hao to converse with Su Cheng while she returned home to bring a bowl of porridge to Su Hao. However, as she reached the door of room 1904, it suddenly swung open, revealing a man with shifty eyes, who fixated intently on the bowl of porridge in her hands. "Young lady, beautiful and kind-hearted, my family also has 2 elderly individuals who have gone several days without food, and we are out of provisions. Might you spare this bowl of porridge for my parents?" Lu Xingtang disregarded the man and attempted to pass towards room 1903. Yet, Wu Gu obstructed her path, dashing forward to stand in her way. "Beautiful lady, I assure you, we have 2 elderly individuals at home. You must have seen them often sitting in the corridor when you take the elevator. They are my parents. They are no younger than Mr. Su. So I kindly ask you to consider their plight and share this bowl of porridge with them. Would you?" Step aside. Regarding the family from 1904, she did not wish to provoke them. However, should they persist in their shamelessness, she would not hesitate to act with utmost severity. "Miss, you are exceedingly heartless. They are all elders. Why bestow your kindness upon 1903 and not upon us of 1904? You exhibit a profound lack of compassion." Wu Gu seethed with indignation, yet his gaze was fixated intently on the bowl in Lu Xingtang's hands. With a chuckle, Lu Xingtang retorted, "Your Wu family consists of 8 members. Aside from the 2 elders, the remaining 6 are robust and youthful. You nearly starve the elders, such filial piety." As she spoke, Lu Xingtang produced a nail gun from her pocket and aimed it at Wu Gu. "Repeat what you just said." Wu Gu stammered, "Be beautiful, lady. I was mistaken. I no longer desire it. My parents are well, and there is food at home. I shall return immediately." Before he could finish his sentence, he dashed home, terrified that a moment's delay would result in his demise at Lu Xingtang's hands. Lu Xingtang approached the entrance of 1904, aimed the nail gun at the peephole, and with a resounding bang, shattered it. Then, with a forceful kick, she declared, "Do not provoke me, nor dare to challenge 1903. Otherwise, I shall personally escort you to meet the King of Hell." In that instant, she fired another shot, causing the Wu family to hold their breath in terror. Glaring furiously at Wu Gu, He had not anticipated that Lu Xingtang would wield a firearm. Had he known, he would have refrained from troubling her. After securing the nail gun, Lu Xingtang proceeded to 1903, where she offered Su Hao a bowl of warm porridge, advising him to take good care of himself until Su Cheng returned home. After repairing the door of 1903, Lu Xingtang returned home, washed the dishes, and then shouldered her inflatable boat as she departed. If she delayed, the resources from the Song group might not all fall into her hands. As Lu Xingtang descended the stairs with the boat, many eyes secretly observed her. It was the 4th day since the outbreak of the apocalypse. Although their food supplies had not been completely severed, the prospect of being satiated was impossible. Upon seeing Lu Xingtang carrying the boat, their eyes lit up. "Miss, may I borrow your inflatable boat? I am willing to pay 2,000. I will offer 3,000. 5,000 from me. I can pay 10,000. Chapter 13. The most fond of brawls and scolding, Lu Xingtang disregarded them and hurried down the stairs. Lu Xingtang, stop. Suddenly, a familiar voice reached her ears. Tanzheng? She halted her steps and turned to look. What are you doing here? Hearing Lu Xingtang speak to him, Tanzheng was elated. Xingtang, are you going out to find food? Would you consider taking me along? We could split whatever we find, 8 for you and 2 for me. How does that sound? Dream on. Lu Xingtang looked at him with disdain. You should consider what you are. Do you not fear sullying my eyes? I am certainly afraid of you dirtying my vision. Get lost. Tangdang, I am serious. That wealthy woman's household is out of food, and if I do not venture out, I will likely starve. She is rather harsh, and I do not wish to remain in her home to be scolded or beaten. Also, may I stay at your place for a while? In the Sunshine community, you are the only one I am acquainted with. Lu Xingtang could no longer bear the conversation and pointed a nail gun at his head, demanding, Do you wish to perish? Tanzheng, filled with terror, retreated hastily, exclaiming, I shall not stay here, nor will I accompany you. You may go alone. He then fled as if pursued by a malevolent spirit. Lu Xingtang's dark, profound gaze followed Tanzheng as he dashed back to the 16th floor. She recalled that on the 16th floor resided a widow, striking in appearance and possessing a flawless figure, who had ensnared many men in the community with her allure. This widow was wealthy. Her late husband had been a coal magnate. Tragically, during a visit to the mine to comfort his workers, a collapse occurred. And by the time the coal boss was unearthed, he had already succumbed. The widow inherited his vast fortune, amounting to over $1 billion. Upon her arrival at the Sunshine community, while jogging downstairs, Lu Xingtang had overheard the local elderly women gossiping. They claimed that their sons had all been taken home by this woman. However, one detail stood out. The widow had peculiar tastes, relishing in both physical altercations and verbal disputes. Contemplating Tanzheng's awkward running style, Lu Xingtang smirked. She wondered if Song Yingwei would become infuriated upon discovering that the man she cherished was being maintained by a wealthy woman. Would she, in her fury, rally Dong Yaji and Song Yue to seek revenge at the Sunshine community? Perhaps an incentive was necessary. Without it, their likelihood of appearing was slim. Thus, Lu Xingtang hoisted a speedboat and approached the window on the 3rd floor. She retrieved her phone from her backpack and sent a message to Song Yingwei. Song Yingwei, I have seen your man. He is being kept by a wealthy woman from our community, indulging in lavish feasts. On the day of the typhoon, he claimed he would bring me food, but I found him repugnant and disregarded him. Indeed, I observed a lipstick mark upon Tanzheng's face and a strawberry mark upon his neck. How pitiable, your mother, in her determination to expel me from the Song family, resorts to the pretext of seducing Tanzheng. Little did she anticipate that Tanzheng is not a virtuous character. The Longmashishu Elite Club charges a staggering 10,000 for a single night. Although the internet connection falters intermittently and the power has ceased, she is aware that the Song family possesses multiple properties, one of which is a luxurious community. During the previous era of water and power shortages, their upscale neighborhood was provided with limited water and electricity. Thus, Song Yingwei will undoubtedly see the message I sent, being infatuated with love. Upon discovering Tanzheng's betrayal and his employment at Longmashishu, she will surely be incensed and rush over to confront him. At that moment, it will be a spectacular drama to behold. Will Song Yingwei come to the Sunshine community, and will Song Yue and Dong Yaji follow suit? Lu Xingtang positioned the speedboat amidst the floodwaters, swiftly navigating through the window to stabilize the vessel. As the roar of the motor echoed, numerous residents from the apartment building rushed out, eager to join Lu Xingtang's expedition. However, Lu Xingtang moved with such swiftness that by the time they reached the window, she had vanished at the entrance of the community. Meanwhile, the torrential storm unleashed its fury, the currents raging fiercely. The manhole covers on the streets had long been swept away by the floodwaters, and the water was fraught with swirling eddies. A moment's negligence could lead to being engulfed. Lu Xingtang expertly maneuvered around the whirlpools, avoiding debris and corpses in the deluge. Fortunately, her past experiences had honed her skills, allowing her to evade one vortex after another, navigating perilous zones with intimate knowledge of the terrain. Otherwise, she might have been swept away, boat and all, by the relentless flood. Those who ventured out clutching basins, bathtubs, wooden planks, or life rings in search of supplies were not as fortunate. They could not evade the swirling vortex, and, before they realized it, were swept away, their cries for help silenced before vanishing from sight. Naturally, Lu Xingtang encountered numerous individuals pleading for her assistance, yet she felt no remorse. After enduring 7 years of torment and exploitation in this apocalyptic darkness, their desperate calls were to her akin to rainwater merging into a flood, washed away without a trace. At last, after 2.5 hours, Lu Xingtang arrived near the Song Group building. She reduced her speed, surveying her surroundings. On the 4th day of the apocalypse, many households found themselves devoid of food, prompting the masses to emerge in search of sustenance, typically scouring supermarkets, malls, markets, or shops. The corporate buildings had yet to attract looters. Even if they did, the numbers were sparse. The Song Group's edifice, situated in a low-lying area, had water levels reaching the 5th floor, where the company occupied 5 levels, with Song Youwei's office encompassing half of the 6th floor. Peering through the window, she observed the interior of the building. The office appeared untouched, and no individuals were in sight. Lu Xingtang sought refuge in a concealed spot, meticulously assessing her surroundings several times to ensure she was alone before producing a safety hammer to forcefully shatter the glass. A rush of water surged in. Steadying her inflatable boat, she took cover to wait for the current to stabilize before returning to the window. Climbing up, she extended her hand, retracting the boat into her spatial pocket before flipping inside. This magnificent structure boasted a total of 118 floors, with the Song Group located on the 101st to 106th levels, and Song Youwei's office situated on the 106th floor. After Lu Xingtang stealthily entered the building, she held her breath to observe her surroundings. Once she ascertained that the 5th floor was unoccupied, she ventured into her designated space and changed out of her raincoat into a more comfortable outfit. Initially intending to head straight to the 101st floor, she soon discovered that the 6th floor housed a live streaming company, an e-commerce firm, and a food company. Consequently, Lu Xingtang resolutely began to gather supplies from each level. Her first stop was the live streaming company on the 6th floor, where each enterprise occupied a small room filled with diverse merchandise: canned pumpkin seeds, organic silver fungus, aromatic coriander seed oil, elementary school comics, facial towels, cosmetics, toothpaste, hand soap, women's outerwear, and eyelashes, among others. She collected everything. No item was too trivial. Even used A4 paper and cardboard boxes were meticulously gathered. In frigid conditions, discarded cardboard could serve as a source of warmth. Next, she approached the workstations, gathering snacks, adorable teddy bears, computers, file racks, and even chairs into her space. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed nearby, prompting Lu Xingtang to swiftly retreat into a small cubicle, which belonged to a cleaning lady. The room was sparse and cramped. Moments later, the footsteps reached the 6th floor, accompanied by the beam of a flashlight, indicating that someone else had come to the Song Group building to collect supplies, just like her. Chapter 14. Kindred Spirits. With a mere thought, a military knife materialized in her hand. Tensing her body, she prepared herself. Should this individual discover her and pose a threat, she would not hold back. Fortunately, after gathering their supplies, the intruder ascended to the upper floors. As Lu Xingtang listened to the fading footsteps, she couldn't help but exhale in relief. Slowly emerging from her concealment, she donned her night vision goggles and surveyed the entire office floor, which had been meticulously cleared by the man, even more so than her own efforts. Frowning, Lu Xingtang pondered whether she would have to continue hiding and avoid ascending the floors in search of supplies if this individual remained. No, she resolved decisively to gather provisions. To her delight, Lu Xingtang discovered 10 canisters of gas in one room, and she also located the kitchen, where the large refrigerator was stocked with an abundance of meat, including chicken, duck, and fish. Additionally, she found boxes upon boxes of potatoes, sweet potatoes, and pumpkins tucked away in a corner, along with a large freezer filled with steamed buns, noodles, and an assortment of cured meats such as bacon, sausages, and various types of shrimp. Beside the grand freezer, she spotted a storage jar containing rice, flour, noodles, mung beans, and adzuki beans, all of which she collected into her space. As she prepared to depart, she noticed the kitchen countertop laden with pots, bowls, cutting knives, fruit knives, and cleavers, all of which she took with her. In her previous life, Lu Xingtang had ventured into the Song Group's building in search of supplies, but regrettably, aside from items that could not be taken, everything had been thoroughly cleared. Fortunately, this time she had come early enough to acquire a substantial amount of valuable goods. After listening intently for a moment and hearing footsteps, Lu Xingtang ascended the stairs with utmost stealth. She did not stop at the 7th or 8th floors, nor at the 9th, but instead continued to the 10th floor. The 10th floor housed a noodle company featuring an array of instant noodles such as braised beef noodles, scallion pork ribs noodles, spicy beef noodles, kimchi beef noodles, tomato and egg noodles, and sour pickled bean ribs noodles, among others, available in both cup and bag packaging. Lu Xingtang had stockpiled a considerable amount of instant noodles, acquired from a wholesale market for grains and oils. This particular brand of instant noodles was one she enjoyed, so she collected every single packet, leaving none behind. She even managed to locate the storage facility of the noodle company and secured its contents. Fortune favored her as she discovered 20 barrels of pristine bottled water, which she promptly took without hesitation. Upon returning to her workstation and gathering her supplies, Lu Xingtang prepared to leave the 10th floor when she unexpectedly encountered a tall man at the stairway entrance. Startled, she hastily concealed herself, but it was too late. The man had already spotted her. 1901? He inquired suddenly. Lu Xingtang was taken aback, scrutinizing the man closely. After a moment of contemplation, she responded, "You are 1902? Indeed," Ji Yinma replied, his expression stoic. "Since we are both kindred spirits, let us each occupy our own floor and refrain from disturbing one another." Lu Xingtang's dark eyes narrowed slightly. "Very well, I shall take the 11th. You can have the 12th. Thus, Lu Xingtang and Ji Yinma occupied their respective floors, diligently collecting supplies without interference. Yet, Lu Xingtang was profoundly shaken internally. She deliberately lagged a step behind to allow the man to proceed first, then retreated to the 9th floor to confirm her suspicions. Finding the 9th floor completely empty, she realized that he, like herself, possessed a mysterious space. Feeling reassured, she hastened to the 12th floor, swiftly depleting its resources. Soon, Lu Xingtang arrived at a clothing company specializing in menswear. Having already amassed a substantial collection of men's clothing in her space, she decided to forego this company. Upon exiting, she ran into Ji Yinma again. "This company specializes in menswear," he remarked. Meanwhile, Ji Yinma remarked, "The company downstairs specializes in women's clothing." Consequently, the two exchanged floors. Lu Xingtang descended to discover a trendy live streaming platform for women's apparel, featuring autumn tops and pants, winter dresses, outerwear, down jackets, marten boots, snow boots, various styles of handbags, as well as an array of undergarments. She selected her size, leaving some for the other survivors. Upon returning upstairs, she encountered Ji Yinma once more. "You should take charge of this company," he said, turning to leave. Lu Xingtang was momentarily taken aback, but proceeded into the establishment. It became clear why he had urged her to take over, for this was a renowned cosmetics and skincare brand. The premises were overflowing with skincare products, cosmetics, lipsticks, face masks, hand creams, body lotions, and a myriad of makeup tools, leaving no space to set foot. Having already acquired numerous skincare and makeup items, she pondered which girl would ever find such products excessive. Thus, Lu Xingtang collected everything. At her workstation, she discovered an abundance of snacks, beef jerky, lamb jerky, beef tendons, nuts, bread, and a variety of beverages. This company had much left to be claimed, and it would certainly come in handy. Ji Yinma's expression grew slightly uneasy as he hastily departed. Only after entering the company did Lu Xingtang comprehend Ji Yinma's discomfort, for it was a sanitary napkin company. Apart from sanitary napkins, there were also sleep pants, tissues, toilet paper, and wet wipes. Lu Xingtang silently expressed her gratitude to Ji Yinma before storing the items in her space. Exiting this establishment, she did not encounter Ji Yinma again, but rather ascended another floor, where a pharmaceutical company awaited her. She recalled that the building housed 6 pharmaceutical companies, so she decided to wait a while and took out a meat sandwich to enjoy. After some time, Ji Yinma finally emerged from the lower floor. Upon seeing him, Lu Xingtang straightforwardly remarked, "This is a pharmaceutical company. I am aware that there are a total of 6 such establishments in this building. 3 belong to you, and 3 to me. Thank you." Ji Yinma nodded to Lu Xingtang and proceeded upstairs, allowing her to claim 2 of the pharmaceutical companies for herself. The company had a plethora of medications, cold remedies, antipyretics, montmorillonite powder, Wuxiang liquid, Putolin anti-inflammatory tablets, and so forth. Any medication she had ever encountered could be found here, along with those she had never seen before and others for unknown ailments. Far surpassing the inventory Lu Xingtang had stockpiled. Collect it all. Gather everything. She also spotted an abundance of N95 masks and medical masks, which she promptly decided to take. The scent of the flood was already quite potent, and it would only intensify in the sweltering heat. although her stash of masks was sufficient to last her a lifetime. She could trade them for essential supplies. Thus, she collected everything. Moreover, within this pharmaceutical company, Xingtang discovered a large refrigerator in the exhibition room, filled with various vaccines: smallpox, tetanus, rabies, HPV, influenza, and meningitis, among others. Remarkably, the refrigerator was equipped with a backup battery, capable of functioning for a month in the event of a power outage. However, once removed, the contents could not be preserved at room temperature. Xingtang swiftly stored both the refrigerator and its battery into her space, and then ascended further. After visiting 3 pharmaceutical companies, Xingtang felt utterly exhausted. She randomly found a place to sit and opened her collection of self-heating hot pot, retrieving 2 steam buns from her spatial storage. The combination of hot pot and buns proved quite delectable. Once satiated, Xingtang continued her ascent. At this moment, she noticed Jianma also dining. However, the space beside him was conspicuously empty, with his only food being a meat pie. It was clear that such an item could not be found in this building, suggesting he had brought it himself. Thus, Xingtang deduced that her neighbor, like herself, possessed a spatial storage. This was reassuring. Neither would covet what the other had. "Would you like some?" Jianma inquired politely. "No, thank you. I've already eaten," Xingtang replied with a shake of her head. Chapter 15. Song Youwei's domain. Continuing her journey upward, Xingtang arrived at an eyewear company. With her vision at 5.1, she had no need for corrective lenses. Instead, she selected a pair of stylish sunglasses and some colored contact lenses. She also collected a substantial amount of eyeglass cleaner and cloths before tidying up her workspace and departing. Just as she stepped out, she encountered Jianma, who was ascending as well. "It's an eyewear company. You might want to check it out." "I haven't taken everything," she informed him. Jianma nodded appreciatively. "Thank you," and then entered the eyewear store. After 5 hours, Xingtang finally reached the 101st floor. Upon arriving, she turned to Jianma and said, "May I have all of floors 101 to 106? The upper levels are all yours." Jianma raised an eyebrow. "Certainly." Without pausing between the 101st and 106th floors, Xingtang pried open the door of Company 101. The Song Group primarily engages in the trade of medical apparatus and has established collaborations with 6 pharmaceutical companies located downstairs. Numerous hospitals in the capital procure their medical equipment from the Song Group, including several hospitals from neighboring provinces. Their inventory includes trauma response vehicles, surgical beds, operating lights, monitors, anesthetic machines, respirators, blood cell analyzers, differentiation analyzers, enzyme-linked immunosorbent assay instruments, plate washers, urine analyzers, ultrasound machines, X-ray machines, and magnetic resonance imaging devices. In addition, they offer healthcare equipment such as pain relief massagers, home health self-testing devices, blood pressure monitors, electronic thermometers, multifunctional therapy devices, and aurora therapy machines. The selection extends to electric massage chairs, massage pillows, percussion massagers, massage cushions, foot massagers, massage bathtubs, weight loss belts, car seat cushions, beauty massagers, as well as sleep aids, traction chairs, cervical and lumbar traction devices, oxygen generators, and hearing aids. As Xingtang traversed the floors, she collected numerous items, including several family first aid kits stocked with emergency medications. Ascending from the 101st floor, she amassed a substantial collection of medical instruments and, in various workstations and offices, gathered precious medicinal herbs such as cordyceps, snow mountain ginseng, Exi Buddha hand ginseng, deer antler, wild black goji berries, and bird's nest. Additionally, she acquired 50 bottles of mineral water and 30 bottles of 70-proof liquor, and upon unboxing several parcels, she discovered a foodie had ordered 100 pounds of beef jerky and 100 pounds of yak jerky, available in a variety of flavors. Xingtang graciously accepted these offerings without hesitation. Xingtang discovered an enormous cardboard box in the manager's office. Upon opening it, she was astonished to find it filled with large umbrellas. If she had known she would receive such a bounty of umbrellas, she would have purchased fewer when she initially bought them, using the extra funds to acquire more food or remedies for both winter and summer. After more than an hour of scavenging, Xingtang had thoroughly emptied the offices of various directors, collecting everything from exquisite jade ornaments to fine red wine and steaks, as well as antique calligraphy and paintings, leaving nothing behind. Eventually, she arrived at the impregnable 106th floor, entirely under the domain of Song Youwei. Without Song Youwei's consent, no one dared to disturb him. Routine cleaning was closely monitored by Song Youwei, who vigilantly ensured that the cleaning staff did not discover or take anything. Protecting his territory was akin to guarding against a thief. With all her strength, she pried open the security door, and upon entering the 106th floor, Xingtang was left utterly speechless. The offices of the directors and managers below paled in comparison to Song Youwei's office. Directly before her stood an antique display cabinet, adorned with various porcelain pieces. Although she lacked expertise in such matters, she could discern that these porcelain items were far more precious than those in the offices below. Just one of these pieces could fetch a fortune, enough to purchase a luxurious villa in the heart of the capital. For instance, the yuan blue and white vase depicting the scene of Xiaohe pursuing Han Xin beneath the moon, the pastel hollowed-out Jiqing Youyu heart-turning vase, the Hua Gizi descending mountain jar, the blue and white Dotsai chicken cup, the pastel Wanshou Lianyan gourd vase, the Celadon sunflower wash, the enamel-painted bowl featuring the spring swallows of the apricot grove, the double-eared Rui vase, the double-eared vase adorned with the golden rooster motif, the auspicious Rui-eared gourd vase, and even the inkstone. The value of these artifacts is unknown to Xingtang, yet in a world ravaged by calamity, where gold holds no power and ancient relics, though precious, are rendered worthless, these items are scarcely worth a loaf of bread. At the center of the antique display stands a Tang sword, its worth exponentially surpassing the one Xingtang procured from the black market. The scabbard is adorned with ancient patterns and luxuriously silver-plated. In comparison, the Tang sword in Song Youwei's possession gleams with a sharpness that is chilling to behold, its heft in hand offering a more substantial feel than the one she purchased. A meticulous examination reveals that the quality of its blade is incomparable. With a swift motion, she conjured a desk from her spatial realm and brought it down with a forceful strike, shattering it effortlessly as if it were mere tofu. This is no ordinary blade. It is a divine artifact. Xingtang then retrieved her phone, capturing images of the display and its antiquities in rapid succession. With a flick of her wrist, the antique shelf and its treasures, including the Tang sword, were drawn into her spatial domain. Upon entering the office, she beheld several paintings and calligraphies, each a masterpiece from renowned ancient calligraphers, with even the least valuable piece commanding at least 8 figures. In addition, there lay an array of stone artifacts, jade pieces, pottery, bronze, iron objects, gold and silverware, porcelain, lacquerware, and various artistic crafts and calligraphic works, akin to a miniature museum. Song Youwei's extensive collection of antiques undoubtedly required a substantial financial investment and numerous connections. Despite the possibility of encountering forgeries, the vast majority of his treasures are authentic. The remnants of civilization and order have not entirely dissipated. Thus, what remains for Song Youwei seems of little value. It would be more prudent to store them in space and expand that realm. In addition to antiques, Xingtang also observed a plethora of Moutai liquor, including 3 bottles of the 1982 5-star brand Moutai, each priced at an astonishing 320,000 yuan. Furthermore, there were 50 boxes of the 2002 Feitian brand Moutai and 100 boxes of the 2010 variant, none of which had ever been opened. Is Song Youwei merely hoarding liquor? No, he is curating a collection of cultural artistry. Beyond these, Xingtang encountered other remarkable collectibles belonging to Song Youwei, such as a diamond-encrusted Patek Philippe mechanical watch, a 30-carat diamond belt by Republica Fashions Gucci, and an Andrew Dixon long-nosed golf club valued at 181,000, which equates to approximately 1 million yuan. Xingtang did not linger over Song Youwei's collection. After taking photographs, she stored everything in her space. Additionally, Xingtang discovered 10 safes. Upon drilling open one, she was astounded to find a box filled with diamonds the size of pigeon eggs, their brilliance nearly blinding her. She promptly stowed it away in her space, along with all 10 safes, intending to examine their contents leisurely upon her return home. As she traversed the collection room and entered the lounge, her gaze fell upon a Hestia mattress, rumored to be valued at 2 million yuan. Truly, Song Youwei is an extravagant spendthrift. Having replaced her, she was reluctant to purchase such an expensive mattress. Furthermore, there were antique wardrobes, desks, chairs, and tea sets that she intended to keep, ensuring that not a single item would be left for Song Youwei. The lounge also housed a gym, and upon seeing the fitness equipment, Xingtang felt that her own modest collection of gym apparatus seemed rather paltry in comparison. The cost was indeed modest as well. With the presence of such impressive fitness gear, her smaller items could be set aside for the time being. Once the grand equipment had worn out, she could revert to the more modest ones. Chapter 16. Hanging onto Song Youwei adjacent to the gym was a kitchen featuring an enormous refrigerator with a built-in power bank that still had charge. Upon opening the refrigerator, she discovered a treasure trove of gourmet ingredients: foie gras, beef, caviar, Parmigiano Reggiano, Iberico ham, ginseng, bluefin tuna, beluga caviar, champagne crab, golden abalone, 1982 Lafite, steak, and salmon, all in pristine condition. Beside it stood another refrigerator stocked with bell and oysters, wild yellow croaker, salmon, small bluefin tuna, elephant trunk clam, Alaskan king crab, blue lobster, Australian lobster, tiger crab, and goose barnacles, all of which were still alive. Lu Xingtang resolved to create a fish pond in her space, specifically to cultivate these exquisite creatures. Ideally, they would thrive. If not, they would end up on her plate. After all, she had yet to indulge in such extravagant seafood. This time, Lu Xingtang sincerely expressed her gratitude towards her malevolent father, as it allowed her to savor delectable delicacies in the apocalyptic world. After storing 2 large refrigeration units in her space, Lu Xingtang stumbled upon a storage cabinet. Though modest in size, it contained a rather unattractive black long-sleeved autumn garment priced at an astonishing 280,000. Lu Xingtang exclaimed, "Is Song Yue's taste truly impeccable? This garment is utterly unsightly. It's readily available in the market. Is it really necessary to showcase it? And at 280,000, surely it must have been switched." Driven by curiosity, she approached the display cabinet for a closer examination. To her astonishment, it was a nanothermostatic garment designed to maintain a constant temperature of 25 degrees. Lu Xingtang's eyes brightened. If this nanogarment could indeed sustain such a temperature, she would no longer fear the extremes of heat or cold. A body temperature regulated at 25 degrees would be nothing short of miraculous. With great care, Lu Xingtang pried open the display cabinet and retrieved the unattractive thermostatic garment. It was lightweight and delicate. As she pressed it against her arm, she felt no change in temperature, only an extraordinary softness akin to a baby's skin. It felt almost as if it were not there at all, reminiscent of silk. She sniffed it. No unpleasant odor. She poked it. No decay. She tugged at it. No damage. Remarkable. She decided to take it, regardless of whether it truly functioned as a thermostatic garment. It would be stored in her space for the time being. Upon placing the thermostatic garment in her space, Lu Xingtang discovered 30 meters of the same black thermostatic fabric hidden beneath the display cabinet. It boasted the same properties as the ordinary yet exorbitant garment she had just secured. She could certainly experiment with the thermostatic fabric to ascertain its ability to maintain a temperature of 25 degrees. If successful, she could learn to craft her own clothing and enjoy a change of attire. Lu Xingtang was aware that Song Yue had concealed a cache of weapons within the Song Group's tower. However, after rummaging through supplies for quite some time without encountering the arsenal, she began to explore further. It was in the restroom adjacent to the gym that she made a significant discovery. The mirror in the restroom was equipped with a button that resembled a typical light switch. Upon pressing it, an entire wall of the restroom unexpectedly shifted to the left, revealing a pitch-black room. With her flashlight in hand, Lu Xingtang illuminated the space, revealing an orderly array of airdrop boxes filling the room. She opened several of these boxes and found them stocked with an impressive assortment of firearms and ammunition: nail guns, Beretta M92 FS pistols, Colt M1911 handguns, shotguns, M134 Gatling guns, countless landmines, explosives, and 30 crates of bullets, alongside bayonets, combat knives, military sabers, curved knives, and scimitars. Additionally, the room contained bulletproof vests, stab-resistant clothing, gas masks, and radiation suits. With this cache of weaponry, not only would one be formidable in the apocalyptic landscape, but the chances of survival amidst the perils of natural disasters would also be significantly enhanced. Lu Xingtang documented all the supplies on the 106th floor with photographs and sent them to Song Yue. "Dear father, do these treasures seem familiar to you?" Upon receiving Lu Xingtang's message, Song Yue turned pale, his eyes filled with a mix of anger and shock. He immediately attempted to call her, but Lu Xingtang deliberately ignored his calls, savoring the suspense and intending to draw him out. Lu Xingtang once again scoured the floors of the Song Group, only to uncover a concealed warehouse brimming with various medications. Upon inspecting the expiration dates, she noted that they still had 2 to 3 years before they would expire, and thus she collected them all into her space. Continuing her exploration, she stumbled upon 2 safes. Prying them open revealed a treasure trove of gleaming gold bars that nearly blinded her with their brilliance. This was indeed a prized find, and Lu Xingtang smiled as she stored them away. After confirming that all resources of the Song Group had been thoroughly gathered, she refrained from further searching the upper floors, deciding instead to allocate the remaining levels entirely to Ji Yanma. She felt assured in her decision, as her newfound supplies were more than sufficient to sustain her for a lifetime. After changing into a fresh outfit, Lu Xingtang returned to the 6th floor, donned a raincoat, and retrieved her binoculars to survey the situation outside. She observed numerous individuals navigating the waters in kayaks, speedboats, or large containers surrounding the building. Finding a discreet spot where she could ascertain that the area was devoid of people, and noticing that there were no occupants in the adjacent building, she carefully climbed out of the window and gingerly set off in her speedboat. This endeavor consumed an entire day of Lu Xingtang's time. And by now it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Rather than returning immediately, she resolved to scavenge other corporate buildings. However, as more individuals ventured out in search of supplies, Lu Xingtang chose to seize her zero-cost acquisitions to protect the secrecy of her space and redirected her course back to Sunshine Community. Along the way, she encountered floating corpses on the water, which cast a pall over her spirits, particularly upon discovering the bodies of a mother and her child. The mother held her child tightly in her embrace, their exposed skin marred by bruises, unmistakably indicative of domestic violence prior to their tragic demise. Though the reasons behind domestic violence remain elusive, it is undeniable that every perpetrator deserves condemnation. Only those who are utterly powerless resort to inflicting harm upon others to showcase their so-called strength. Lu Xingtang, undeterred, advanced in her speedboat, only to unexpectedly confront a band of ruthless individuals. Each of these men wielded weapons, with 2 speedboats manned by a total of 8 assailants. "Boss, am I imagining things? Is that a lone woman out here?" one of them exclaimed. "It's been ages since I've been with a woman. Let's take advantage of this calamity and have some fun." One tattooed thug drooled at the sight of Lu Xingtang, eager to pounce like a famished wolf. The tattooed leader appraised Lu Xingtang amidst the storm, nodding in approval. "This girl is indeed quite appealing, and she has a speedboat. What we desperately need are both a boat and women." He then gestured towards Lu Xingtang, commanding, "Hand over the speedboat, and I might grant you the opportunity to serve one of us. Otherwise, you'll be at the mercy of all my brothers." Without uttering a single word, Lu Xingtang swiftly produced a Beretta M92 FS handgun, affixed a silencer, and shot the tattooed leader in the forehead. The thugs, witnessing their leader's demise, were initially paralyzed with fear, but quickly regained their composure and lunged at Lu Xingtang with their weapons. However, they failed to remember that they were on board a speedboat. The moment they moved, they plummeted into the floodwaters. Chapter 17. An upgrade once more, boss. One of the tattooed thugs cried in alarm, clutching his fallen leader. "The boss is dead. That foul woman shot him. Damn you. How dare you kill our leader? Do you know who we are? Come on, let's avenge the boss." At a signal, the group launched an attack on Lu Xingtang. However, armed with mere knives and clubs, they were no match for her prowess. With an expressionless face, Lu Xingtang swiftly dispatched them, each shot finding its mark with remarkable precision. Upon witnessing their leader fall, the remaining members of the group, having lost 3 brothers in quick succession, were seized by terror and turned to flee. This woman wielded a gun, and they realized they could not contend with her. Flight was their only option. Yet, as they attempted to escape, 2 more fell victim to her aim. Out of the original 8, 6 lay dead, leaving only 2, whose hearts raced as if they might leap from their throats, desperately accelerating to evade Lu Xingtang's grasp. However, she pursued relentlessly, ensuring their escape was futile. The remaining 2 were soon struck down, plunging into the water, swept away by the floodwaters. As Lu Xingtang prepared to collect her spoils, she noticed one of the fallen was ensnared by a piece of wood yet still writhing. Without hesitation, she fired another shot, and seized their speedboat as well. The vessel bore no supplies. It was evident they had just emerged and had yet to gather any resources. On her journey back to Sunshine Community, she encountered no demons or monsters attempting to rob her. With a bulging black backpack slung over her shoulder, she confidently ascended the stairs to the 19th floor, all eyes upon her. The sight of her laden backpack left onlookers in awe. No one dared to seize Lu Xingtang's backpack. The incident involving 6 men from the 2nd floor attempting to rob her had become common knowledge among the residents of the entire building. They had witnessed the occupants of the 2nd floor borrowing a kayak to retrieve 3 bodies from the community, which had been fortuitously shielded from the floodwaters by debris. Otherwise, there would have been nothing left of them. The 4 households on the 2nd floor, mourning their lost men, cast venomous glances at Lu Xingtang, their eyes filled with a desire for vengeance, as if they longed to pounce upon her to avenge their fallen kin. This sentiment was particularly intense among those who were left as solitary or bereaved mothers, harboring even greater resentment towards her. Lu Xingtang, however, remained unfazed by their hostile glares and calmly ascended to the 19th floor. As she emerged from the staircase, she noticed bloodstains leading from apartment 1903 to her own door. Furrowing her brow, she quickened her pace. Upon closer inspection of the blood trail, she suddenly discerned signs of tampering on the stainless steel door of her apartment and that of her neighbor in 1902. After verifying that they had not managed to pry open the door, she entered her abode, stowing the kayak and her black mountaineering bag into a concealed space. She changed out of her damp clothing, donning warm attire, a down jacket, and her Martin boots before making her way to 1903. She knocked on the door, but no one answered. Taking out her phone, she noticed it had only 1 bar of signal left. Numerous calls and messages awaited her, the majority from Song Yue and Song Yingwei. Song Yingwei indicated that she was en route to Sunshine Community but had not seen Lu Xingtang or located Tianzhong, and their whereabouts remained unknown. The whereabouts of Song Yue remain uncertain. Upon perusing the contents of his messages, it is evident that each one is steeped in a violent rage, as if he yearns to bring her to ruin. For the moment, Lu Xingtang chooses to disregard this tempest of emotions and attempts to contact Su Qing, only to find the call futile, as it indicates he is out of the service area. She resumes her persistent knocking on the door, proclaiming, "Su Qing, it is Lu Xingtang." Yet, there is still no response. In a moment of desperation, Lu Xingtang retrieves a firearm from her space and strides into the corridor. With a resounding bang, she discharges a shot, her voice icy as she declares, "Whoever dares to lurk at my door in my absence shall face annihilation. Should you be unafraid of death, come forth and attempt to breach. Let us see if Lu Xingtang grants you a chance at survival." The inhabitants below are left in stunned silence. After delivering her ominous warning, Lu Xingtang retreats to her home and enters her space, yearning for the solace of a warm bath. However, upon stepping into the space, she finds herself utterly astonished. It has expanded once again. Her consciousness surveys the area, disbelief etched across her features. Thanks to Song Yue's years of collecting and his unwitting generosity, she has reaped the rewards anew. While the main warehouse remains unchanged, an additional structure has emerged adjacent to it, mirroring the dimensions and levels of the previous 8-story warehouse, complete with utilities and a restroom, though currently devoid of any supplies, leaving it stark and empty. Exiting the warehouse, she finds herself on a concrete expanse, equal in size to the previous slab, seamlessly connecting to it. The space between the warehouses has also transformed into concrete. The area of the grassland has expanded tenfold, stretching into an endless horizon, with no discernible boundaries in sight. The stream continues to meander gracefully across the vast expanse of the prairie, its width and length varying in accordance with the dimensions of the grassland. As the prairie flourishes, so too does the stream, winding intricately and revealing a picturesque tapestry of mountains and rivers. The mountains rise in gentle undulations, each peak resembling the next, and the creatures inhabiting the valleys are similarly alike. Lu Xingtang discovered that the 2 breeding rabbits she had purchased had ventured into the mountains. After some time, she managed to locate them, only to find that the female rabbit was noticeably pregnant, unaware of when she had conceived her little ones. The rabbits frolicked joyfully amidst the hills, oblivious to the apocalyptic turmoil engulfing the outside world, where the entire blue planet found itself besieged by peril and imminent danger. Not only the rabbits, but also her cattle, horses, and sheep reveled in the prairie, grazing contentedly, engaging in playful skirmishes, and relishing their blissful moments. The once 100 acres of fertile black soil had now expanded to 1,000, with the fruit trees and saplings planted therein thriving vibrantly, while the vegetable seeds struggled valiantly to break through the earth. Moreover, her 3-story cottage had transformed into a splendid 3-story villa, equipped with water, electricity, and natural gas, yet boasting double the original space. Additionally, a fish pond had materialized behind the villa. Although it contained no fish, it was filled with water, and lotus flowers blossomed resplendently. Just as she contemplated the creation of a fish pond, one appeared before her. Indeed, the space seemed to possess a remarkable vitality. Behind the fish pond lies an expanse of vacant land. Lu Xingtang gazed at this plot for an extended period, contemplating the establishment of a pig farm there. Tomorrow, she plans to venture to a high-altitude area in the capital, recalling a pig farm located in Sector S of the city. This particular farm, perched at a considerable elevation, was currently inundated, with water levels reaching the 4th floor. Yet, she remembered that a month after the onset of the apocalypse in her previous life, while searching for supplies with Su Cheng, they were swept away by floods and found themselves in Sector S. On their return journey, they stumbled upon this pig farm. But alas, they could only bring back 3 pigs, as they were unable to transport the entire stock. Upon revisiting the farm, they discovered that all the pigs had been taken by others. With her objective for tomorrow firmly established, Lu Xingtang returned to her villa and conducted another test of her spatial abilities, confirming that both the villa and the 2 large warehouses remained in a state of stasis, while everything else experienced the passage of time. She felt a profound satisfaction with this development, knowing that her hard-earned supplies would not spoil. After indulging in a hot bath to dispel the chill and fatigue from her body, she craved boiled beef. She retrieved a portion from a restaurant, accompanied by a serving of sautéed vegetables and a bowl of rice, and dined within her space. However, as she emerged, she was greeted by the sound of persistent knocking at the door. Peering through the peephole, a radiant smile illuminated Lu Xingtang's exquisite face. The visitor was none other than Song Yue. Chapter 18. Then I am your father. The knocking grew more urgent and thunderous, revealing his palpable concern for the treasures within the Song group. As Lu Xingtang opened the first stainless steel door, the knocking ceased. Upon opening the second door, she beheld the disheveled and filthy figure of Song Yue, who stood at the threshold, exasperated. Lu Xingtang, where have you hidden my treasures? A smile graced Lu Xingtang's lips. Have you been to the Song group building? Otherwise, you would have arrived much sooner. Losing his patience, Song Yue seized Lu Xingtang by the neck. How did you manage to steal all the treasures from my entire floor? After a brief pause, he continued, and the villa too, you have emptied it? Haven't you? Mr. Song, you are so concerned about your treasures, yet I refuse to divulge their whereabouts. Lu Xingtang retaliated by gripping Song Yue's wrist, delivering a fierce kick to his leg. As he winced in pain, she twisted his hand behind his back, pinning him to the ground. Unless you bring Song Yingwei, Dong Yaji, as well as your lover and your illegitimate children, I shall reveal everything to you, and return it all. Should you dare betray me and let others know I have taken your treasures, I will eliminate you without hesitation. She brandished a Beretta M92 FS pistol and fired a shot into his thigh. Ah! Song Yue screamed in agony. Lu Xingtang, I am your father. You dare to commit patricide, you will meet a dreadful fate. Lu Xingtang chuckled. Song Yue, do you not feel a twinge of shame when uttering those words? How did my mother perish? How was I exploited by you, serving as a free blood bank for Song Yingwei for 13 years? How did you cast me out of your home, and yet still claim to have raised me? In a world ravaged by cataclysm, how many times have you ensnared me with your moral coercion, compelling me to venture into perilous situations to procure resources to sustain your family? Ultimately, you cast me to the ogres, watching me perish before your eyes, unwilling to grant me even a sliver of hope for survival. Yet, I am your father. Song Yue perceives no fault in his actions. Society claims that children are debts to be repaid. If repayment is necessary, then let it be done with diligence. His life has already been fraught with suffering. Why squander the next on unworthy offspring? What does it matter if feudal children are sacrificed? Should they not make some sacrifice for their father? Lu Xingtang, unwilling to engage in further feudal dialogue with Song Yue, retrieved a gift initially prepared for his family from her spatial realm and forcefully thrust it into his mouth. As he attempted to expel it, Lu Xingtang aimed her gun at him, instilling such fear that he dared not spit it out. Within 3 days, should you fail to bring Song Yingwei, Dong Yaji, and your paramours, Song Zhuo and Song Mingming to me, you shall succumb to the poison. This concoction has been meticulously crafted for you, and currently, there exists but a single antidote. Should you wish to meet a wretched demise at my hands, feel free to test the waters. Pausing momentarily, she added, allow me to remind you that I possess the video of you murdering your father-in-law. If you do not deliver the individuals within 3 days, those recordings will be presented to the Dong family. The Dong family wields far greater influence than the Song family, even in the face of calamity. I am certain they possess ample means to locate you, ensuring your suffering is profound. Now, step aside. Song Yue cast a malevolent glance at Lu Xingtang, suppressing his agony as he rose to his feet, clutching the wound on his thigh. He limped out of the 19th floor and, upon reaching the staircase corner, shot a fierce glare at Lu Xingtang, muttering to himself that they would see who would prevail in the end. Once I retrieve that batch of weapons, the first to perish shall be you. Unfazed by Song Yue's threats, Lu Xingtang returned to her room, retrieving a mop and disinfectant, diligently cleaning the corridor until it sparkled. The pungent scent of the disinfectant permeated the air, yet provided her with a sense of reassurance. Afterward, she gathered a battery, an electric heater, and bedding to keep warm and rest. Upon awakening, she found it was already 6:30 in the morning. Without lingering in bed, she rose, attended to her hygiene, and after breakfast, commenced her training. By the time her training concluded, it was 8 o'clock. Lu Xingtang then stepped into her space for a refreshing shower, donned warm clothing, and slipped into her raincoat, preparing to venture out. However, as she opened the door, she was met with the solemn visage of Su Cheng standing at the threshold. Su Cheng? You've returned. At the sight of Lu Xingtang, Su Cheng's dark eyes glistened with emotion, and he took a step back, bowing deeply. Lu Xingtang, I am profoundly grateful for your assistance in caring for my father and providing him with a bowl of life-saving kanji. This kindness shall forever be etched in my heart. Should you ever require my aid in the future, I shall brave any peril for you. Lu Xingtang promptly helped Su Cheng to his feet, saying, Officer Su, there is no need for such formalities. Since I moved to Sunshine Community, you and your father have aided me immensely. Having recently moved into Sunshine Community, I quickly became the target of Wuge from Unit 1904. At the age of 40 and still unmarried, Wuge fixated on the single women in the neighborhood, hoping to ingratiate himself with them, and ultimately, to cohabit with one, thereby facilitating a marriage. Several young women in the community fell victim to his advances, however. Their formidable parents thwarted his intentions, leaving Wuge infamous. Consequently, he turned his attention to the newly arrived single female resident, who became his next target. It was the third day of summer vacation last year when Wu Gu observed that she had no family or friends nearby. He boldly knocked on her door, and out of politeness, she opened it, only to find herself embraced and pulled into her home by Wu Gu. Fortunately, Su Qing, returning from work, witnessed the incident and intervened, rescuing her and ensuring Wu Gu was taken to the police station for a fortnight of correction. Since that day, Grandpa Su has vigilantly watched over her from the entrance, ready to alert Su Cheng should Wu Gu attempt to harass her again. It is my duty as a police officer to protect the community, but if it weren't for you, my father would no longer be with us. I sought assistance from numerous relatives and friends, yet not a single one was willing to help, only you. Su Cheng choked out, placing a bag of 20 pounds of rice, a bag of 20 pounds of potatoes, and a cabbage at Lu Xingtang's feet. I understand that no amount of goods can repay your kindness to my family, but please accept this food. Before Lu Xingtang could decline, Su Qing turned and fled, fearful that she might call him back to return the gifts. Lu Xingtang was left in astonishment. With a sigh, Lu Xingtang ushered him into the house, and at the moment of closing the door, she concealed it within her space. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Xingtang decided against taking Su Cheng to the pig farm in Area S. Su Cheng, being a police officer, possessed a keener sense of smell than the average person. If she were to involve him in the theft of pigs from the farm, how would he perceive her? Would he conspire with her, or would he turn her in? Consequently, Lu Xingtang hefted the speedboat and descended the stairs. To her surprise, she found Song Yingwei sitting at the stairwell of the 16th floor, her face streaked with tears and her heart heavy with unexpressed grievances. Lu Xingtang raised an eyebrow. Astonished that Song Yingwei had arrived early, this would simplify matters. Song Yingwei, have you come to catch someone in the act? Lu Xingtang bluntly probed. Chapter 19. Why aren't you taking action? Upon hearing Lu Xingtang's voice, Song Yingwei's eyes sparkled. Sister, you're home? That's wonderful. I'm so hungry and cold. Is there anything to eat? I want something to eat, and I wish to take a bath and change into warm clothes. To partake in her hospitality? To feast upon her flesh and blood as in a past life? Dream on. As she watched Song Yingwei approach, Lu Xingtang's dark eyes deepened, and a perfect idea formed in her mind. Dear sister, do you not see? Tianzheng is not your ideal match. Break up with him and return home. Break up? No, that's out of the question. I cannot live without Zhang. Song Yingwei shook her head vehemently. Sister, Zhang is my everything. I could die myself, but I cannot let Zhang perish. Indeed, I have traversed through perilous trials to finally arrive at Sunshine Community, nearly falling victim to robbery and assault. And I also witnessed Zhang with the widow. However, dear sister, I harbor feelings for Zhang. I love him. Is it not true that men are prone to infidelity? Their indiscretions merely reflect my own shortcomings. If I were to be sufficiently admirable, Zhang would not stray. Therefore, sister, you cannot compel me to sever ties with him. Moreover, with tears brimming in her eyes, Song Yingwei turned to Lu Xingtang and declared, Zhang has affection for you. I am acutely aware that his feelings for you surpass those he has for me. Should Zhang consent to our separation, he would swiftly seek you out and embrace you. Hence, I refuse to break up, even if it costs me my life. Lu Xingtang scoffed inwardly. Were it not for the trials of a lifetime, one might genuinely believe you were lost in the throes of love. In her previous life, Song Yingwei indeed caused quite a stir over matters of the heart. When calamity struck, she and Tianzheng were separated, and for an extended period, she could not reach him. Later, when Song Yue brought her and Dong Yaji to seek refuge, they encountered Tianzheng emerging from the widow's abode. In that moment, Song Yingwei revealed her true nature. Bolstered by Song Yue's support, she fiercely assaulted Tianzheng, and the three of them bound the widow, subjecting her to hunger for 3 days and physical punishment for the same duration. Eventually, when their food supplies dwindled and a monumental storm raged, Song Yingwei took the widow out to procure sustenance, instructing Song Yue and Tianzheng to follow, witnessing the widow being exploited by various men in exchange for meager rations. As the widow's returns dwindled, Song Yingwei resolved to send Tianzheng away to barter his body for food, seeking a chance for survival. Thus, Lu Xingtang concluded that Song Yingwei had completely given up on Tianzheng and harbored a profound hatred for both him and that widow, even wishing to exploit her. Lu Xingtang set down the assault boat and furrowed her brow, inquiring, Is Tianzheng truly on the 16th floor? Song Yingwei nodded. Room 1604. Zhang is under the control of that widow. She resides in 1604. Lu Xingtang placed her mountaineering bag down and retrieved the cleaver from it. Let us go. I shall avenge you, sister. She paused. Though I do not harbor affection for you, and would rather see you perish, you are still my sister. Your blood runs through my veins. To bully you is to bully me. Upon seeing the glint of the sharp cleaver, Song Yingwei was momentarily taken aback. Realizing the truth in what others had said, her sister truly possessed a weapon. Sister, where did you acquire that knife? she exclaimed. Then tightly grasped the assault boat and Lu Xingtang, approaching the door of 1604. She knocked insistently. Ajing, open the door. I have encountered my sister. She wishes to see you. Lu Xingtang's icy gaze fixed upon Song Yingwei. This is the first and the last time you shall exploit me. For soon, you will have no more opportunities. I apologize, sister, if I do not proceed in this manner. Ajing will not open the door. Song Yingwei clasped her hands together, pleading for Lu Xingtang to grant her this one reprieve. Lu Xingtang scoffed and knocked once more, but neither Tianzheng nor the widow answered. My dear sister, are you certain someone is home? Absolutely and unequivocally. In the dead of night, I was unceremoniously expelled from my home, standing vigil at the threshold, without venturing anywhere. Song Yingwei hastily clarified. I appeared at the staircase because I felt dizzy from hunger and wished to ascend to find you. However, I lacked the strength and intended to rest briefly before seeking you. Lu Xingtang acknowledged with a sound, retrieving a set of lock-picking tools from her backpack. Deftly prying open the peephole and inserting the tools through it to unlock the door. Song Yingwei, her dark eyes deepening with curiosity, inquired, Sister, when did you acquire the skill to pick locks? I've never heard you mention it before. Lu Xingtang retorted, Did you ever ask me? Feeling a touch of embarrassment. Song Yingwei complimented, Sister, you are truly remarkable. You seem to master everything. Without you, I would have been at a loss on how to rescue Ajing. As she spoke, Lu Xingtang swung open the door. Without hesitation, Song Yingwei dashed inside, calling out, Ajing, I've come to rescue you with my sister. Lu Xingtang methodically stowed away the lock-picking tools, restored the peephole, and, with a mountaineering backpack on her back and a speedboat in tow, entered the room. Closing the door with a heavy thud and securing the lock. All right, Song Yingwei, there is no need for theatrics. Let Tianzheng come out. Lu Xingtang leaned nonchalantly against the entrance cabinet, silently replacing the cleaver in her hand with a handgun. You lured me here on purpose, intending to seize my home. Pilfer my provisions and speedboat, and return home, didn't you? I have willingly walked into your trap. Why do you persist in this charade? Are you not weary? Emerging from the room, Song Yingwei could only marvel at her sister's intellect, acknowledging that she had seen through her scheme long before. Tianzheng followed closely behind. Observing Lu Xingtang's red complexion, which remained unfazed by her cold demeanor, his eyes brightened as he cautiously glanced at Song Yingwei before lowering his head. How intriguing! Lu Xingtang perceived Tianzheng's timidity and Song Yingwei's confidence, both imbued with a sense of animosity that she keenly noted. She joyfully resolved to toy with him. Tianzheng, if you can fulfill one condition of mine, I shall take you along to seek sustenance and invite you to my home, providing you with food and drink. You may become my boyfriend. How does that sound? Tianzheng instinctively glanced at Song Yingwei, his shining eyes betraying his interest, revealing that he had likely endured a difficult time since being found by her, desperately clinging to this lifeline. I can agree to your terms. But I must bring Wei Wei along. Bring along Song Yingwei's corpse? Very well. Lu Xingtang's smile was as radiant as a blooming flower. If you kill Song Yingwei now, I shall grant your request. Tianzheng was rendered speechless. He had not eaten for 3 days and was utterly drained of strength, having survived solely on rainwater. He was uncertain if Song Yingwei possessed any food, but to take a life was beyond his capacity. Moreover, she was the daughter of the Song family. Should the truth come to light, his life would be irrevocably ruined. Lu Xingtang calmly tossed a cleaver at Tianzheng's feet, stating, Consider carefully whether you wish to live or die. I have ample time. Song Yingwei shot Lu Xingtang a fierce glare before turning her head and smiling sweetly. Ajing, are you truly certain you want to kill me? Have I not treated you well enough? Tianzheng shivered in shock, shaking his head. Wei Wei, my dear, I never intended to harm you. You are my wife. Lu Xingtang is nothing. Song Yingwei suddenly raised her voice, her tone chillingly sinister. The tools for murder have been delivered to you. Why do you hesitate to act? Chapter 20. A blow to Song Yingwei's face. Tianzheng trembled in fear. Swiftly picking up the cleaver from the ground. Lu Xingtang, you should never have dared to harm my dearest woman. Since you have shown such ruthlessness, for Wei Wei's safety, you must perish. After all, with a tempest of such magnitude raging, the demise of a few will go unnoticed. Lu Xingtang, you shall die? With a firm grip on the cleaver, Tianzheng lunged at Lu Xingtang. Lu Xingtang sighed in resignation. Song Yingwei, your lackey is utterly inadequate, far too feeble. He then raised his hand, aiming a gun at Tianzheng, who immediately slammed on the brakes in panic. Due to his lack of skill, the vehicle did not stop in time, resulting in a disastrous tumble, causing the cleaver to fly from his hand during the fall. Song Yingwei was exasperated. Tianzheng, do you wish to die? Tianzheng quickly scrambled to his feet, but his movements were too sluggish, unable to bear the sight. Lu Xingtang shot him twice. One bullet struck Tianzheng's thigh, while the other hit his shoulder, eliciting a frantic wail of agony. Yet, Neither Lu Xingtang nor Song Yingwei spared him a glance. Song Yingwei's face drained of color. Is that a real gun? Lu Xingtang casually blew on the muzzle. This was a gift from your father, exceptionally effective indeed. Next time you see him, kindly convey my gratitude. Without his generosity, I would have been unable to seek vengeance. With a swift motion, the gun was aimed at Song Yingwei. My dear sister, where do you suggest I should shoot? Your shoulder? Your chest? Your abdomen? Those long, slender legs? Or perhaps your forehead? No, please don't. Song Yingwei was genuinely terrified. Cursing Song Yue in her mind for sending Lu Xingtang a gun for no reason, putting her in such peril. Sister, please don't be impulsive. I was just joking earlier. Merely testing your ability to protect yourself. Song Yingwei's words stumbled out in her fear, worried that Lu Xingtang might act on her anger, and she would suffer the consequences. She never expected her sister to be so formidable. Now I feel at ease, especially with how strange the weather has been lately. Everyone is saying the apocalypse is near. But with you wielding a weapon, we shall be safe amidst the calamity. Sister, you are truly remarkable, so incredibly capable. Unmoved by Song Yingwei's flattery, Lu Xingtang circled around Tanzhong, advancing step by step towards Song Yingwei. Rest assured, I shall not grant you a swift demise. I intend to make your existence a living hell. The grievances of our past life will be avenged slowly. Bang! The gun fired. Song Yingwei collapsed in a pool of blood, her body trembling in agony. Lu Xingtang, if you have the guts, just kill me. My parents will surely avenge me. Lu Xingtang let out a cold laugh. What if your parents are unaware? With that, she struck Song Yingwei unconscious with the gun and entered the room to check on the widow's condition. The widow lay exposed, her body marred with wounds, bloodied and bruised, with not a single spot unscathed. The torn bedsheet was tightly bound, and her mental state resembled that of a madwoman. She stared at her in terror, pleading, "Do not kill me. I was wrong. I shall never again involve myself with men. Men are not something a widow like me should contemplate. I am a wretch. Utterly despicable. I would continue to be a wretch in my next life. Please, spare me. I was wrong. I will not touch men again. They are not meant for a widow like me. I am a wretch." Lu Xingtang cast a chilling gaze at the widow. "Do you wish for revenge?" The widow suddenly fell silent. "Aren't you one of them?" She heard the woman call her sister. Lu Xingtang replied, "If you seek vengeance, then dress yourself and help me bind them tightly, gagging their mouths. You may exact your revenge as you wish, but you must leave them one life. Should they perish, so shall you." The widow nodded fervently. "I yearn for revenge. I wish for their demise. I merely rented a man. It was indeed immoral. Yet I did not compel him to be with me. He chose to do so for money. No matter how I beat or scolded him, he did not resist. It was his own volition. Enough. Let us not discuss the sordid details. It is revolting." Lu Xingtang interrupted, turning back to the living room to retrieve the cleaver. She assisted the widow in cutting the strips of cloth, urging, "Quickly, dress and come out." The widow stifled her agony, rummaging through the wardrobe for clothes, donning them one by one despite the pain. After a considerable effort, she finally managed to dress. Lu Xingtang tossed the cleaver to the widow. "If you desire revenge, you must eradicate the threat. Though they were shot, it does not imply a lack of escapability." The widow understood this, picking up the cleaver and advancing towards Song Yingwei. Observing Song Yingwei's delicate yet pallid and terrified visage, the widow seized her face and slapped her awake, exclaiming, "Wretch! Remember, it was you who acted unreasonably first. I have stated before, your man sought me out for money. I did not coerce him. I relish excitement, yet I never force anyone. Every man I engage, under my financial patronage, signs a voluntary contract. You peruse the contract and still harbor all the blame against me. My retaliation is merely a consequence of your own actions." Pausing briefly, the widow added, "Your judgment is truly poor." A piercing, soul-wrenching scream erupted from Song Yingwei. The widow, merciless and ruthless, slashed across Song Yingwei's face. Before the cries could cease, the widow pinned her down, the sharp blade of the cleaver slicing into her wrist. As Song Yingwei endeavored to resist and flee, the widow, not one to be trifled with, struck her shoulder with the cleaver, rendering her escape futile. The widow did not spare her other wrist, delivering another cut. Witnessing Song Yingwei's abject state, Lu Xingtang felt a sense of satisfaction rather than sympathy. The memories of the acid rain and their past life flooded back. When they were at the Shuanglong base, a place rife with chaos and darkness, where individuals subsisted on but a meager morsel of food each day, acid rain fell incessantly for 7 days, devastating a significant portion of the Shuanglong base. After the rain ceased, the base's leadership absconded with technical personnel, doctors, researchers, along with essential supplies such as food, medicine, and weaponry, leaving behind those abandoned amidst the corrosion. Among them was one who had been forsaken. The land, ravaged by acid rain, became unfit for cultivating crops, and the shelters were rendered inadequate for protection against the elements. In despair, They opted to flee in search of a safer haven. During their escape, to ascertain the potability of the groundwater, Song Yingwei suggested that she should drink from it. If it did not corrode her, it would be deemed safe. Song Yue agreed that it was a prudent plan and, together with Song Yingwei, rendered her unconscious before submerging her in the groundwater. Had it not been for the subsequent rains that gradually restored the water quality, she might have suffered corrosion or even death. Following the acid rain, a thick fog descended. Aware that the fog also possessed corrosive properties, Song Yingwei deliberately pushed her into it, claiming it was an experiment to see if the fog could claim lives. This was merely one of the many cruel actions she inflicted upon her. Chapter 21. The pig farm raid, having severed Song Yingwei's tendons to ensure she could only crawl and could not escape. The widow directed her vengeful gaze upon the trembling and pleading Tianzheng. With a cold stare, she addressed him. Tianzheng, do you know? I have always had a fondness for you. Among the many men I have encountered, yours was the most diverse charm. Alas, you possess no sense of contractual obligation and even accused me of seducing you. It is evident that we are merely fulfilling our respective needs. You earn from me, while I seek your companionship, both striving towards a common objective. Why then would you wish to harm me? Had you not sought to do me harm, this unfortunate outcome would not have transpired. With a sudden spurt of blood, Tianzheng coughed violently. Xingtang could hardly bear to watch. For the widow had not taken action against Tianzheng. Her physical exhaustion and frailty caused her to falter, collapsing onto Tianzheng and forcing a mouthful of blood from him. Struggling to regain her composure, the widow abandoned her attempt to stand and sat upon the cold ground. Unperturbed by the chill, she raised the cleaver high and severed the tendons in Tianzheng's hands and feet, staining the living room with crimson blossoms. Observing Tianzheng fainting repeatedly from the agony, Xingtang commanded the widow to cease her vengeance. She retrieved 2 buns from her backpack and tossed them to the widow, instructing her to keep a vigilant watch over the pair. Upon my return, I shall provide you with sustenance for survival. Should either of them escape, you shall become my meal. The widow exclaimed, I shall keep a close watch over them and ensure they do not flee. I vow it with my very life. Excellent, Xingtang declared, taking the cleaver from her grasp. My dear sister, Tianzheng, may you both relish this moment. Rest assured, I shall not allow you to perish, for I am a medical student. As she spoke, Xingtang retrieved 2 potent pills from her supplies and instructed the widow to administer them. The widow, too intimidated to refuse, meekly accepted the pills and fed them to the pair under Xingtang's watchful gaze. With her backpack secured, Xingtang opened the door, intending to depart with the inflatable boat, only to find the entrance crowded with onlookers who swiftly scattered at her arrival. Xingtang emerged from the building, carrying a speedboat as if in a world of her own. No one, save for myself, could open the door unless they wished for their own demise. The widow nodded repeatedly, acutely aware that her current predicament left her vulnerable. Any indiscretion in opening the door would invite retribution from the residents of the community. She had previously entangled herself with many of the men here, and they all harbored a desire for her downfall. Should she dare to open the door, she would meet a fate most dire. Knowing that Xingtang was armed, they could only cast venomous glances as she descended with the speedboat. Today marked the 7th day since the onset of the apocalypse, with the water levels having risen to the 5th floor. The corridor windows of the 5th floor were crowded with people, including Ji Yinma and Su Qing. Upon seeing Xingtang, Su Qing felt a twinge of curiosity but refrained from inquiring. Instead, he nodded in her direction. Xingtang politely acknowledged him before joining the queue to exit. As many were venturing out in search of supplies, creating a bottleneck. As Xingtang approached, the crowd parted like frightened ostriches, silently granting her passage. Not one to be courteous, she climbed through the window, thrusting the speedboat out of the building and leaping aboard, heading straight for Area S. Time was of the essence. If she delayed, the pigs at the farm might not belong to her. Equipped with night vision goggles, Xingtang navigated swiftly, vigilant of the road conditions while evading ambushes or obstacles lurking beneath the water. To expedite her journey, she opted for remote, open routes. When confronted by robbers or insolent individuals, she would not hesitate to fire, seizing their supplies and allowing their bodies to be swept away by the floodwaters. After 3 arduous hours, she finally arrived at the pig farm in Area S. The pig farm is situated on elevated terrain, currently untouched by the inundation, which brings great joy to Xingtang. She plans to find a secluded spot to stow away her speedboat before heading to the pig farm. Yet, before she could reach her destination, she notices something floating in the distance. The pig farm is rather remote, with structures far removed from it. Using a telescope for a closer look, Xingtang's eyes widen in realization. It is a pig, alive. She reduces the speed of her boat and alters its course towards the stranded pig amidst the floodwaters. The creature appears robust, clearly not small in stature. Pigs are known to swim, and this one has likely been in the water for too long, struggling to survive. It seems to have exhausted its strength, merely drifting along with the current. Upon seeing Lu Xingtang approach, the pig shows no fear, instead emitting soft grunts as if pleading for help. Lu Xingtang retrieves a fishing net from her storage space, maneuvering the speedboat in front of the pig to prevent it from being swept away by the flood. She skillfully ensnares the pig with the net, which does not resist or make a fuss, allowing her to secure it effortlessly. This pig is quite large, notably well-built. And with a round belly, it likely weighs around 300 pounds. It appears to have encountered misfortune during the typhoon. Surviving the storm is already a stroke of luck. Lu Xingtang then produces an electric shock device from her storage, and the pig emits a heartbreaking cry, its head tilting before it succumbs. After securing the pigs within her spatial realm, Lu Xingtang continued to maneuver the speedboat towards the pig farm. She swiftly identified a concealed location and, ensuring that the vicinity was devoid of any onlookers that might jeopardize her secret, disembarked from the boat. Once she had stowed the vessel away, she retrieved a hiking pole from her space and cautiously navigated the muddy terrain, struggling to advance. With the aid of the hiking pole, she stumbled several times. Yet after half an hour, she finally reached the pig farm. The entrance to the farm had been swept away by the typhoon, and Lu Xingtang stood at the threshold, surveying the situation. The buildings remained above water, but there was an eerie silence. No one was present. The pigs in their enclosures were grunting loudly, their distended bellies revealing that they had been neglected since the storm's onset. Lu Xingtang stealthily infiltrated the farm, remaining vigilant for any signs of human presence. After an extensive observation, she found no one around, significantly facilitating her endeavor of acquiring provisions without expenditure, thus achieving her freedom in pork procurement. She first made her way to the feed storage, a vast space brimming with pig feed, corn, potatoes, and sweet potatoes. Beside the corn stood a grinder, presumably for pulverizing the corn to nourish the pigs. Lu Xingtang collected the grinder, corn, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and pig feed into her spatial realm. Adjacent to the warehouse stood a small dwelling, replete with numerous shelves laden with veterinary medicines intended for the treatment of swine, such as tylosin, lincomycin, and sulfadimidine sodium. Continuing her search, Lu Xingtang arrived at the residence of the pig farm administrator, where she scavenged 3 bags of 50 pounds of rice, 2 barrels of peanut oil, an assortment of seasonings, 2 gas canisters, a dual-burner gas stove, and 5 bundles of noodles. She also encountered a freezer, which had lost power, rendering the meat within it spoiled. Opening the freezer nearly overwhelmed her with the stench. Aside from the freezer, all other items were secured into her spatial storage. Next, she ventured into the pig pen, where each stall housed a solitary pig. However, only 5 or 6 pigs remained in the enclosure. Upon closer inspection, she discovered they were all sows, heavy with young, seemingly eager to escape, yet the cramped quarters rendered their escape impossible. Apart from their swollen abdomens, they appeared rather emaciated, leaving her uncertain as to whether the piglets within were still alive. Chapter 22. The final destiny. Lu Xingtang transported them into her spatial realm, allowing them to roam freely alongside cattle, sheep, and horses on the prairie. She placed the newly acquired pig feed beside them and gathered dozens of pig troughs, filling them with the feed. The pigs, upon catching the scent of their nourishment, laboriously rose from the grass, swaying unsteadily before eagerly devouring the feed. Observing the pigs as they feasted, Lu Xingtang exited her spatial domain and surveyed the stalls within the pig pen. She subsequently collected them into her space, positioning them on a patch of grass, contemplating how best to manage these pigs in the future, hopeful for their optimal utilization. Counting the stalls, she noted a total of 100, of which only 7 pigs had been secured, including the one salvaged from the flood waters. Lu Xingtang immediately began her search for pigs near the pig farm. Along the way, she observed the muddy footprints and remnants of pig droppings, as well as the grass along the roadside, which had been gnawed down to the roots. Following the trail, she continued her pursuit. After the heavy rain, the path had become treacherous and muddy. She stumbled and fell, leaving her shoes caked in mud back at home. At times, her feet and shoes would become ensnared in the mire, rendering her immobile for quite some time. Fortunately, Lu Xingtang had prepared several pairs of rain boots. She changed into a fresh pair and discarded the soiled ones into her spatial storage, continuing on her journey following the footprints. Suddenly, she realized that the pigs were heading towards the mountains. The wild grasses along the path had been nearly devoured, yet she had not encountered a single pig. Although she did come across a significant amount of pig feed, climbing the mountain amidst the storm was truly exhausting. Even her raincoat could not shield her from the relentless downpour, leaving her thoroughly drenched. She retreated into her spatial villa, brewed a pot of ginger soup, and planned to gather all the pigs afterward, drinking a generous bowl to ward off the chill. followed by a few cold medications as a precaution against catching a cold or fever. After approximately half an hour of searching, Xingtang was pleasantly surprised to discover that the grass along the roadside had been unevenly chewed, and there was ample pig feet scattered about, all marked with numerous and chaotic hoofprints. With her binoculars in hand, she scanned the area, spotting several disheveled patches of grass, yet the pigs remained elusive. After such a prolonged search without sighting any pigs, she pondered where this group could have vanished. In her previous life, she and Su Cheng had successfully found 3 pigs at the farm and heard numerous piglet sounds in the vicinity. Surely, these pigs must have turned back. Unable to locate the pigs, Xingtang pressed onward. After a brief stroll of 2 or 3 minutes, she espied 3 pigs foraging among the wild grasses beside a massive stone. Elated, she hesitated to approach, despite their generally lethargic nature. Hungry pigs could unleash a frenzied rage akin to that of wild boars. These animals, having wandered into the wilderness, had likely undergone a transformation from domesticated swine to their wilder counterparts within a mere week, influenced by the harshness of their environment. With urgency, Xingtang retrieved a large trough, filling it with pig feed and supplementing it with a potent sedative. She ensured the dosage was substantial, fearing that a lesser amount might not incapacitate the pigs effectively. Gradually, she approached the trio, placing the trough in a safe location before they could detect her presence. Rainwater seeped into the feed, and soon, the enticing aroma wafted through the air. The 3 pigs, previously engrossed in their grazing, suddenly perked up, grunting in response to the alluring scent of the feed. Calmly, Xingtang observed as they gradually discovered the trough, consuming the feed voraciously. Once they had indulged themselves and were languidly licking the trough clean, she stealthily advanced towards them, noting their unsteady stance as they swayed. With a sudden thud, the 3 pigs collapsed. Seizing the opportunity, Xingtang swiftly grasped their trotters and transported them into her space, placing them alongside the others. The efficacy of the sedative is remarkable. This was acquired during a previous procurement of pharmaceuticals from the black market, where I also purchased a batch of it. Initially intended for the Song family, it was first employed on swine. Subsequently, I continued my search for pigs, employing this method to lure them in, allowing them to feast until they succumbed to slumber, after which I would retrieve them into my space. However, the hills were teeming with pigs. I could ascertain approximately 100, as the pig farm had 100 pens. Exhausted and weary, I retreated into my space to dine, cleanse, rest, and consume ginger soup and cold medicine. Once rejuvenated, I returned to the mountains to resume my search. Utilizing the sedative mixed with pig feed, I managed to recover 73 pigs in a single day. The presence of additional swine remained uncertain, and I chose not to pursue further, instead returning to the pig farm. I then gathered all the feeding troughs into my space, along with ventilation, cooling, sanitation, and waste management equipment, placing them conveniently beside the pigs for future use. I also discovered literature on pig husbandry and care. After thoroughly depleting the pig farm, I descended the mountain at a leisurely pace. Upon my descent, I noticed that the water level had risen again, approximately 5 steps higher. After refueling my speedboat from my space, I navigated it back to Sunshine Community. Glancing at the phone stored in my space, I noted that today was May 3rd at 10 in the morning. On the 8th day since the onset of the cataclysmic disaster, I surveyed the relentless torrential storm. I ground my teeth, contemplating the resolution of the Song family, particularly Song Yingwei, which should have been addressed by now. It has been 8 days, and yet, the matter remains unresolved. Utterly ineffectual. Must it take the intervention of another to thrust you once more into the jaws of peril before you comprehend the necessity of resolution? After chastising herself bitterly, Xingtang hastened to evade debris, whirlpools, corpses, and the solitary figures or groups scavenging for supplies, making her way towards Sunshine Community. On her journey back, she beheld a towering edifice, its billboards still partially intact, advertising a shooting club. Xingtang's eyes sparkled with hope as she peered through the glass, noting the absence of destruction. Discovering a pet store, she resolutely produced a fire axe and shattered the window, stowing away her inflatable boat before entering. Upon stepping into the pet store, Xingtang was greeted by a dazzling array of pet supplies, various dog and cat foods, canned luncheon meat, fish, treats, toys, health products, grooming supplies, and even vaccines. The pet store had escaped inundation, likely due to its elevated position. She collected provisions such as dog and cat food from the store. The spacious establishment housed numerous animals in temporary care, with cats and dogs appearing weak from prolonged neglect, their claws scratching desperately against the glass cages. Their injuries a pitiful sight. As she examined each creature, she discovered a young German shepherd, an ordinary yellow dog, and 5 cats, all gazing at her with pleading eyes, imploring her for salvation. Xingtang lamented the tragedy of a world where not only humans suffer countless casualties, but animals teeter on the brink of extinction. In this moment, some may still find cats and dogs within their homes, yet in due time, these cherished pets may tragically transform into sustenance for their owners. Even those fortunate enough to evade such a fate will ultimately meet their demise at the hands of humans, utilized merely to prolong life. An inescapable destiny that looms over them. Chapter 23. The shooting club. Xingtang retrieved a bag of cat food and a bag of dog food, mixing them with a generous bowl of goat's milk. She then procured clean pet bowls and placed them within the cages, allowing the animals to feast. The dogs and cats glanced at Xingtang, then at the food, swiftly bowing their heads to eat, fearful that it might vanish. Witnessing this, Xingtang felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. She turned her gaze and emotions elsewhere. She continued her scavenging, eventually discovering the pet shop's small storage room, where she collected 50 bags of cat litter, 20 bags of cat food, 23 bags of dog food, and a variety of pet supplies, including medications for fever, diarrhea, and various vaccines. Upon her return, she found that the cats and dogs had finished their meals, their spirits slightly lifted. Xingtang approached them. Your owners are unlikely to return, and you will not see the shopkeeper again. As small creatures, you possess a keen sense of danger. I am uncertain if you can comprehend my words. I now inform you that I shall take you to a safe haven. You will assist me in my endeavors, and in return, I shall provide you sustenance. As long as you fulfill your duties, you may stay. In the grasslands, there are cows, sheep, horses, and 73 pigs. A few more cats and dogs would pose no concern. In truth, she harbored a deep affection for these animals, despite never having owned any. If you are willing to accompany me, let out a call. Reluctant to depart, they responded with a couple of calls. Woof. Meow. What delightful little kittens and puppies. Surprisingly comprehending her words, Xingtang decisively transported them, cage and all, into the spatial realm. Concerned about their stress, she chose to accompany them for a while, soothing their emotions. Once they had calmed down, she vacated the space, though her consciousness remained tethered there, vigilantly monitoring their condition, observing them shivering and huddled together. Xingtang provided a dog bed, a cat bed, dog and cat cages, and even a scratching post, placing them beside the frightened creatures. The kittens, upon spotting the cat cage, immediately dove inside, indicating their considerable fright. After soothing them for some time and noting the absence of further distress, Xingtang sighed in resignation. She could not remain in the space with them indefinitely. Thus, she temporarily confined them in their cages, placing them together, intending to comfort them thoroughly upon her return, helping them adjust to their new abode and owner. Upon breaking through the doors of the pet shop, she discovered that it was housed within a shopping mall, soaring to 16 floors, with the pet store located on the 10th. Exiting the pet shop, she was astonished to find a pet hospital adjacent, stocked with a plethora of pet medications more comprehensive than those available in the pet shop. The hospital also boasted equipment and injections for treating animals. In a small room, she unearthed a considerable supply of premium cat and dog food, along with cat litter, specialized dog toilets, leashes, and harnesses, all of which she collected into the space. Sadly, the small animals in the pet hospital had perished, and Xingtang gathered them into her space, digging a grave in a secluded corner of the prairie to lay them to rest. Including the deceased small animals from the neighboring pet shop, they were buried together. After thoroughly searching the pet hospital, Xingtang proceeded to scour other establishments, including women's clothing shops, shoe stores, lingerie boutiques, and beauty shops. She did not deplete them entirely but selected garments in her size, favoring styles and colors she adored. The rest was left for other survivors. After rummaging through the 10th floor, she ascended to the 11th, which housed a children's playground. Standing at the periphery, Xingtang hesitated for a moment before gathering items such as ocean balls, mazes, slides, and waterbeds into her space, storing them in a separate warehouse. She had resolved never to marry or bear children in her lifetime. However, this did not preclude the possibility of meeting a suitable partner in the future. Should fate allow her to survive until the catastrophic events ceased, and if the timing was right, she might indeed have her own offspring. Furthermore, adults are not incapable of rediscovering their inner child through playground equipment. Adjacent to the playground was a gold shop, where gold and jade remained untouched. Xingtang wielded a fire axe to shatter the display case, absconding with all the gold, silver, jade, and other jewelry, leaving not a single piece behind. After surveying the contents of her space, she realized that this trove of gold was merely slightly larger than the fish pond behind her villa, measuring less than half a meter. On the 11th floor, filled with clothing stores, she seized several appealing items and also collected some thick garments. The rest was left untouched. On the 12th floor, there were a few restaurants, from which Xingtang gathered a number of gas canisters, knives, and gas stoves. Due to the prolonged power outage, the meat and vegetables in the freezers had already spoiled. Upon reaching the 13th floor, Lu Xingtang was astonished to discover that not only the 13th floor, but also the 14th, 15th, and 16th floors were dedicated to a shooting club, suggesting a unified ownership based on the decor style. The 13th floor housed an indoor shooting range, where Lu Xingtang collected numerous shooting targets, planning to hone her marksmanship skills once she returned from gathering supplies. She also selected 2 outfits suitable for shooting games, tailored to her size. The 14th floor presented another shooting range, albeit designed as an outdoor venue with minimal furnishings. Ascending to the 15th floor, Lu Xingtang encountered a weapons depot. Observing the robust, dual-lock gun safe, she knocked several times, attempting to gain entry, albeit with difficulty. This anti-theft and explosion-proof door was fortified with no less than 8 solid locks. Once closed, the bolts interlocked with the door frame to create an impenetrable seal, rendering her purchased lockpicking tools almost futile. Moreover, even if the door were to be breached, the door itself would remain firmly attached to the frame. As she contemplated the tools required for her task, she wandered the 15th floor, ultimately discovering the shooting club's office at the corridor's end. With resolve, Lu Xingtang brandished a fire axe and forcefully struck the office door, hoping to find the key to the warehouse inside. Should the key remain elusive, she would have to resort to breaching the walls. Generally, the walls separating rooms are thinner and less sturdy than the anti-theft doors, making them easier to break through. After scouring the office, Lu Xingtang found no key. However, she did come across a Paixio ornament. Adjacent to it stood a statue of Guangong, accompanied by representations of Guanyin and the god of wealth. Lu Xingtang dismissed the idea of taking them away. In this situation, it was evident that these ornaments had undergone some form of spiritual awakening, protected by an arcane force. She was not particularly concerned about attracting trouble, merely intent on avoiding it. Some items possessed an eerie quality. Within the office, there was an inner door, behind which Lu Xingtang discovered several air guns, non-lethal, yet capable of instilling fear. She collected them. Exiting the office, she approached the wall adjacent to the warehouse door, and with a mighty swing of a fire axe, she struck the wall with force. Bang. Once. Bang. Twice. Bang. Thrice. For approximately 20 minutes, she relentlessly hammered away until a hole was finally created in the wall. Illuminating the space with her flashlight, she confirmed it was indeed a weapons storage area. Lu Xingtang resumed her assault with the fire axe until the opening was large enough for her to pass through, at which point she stored the axe and squeezed herself inside. As the beam of her flashlight swept across the interior, Lu Xingtang felt a surge of delight. The warehouse was filled with numerous shelves, predominantly stocked with air guns. Though they could not compare to real firearms, they were better than nothing. She collected them. Chapter 24. The feeling of love. In addition to the air guns, there were traditional bows, compound bows, and 20 bundles of arrows. The Beretta 87, Beretta M92 FS, Colt M1911. These handguns, which Lu Xingtang had previously seen in Song Youwei's collection on the 106th floor of the Song group, now lay idle in this space. Moreover, there remains an assortment of firearms yet to be collected by Song Youwei, including the CZ-P07, CZ-75SP01, Alpha EFA 2261, CZ Semi-Automatic Rifle 512, CZ-512 Tactical, Baikal Rifle MP-161K, AKEM 3512, and AKEM 332A. In addition to the firearms, there are bullets, 10,000 rounds for each type of weapon, with numerous airdrop crates in the warehouse filled with ammunition and firearms. The weaponry depot is vast, aside from the air guns designated for club use on the lower level. The remainder consists of stockpiled arms by the club owner, clearly indicating that the proprietor operates in both legitimate and illicit spheres. Alongside the guns and ammunition, there are scopes, silencers, maintenance oils for various firearms, and an array of small tools. The entire 15th floor serves as a weapons repository, accessible only through the office door, while all other entrances remain barred, suggesting that the arsenal on this floor exceeds her previous estimations. Upon encountering walls, she would strike. Upon discovering firearms, she would seize them, gathering as many bulletproof vests as possible, leaving none behind. The space allocated for weapon storage burgeoned with an impressive array of arms. Lu Xingtang felt that this excursion was worthwhile. Had she delayed even slightly, these weapons might have eluded her grasp. Once assured that the armory was thoroughly depleted, Lu Xingtang ascended to the 16th floor, where entry proved challenging. A flash of inspiration struck her mind, and she summoned a bulldozer from her space, employing its massive shovel to demolish the fortified and explosion-proof door. Boom. Crash. Within mere minutes, the imposing barrier was forcefully breached. Retracting the bulldozer, Lu Xingtang stepped into the 16th floor. The vast expanse of the 16th floor initially led one to wonder if it served as a storeroom for collectibles, an employee lounge, or perhaps a dining area. However, The reality revealed itself to be starkly different. The floor was merely tiled with ceramic, the walls had been painted, and aside from the load-bearing walls that remained intact, there was nothing else of note. Or rather, there were 3 colossal shipping containers on the ground, accompanied by a cluster of smaller ones. Xingtang approached the containers and, wielding a hydraulic plier, forcefully severed the lock on one. Inside lay an array of automotive components. Several smaller containers also contained car parts, while others were filled with specialized tools for vehicle repairs and various other instruments. The remaining containers housed tires. Observing the tire models, Xingtang surmised that the 3 enormous containers likely contained high-end vehicles, leaving her puzzled as to why the club owner would choose to store them here, especially considering the considerable expense of leasing this floor. The affluent, indeed, can be rather ostentatious. Xingtang collected all the smaller containers into her storage space, placing them in the basement of her new warehouse on the 2nd floor. She then opened the largest container, and upon glimpsing its contents, she nearly choked on her own saliva. Good heavens, this is incredible! I've struck gold. To her astonishment, nestled within was an ultra-luxurious off-road camper van. Recognizing the emblem, Xingtang gasped in awe. It was none other than the Unimog off-road camper van, the latest model, worth over 10 million. How extravagant and utterly lavish of the club owner. Before the onset of the apocalypse, she had yearned to acquire a Unimog, but it had proven exceedingly difficult to obtain, and time had not been on her side, leading her to abandon the idea. Little did she expect to encounter one now. The Unimog off-road camper van is heralded as the progenitor of all off-road RVs, boasting a reputation as the most formidable vehicle for the apocalypse. The length of this vehicle is meticulously maintained within 6 meters, measuring 995 millimeters in length, 450 millimeters in width, and 450 millimeters in height, with a wheelbase of 850 millimeters. Both the body and glass have been expertly modified to be bomb-proof and bullet-resistant, as well as insulated against extreme temperatures. The tires are the pinnacle of Michelin-S offerings, capable of withstanding frigid conditions as low as -70 degrees and searing heat up to 60 degrees. Regardless of the harshest environments or treacherous terrains, the Unimog consistently excels, rendering the Hummer merely a subordinate in its presence. Xingtang, overwhelmed with admiration, couldn't help but drool as she passionately kissed the front of the vehicle. Her hands pressed together in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed benefactor of the club." She intended to experience the warmth of the Unimog firsthand. But upon realizing she lacked the key, her consciousness ventured into space to search for a container. However, her efforts proved futile, leaving her disheartened. The thought of such an extraordinary vehicle being rendered useless was unbearable. After a prolonged search yielded no results, she cast a forlorn glance at the Unimog, as if it were a heartless lover. Scanning the 16th floor, she noticed an office at the end of the corridor. In a fit of reckless determination, she forcefully broke in, hoping to uncover the elusive car keys. While she did not find the keys, she did come across a safe. Eyeing the safe with narrowed eyes, she retrieved a power drill, and in a short span, the safe yielded to her efforts. Fortune favored her persistence as she discovered the keys within. The safe contained 3 sets of keys, and with eager anticipation, Xingtang began to try them. After 2 unsuccessful attempts, she finally unlocked the vehicle. As she opened the door, her heart raced with exhilaration, nearly leaping from her chest. Experiencing the essence of love became profoundly tangible. Upon entering the vehicle, one is immediately struck by its opulence. At the center of the cabin lies an immense circular sofa, perfectly suited for a gathering of friends to dine and converse. With a simple pull and release, the expansive sofa transforms into a spacious bed that can comfortably accommodate 4 adults. Crafted from natural latex, the sofa envelopes one in softness and comfort, reminiscent of a mother's embrace. Moreover, the Unimog motorhome is equipped with a state-of-the-art home theater system, featuring a 32-inch high-definition television and a premium Bose sound system, offering an unparalleled auditory experience. This high-end motorhome is also outfitted with a microwave, refrigerator, an integrated waterproof bathroom, and a rain-sensing ventilation fan. It boasts a substantial 200-liter freshwater tank, adequately addressing short-term water needs. Additionally, the intercom system installed within the vehicle facilitates effective communication between passengers and the driver. To put it in more robust terms, this Unimog epitomizes luxury, grandeur, safety, and exceptional capability. After exploring the vehicle for a considerable time, Xingtang reluctantly stepped out, storing it in her space and placing it on the 1st floor of the new warehouse. She then proceeded to unwrap 2 large containers, revealing yet another pair of top-tier off-road vehicles. One is the Montpay Predator, a heavy-armored military off-road vehicle, renowned as one of the most unstoppable vehicles in the world. capable of withstanding assaults from submachine guns, grenades, and anti-tank mines. Indeed, a moving fortress. It can even be configured into 3 distinct setups: an infantry patrol vehicle, a command center, or even an ambulance. She once watched a testing video of a marauder. In this simulation, a marauder and a Hummer were subjected to roadside bombs. The Hummer was utterly obliterated, whereas the marauder sustained minimal damage and drove away unscathed. The path left in the wake of the marauder was effortlessly cleared, reducing all obstacles to mere rubble. Chapter 25, the food of our household through brick walls, crushed cars, and fending off the ferocious lions of the South African jungle. It faces every challenge with ease, a veritable force of nature. Its robust armor withstands the onslaught of rocket-propelled grenades, RPGs. Its chassis endures the ravages of a 7-pound TNT equivalent bomb, even when pierced by 12. 7mm rifle bullets. Its bulletproof tires can safely traverse at least 50 kilometers. Thus, it is heralded as the most unstoppable vehicle in the world. There is also the Kaimohi Shield, an all-terrain luxury armored SUV equipped with factory-produced bulletproof features. Each vehicle meticulously crafted by 28 seasoned technicians over 500 hours of pure manual labor. The Kaimohi Shield may lack aesthetic appeal, but its sturdy demeanor speaks volumes of its design philosophy, which is primarily focused on safeguarding the occupants and their belongings. With a machine gun mounted in the trunk, it transforms into a battle vehicle reminiscent of those often depicted in conflict zones on television. To the owner of the shooting club, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Xingtang was nearly brought to his knees in thanks, for I am eternally grateful to your ancestors. Thanks to you, my chances of survival in this apocalyptic world have significantly increased. Thank you. I am uncertain which domineering CEO or affluent second-generation or first-generation wealthy individuals have bestowed such gifts upon me. Although I do not know the identity of this generous benefactor, I, Xingtang, express my heartfelt gratitude. Should fate lead me to cross paths with you, dear benefactor, I shall extend my kindness towards you, provided you reciprocate. Otherwise, I shall not remember this kindness. Having received 3 luxurious vehicles, Xingtang felt an overwhelming sense of elation, her steps almost buoyant. Upon returning to the 10th floor, she noticed someone approaching the building, which momentarily tempered her exuberance. Changing her position, she surveyed her surroundings once more, ensuring no one was present before retrieving a fire axe from her storage. With it, she shattered the glass and swiftly released a speedboat through the window, following closely behind. As she navigated the speedboat, Xingtang quickly discerned her direction and made her way back to Sunshine Community. Her supplies were ample enough to sustain her for a lifetime, prompting her to consider a life of leisure while simultaneously addressing the challenges posed by the Song family. To maintain a facade of normalcy, she needed to present her visible resources, for only by doing so could she evade suspicion, albeit attracting attention in the process. However, with her stockpile of weapons, any would-be pursuer would find themselves in unfortunate circumstances. Xingtang retrieved a black mountaineering backpack, extracting various seasonings and some withered vegetables, filling it to capacity. She also brought forth the pig salvaged from the flood, placing it atop the speedboat and covering it with a tarp. Next, she produced a large gas cylinder, a gas stove, and a 50-pound bag of rice, ensuring it was shielded from rainwater with a poncho before placing it on the boat. Additionally, she included some toilet paper and sanitary napkins. As the assault boat returned to the community, Xingtang spotted Song Yue accompanied by Dong Yaji, along with his mistress and their illegitimate children. They were positioned by the window of the apartment building, their anxious expressions suggesting they had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing their arrival, a malicious glint flickered in Xingtang's dark eyes. She retrieved a collection of skincare products and cosmetics pilfered from Dong Yaji's room, along with 2 garments that closely matched Dong Yaji's size. The stage was set for an exquisite performance. It was finally time for her to exact revenge for the grievances of her past life. Approaching the apartment building, Xingtang observed that all 5 individuals, including Song Yue, bore bruised and battered faces. Notably, both Dong Yaji and Song Yue's mistress had clearly been involved in a scuffle before arriving at the Sunshine Community. Song Zhuo and Song Mingming also displayed signs of injury, their faces reddened and swollen, indicating they had suffered blows as well. This suggested that Song Yue had exposed the matter. Dong Yaji was now aware of his infidelity, his affair, and the existence of his illegitimate children. Regrettably, she had missed this captivating spectacle. Having been away for a day and a half, the floodwaters had already engulfed the 6th floor and reached the 7th. Xingtang piloted the assault boat to the window of the 7th floor. From a distance, Song Yue and the others noticed the approaching vessel, but were uncertain if it was indeed Xingtang until the boat came to a halt and she stood up. As Song Yue beheld the boat brimming with supplies, his eyes sparkled with excitement. "Tang, you're back. Father has been waiting for you for so long. I was worried you might be in danger." It's a relief to see you return. Had it not been for the cache of weapons, Song Yue might have attempted to commandeer Lu Xingtang's boat and flee, since the power in their household was completely cut off and food supplies dwindled. He had not had a satisfying meal for 2 days. With the ample provisions that Lu Xingtang managed to gather, he could finally enjoy a hearty meal. This wretched girl proved to be more capable than the 3 useless ones. Had he known this earlier, he should have treated her with a touch more kindness. Lu Xingtang, suppressing her scornful gaze, admonished, "What are you standing there for? Come and lend a hand. Do you wish for others to seize all our food?" Song Yue hurriedly assisted Lu Xingtang in unloading the supplies from the inflatable boat. Upon spotting a pig aboard, his eyes sparkled with excitement. A reaction mirrored by the entire apartment building's residents. Good heavens, what a sizable pig. If only I could buy a bit with money. Ever since the typhoon struck, I have not tasted meat. The contents of my refrigerator have spoiled. For the past 8 days, I have survived solely on rainwater. I long to eat meat, to endure. Lu Xingtang, where did you find that pig? Is there more? Can you sell me 2 pounds of pork? Where did you acquire your gas canister? The inquiries from the residents of the apartment building poured forth. Lu Xingtang coldly lifted her head, casting a glance at them before silently opening her black backpack to reveal a Beretta 87 pistol. The sight startled everyone into silence, yet they struggled against their discontent, trying to convince themselves that the weapon was merely a replica. Stepping forward, someone implored, "Lu Xingtang, we are all from the same community, living in the same building. There is no need to escalate matters to such an uncomfortable level. Natural disasters may be fleeting, yet they do not last an eternity. Are you not apprehensive that once the calamity ceases, the authorities might apprehend you?" Lu Xingtang gazed at the individual with scorn, retorting, "Is it merely my supplies that you covet? Why must you cloak your intentions in such lofty rhetoric? We reside in the same building. Yet you hold no significance in my life. Even if you did, I would not part with a single morsel. Those who languish at home, awaiting fortunes to descend from the heavens, possess no moral standing to coerce others." In the midst of her words, Lu Xingtang had already pulled the trigger. With a resounding bang, the individual was shot in the leg. "Next time, it shall be your heads." Song Yue and the others suddenly felt a chill creep up their necks, as if they were on the brink of being targeted. "Tang Ang, refrain from wasting breath on the inept. I shall assist you in transporting the supplies home." Song Yue called upon Song Zhou to help him carry the pig to the 19th floor, weighing around 300 pounds. The pig was quite a burden for a disabled individual to manage alone. With Song Zhuo's assistance, they could successfully transport the pig upstairs. Everything could be addressed after they had filled their bellies. For now, allowing Lu Xingtang to flaunt her bravado was permissible, for soon she would lack the means to do so. Chapter 26, Mutual Assistance. Song Yue directed Dong Yaji, Jin Xiu, and Song Mingming, "Dear, please assist Tang Ang with the gas canister. Jin Xiu, lend a hand with the gas stove and 50 pounds of rice. Mingming, you shall assist your sister Tang Ang with toilet paper, sanitary napkins, skincare products, cosmetics, and a large black bag." After a moment's contemplation, Song Yue added, "Tang Ang, wait downstairs for father. Once Shua and I have delivered the pig upstairs, I will descend to aid you. Today, you have worked hard. Let me handle the ensuing matters." Lu Xingtang smiled knowingly. Song Yue's eagerness to assist her, despite his injuries, in moving the pigs was a clear indication of his intent to claim her home. Much like in a previous life, where he morally coerced her into becoming their servant. "Very well, then. I shall extend my gratitude to Mr. Song. Why not take advantage of free labor?" Thus, Lu Xingtang placed her black backpack in the inflatable boat and took her seat. Observing as Song Yue and the others struggled to advance, showing no inclination to assist, the gun in her hand twirled continuously, deterring those who coveted Lu Xingtang's supplies, preventing them from making any advances. They certainly did not wish to end up like those on the 2nd floor, who, having failed to secure food, also lost their lives. By the time Song Yue and Song Zhu descended, half an hour had elapsed. Song Zhu bore the black backpack, while Song Yue carried the inflatable boat, with Lu Xingtang following closely behind, gun in hand. An overwhelming sense of pressure suddenly enveloped Song Yue and Song Zhu, as if they were traversing the path of the underworld. Lu Xingtang did not rush them, quietly trailing behind. After 10 minutes, they finally reached the top floor. The 19th floor was devoid of blockades in the hallway, with no one residing in the passage. The floor was pristine, imbued with the scent of disinfectant. Upon seeing Su Cheng and the man from across the hall standing at the staircase, Lu Xingtang understood the situation. Su Cheng was elated at Lu Xingtang's return. Although he had repaid her kindness with supplies, such gratitude could not merely be quantified by material means. Having been anxious all day due to her absence, his worries were finally alleviated with her return. "Lu Xingtang, it is a relief that you have returned. By the way, they mentioned earlier that they are your family and wish to reside in your home. What are your thoughts on this?" As Su Cheng spoke, His gaze remained fixed on Lu Xingtang, harboring concerns that her family might bring turmoil to the 19th floor. The world has descended into chaos, with civilization and order gradually unraveling. During Lu Xingtang's absence, their building had been rife with commotion as everyone sought to ascend to the upper floors. Were it not for the residents of 1902 brandishing firearms and having already claimed several lives, the 19th floor would have succumbed long ago. Lu Xingtang declared, "Song Yue, instruct your family to step aside." Song Yue promptly cleared a path for Dong Yaji and the others, allowing Lu Xingtang to negotiate with the inhabitants of the 19th floor. If they desired to inhabit Lu Xingtang's home, they must now adopt a more humble demeanor. Setting aside the inflatable boat, Lu Xingtang exchanged a knowing glance with Su Cheng and Ji Yanma. The trio swiftly repositioned themselves at the entrance of 1901, murmuring, "I apologize. I have brought back a family of parasites and malicious individuals. However, rest assured, I will not permit them to step beyond my threshold. Nor will I allow them to disrupt your daily lives or pose a threat to the 19th floor." After a pause, Lu Xingtang continued, "I harbor a deep-seated enmity towards them, and I have deliberately lured them here to deal with them." With that, she produced a packet of powdered substance from her pocket. An elixir derived from her spatial storage, a concoction intended to incapacitate them. The moment they cross the threshold of my abode, I shall administer the drug, rendering them helpless to my whims. Su Cheng furrowed his brow and said, "Lu Xingtang, your family matters and personal affairs are not for us to inquire into. However, I hope you ponder this carefully. They are numerous and formidable. Even if you manage to control them with sedatives, they will eventually retaliate. As a young woman, how can you stand against them? Furthermore, we cannot foresee how long this calamity will persist. Even if you procure ample supplies, how will you sustain them?" Lu Xingtang smiled. "Have I ever claimed I would support them?" Su Cheng was taken aback. Lu Xingtang replied coldly, "I would rather see them perish than nurture them. Rest assured, I am armed with not just one, but multiple firearms, more than sufficient to deal with them." Su Cheng fell silent, redirecting his gaze to Ji Yanma. Ji Yanma's handsome face was devoid of expression, as if nothing could penetrate his indifference. His heart seemed to convey, "I shall not comment on your affairs." Nevertheless, the calamity continued unabated, and order was gradually disintegrating. The future remained uncertain. "I propose that we support each other," he suggested, implying a joint effort to safeguard the security of the 19th floor. In the event that anyone ventures out in search of supplies, one person will remain on the 19th floor to protect our home. The one who stays will receive a portion of the supplies as compensation, the amount being negotiable. Su Cheng interjected, "Excluding 1904. Lu Xingtang nodded. "Then it is settled." Thus, Su Cheng and Ji Yanma returned to their respective homes, while Lu Xingtang made her way to the stairwell, calling out, "Mr. Song, let us depart." Song Yue and his companions breathed a sigh of relief as they followed Lu Xingtang to the entrance of 1901. Lu Xingtang produced a key from his pocket and unlocked the stainless steel security door. With the door opening one after another, Song Yue and the others' eyes glimmered with excitement. The impressive security measures indicated that Lu Xingtang's home must be stocked with ample provisions, ensuring they would not go hungry any longer. As Lu Xingtang entered first and beckoned them inside, Song Yue and his companions stepped in with anticipation, only to be met with the stark emptiness of the abode. There was not even a single chair. Their expressions soured immediately. Ignoring their stiff faces, Lu Xingtang closed the door and cast a fleeting glance at them. "You must be hungry. Allow me to boil some water for you. We shall have a warm drink before preparing dinner." Song Yue had never been inside this house and was completely unaware of its lack of furnishings. Tang, didn't I give you 10 billion earlier? Why haven't you bought any furniture?" Lu Xingtang blinked innocently. "I have been waiting for you to take me home. This is merely a temporary residence, not a place for long-term living." A look of guilt washed over Song Yue. Tang, I am sorry. It is my inadequacies that have caused you hardship and distress. But I assure you, it will not happen again. I will make it up to you in the future. Then I look forward to Mr. Song's performance." Lu Xingtang replied, turning toward the kitchen to fetch a large basin for collecting rainwater. Song Yue understood that to win over Lu Xingtang, he must first ensnare her senses, lowering her guard in order to ultimately seize 1901 and subjugate Lu Xingtang. "Father will take care of this. Your leg is injured, and you have already sustained a second injury while climbing the stairs. Please, rest for a while." Song Zhuo took the basin from Song Yue's hands and turned to the balcony. What a heartwarming scene of paternal affection and filial piety, but alas, such tranquility was fleeting, soon to be shattered. Lu Xingtang did not concern herself with who collected the rainwater. She quietly observed as Song Zhuo opened the window and placed the basin between the window sill and the security bars. The sound of raindrops pattering against the basin reverberated, and a multitude of debris fell into it, rendering the rainwater murky and unfit for drinking, necessitating filtration. "Sister, Do we have a filter at home? Chapter 27. Revenge and Retribution. No. Lu Xingtang shook her head. Songjue was not disheartened. He merely responded with an "oh. Then we shall let the rainwater settle and boil it before use. By the way, sister, do we have any more basins? A water bucket would be even better." Lu Xingtang turned towards the kitchen, good-naturedly retrieving a stack of basins and a water bucket for Songjue to collect the rainwater. Songyue was quite pleased with Songjue's demeanor, then turned to Dong Yaji and Jin Xiu. "Without water, we cannot cook for the time being. You two should first sort and organize the supplies that Xingtang brought back. Everyone is hungry. Once everything is arranged, join Songjue in collecting rainwater. And let us quickly prepare the pig for dinner." Dong Yaji and Jin Xiu felt disgruntled, but recalling Song Yue's admonition, they temporarily set aside their grievances and worked together. Lu Xingtang refrained from voicing any opinions until the two of them cooperatively installed the gas cylinder and stove. Once the rainwater collected by Songjue had settled, Lu Xingtang stepped into the kitchen. "You two should take a break for a while. I will boil the water. Once you become accustomed to this home, the daily meals will be entrusted to you." Dong Yaji and Na Jinxiu's eyes sparkled with a light. What does Lu Xingtang's attitude signify? It indicates her acceptance of them, suggesting she will not drive them away. Of course, having already crossed the threshold, they are not easily dismissed. Lu Xingtang poured the pure rainwater into a pot, igniting the gas stove to begin boiling water. The gas stove heated the water swiftly, and within 5 or 6 minutes, it was ready. Once the water reached a boil, Lu Xingtang thoughtfully retrieved a packet of tea leaves from the cupboard, preparing a pot of tea. As she added the tea leaves to the pot, she discreetly slipped in a sedative, allowing it to blend with the boiling water. "The tea is ready. Hold off on collecting rainwater for now and come enjoy a cup to warm yourselves. Hurry, as I am eagerly anticipating the meat." Songyue and the others excitedly entered the kitchen to drink the water. As they inhaled the fragrant aroma of the tea, they sighed in satisfaction. Since the suspension of water, electricity, and gas, they had not experienced such a rich scent of tea. Although it felt wasteful to use the tea leaves, it was a testament to the abundance of food in Lu Xingtang's home, ensuring they would not suffer from hunger in the near future. Before long, the half-full cups were drained. Just as Songyue and the others set their cups down and returned to the living room, their vision suddenly blurred, and the world spun around them. They collapsed to the ground, Lu Xingtang's figure swaying before their eyes. You drugged us." Lu Xingtang let out a cold laugh. "You are all my enemies. How could I allow my adversaries to live another day? Rest assured and sleep well." As her words echoed, Songyue and the others succumbed to unconsciousness. Lu Xingtang confirmed that they had fainted, closed the window, and with a flick of her delicate hand, sent the basin and bucket into her space. She then drew the curtains and retrieved a short military knife, one of the weapons she had procured from the black market. Holding the knife, Lu Xingtang approached the Song family, gazing at their lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground. Slowly, she knelt down. "Songyue, Dong Yaji, Na Jinxiu, Songjue. Song Mingming, may your entire family descend into hell." With that, she raised the knife and pierced each of their hearts in turn. Crimson life extinguished in an instant. To ensure they would not linger in death, Lu Xingtang severed their throats, completely cutting off their lifeblood. "Mother, I have avenged you." The short military knife clattered to the ground as tears streamed down her face like a torrential downpour. "It has been 3 months since my rebirth, and I have finally avenged you. How exhilarating. Mother, rest easy. Do not worry about your daughter. She will survive in this apocalyptic world. With her space, abundant resources, medicine, weapons, and all necessary supplies for defense, she felt fearless. In this life, she vowed to live a remarkable existence, never again to tread the path of her past. A speedboat, pigs, 50 pounds of rice, a black backpack, skincare products, and cosmetics were all stored in her space. The pigs would be dealt with once she had rested. Almost forgetting, she remembered there were still 2 downstairs. Lu Xingtang changed her clothes and took 2 pounds of potatoes and 2 pounds of rice to the widow's house at 1604. After Lu Xingtang's departure, the widow bound Song Yingwei and Tan Zheng together, administered medication to herself, changed her clothes, and stationed herself at the door with a lazy sofa, brandishing a kitchen knife. Fearful of any intruders, the day passed in a state of trepidation, particularly after Song Yingwei and Tan Zheng regained consciousness, unleashing a torrent of curses upon her. Lacking the strength to engage in a verbal altercation, she resorted to a rolling pin, rendering them unconscious once more. However, they stirred awake several times. And with Lu Xingtang still absent, the lower-level residents in the corridor and stairwell incessantly knocked every 10 minutes, pleading for her to open the door, either to borrow the restroom or exchange goods for accommodation. She remained unresponsive, adhering strictly to Lu Xingtang's instruction that no one but her was allowed to open the door. Aware of the dire consequences of compliance, she steadfastly held her ground. When Lu Xingtang descended, she was met by the predatory gazes of the onlookers below. fixated not on her but on the potatoes and rice she held. Without uttering a word, she silently withdrew a handgun from her pocket, prompting an immediate retreat from the crowd, who instinctively shrank back in fear. Those blocking the doorway to room 1604 quietly stood and distanced themselves from Xingtang, whom they regarded as a demon. She knocked on the door, announcing, "It is I, Xingtang." The widow, elated upon hearing her voice, felt a surge of caution throughout the day. After peering through the peephole and confirming it was indeed Xingtang, she cautiously moved aside the obstacles at the door, allowing her entry. As soon as Xingtang stepped inside, the widow swiftly closed and locked the door behind her. Xingtang handed the rice and potatoes to the widow. "In light of your vigilance over these two individuals, I must caution you. I carried the potatoes and rice downstairs, and many witnessed it. Be wary of them attempting to seize your provisions. Furthermore, you have made numerous enemies. You should comprehend the repercussions of unwarranted benevolence." The widow's countenance turned a ghastly white. Had Song Yingwei approached her previously, it might not have been alarming, but after the events of the past 2 days, she realized that chaos had truly ensued. If she did not safeguard her home, she would become as destitute as those outside, perhaps leaving no trace of her existence behind. "Thank you for the warning. I understand what I must do." Xingtang nodded, glancing at Tan Zhang and Song Yingwei. As she departed, she administered a potent medicine to each of them, a reserve she had stockpiled for emergencies. Having checked their pulses, she was reassured by the efficacy of the medicine. They would not perish for the time being. "I shall take them with me, and in the future, they shall not trouble you. Take care of yourself." The widow continued to bind them tightly with bedsheets, rendering them unable to move save for their mouths. Chapter 28. So, you are a reborn individual. Xingtang dragged the two away from the widow's abode. Once she had departed, the widow quickly secured the door, barricading it with the sofa and the entrance cabinet, disallowing anyone from knocking to enter. Fearing that the door might be forced open, she further obstructed it with the dining table, wine cabinet, and refrigerator, ensuring that neither she could escape nor others could intrude. As Xingtang exited the widow's residence, those residing in the corridor and on the stairs were taken aback upon witnessing her dragging two bloodied individuals. Silently, they retreated downwards, resolutely avoiding obstructing her path. Fearful of sharing a similar fate, Xingtang felt a profound satisfaction with the demeanor of those around her. At the onset of the apocalypse, humanity still lingered, and all believed that the natural calamity would eventually subside. Had it not been for the severed internet and loss of electricity, it was likely that many would have reported the incident. Upon her return to the 19th floor, she encountered Su Cheng, who had just emerged from his home. After resigning from his job, he had scavenged a considerable amount of food, yet his elderly father, suffering from chronic ailments, required medication to survive. To extend his father's life, Su Cheng was compelled to venture out daily in search of supplies. Only in this manner could he and his father hope for a better existence. "Xingtang, I am going out to gather supplies. Should anyone cause a ruckus downstairs, do not show them any mercy. Many have forsaken their humanity," Su Cheng declared. Xingtang nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, as long as I am here, no one shall breach our stronghold on the 19th floor. Thank you for your efforts," he added, not inquiring about the identity of the individual she was dragging or the reasons behind it, as if he had not noticed their desperate pleas for help. He descended the stairs with the kayak he had risked his life to retrieve. Xingtang watched him depart before turning back to drag Song Yingwei and Tan Zhang to her doorstep. Just as she arrived, the door of apartment 1902 swung open. Ji Inma, upon seeing Xingtang with the two bloodied figures, recognized one of the women vaguely. He remained silent for a moment before stating, "I am heading out to gather supplies. Will you accompany me?" "I shall not venture out, at least not for the time being," Xingtang replied. Ji Inma nodded, locked the door, and strode away, just as indifferent as Su Cheng, not even glancing at the two bloodied figures on the ground. The moment Song Yingwei and Tan Zhang were thrown into their home, they beheld their motionless parents lying in a pool of blood. Tears welled up in Song Yingwei's eyes as she exclaimed, "Xingtang, what have you done to my parents?" The absurdity of her question was palpable. Did she not realize? Her father and mother were already deceased, as were her father's mistress and illegitimate children. Xingtang looked down upon her with a cold, unfeeling gaze and declared, "Now it is your turn." Song Yingwei was struck with terror. "Are you going to kill me? Do you not fear that when the storm subsides, our deaths will be discovered, and the police will trace it back to you?" Xingtang shrugged nonchalantly. "As long as they can find evidence that I did it." Trembling with fear, Song Yingwei was more horrified than when she faced the widow. Xingtang brandished a knife, slowly advancing towards her. "No, I do not want to die. Sister, please let me go. I swear, I will follow only you. I will never bully you again, and I do not want your blood. Spare me. Do not kill me. I do not want to die. You must die." Beyond the hatred of their past lives, there was a crucial point that Xingtang could not fathom. How did Song Yingwei come to know that the jade pendant left to her by her mother held a secret of space? She recalled that when Song Yingwei had asked her for the pendant, it was 3 years into the apocalypse, and they were situated in the Shuanglong base. If one cannot comprehend, then let it be. Resolving the matter with Song Yingwei in advance ensures that no one will be aware of the secrets of the space, except for the sudden appearance of the 1902 resident in Ji Yanma. Yet, Ji Yanma would certainly remain silent, for he too possesses the space. The Shuanglong base? It seems that caution is warranted regarding the Shuanglong base in the future. Do not. A terrified scream escaped Song Yingwei's lips. But before her cry could fully dissipate, Lu Xingtang's blade had already pierced her chest. Leaning in to whisper softly in her ear, Lu Xingtang said, "My dear sister, do you understand why I must eradicate your entire family? It is because, in a past life, you exploited me, oppressed me, and betrayed me, leaving me in utter ruin. Now that I have been reborn, I must clear the obstacles in advance to avoid retracing the path of my previous life." With that, the blade struck again. So you are a reborn one. No wonder. Alas, I have come to realize this too late. As she observed the light fading from Song Yingwei's eyes, Lu Xingtang felt a heavy burden lift from her heart. There were still many adversaries awaiting her, but there was no rush. She would attend to them after a brief respite of 2 days. Tan Zheng stood at the entrance, dumbfounded by the sight of the 4 individuals in the room, and was utterly petrified upon witnessing Lu Xingtang mercilessly slay her sister. It was not until Song Yingwei's life had completely ebbed away that he regained his senses. Lu Xingtang, I was wrong. I beg you to spare me. I have done nothing to wrong you. Silence. Lu Xingtang coldly rebuked. Tan Zheng, you have witnessed my act of murder and are aware that I have slain 6 members of the Song family. Do you truly believe I would spare you, the witness? Only the dead can keep my secret. In her previous life, Tan Zheng had not inflicted any substantial harm upon her. Her expulsion from the Song family was purely a consequence of Song Yingwei's excessive jealousy, as she was hardly acquainted with Tan Zheng at that time. It was only when the apocalypse erupted, revealing the affair between Tan Zheng and a widow, that Song Yingwei, driven by love turned to hatred, unleashed her wrath upon her, resulting in numerous beatings and insults due to Tan Zheng. In a desperate bid for survival, the cast-out Tan Zheng resorted once more to her previous profession. Eventually, Song Yingwei learned of this, and, recognizing Tan Zheng's willingness to endure humiliation, brought her back, assigning her the task of scouring for supplies each day. In exchange for the resources she procured, Tan Zheng was afforded the comforts of regular meals and a proper place to sleep, no longer relegated to the corridors. However, due to Tan Zheng's connections, she was sold to the emaciated monkey by Dong Yaji for 30 pounds of grain for a week. Had it not been for Su Cheng, in a manner akin to the demise of Song Yue and the others, Lu Xingtang first plunged a knife into her heart, bringing Tan Zheng's life to an abrupt end, before severing her neck to ensure a more definitive death. As she beheld the lifeless bodies of the Song family, Lu Xingtang collapsed onto the ground, her grip on the knife faltering. My life has been restarted. From this moment forth, it has truly begun anew. Lu Xingtang laughed, her laughter soon turning to tears as she berated herself for her past ineptitude, questioning why it took a death for her to awaken. Had she retaliated from the outset, her previous life would not have been so tragic, nor would she have succumbed to the hands of a beast. Regaining her composure, Lu Xingtang rose from the ground and retrieved a pile of body bags from her space. When she had purchased the body bags, she had faced ridicule, despite her explanation that they were for the funeral home. With great effort, Lu Xingtang finally managed to place the 7 members of the Song family into body bags before disposing of them into her spatial realm, intending to cast them out on a future expedition for supplies. Chapter 29. Banishment. Subsequently, Lu Xingtang commenced a thorough cleaning, meticulously erasing every trace of blood from her home, leaving not a single remnant behind. Once she completed her task, she returned to her spatial domain, indulged in a hot shower to wash away the fatigue enveloping her, and then proceeded to the storage area, a dedicated floor for idle items. Having avenged her grievances, Lu Xingtang prepared a lavish feast: poached chicken, spiced plum meat, sweet and sour tenderloin, braised pork, sauerkraut fish, vinegar-stirred shredded potatoes, kung pao chicken, and garlic oysters. She also poured herself a glass of red wine, enjoying her solitary banquet in the villa within her spatial realm. Although she consumed little of the food, she drank to the point of inebriation. Upon awakening, she found herself sprawled on the living room floor of the villa, her head throbbing. Rubbing her temples, memories of her revenge brought a joyful smile to her face, and she laughed heartily within the confines of her space. Fortunately, the expanse was vast. Otherwise, the animals in the prairie, pigs, sheep, cattle, dogs, and cats, would have been startled by her exuberant laughter. After freshening up, Lu Xingtang brewed a bowl of hangover soup, and upon drinking it, the pain in her head subsided. In the morning, she savored 2 large meat buns and a bowl of porridge, thus embarking on a new day of training tasks. Once her training was complete, rather than leaving her spatial domain, she returned to the warehouse to butcher the pig that Song Yue and his companions had brought upstairs the previous day. She was not adept at slaughtering pigs. Thus, Lu Xingtang located a previously downloaded video on her computer demonstrating the process. Following the steps outlined in the video, she first boiled a large vat of water and then retrieved a sizable iron pot. She found a board as large as a door, upon which she placed the pig, and sought out a tool for scraping off the pig's hair. Armed with a large ladle, she initially scalded the pig to facilitate the removal of its bristles, subsequently using the scraper to strip away the hair. Completing the task of slaughtering the pig was beyond her solitary capabilities, but fortunately, Lu Xingtang was able to utilize her consciousness, which operated with remarkable speed and efficiency, surpassing her physical abilities. With her consciousness assisting her, she swiftly and thoroughly removed all the bristles from the pig. Next, she procured a cleaver and a boning knife. Lacking the full array of slaughtering tools, she managed to detach the pig's head and 4 trotters on a large wooden board, then proceeded to eviscerate the animal, extracting the entrails and lard, which she set aside. She carefully separated various parts, including the front trotters, hindquarters, neck, belly, stomach, tenderloin, and ribs. She then began the meticulous task of processing the pig's offal. This proved to be quite challenging. She first had to remove the fat from the exterior of the intestines, all the while fearing that she might rupture them, as any pig fat contaminated with feces would be difficult to cleanse. Fortunately, having been starved for several days, the pig's intestines contained minimal waste, making her task considerably easier. After discarding the waste, she thoroughly cleaned the intestines and other internal organs, placing them in the food storage area alongside the pork she had previously purchased from the slaughterhouse. Butchering a pig had sullied her reputation once more. Lu Xingtang wrinkled her nose, took a refreshing bath, and donned a clean outfit before heading to the grassland. There, she spotted a German shepherd and a yellow dog she had rescued, along with 5 little kittens who were no longer as timid as before. They frolicked freely across the meadow. Lu Xingtang provided the cats and dogs with cat food, dog food, and water, but she did not prepare any litter or dog toilets, allowing them to dig holes in the grassland to resolve their needs. Previously, she had collected several cages and cat beds, but they seemed rather small now, especially for the dogs. While they were little at present, she knew they would soon outgrow their cramped quarters. Lu Xingtang remembered downloading numerous videos on building houses and resolved to delve into them later. She envisioned constructing a spacious, warm, and comfortable abode for her companions, enabling them to stay on the grassland to watch over her pigs, cattle, sheep, and horses, keeping them sheltered from the evils of the outside world. Having already butchered 1 pig, the count had dwindled from 73 to 72. Lu Xingtang observed the remaining pigs joyfully rooting in the earth, making a rumbling sound as they dug. They had already created numerous holes around them, uprooting the grass and its roots. These little destroyers had marred the once pristine meadow with patches of earth, and as her thoughts drifted above, she perceived the landscape from on high. The patches lent the meadow a semblance of vibrancy and life, yet standing beside the holes was disheartening, akin to witnessing the ruin of a cherished treasure. Consequently, Lu Xingtang resolved to enclose a section of land and construct a pig pen, reclaiming the pigsty from the pig farm to create a space for her pigs to roam. They must not ravage the entire prairie. Although they cannot consume such a vast expanse, it is imperative to prevent them from turning into wild boars. Observing the few sows, their bellies swollen, and having never raised pigs myself, I am uncertain as to when they will give birth, thus I must remain vigilant. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door. Upon opening it, Lu Xingtang was greeted by Su Cheng and Ji Yanma from across the hall, each bearing some supplies. Lu Xingtang, we appreciate your efforts in guarding the home yesterday. This is our contribution to you. Su Cheng presented a bag of flour, while Ji Yanma offered 3 pounds of potatoes. Though meager, these provisions symbolized their heartfelt intentions, especially as resources are now scarce, compelling everyone to venture out in search of sustenance. Noticing their weary appearance, it seemed they had returned not long ago. Lu Xingtang hesitated for a moment before accepting, recalling that there was a door in her space. I have a security door at home. Could it be installed at the hallway entrance? Su Cheng immediately responded, can it be installed now? A single additional door enhances our safety. Ji Yanma added, I also possess a door that can be installed in the hallway. I have tools for installation. I shall retrieve them. Lu Xingtang then turned and entered her home, moving to another small bedroom, closing the door behind her. From her space, she took out the security door along with the installation tools, all freshly acquired from the hardware market. First, she brought out the tools, and with the assistance of Su Cheng and Ji Yanma, they transported Ji Yanma's security door to the staircase entrance. Upon seeing Lu Xingtang emerge with the tools, the trio worked together to install the security door, while Lu Xingtang gradually maneuvered her own security door to the entrance. Xingtang found herself somewhat lacking in strength. Moving the security door alone proved to be quite a challenge. By the time she managed to maneuver it to the entrance, Ing and Jym had completed the installation and promptly came to assist her in relocating the security door. Once both doors were securely in place, Xingtang and Jym each handed Ing a key, and they exchanged keys with one another. As she pocketed the key, Xingtang frowned at apartment 1904. The peculiar family residing there enjoyed the benefits of protection without contributing a single effort, likely scheming in secret to pilfer their belongings. It would be best to eliminate the dross so that they might live more comfortably. Jym's dark eyes glinted with a fierce resolve. What if we expelled them? Ing replied. How do we go about doing that? After a moment of contemplation, Xingtang proposed, let them pay a protection fee, 3 pounds of grain per person, with 7 individuals in their household. That amounts to 21 pounds of grain. If they agree, they may remain. If not, we shall protect our own home and deliberately invite trouble, allowing the neighbors below to rob apartment 1904. If 1904 had been a decent family, Xingtang would never have entertained such ruthless thoughts. Ing nodded in agreement. I concur. Agreed? Xingtang looked at Ing in astonishment. I say, officer, shouldn't you be dissuading us from such tyrannical and heartless actions, upholding public order and safety, and detaining individuals like us who pose a threat to the well-being of the populace? How have you aligned yourself with us? Chapter 30. A fortuitous encounter. Ing, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. I am no longer a police officer. I have resigned. Those responsibilities and missions are no longer mine. All I desire is to care for my father and ensure he lives a few more years. That is all. After a pause, furthermore, prior to my resignation, we received official news regarding this calamity. It is not an ordinary disaster, but a globally catastrophic event, enduring for an indeterminate duration. Experts have yet to ascertain the timeline, yet it is certain that it will not cease in the short term. In other words, the apocalyptic end that many have foretold has indeed arrived. Were it not for my concern for my father, I believe I would have chosen to remain steadfast in my position. He does not harbor a profound sense of heroism. His decision to become a police officer stemmed merely from a desire to assist his father and avenge his deceased sister, Su Yuan. The enemy has been identified, yet it is akin to confronting a mountain. He has made several attempts without seizing any incriminating evidence, and it seems that within his father's limited lifespan, vengeance may not be attainable. Lu Xingtang comprehended the implications of Su Cheng's words. Su Cheng is not the biological son of the esteemed Su Hao, but rather an adopted son at the age of 5. It is said that Su Hao chose to adopt Su Cheng because, in certain aspects, he bore a resemblance to his late daughter, Su Yuan, a mere reflection of nostalgia. Su Hao nurtured Su Cheng with great care, and Su Cheng is a man of gratitude. In a previous life, Su Cheng saved Su Hao multiple times from the brink of death. Ultimately, however, Su Hao succumbed during the outbreak of the virus. Following Su Hao's demise, Su Cheng has strived to persevere, eventually reaching the Shuanglong base, for his adversaries are also present there. Regrettably, an acid rain thwarted Su Cheng's plans. It remains uncertain whether he achieved his vengeance, and even if he could, it would be an arduous task. So now, should we seek 1904? Or shall we wait a while? Have you rested enough to continue? Lu Xingtang inquired. Su Cheng glanced at Ji Yanma. Shall we proceed now? The sooner we resolve this, the sooner we can rest. Lu Xingtang replied. Then let us do it now. Once we settle matters at room 1904, you can enjoy a proper rest while I keep watch. She had already had her fill of sleep. Thus, the three of them approached the door of room 1904 and knocked, yet the door remained obstinately shut, inciting their frustration. Su Cheng delivered a forceful kick to the door, exclaiming, when the ground floor invaded our 19th floor, you cowered inside, refusing to lend a hand while relishing our protection. Do you wish to continue basking in it? Open the door quickly, or we shall break it down. Lu Xingtang frowned. The ground floor invaded our 19th floor? That must have occurred while I was out tending to the pig farm. I recall returning a couple of days ago from gathering supplies and discovering blood at my doorstep, which trailed to yours. What transpired? Su Cheng regarded Lu Xingtang with sympathy. Song Yue is your father? Indeed. There was no denying that she was the offspring of Song Yue. Regardless of her disdain for him, this fact remained immutable. That day, your father came looking for you. Su Cheng reminisced about the events of that day. Song Yue, accompanied by 2 brawny men wielding baseball bats, had stormed up to the 19th floor, heading straight for the door of room 1901. At the time, he had been returning home from work and happened to cross paths with them. Song Yue knocked on the door with a series of emphatic bangs, urging Lu Xingtang to open it. However, after a prolonged period of knocking, no one answered. Su Cheng immediately discerned that Lu Xingtang had ventured out in search of supplies and had yet to return. Frustrated, Song Yue enlisted the assistance of two burly men to continue the rapping at the door. Yet, the formidable duo declared, "Mr. Song, if you wish for us to force the door, you must provide us with provisions. You previously stated that upon our arrival at Sunshine Community, each of us would receive 100 pounds of food. Forcing the door comes at a different price. If you can present us with 200 pounds of grain at once, we shall immediately assist you and offer you a preferential rate." Infuriated, Song Yue retorted, "Rest assured, I, Song Yue, am a person of stature and respect in high society. Should you assist me in breaching this door, you are free to take anything within." Yet, the two hulking figures remained unmoved, having realized that Song Yue could not produce the promised provisions. Consequently, they subdued him and delivered a beating, which seemingly did not quell their anger. They proceeded to drag Song Yue down the stairs, proclaiming, "Daring to deceive us, you shall meet our leader. If our boss learns of your deceit regarding the grain, your fate shall be sealed." At that moment, the door of room 1904 swung open. Witnessing Song Yue's plight at the hands of the two brutish men, Wu Gu clapped joyfully, exclaiming, "Bravo, my brothers! You have delivered an admirable beating. Those who owe food deserve such treatment. A storm is brewing, and one can only ponder its duration. Such wasteful individuals are better off dead." Then, turning to his companions, he inquired, "By the way, what is this person's connection to room 1901? I recall that 1901 is a young lady, strikingly beautiful, with an exceptional figure and grace." Wu Ji's words failed to elicit even a glance from the two imposing figures, igniting a surge of indignation within him. Feeling utterly disregarded and perceived as inept, selfish, and devoid of moral integrity, he reached a breaking point when these two outsiders displayed their disdain. Fueled by his grievances, Wu Gu recklessly obstructed their path. "Are you too deaf? Did you not hear me speaking to you?" he demanded fiercely. "Do you wish to provoke a beating?" The burly men regarded Wu Gu with cold disdain, one commanding, "Step aside." The other added, "I'll grant you a chance to escape, so be gone." Undeterred, Wu Ji's fury intensified. "You want me to leave? You should consider your own insignificance. This is my domain, not yours. What gives you the right to order me away? Allow me to inform you that to exit from my 19th floor, you must relinquish 20 pounds of provisions. Should you refuse, you shall not leave this building." Hearing this, Lu Xingtang was left speechless. Wu Gu is truly foolish. Those two are clearly not to be trifled with, and he, a mere slender reed, dares to court danger. Has he lost his mind? Su Cheng nodded in agreement. Indeed, it seems he has. The two formidable men, unaccustomed to being threatened, regarded Wu Gu as if he were a specter. Yet Wu Gu persisted, shouting, "Brother, sister-in-law, come out and assist me." One of the burly men scoffed, "In the past, people would shy away from us, intimidated by our fierce appearance. This little reed dares to provoke us. He must be tired of living." Thus, one brother restrained Song Yue while the other mercilessly assaulted Wu Gu, leaving him battered and bruised, his nose bleeding profusely, and one arm dislocated. Wu Gu pleaded for mercy, tears streaming down his face, yet the brothers showed no signs of relenting, continuing their brutal onslaught. Hearing Wu Ji's anguished cries, the Wu family hastily rushed to the door, only to recoil in fear upon seeing the two robust men beating Wu Gu. They quickly pulled the door shut, declaring, "We do not know him. Do not bring trouble upon us." Su Cheng had just dealt with Su Hao and had not yet had the chance to fetch medicine for him when he heard Wu Ji's desperate wails at the door, disrupting the moment between him and Su Hao. Consequently, he retrieved the stolen gun and opened the door, threatening, "Let him go, or you shall face death." Su Cheng's arrival did not deter the two hulking figures. Rather, it exhilarated them further. "A gun! Brother, we must seize it." Chapter 31. The reckoning. She had long forgotten how many times she had licked the plates clean, how many times she had begged them to leave her a morsel. Yet they not only ignored her pleas but also chastised her for being ungrateful and lacking in decency. In this manner, she refrained from retaliating, internalizing the blame as her own. Reflecting on her past self, Lu Xingtang wished fervently to crack open her head to see what sort of foolishness resided within. As she had been irredeemably dim-witted, Song Yue, darkened in countenance, exclaimed, "Do you truly wish to starve us? Lu Xingtang, do you genuinely believe the world is coming to an end? Rescue will arrive soon. Do you fear that we will report you and have the police imprison you?" After finishing the last spoonful of soup, Lu Xingtang remarked, "One can survive 3 days without food." In her previous life, she had endured countless spans of 3 days without sustenance, merely subsisting on raindrops. "Rest assured, once I am well fed, I shall prepare meals for you all. You too shall savor the taste of rainwater and experience the essence of living through a month of consuming nothing but rainwater. Xingtang, you are truly malevolent. Sooner or later, you shall be struck down by lightning. The aroma was overwhelmingly enticing, rousing the drowsy Song Yingwei and Tanzheng from their stupor. They followed the scent to find Xingtang bustling in the kitchen, diligently transferring meat onto plates, their eyes widening in astonishment. Tang, I am famished. Could you possibly share some with me? Song Yingwei, lacking any pride, pleaded, I haven't eaten in several days. You once said that my blood flows with yours, and my life is intertwined with yours. As long as you wish for my survival, I shall remain alive. Therefore, grant me a morsel, or I shall perish from hunger. Tang, your vendetta against the Song family has nothing to do with me. Could you perhaps spare me? I promise I won't utter a word. I just wish to return home. Tanzheng, gripped by fear, lamented that if heaven were to grant him another chance, he would never have signed a contract with a widow for monetary gain, nor would he have subjected himself to such a plight. Xingtang stroked her chin thoughtfully and replied, Tanzheng, indeed, there is no profound enmity between us. However, have you forgotten that your actions contributed to my expulsion from the Song family? Of course, I am also quite grateful to you. Without your assistance, I might still be ensnared in their control. In truth, Tanzheng did not inflict any substantial harm upon her. Her expulsion from the Song family was solely the result of Song Yingwei's excessive jealousy, as at that time, she was entirely unfamiliar with Tanzheng. It was not until the onset of the apocalypse that Song Yingwei encountered Tanzheng, leading to an increase in their interactions. In her previous life, when Tanzheng's past with the widow was revealed, Song Yingwei's love morphed into hatred, and she unleashed much of her fury upon her. Because of Tanzheng, she endured numerous beatings and scoldings, even after Tanzheng was ultimately cast out of the household and resorted to his old ways to survive. Eventually, this came to Song Yingwei's attention. Recognizing Tanzheng's willingness to take risks, she brought him back, allowing him to venture out daily in search of supplies. The provisions he gathered could be brought home, granting him the comforts of regular meals and sleep, no longer relegated to the corridors as before. It was also due to Tanzheng that she was sold to the Thin Monkey for a week by Dong Yaji in exchange for 30 pounds of grain. If it were not for Sucheng. At this thought, Xingtang let out a cold snort. Tanzheng, you are now my captive. If you agree to work for me, you shall do as I command, and I will provide you with food daily. I agree. Tanzheng, fearing that Xingtang might renege, replied, I will do whatever you ask. I beg you for something to eat, for I am utterly famished. Very well, Xingtang said. I shall release you once I have satisfied my hunger. Sister Tang, I am here too. I am here too. Song Yingwei, akin to Tanzheng, had grown spineless, displaying no trace of the widow's ruthlessness. Perhaps it was the excruciating pain and gnawing hunger that compelled her to submit. I beg you, grant me a morsel to eat. I am truly famished, desperately so. Sister, you have always cherished me since our childhood. Now, just once more, please, bestow upon me a bite of food. Very well, replied Xingtang. I can offer you a morsel, but under one condition. If you acquiesce, I shall provide it. What is the condition? I agree. I agree at once. Song Yingwei was too ravenous to heed Xingtang's complete proposal, her sole desire being to satiate her hunger. The pangs of hunger and pain had nearly stripped her of reason. Xingtang did not respond immediately, instead stating, in a moment, you must plunge a cleaver into your mother. Should you do so, I will grant you food, plenty of it. What say you? Song Yingwei gasped. Dong Yaji interjected. Xingtang, you. Before Dong Yaji could unleash her wrath upon Xingtang, Song Yingwei hastily acquiesced. I will. As long as you give me a bite to eat, I would not hesitate to stab once, or even 10 times. Dong Yaji stared at Song Yingwei in disbelief. Wei. I am your mother. I am sorry, mother, but I am hungry. So very hungry. Song Yingwei could not bear to witness the disappointment etched on Dong Yaji's face. Yet her hunger was paramount. Only by filling her stomach could she muster the strength to retaliate. Regrettably, Dong Yaji remained unyielding, her pride intact. Despite being bound and rendered immobile, her body stiff and aching, Jin Xiu cast a silent glance at the side of Song Meimeng, pondering whether she would act similarly to Song Yingwei. After a moment of empathetic reflection, a wave of sorrow washed over her. What a splendid performance it was. Xingtang had anticipated this very scenario. Before she had even begun her true revenge, they were already a disarrayed mess. With a sardonic smirk, Xingtang returned to the kitchen, clutching an empty bowl. She sliced the cooled pork into delicate pieces, minced ginger and garlic, and chopped the scallions into diagonal sections. Opting not to include any additional ingredients, she prepared to saute them as they were. Once the potatoes were tender, Xingtang ladled the potato and bone soup into a large bowl, cleaned the pot, and heated the wok, adding a touch of rapeseed oil. She tossed in chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns to bring out their fragrance, then introduced the sliced meat into the pan, stir-frying until the pork turned translucent with slightly curled edges. Adding to banjiang, she coaxed forth a rich red oil, and the savory aroma wafted through the air. How delightful. Mother, what kind of meat are you stir-frying? Song Mengmeng inquired innocently, to which Jin Xiu found herself speechless. She had previously taught Song Mengmeng the art of cooking, and this dish was one she frequently prepared. It was perplexing that she could not identify it. Nevertheless, she responded, it's twice-cooked pork. Twice-cooked pork? No wonder the flavor is so familiar. Mother, I adore twice-cooked pork. I long to eat it. Who wouldn't crave meat? Although the tantalizing scent of the stir-fried pork did not reach downstairs, those residing in the hallway could not help but be enticed, their stomachs growling in response. Particularly the children, who clamored, Daddy, I'm hungry. Mommy, I'm hungry. The parents of the children, while scolding, attempted to soothe their famished offspring. Chapter 32. Only the dead are truly honest. Lu Xingtang furrowed her brow. She had a vague understanding of the events that transpired upon her return. Yet neither Su Qing nor Ji Yanma had disclosed the details to her. It appeared that after her departure that day, the 19th floor had been the scene of a bloody confrontation. Wu Jin and others were so frightened that their words became incoherent. Officer Su, you have witnessed it. Our Wu family, both the old and the young, the capable and the feeble, the ailing and the healthy, are like clay figurines crossing a river, unable to protect ourselves. Even if our entire family emerged, we would not stand a chance against those on the lower floors. Therefore, in light of our helplessness, we implore you to spare us. We promise that henceforth, regardless of what transpires on the 19th floor, we will not hide at home waiting for your protection, all right? It was the first time the Wu family had spoken of their helplessness so brazenly. Lu Xingtang coldly regarded them. Enough. Let us not squander each other's time. Our forcing open the doors of your Wu family is merely a notification. You are to vacate the 19th floor immediately. Should you refuse to leave, you will be met with bullets. Leave? Absolutely not. We cannot move. Wu Jin, setting aside his fear, insisted, if we leave, we will have no means of survival. Lu Xingtang, I beseech you, allow us to remain. We swear that no matter what happens on the 19th floor in the future, we, from Unit 1904, will not wait for your protection. I pledge my life that I will be the first to rush out. Please, show us some compassion. Moreover, they had worked tirelessly to purchase this home. Why should they be compelled to leave? The authorities would never force them to relocate. Why should the three of them have the upper hand? However, Lu Xingtang and the others possess firearms and have taken lives, a fact that Wu Jin dared not voice. With a cold expression, Ji Yanma tightened his grip on the trigger, aiming at Wu Jin. Your voice is somewhat subdued. I couldn't quite catch that. Please repeat yourself. Terrified, Wu Jin collapsed to the ground, lacking the courage to continue resisting in the face of such malevolence. Observing the scene, Wu Zihao cursed Lu Xingtang, Ji Yanma, and Su Qing in his heart, his face pale as he said, I apologize. We truly did not intend for this. It was my uncle, Wu Ge, who instructed us not to open the door and not to confront the individuals downstairs alongside you. If you must place blame, direct it at my uncle. Take him away. Do as you wish, but I implore you to grant the Wu family a single day of respite. Lu Xingtang looked disdainfully at Wu Zihao, acknowledging a modicum of cleverness, though it was scant. Do not presume that throwing Wu Ge to the wolves will quell our fury. Wu Ge is but a worthless life. Wu Zihao realized that abandoning Wu Ge would not pacify them, and his mind raced for a solution. Finally, he proposed, how about this? We will pay a protection fee. You three shall protect the Wu family, and we are willing to offer a fee, merely asking that you spare us in light of this payment. A protection fee? This was precisely what they desired. Lu Xingtang, seeing his goal within reach, smiled. A protection fee? Tell me, given the current predicament of your family, how much do you believe you ought to pay to avoid being expelled from the 19th floor? Wu Zihao was at a loss for words. Acutely aware that disaster had struck, with supermarkets and malls shuttered, even possessing wealth could not procure supplies. At this moment, resources were of utmost importance. After the typhoon had passed, father took mother and my sister out several times, returning with a considerable amount of supplies. However, with 7 mouths to feed, the resources were depleting at an alarming rate. It remained uncertain whether they could weather the storm. Our lives held little value. Our home lacked sufficient provisions, and we were uncertain about the appropriate quantity of supplies needed. If you suggest a suitable amount, we shall immediately venture out to procure it for you. After some contemplation, Wu Zihao tossed the ball to Su Qing. Su Qing, with audacious intent, declared, in that case, each of you shall provide 10 pounds of grain. With 7 of you, that amounts to 70 pounds. Produce it. 70 pounds. Wu Zihao was taken aback. We have none. Even if we did, we cannot offer that much. Our family cannot spare 70 pounds of grain. It is far too excessive. Xingtang was equally astonished that Su Cheng would demand such a hefty amount. Collaborating with Su Cheng, he pulled the trigger and fired a shot at the coffee table in the living room. The gunshot shattered the table, causing the Wu family to scream in terror, a cacophony of panic. If you don't give it, you will perish. Give it. We will provide. The voice was not Wu Zhehao's, but that of Wu Zhaohai. We agree to pay the protection fee, but 70 pounds is far too much. Our family has been scrimping to survive for a month. Could it not be less? Old Wu, your grandson has already stated that your lives are of little worth. We exerted great effort and expended 5 bullets to quell this situation. Surely you do not believe the bullets washed down by the flood, do you? Su Cheng retorted sharply. Ji Yinma fired shots to intimidate those downstairs, hitting 5 targets, 3 directly in the forehead and the other 2 in the thigh. Without the presence of Ji Yinma, even if he were to risk his life, he would be unable to safeguard the 19th floor. It is futile to say that the 3 families can endure. Even 1904 would not remain secure. Wu Zhaohai gritted his teeth and proposed, what if we each contribute 3 pounds of grain, along with 3 military coats and 3 boxes of cold medicine in exchange? Would that suffice? Noticing that Lu Xingtang and the others remained silent, Wu Zhaohai continued. You often venture out to procure supplies, yet return home without the luxury of a warm bath. The military coats would shield you from the cold, and should you catch a cold, the medicine would prove invaluable. If that is insufficient, we could add 3 bottles of mineral water. Would that be agreeable? Lu Xingtang gazed at Wu Zhaohai with a piercing look and questioned, what if we take your protection fee, and you inform the people downstairs, allowing them to seize our homes while we are away? Never. We would never betray you. Wu Zhaohai insisted fervently. Should we ever leak information? You have every right to evict our entire family, denying us any supplies. Lu Xingtang glanced at Su Cheng and Ji Yinma, noting their approving nods. You would do well to remember this lesson. Understand that only the dead can be truly trustworthy. The trio accepted the protection fee from 1904, each taking their share before returning to their own homes. Ji Yinma returned Lu Xingtang's welding torch to her, as the installation of 2 security doors in the corridor had heightened safety, allowing Su Cheng and Ji Yinma to rest with peace of mind. Upon returning home with supplies, Lu Xingtang immediately entered her space. Once inside, she busied herself, first heading to the black soil. There, she observed that the vegetables she had planted had already broken through the earth, thriving splendidly. It would not be long before she achieved vegetable freedom. Instead of leaving the black soil, Lu Xingtang concentrated her mind, relocating the tractor from the storage to the black soil and delivering corn seeds, potatoes, and sweet potatoes to the same area. With 72 pigs and 6 breeding sows in her space, she now had livestock to care for, necessitating an increase in grain production. Otherwise, the pigs would go hungry. With her consciousness and physical presence combined, Lu Xingtang spent 5 hours in the space, cultivating 50 acres of land, 20 acres of corn, 10 acres of potatoes, and 20 acres of sweet potatoes. After completing her planting, she retrieved 5 stoves and 5 large iron pots, which she had purchased at a hardware wholesale market, never expecting to use them so soon, especially for feeding pigs. Chapter 33. The entire 19th floor is composed of villains. Lu Xingtang collected firewood and coal, igniting the fire. Fortunately, her memories from a previous life prevented her from accidentally singeing her hair. Once assured that the flames would not extinguish, she carried a large bucket of water, which she had previously stored from the reservoir, and filled several pots with water. She then washed the potatoes and sweet potatoes gathered from the pig farm, placing them into the pots to boil. After cooking, she used a large spatula to mash the potatoes and sweet potatoes, bringing over a substantial quantity of stored cabbage, chopping it finely, and mixing it with the potatoes and sweet potatoes. Finally, she added pig feed, intending to nourish her 72 pigs. However, Lu Xingtang had been overly optimistic. The pig feed she had laboriously prepared proved insufficient for the voracious appetites of her 72 pigs. She simply could not afford to sustain such gluttony. With gritted teeth, she procured a cattle prod and dispatched 63 pigs, leaving behind 6 sows, 3 robust breeding boars, and 9 manageable pigs that would not burden her too greatly for the time being. Were it not for the fertile black soil conducive for cultivation, she would have spared not a single one. After preparing a large pot of pig feed, Lu Xingtang sought out instructional videos on constructing wooden shelters, realizing that the kittens, puppies, and pig pen must be accommodated. After 3 days of diligent study, Lu Xingtang erected a lavish pet villa for the kittens and puppies, featuring bedrooms, a dining area, and a bathroom, albeit lacking recreational facilities. 100 meters away from the pet villa, she enclosed a pig pen with 1-meter-high wooden stakes, relocating the pigsty and troughs within it. effectively herding the pigs into their new quarters. The pig pen was somewhat rudimentary, but she intended to gradually enhance its features. Unexpectedly, Lu Xingtang unlocked knowledge of mortise and tenon joints, realizing that her stay in Sunshine Community would be brief. She resolved to thoroughly learn about constructing with these joints, for one never knows when such skills might prove advantageous. On the 12th day following the onset of the cataclysmic disaster, floodwaters had risen to the 8th floor. Since the calamity began, the flood had inundated 1 floor per day, yet the rise slowed considerably when it reached the 7th floor, taking 3 days to reach the 8th, which was now halfway submerged. The pace would only decrease further from that point onward. Having refrained from venturing outside for several days, Lu Xingtang contemplated a stroll, hoping to encounter the nemesis from her past who had nearly brought about her ruin. By now, they should have emerged. Just as she retrieved her inflatable boat from storage and had yet to change her attire, a knock echoed at her door. As Su Cheng observed Lu Xingtang opening the door, he promptly exclaimed, "Lu Xingtang, let us 3 venture out together to procure supplies." At that moment, Lu Xingtang noticed Ji Yinma behind them. Given the multitude of teams scouring for resources outside, it was unsafe for any of them to venture alone. Forming a group would safeguard the hard-earned supplies and provide mutual protection. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xingtang inquired, "Where shall we seek these supplies?" Ji Yinmo replied unhurriedly, "The Onion Reservoir. I passed by it yesterday while searching for resources and noticed an abundance of fish in the reservoir." The mention of the Onion Reservoir sparked excitement in Lu Xingtang's eyes. "Then let us make our way to the Onion Reservoir." With merely half a month remaining, the 5 major reservoirs of the capital are set to breach simultaneously, devastating the homes of all its inhabitants along with the surrounding cities. Although she could not prevent the impending disaster, she resolved to gather the resources from the reservoir before the catastrophe unfolded. Thus, the 3 of them knocked on the door of room 1904, stating, "We are heading out to seek supplies. The responsibility of protecting the 19th floor is now entrusted to you." Lu Xingtang and her companions harbored no fear of the 19th floor falling, but were apprehensive of room 1904's treachery, potentially colluding with those below in their absence. The residents of room 1904 felt a mix of animosity and fear towards the trio of demons. Upon hearing their intention to venture forth, they secretly wished to join them, but were ultimately deterred by their trepidation of the formidable trio. You may go without concern. We shall guard the 19th floor with our lives. There is no need to guard one's life so fiercely. The inhabitants of the 19th floor below are not yet bold enough to invade, unless someone takes the lead, possesses weaponry, or is driven to a desperate state. For the moment, supplies can still be found, and some individuals remain skeptical about the arrival of the apocalypse, awaiting rescue from GJ. However, when resources become scarce or increasingly difficult to procure, internal strife will inevitably erupt within the building. Lu Xingtang and her companions are aboard a speedboat belonging to Ji Yinma, while Lu Xingtang's own speedboat and Su Cheng's kayak lie deflated atop it. Having previously visited Onion Reservoir, Ji Yinma is well acquainted with the route and does not require guidance from Lu Xingtang or Su Cheng as he steers directly towards their destination. During this outing, Lu Xingtang observes numerous groups scouring for supplies, with both speedboats and kayaks proliferating, leading to an increase in conflicts. Shortly after departing from Sunshine Community, they encounter a band of robbers blocking their path. "Leave your speedboat here, and I shall spare your lives." Before Lu Xingtang can intervene, Su Cheng draws a nail gun and takes aim at the robber's forehead. With a resounding crack, the shot strikes true, and the assailant's body collapses, lifeless, into the water. The companion of the fallen robber suddenly emits a terrified scream. It's the villains from the 19th floor. "Run! Flee! Our leader is dead." Do not oppose the 19th floor residents. They are armed with real guns. Each one of them has taken a life. Lu Xingtang dismisses the idle threats. Retrieving a handgun from her black backpack, she squeezes the trigger, firing a shot towards their speedboat. The gunfire drowned out the sounds brought by the tempest, causing them to scream in terror. Moments later, they plunged into the floodwaters, desperately calling for help, only to be swept away by the sudden deluge. Unfortunately, their misfortune did not end there. They soon encountered a swirling vortex that gaped wide, swallowing them whole. The Sunshine Community lies quite distant from the Onion Reservoir, and it took 7 arduous hours for the speedboat to reach the vicinity of the reservoir. The journey was fraught with peril, as they encountered numerous waves of would-be robbers, all of whom were promptly dispatched by Lu Xingtang and Su Cheng, who wielded their firearms with lethal precision. They even seized 5 speedboats, 2 kayaks, and a cache of water-damaged supplies along the way. Although the Onion Reservoir is situated at a higher elevation, the surrounding structures had all been inundated. After enduring 7 continuous hours aboard the speedboat, Lu Xingtang and her companions were utterly fatigued and famished, especially as Lu Xingtang felt the pressing need to relieve herself. Ji Yanma, let us find a suitable place to rest momentarily. I need to take care of something, she suggested. With an impassive expression, Ji Yanma muttered an apology while searching for a place to dock. After an extensive search, they arrived at the foot of a mountain where the three of them secured the speedboat in a concealed location. They then took out their binoculars to survey the surroundings, ensuring no one was nearby. Once satisfied, they disembarked from the speedboat and tethered it to a large rock. Unable to hold it any longer, Lu Xingtang dashed to a spot further away to relieve herself. Upon finishing her business and retrieving the binoculars to scan the area, she was unexpectedly delighted to spot several cows grazing on the opposite hillside. With a resigned sigh, Lu Xingtang lamented that had she been alone, those cows would have already been transported into her space. Hastily, they returned to convey the news to Ji Yanma and Su Cheng, promptly boarding the speedboat and altering their course towards the opposite hill. Chapter 34. A bountiful harvest. Before they reached the opposing mountain, Su Cheng spotted a herd of cattle. The animals were scattered, and it was uncertain whether they had previously been domesticated. After a cursory count, he estimated there were approximately 30, each robustly built, weighing around 900 pounds. Had the apocalypse not transpired, their weight would likely exceed 1,000 pounds. Su Cheng pondered, with so many cattle, we would surely have enough sustenance for an extended period. However, how shall we transport them back? It would be impractical to bring an entire cow, as it would attract undue attention and make us susceptible to being targeted. Additionally, our community is quite distant from the Anyun Reservoir. A round trip would not only consume a significant amount of fuel but also invite potential robbery. There is no guarantee we could return home with the cattle. This indeed posed a dilemma. Both Ji Yanma and Lu Xingtang were confident in their ability to transport all the cattle, but Su Cheng was hesitant. They were all reluctant to reveal their spatial abilities, prompting Lu Xingtang to deliberate seriously on the matter, since we cannot carry the entire herd. Let us take a few cows. The remainder can be left for others. Bringing a whole cow back to the community is certainly impractical. However, if we were to convert the beef into jerky, it would be much easier to transport and preserve than fresh meat. Su Cheng furrowed his brow. But this means we will have to linger at the Anyun Reservoir for quite some time. I have no concerns about anything else, but I am worried about my father. Old Master Su is 81 years old, suffering from both hypertension and heart disease, and without someone to look after him regularly, he could easily encounter trouble. Ji Yanma spoke. In this case, Lu Xingtang will stay behind, while you assist me in piloting the speedboat to transport supplies back to Sunshine Community. Ensure your father is settled. Then, return promptly to aid Lu Xingtang. She is in considerable danger alone. I concurred. Lu Xingtang glanced sideways at Ji Yanma, their eyes meeting momentarily, and in that instant, both comprehended each other's intentions. Lu Xingtang subtly shifted her gaze to Su Cheng. After we eliminate the cattle, we shall seek a suitable location. I will remain to prepare beef jerky while you transport the supplies. We shall return home once the task is complete. They had come to Anyun Reservoir primarily for fishing, and the cattle were an unexpected boon. It was certain that the transportation would not be concluded in a mere few days. Su Cheng fixed a steady gaze upon Lu Xingtang. We will ensure you are in a secure position. Rest assured in crafting the beef jerky. Do you have sufficient ammunition? Lu Xingtang smiled. Against 100 or so adversaries, I will manage without issue. So, do not worry about me. Focus on safely delivering the cattle home. Su Cheng hesitated briefly before acquiescing. This arrangement was indeed the most prudent under the circumstances. Lu Xingtang retrieved night vision goggles and a short military knife from her black backpack, trailing behind Ji Yanma and Su Cheng as they approached the herd. The mountain path was treacherous and muddy, but the trio supported each other and finally reached the location of the cattle, which were scattered rather than clustered, predominantly yellow cattle. Lu Xingtang's eyes gleamed at the sight of the herd. Had she not been concerned about revealing their location, she would have wished to transport all the cattle into her space. Lu Xingtang and Ji Yanma drew their pistols, while Su Cheng produced a nail gun. Using a nail gun to dispatch cattle is considered a humane method. The device is aimed at the cow's brain, resulting in an instantaneous shattering of its mind. Ji Yanma proposed that they separate their actions, though not too far apart, to avoid inciting the herd into a retaliatory frenzy after a kill, as escaping through the muddy and slippery terrain of the mountains would prove difficult. Initially, the trio did not part ways. Instead, they raised their weapons and targeted the 5 nearest cattle. With precision, they fired simultaneously at the heads of the animals, and the resounding cracks of gunfire echoed as 3 cows collapsed. Before they could catch their breath, the other 2 also fell, struck by the shots of Ji Yanma and Su Cheng. Just as the last echoes of their shots faded, a solitary cow nearby succumbed to the ground. The gunfire startled the remaining herd, eliciting a chorus of distressed mooing. Undeterred by the heart-wrenching cries of the cattle, Xingtang and her companions pressed on, firing at the yellow cattle once more. The sound of their weapons triggered further panic among the herd, which sensed the imminent threat to their lives and bolted in haste. The trio quickly dispersed to pursue the fleeing cattle, but the treacherous mountain paths made swift movement challenging. Witnessing their companions fall to gunfire sent the remaining cattle into a state of frantic disarray. Acting decisively, they split up to hunt down the herd. Xingtang deliberately steered clear of Su Qing and Ji Yinma, ensuring they were out of sight before she concealed her weapon and sought the scattered cattle. Soon, she located a group of 8, and with utmost caution, she approached them. Once close enough, she waved her hand gracefully, drawing the yellow cattle into her spatial realm. At that moment, the sound of gunfire echoed in the air. Xingtang drew his weapon and targeted a stray herd of cattle, swiftly dispatching one. The trio united in their efforts, bringing down 6 in total. After parting ways, Su Qing managed to shoot 4, Ji Yinma claimed 5, and Xingtang secured 3. Had it not been for the inclement weather, they certainly could have hunted even more cattle. That's enough, Su Qing exclaimed. Together, we have taken down 14 cattle, which will sustain us for quite some time. Each cow is substantial in size. If we divide them equally, we shall each receive 4. With 1 to spare that can be shared amongst us, ensuring ample provisions for a lengthy period. Thus, the 3 collaborated to transport the slain cattle to the speedboat. Xingtang remained behind to guard the herd while Ji Yinma and Su Qing ventured forth in search of a suitable location to prepare jerky. Once they had confirmed that Ji Yinma and Su Qing had ventured far enough, Xingtang began to scout the surrounding area for any signs of cattle. After a diligent search lasting about 10 minutes, he finally discovered a herd of 9. Elated, Xingtang approached cautiously, ensuring the cattle were not as frightened as before and were gradually calming down. He then retrieved a bundle of fresh grass from his storage and offered it to one of the cows. The animal, drawn by the enticing aroma, eagerly seized the grass and began to chew. Observing the cow's delight, Xingtang scattered the remaining grass before the other cattle and produced 2 additional bundles, ensuring that all the cows had enough to eat. In a swift and stealthy motion, Xingtang waved his hand, and in an instant, the 9 cattle were drawn into his storage, merging seamlessly with the other herds on the prairie. Xingtang was concerned about Ji Yinma and Su Qing's return. Instead of continuing the search for cattle, she opted to remain by the yellow cattle they had shot. While waiting, she entered her space to check on the 17 cows she had gathered. They had blended into the herd and seemed to have forgotten the perils they faced, happily grazing on the grasslands. Subsequently, Xingtang inspected the pigs, which were comfortably ensconced in their pen, blissfully asleep on the ground. The cats and dogs frolicked joyfully in their pet villa. After replenishing their food, Xingtang exited the space. After approximately 10 minutes, Ji Yinma and Su Qing suddenly appeared in her line of sight, swiftly approaching the shore in an inflatable boat. Xingtang scrutinized them, noting the blood on their clothes and their pallid complexions. She furrowed her brows and inquired, "Did you encounter robbers?" Chapter 35, Disturbance at the Cottage. Su Qing shook his head. The nearby houses have all been inundated by the floods. We ventured a bit further and finally located a higher ground cottage, only to discover that it was occupied. He continued, "If they were ordinary people, it would have been one thing, but they turned out to be a gang of ruthless villains, more malevolent than the 3 of us combined." "You engaged in combat?" Xingtang affirmed. "What was the outcome?" Observing the bandaged wounds on them, she refrained from inquiring about their injuries. There were 17 of them, led by a gaunt old man. Each was armed with a gun. Unfortunately, Ji Yinma and I were spotted before we reached the cottage, and we were both shot. Had it not been for a sudden barrage of lightning that struck the cottage, killing them, we would never have returned alive. Su Qing added, "Yet, the occurrence of that lightning was rather peculiar upon reflection. Could it be a colossal thunderbolt?" Xingtang questioned, bewildered. "Are you jesting? What kind of mighty thunderbolt possesses the capability to penetrate dwellings and claim lives? Does it possess eyes, evading obstacles to specifically eliminate those 2? Su Qing anticipated Xingtang's skepticism, for had he not witnessed it firsthand, he too would have found it hard to believe. "Inquire with Ji Yinma. He has also seen it." With an impassive expression, Ji Yinma affirmed, "Indeed, a colossal thunderbolt appeared suddenly and struck them down. 17 individuals, all perished. Upon our inspection, we found their bodies mangled and charred." Yet, Xingtang remained unconvinced, and Su Qing could offer no further explanation. "This is the stark reality." "Very well. Have there been any further discoveries?" "We located 2 canisters of gas within the dwelling, 2 gas stoves, a large iron pot, and a stainless steel bucket of excellent quality. Additionally, there was a 20-pound bag of rice, a wilting cabbage, and an assortment of oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. We also found 21 handguns and a box of ammunition, alongside 2 speedboats and 3 barrels of gasoline. Ji Yinma and I have scoured the vicinity, and presently, we have not encountered any other individuals. Then let us hasten to relocate the 14 cattle to the dwelling. It is possible that in a few days, the entire structure may be submerged. Thus, they inflated the speedboats and kayaks they had brought, working in unison to transfer the cattle onto the speedboats. Lu Xingtang sat upon the kayak, while Ji Yinma and Su Qing navigated the speedboat forward. The trio transported the cattle back and forth. Lu Xingtang assisted in 4 trips, leaving only 2 cattle remaining, which Ji Yinma and Su Qing then carried on another journey. Lu Xingtang remained in the civilian residence to inventory the supplies left by the group. It must be said that the provisions in their kitchen were quite ample. They had oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, pots, bowls, and an abundance of utensils, including a steamer, allowing them to prepare fragrant rice. As they began their preparations, Lu Xingtang busied himself washing rice and cooking when 2 speedboats approached the dwelling. One of the boats carried 2 individuals, one steering and the other securing the supplies. When they were merely 3 meters from the residence, the taller man suddenly wrinkled his nose and exclaimed, "Do you smell that? The aroma of food is delightful." Indeed, the scent wafted through the air. Since their encampment in this dwelling, they had never encountered such an enticing fragrance. The tall man swiftly produced binoculars to survey the area. "This is not good. I do not see our brothers on guard. Something is amiss." He decisively turned off the motor of the speedboat and lowered his voice. "What shall we do now? Should we retreat or proceed? The leader may not necessarily be dead," the tall man asserted. "Typically, when we scavenge for supplies, our brothers await our return, yet today, not a single soul is present. There is surely trouble. We have gathered so many resources, but sharing among the brothers means little will remain for us. Perhaps we should part ways and operate independently. If the leader has survived, this could be a test set forth by him," remarked another from the second speedboat. The tall man fell into silence. Their leader was known for his ruthless nature. Should they betray him, they would undoubtedly face his wrath. As Lu Xingtang prepared her meal, she faintly heard the thunderous roar of a speedboat engine, and she found it peculiar that Ji Yinma and Su Qing had returned so swiftly. Suddenly, the engine noise ceased, and a sense of foreboding washed over her. Without hesitation, she extinguished the flame and approached the window for a discreet observation. To her surprise, she beheld 4 unfamiliar figures piloting a fully loaded speedboat. It was apparent that these individuals were allies of those who had perished in the thunderstorm. Without a moment's pause, Lu Xingtang retrieved a handgun from her spatial storage, affixed a silencer, took aim, and fired. Bang, bang, bang. Her marksmanship had improved remarkably. Each shot found its target, each bullet striking true. Before they could react, their heads were pierced, and their bodies tumbled into the water, lifeless, confirming that the 4 were irrevocably deceased and their corpses carried away by the floodwaters. She noticed that the speedboat drifted aimlessly, bereft of a helmsman. Lu Xingtang summoned a speedboat from her spatial storage, revved the engine, and pursued the 2 remaining crafts. Without a glance at the cargo aboard the vessels, she swiftly absorbed them into her spatial realm. Returning to her dwelling, she washed her hands and resumed her culinary endeavors, her mind already cataloging the bounty she had acquired. Inside her spatial storage lay 2 bags of 50 pounds of rice, an assortment of cured meats and sausages, 3 bags of corn, 5 bags of potatoes, and a collection of heavy clothing, all clearly intended for robust men. Reflecting on her actions, Lu Xingtang recalled that they had dispatched 14 cattle, which could not be processed in a single day and required transportation and fish catching. It seemed they intended to linger for several days, prompting her to extract a portion of the provisions: 1 bag of 50 pounds of rice, 5 pieces of cured meat, 1 bag of sausages, 1 bag of potatoes, and some clothing, while only 1 speedboat was brought forth. Thus, their evening meal was significantly enhanced: stir-fried cured meat, steamed sausages, and a bowl of potato slices. When Ji Yinma and Su Qing returned, the meal had just been prepared. Lu Xingtang assisted in moving the remaining 2 cattle back to the dwelling, placing them among the others, and invited them to wash their hands before dining. Upon seeing the evening's feast, Lu Xingtang took the initiative to explain, while Ji Yinma filled a bowl with rice soup, using it in place of wine to express his gratitude for Lu Xingtang's culinary efforts. He acknowledged that, without her, they would certainly have managed a meal, albeit not as sumptuous, and perhaps this place would have already been occupied. Su Qing also expressed his thanks to Lu Xingtang. The 3 quickly picked up their chopsticks to eat, having gone the entire day without food, ravenously devouring their meal in silence. After satiating their hunger, Ji Yinma and Su Qing set about butchering the cattle. Once Lu Xingtang had tidied the kitchen, she placed the large iron pot and stainless steel bucket on the gas stove to boil water. She then assisted Ji Yinma and Su Cheng in the butchering process, which involved removing the hooves, skinning, tailing, and eviscerating the cattle before having and washing the beef. After a brief respite, Ji Yinma and Su Cheng resumed their labor. As the 14 cattle required an extensive amount of time to be processed without rest, once they had finished butchering, Lu Xingtang meticulously removed the fat and tendons from the beef, cutting it into strips or chunks, and placed it into the pot. After boiling it for half an hour, she skimmed off the froth, adding salt, soy sauce, 5-spice powder, fennel, dried tangerine peel, and cinnamon to the mix. While cooking, Lu Xingtang found the aroma of the spices rather faint and discreetly retrieved a variety of additional seasonings from her supplies to enhance the flavor. Once completed, she would proceed to make beef jerky. Chapter 36. Your brother will provide for you. There exist numerous methods for preparing beef jerky, utilizing the ingredients available in the kitchen. With a scant supply of chili peppers but an abundance of cumin, Lu Xingtang resolved to create both spicy beef jerky and cumin-flavored beef jerky. In the absence of chili peppers and other seasonings, she planned to make the original flavor. Having formulated her intentions, Lu Xingtang conveyed her thoughts to Ji Yinma and Su Cheng. The two robust men readily pledged their cooperation, assuring her that whatever she lacked, they would bring back when they returned home with the beef, allowing her to proceed with confidence. With this assurance, Lu Xingtang set about the production of beef jerky. Once the beef was marinated, she removed it to cool while continuing to marinate the remaining pieces. However, as the first batch cooled, Ji Yinma and Su Cheng could not resist the allure of the beef. They eagerly seized their chopsticks, indulging in the succulent morsels, prompting Lu Xingtang to join in and savor a few pieces herself. After consuming nearly half of the pot, they momentarily set down their chopsticks to rest before resuming their butchering tasks. Lu Xingtang observed that Ji Yinma's butchering skills had significantly improved, resulting in a much faster pace. Su Cheng too had honed his technique. Initially, the two had required 3 hours to butcher a single cow together. However, they soon found that they could each handle one cow in just 2.5 hours. After spending an entire day at the residence, they successfully butchered all the beef. Lu Xingtang remained behind to prepare the beef jerky, while Ji Yinma and Su Cheng filled their 2 speedboats to the brim. Su Cheng's kayak, nestled in between, was towed by Ji Yinma's speedboat, which followed closely behind. Their fuel tanks were filled to capacity, and they also secured an additional barrel of gasoline, just in case of emergencies. Su Cheng possessed only a nail gun, so Lu Xingtang generously bestowed her own firearm upon him, opting instead for Su Cheng's nail gun. Initially, Su Cheng was reluctant to make the exchange, but his resolve faltered when Lu Xingtang revealed 2 bombs from her backpack. Reluctantly, he consented to the swap, agreeing to revert to their original weapons once they had completed their transport and returned to the neighborhood. After bidding farewell to the two, Lu Xingtang retrieved her night vision goggles to survey the surroundings, ensuring no one was in sight before transferring the remaining beef into her space. Within her space, she set up 5 pots to prepare braised beef, her consciousness constantly monitoring the meat. She also gathered all supplies from the residential area. Given that Ji Yinma and Su Cheng would not return for at least 14 hours, Lu Xingtang took the opportunity to collect the resources from the house. Afterward, she donned her cold-resistant suit, layering 2 warm outfits beneath it, and equipped herself with a raincoat and waterproof boots. Lu Xingtang then navigated a speedboat towards Anyun Reservoir. Before reaching the reservoir, she lamented the sight of numerous fish swept away by the floodwaters, a tragic loss. After a half-hour journey, she finally arrived at the Anyun Reservoir, nestled amidst the mountains and vast waters. Unable to advance any further with the speedboat, she ensured the area was unoccupied before stowing the vessel in her space. The visibility was poor, the mountain paths treacherous and muddy, making it easy to slip. Lu Xingtang stumbled several times, but fortunately, the surrounding trees broke her falls. Otherwise, she might have been swept away by the raging waters. Observing the fish in the water, lively and abundant to the point of obscuring their species, Lu Xingtang felt a surge of excitement. She retrieved the speedboat from her space and placed an ultrasonic fishing device atop it. In her preparations to stockpile supplies, she had nearly forgotten the fishing device, but the memory was rekindled during her resource gathering in Province C. As the fishing device activated, a faint yet piercing hum filled the air. Moments later, fish began to leap from the water's surface, soon turning belly up. Lu Xingtang deactivated the fishing machine and retrieved a net from her spatial storage, skillfully scooping the fish and transferring them into her fish pond. Each fish was of considerable size, most weighing between 5 to 6 pounds, with a few reaching 7 to 8 pounds, along with a multitude of smaller ones. As she fished, she could distinctly identify the varieties: grass carp, Crucian carp, common carp, silver carp, and bluegill. Observing the increasing number of fish in her pond filled Lu Xingtang with exhilaration. It was truly a bountiful harvest. With the relentless rain accumulating, the reservoir's waters continuously overflowed, sweeping many fish away, causing Lu Xingtang considerable distress as she hastened her fishing efforts. After several minutes, the fish that had been rendered unconscious by the ultrasonic fishing machine revived. Steering the speedboat forward, Lu Xingtang activated the fishing machine once more, wielding a large net as fish surfaced, belly up, ready to be captured into her spatial storage. Estimating the catch, she surmised that each haul contained approximately 300 fish. After operating the fishing machine 7 or 8 times, it finally ran out of power. She placed it into her spatial storage to recharge, and once revitalized, resumed her fishing endeavors. The exact quantity of fish she had amassed remained uncertain, but she was confident it exceeded 30,000 pounds. After a brief respite, Lu Xingtang continued fishing until the pond was filled to capacity, rendering any further estimation impossible. These fish would suffice for her sustenance for 10 lifetimes. Even without considering their remarkable reproductive abilities, the stock was more than adequate. Thus, Lu Xingtang turned her boat towards the residential area, only to be met with a group of individuals piloting their speedboats towards the reservoir. Ji Yinma was capable of discovering the fish in Onion Reservoir, a feat that others could achieve as well, especially since the flood had swept away numerous fish, making their eventual discovery inevitable. Suddenly, the Group S speedboat altered its course towards her, signaling that she had been spotted. Lu Xingtang retrieved her binoculars for a closer inspection. There were approximately 30 individuals approaching, among whom 5 were women, each possessing an alluring beauty. However, their pallid complexions diminished some of their charm. Yet their pitch-black eyes were filled with a venomous ferocity reminiscent of a deadly serpent. They were equipped not only with speedboats but also with kayaks, and even a fishing vessel. Besides the 5 women, the rest wielded weapons, and at the forefront of the speedboat were 5 heavily tattooed men, brandishing firearms and advancing menacingly towards her. In an instant, Lu Xingtang stowed away her fishing gear into her spatial compartment, leaving only a small fishing net behind, within which she had caught a handful of fish that lay atop the speedboat. Soon, she found herself encircled. "Hey brother, take a look, she is truly a stunning beauty." "I was lying," exclaimed one of the tattooed men, surveying Lu Xingtang from head to toe, his satisfaction growing with each glance. "She is indeed exceptionally beautiful. Just look at those innocent eyes. She clearly hasn't faced much in life. I adore such lovely young ladies. You lot, find her for me. When I've had my fill of her, I'll let you have your turn." "Understood, brother. We assure you we will accomplish the task," replied the tattooed subordinates as they closed in on Lu Xingtang, who appeared even more enchanting up close. They cheered in delight, and some, upon catching sight of the fish on the speedboat, revealed glimmers of greed, showing no sympathy whatsoever for Lu Xingtang. "The charming young lady, come into your elder brother's embrace. It is perilous for you to fish alone. I am robust and strong, endowed with considerable strength. If you choose to accompany me, I assure you shall no longer need to toil for your sustenance. I will provide for you." Lu Xingtang gazed calmly at the tattooed individuals before her, recognizing them as yet another group drawn to her beauty. These men possessed weapons, predominantly knives and clubs, with only 5 firearms among them. Remarkably, the armed men were aboard a speedboat. As she opened her backpack, she inquired eagerly, "Is it true, brothers? Will I no longer need to fish for my livelihood?" "Of course," one of the men replied, his demeanor condescendingly jovial. "How could I deceive such a sweet little sister with this kind visage?" He continued, "If you join us, you shall want for nothing, enjoying only the finest delicacies." He gestured to the imposing figure beside him, declaring, "Look here, this elder brother is the strongest among us. Rest assured, he will protect you with his life if you decide to join." The other tattooed men chuckled in unison, "Sister, you have us too. If you tend to our needs, we shall care for you in any manner you desire." Meanwhile, 5 women aboard another speedboat witnessed the scene, stifling their laughter. "Congratulations to the elder brother on acquiring a new young wife. This sister is quite lovely and appears to be inexperienced. Elder brother, you are fortunate indeed." Upon hearing their lascivious remarks, Lu Xingtang silently reached into her hiking backpack, her smile radiant as she said, "What a pity for the speedboat." Suddenly, an M134 Gatling machine gun materialized in Lu Xingtang's hands. "Those who dare to target me are already dead. Now, you shall join them." As her words fell, a relentless barrage of bullets surged into their bodies. The sound of gunfire echoed, a merciless assault. As the 5 tattooed men aboard the speedboat were reduced to mere riddled corpses, their vessel rendered unrecognizable, and their bodies swiftly washed away by the flood waters. The others, terrified by the sudden turn of events, shrieked in panic, hastily steering their speedboats and kayaks away, exclaiming, "Flee! This woman is a demon." Without weapons, we stand no chance against her. We cannot avenge our brother. Let us escape for our lives. Yet, Xingtang had no intention of letting them slip away easily. She continued her relentless fire, adjusting her aim to obliterate their speedboats and kayaks. Those aboard were sent tumbling into the turbulent waters. A few fortunate souls managed to evade the ferocious onslaught of the Gatling, witnessing Xingtang's invincible prowess, and reached for nearby trees in a desperate bid for survival. However, they too fell victim to her merciless shooting, perishing in the water. Not only did lives extinguish, but even the fish in the depths met a dire fate. As the waters were stained crimson with blood, in the midst of chaos, a fishing boat sped away, far swifter than the speedboat. Xingtang, undeterred, piloted her vessel in pursuit, revving the engine to its limits in a relentless chase. You flee, I pursue. Escape was beyond their grasp. After an hour of relentless pursuit, Xingtang finally caught up to the fishing boat, which was precariously swaying in the tumultuous waters, battered by floods and storms, its speed almost imperceptible, clearly adrift. As she approached, a figure emerged from the cabin, collapsing onto the deck in a trembling plea. Please, spare me. I'm just a sailor. I know nothing. Peering inside, Xingtang noticed two more individuals, their faces ashen, crumpled on the floor, quaking in fear. To ensure her safety, she raised her Gatling gun and unleashed a volley towards the trio. In that moment, the two inside the boat fumbled for their firearms, but their reaction was sluggish. They fell before they could even fire a shot. Observing their lifeless forms, Xingtang leaped onto the fishing boat, swiftly retrieving her inflatable craft into her spatial realm. After meticulously inspecting the vessel, a smile graced her lips. No wonder it had come to a halt. It was out of diesel. Had there been fuel, she would never have managed to catch up. The three corpses were discarded into the floodwaters, and Xingtang began assessing the supplies aboard the fishing boat. 7 sets of safety gear, fishing nets, harpoons, a fish basket, 2 wooden chairs, a small bed, a box of instant noodles, a kettle of boiling water, 5 large bowls, and a generous handful of chopsticks. She decided against storing the supplies in her space, instead embracing her beloved Gatling gun with fervor, exclaiming, "Oh, my precious, how I adore you." Without the Gatling, survival against these individuals would have been possible, but not with such swiftness and decisiveness. After safely tucking her cherished weapon away, Xingtang navigated the fishing boat back to the residence, awaiting the return of Ji Yanma and Su Cheng. Before she could return to the cottage, Xingtang observed through her binoculars that there were indeed occupants inside, not Ji Yanma and Su Cheng. Through the window, she discerned the presence of an elderly man, a young woman, and a child, huddled fearfully in a corner, while a tattooed man with a firearm guarded them, accompanied by 4 other armed men. Undoubtedly, these 5 tattooed individuals were affiliated with the group from Onion Reservoir. Fortunately, Xingtang had already secured the supplies from the cottage, or they would have fallen into the hands of this gang. The fishing boat, a significant target, had surely caught the attention of the 5 armed men. After a moment of contemplation, Xingtang maneuvered the vessel to a somewhat concealed location and anchored it. Then, she cleared her throat and called out in a deep, husky voice, "You lot, come help me. The hold is brimming with fish, and I cannot manage it alone." Upon hearing her voice, the tattooed man immediately beckoned his 4 companions to assist in the loading. "Hurry up, you lot. The boss must have struck a rich haul, and we need to return to catch more fish. Coming. No need to rush." The bullets were chambered, and the silencer was affixed. As Xingtang watched the 5 armed men approach the fishing boat, she lifted her weapon and fired. Bang, bang, bang. Each shot struck true, hitting their heads, and they fell lifelessly into the water. Grateful to the tattooed men, she noted her shooting skills had significantly improved. After confirming their demise through her binoculars, she disembarked from the boat and entered the cottage. Upon entering a bedroom, the very place where she had previously rested, she found the elderly man, the woman, and the child inside. They stood frozen in place, paralyzed by fear at the sight of Xingtang, who entered with an imposing presence, gun in hand. After counting, there were a total of 9 individuals. "What is your relationship with those 5 heavily tattooed men?" The children dared not utter a word, while the woman hesitated to speak, casting a timid glance at the elderly man beside her before closing her mouth again. Among the 9, there were 2 old men, 4 women, and 3 children. The elder men were even less inclined to engage in conversation, bowing their heads in silence. Another elderly man looked at Xingtang with a mixture of fear and anxiety, stating, We were taken by that group. We were the original owners of this house, but when they arrived, they seized us. They threatened that if they could not find food, they would resort to consuming us." Xingtang fixed her dark gaze on the old man for a moment before inquiring, "When were you taken?" "Yesterday. We were taken yesterday," replied the old man. "Yesterday." Xingtang chuckled. recalling that she had spent the entire day with Ji Yinma and Su Qing, slaughtering cattle in the very house without encountering them. "Miss, do you have any food? I beg you for a morsel. We are unbearably hungry," pleaded the old man. Lu Xingtang scrutinized the 9 individuals. They appeared timid as mice, trembling in fear. However, there was little trace of fear in her dark eyes. Notably, the 3 children seemed no different from ordinary youngsters, yet their chins bore faint bruises, and their hands were rough, lacking the delicate softness typical of children. Moreover, there was a gap behind them, through which Lu Xingtang glimpsed a dark pipe. Understanding dawned upon her, but she chose not to expose their ruse. Instead, she feigned ignorance and wandered around the house for a few moments. After ensuring that the vicinity was clear of any onlookers, she retrieved a Gatling gun from her storage space, stepped into the room, and demanded, "Now, reveal your true identities." Chapter 38. Speaking nonsense. With eyes wide open upon witnessing the Gatling gun in Lu Xingtang's possession, everyone was rendered speechless. "What do you mean, young lady?" Lu Xingtang pulled the trigger and declared, "Old man, you just mentioned that your group was robbed by a gang of tattooed thugs yesterday, correct? Allow me to inform you that I was right here yesterday, and there was not a single tattooed thug in sight, nor were you present. Now, reveal which divine beings you truly are." It was evident that they had likely spotted the fishing boat and recognized her presence on it. For the cabin of the boat was exposed, allowing anyone to witness its interior. Clearly, they had come specifically for her, intending to lure her into a trap. However, they did not anticipate her swift elimination of the 5 tattooed thugs, armed with an M134 Gatling gun. The old man revealed his intentions, rising to his feet while drawing a pistol from behind him, aiming it at Lu Xingtang. "Little girl, why resort to weapons? They say the apocalypse is upon us. It is perilous for a young lady to wander alone. How about you join us? We can establish a stronghold together, and you shall be our leader." Lu Xingtang's expression remained impassive. "Rather than becoming a leader, I am far more interested in your lives." With that, she did not grant them a moment to respond, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Before they could comprehend the situation, they lay lifeless in a pool of blood. If they were truly ordinary people, they would not have resorted to gunfire. Unfortunately, they were anything but. It was reasonable to assume they were a criminal organization, substantial in number, having likely relocated from an unknown territory. As Lu Xingtang cast the bodies out of the dilapidated house, she realized that the 3 children were not ordinary at all. They were, in fact, adults of diminutive stature, indistinguishable from true children at first glance. To believe them to be mere children would be a grave mistake. The 4 women, unkempt and gaunt, appeared as if they belonged neither to the realm of the living nor the dead. Witnessing such a grotesque sight, Lu Xingtang's expression darkened. Why must people forsake their humanity to become beasts, meddling with matters best left untouched? Their demise was deserved, sparing others from their malevolence. The 2 elderly men were of similar age. One likely held the position of leader among the group, while the other seemed to lack any real authority, as evidenced by the former's hesitance to speak, often glancing at his companion for validation. After discarding the 9 individuals from the house, Lu Xingtang assessed the supplies they had left behind. In a corner lay 3 homemade rifles, 2 nail guns, a pistol, a bag of rice, and a substantial piece of meat. That was all. Nothing more remained. With the supplies collected, Lu Xingtang retrieved the provisions from the house and arranged them back in their original places. The beef jerky had already been prepared in the space, with her consciousness assisting, thus sparing her the need for physical exertion. She gathered all suitable containers to store the beef jerky, consciously leaving a portion of the remaining meat unprocessed, anticipating that upon their return, they would complain of lacking containers and depleted seasonings. Time passed, and she awaited their arrival until the clock struck 1 in the morning. When Ji Yinma and Su Qing piloted the speedboat back to the house, relieved to see them safe, Lu Xingtang sighed with contentment. Ji Yinma, however, inquired with concern. "What happened to that fishing boat?" Lu Xingtang had long prepared her explanation. "After finishing the beef jerky, noticing that you had not returned, I took the initiative to venture out on the speedboat for a brief exploration. Upon my return, I discovered that a group had seized our dwelling. Fortunately, those remaining in the house were not particularly formidable, and their aim was poor, which enabled me to reclaim it. The fishing boat and the firearms, along with other supplies, belonged to them. Were you injured?" Ji Yinma scrutinized Lu Xingtang intently. Lu Xingtang shook her head. "I am unscathed. Although they wielded firearms, their ammunition was scant." Thus Ji Yinma remained skeptical but refrained from probing further. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and he too had his, which he preferred to keep concealed. Su Cheng expressed disbelief. "Lu Xingtang, you are remarkably skilled. Have you trained before?" Lu Xingtang, with wide eyes, fabricated a tale. "I have a classmate from a prominent family who owns a shooting club. He often invites us to practice there, and my experience is derived from gaming. Ha, I must thank your classmate for imparting such shooting prowess. Otherwise, you would have been in peril. Su Cheng felt a pang of guilt for leaving Lu Xingtang alone in such a situation. Had it not been for her fortitude, she might have met a dire fate. Sensing the concern of the two men, Lu Xingtang felt a warmth in her heart. Noticing the atmosphere was somewhat peculiar, she shifted the topic. Now that we possess a fishing boat, can we not transport all the supplies back together? Ji Yanma assessed the materials. If they cannot fit, we still have 3 speedboats and a kayak available. Ji Yanma and the others have returned, and Lu Xingtang has also resumed her duties, preparing a meal. Before the food was ready, she offered them some beef jerky to appease their hunger. Lu Xingtang steamed a pot of rice and stir-fried a generous portion of beef along with shredded potatoes. While tending to the braised meat in the space, she initiated another pot, boiling beef bones, which she retrieved from the space and placed in a large bowl. Once heated, she served it to them. After the 3 had their fill, they retired for the night. They rose around 6 in the morning to pack their belongings, ensuring that all transportable supplies and beef were taken, including the cowhide. The fishing boat was fully loaded, accompanied by a motorboat, while the other 2 motorboats and the kayak remained unused, deflated and placed atop the fishing vessel. Ji Yanma piloted the fishing boat, while Lu Xingtang sat aboard, wielding binoculars to survey the surroundings. Su Cheng navigated the motorboat behind them. To conserve fuel, they secured the motorboat to the fishing boat, allowing Su Cheng to merely steer while he and Lu Xingtang observed their vicinity together. With the fishing boat, their journey back was remarkably swift. What would have taken over 7 hours in the motorboat was accomplished in merely 2 hours in the fishing boat, arriving at Sunshine Community. Along the way, they encountered several attempted robberies, all of which Lu Xingtang and Su Cheng thwarted, allowing Ji Yanma to focus solely on piloting the fishing boat. Upon returning to Sunshine Community, Lu Xingtang remained downstairs to guard the supplies, while Ji Yanma and Su Cheng transported the goods to apartment 1902. The residents of the building, upon witnessing Lu Xingtang's return, seethed with resentment, their teeth gnashing in frustration. Why had this fiend not perished outside? Had she met her demise, her house and the provisions within would have become theirs. The inhabitants of the 19th floor deserved to perish outside. The other units have already elected their leaders, who guide their residents in search of essential supplies, distributing the provisions equitably upon their return. However, the residents of the 19th floor are paralyzed by fear, casting murderous glances at those from the adjacent units. Lu Xingtang gazed back at them with a haunting expression, brandishing her gun in a menacing manner, causing them to retract their necks in trepidation. Nevertheless, their eyes grew cold and sinister, revealing that numerous unsettling events had transpired over the past 3 days, leaving everyone on edge. With the water level having risen to the 9th floor within that time, and the 9th floor still unsubmerged, its residents remain, yet they too shall inevitably face inundation. In a fortnight, the 5 major reservoirs are set to breach, and in a previous life, the Sunshine Community was submerged up to the 13th floor. It seems that this fate is inescapable in this lifetime as well. Chapter 39. The rescue arrives. Ji Yanma and Su Cheng took turns transporting supplies, completing the task in over half an hour. The fishing boat lay beneath the building, as Old Man Su at Unit 1903 kept a vigilant watch through binoculars. Should anyone dare to seize the boat, he would be the first to alert them. The diesel from the boat's fuel tank had been siphoned off, rendering it useless unless someone procured more diesel. Upon returning home, Lu Xingtang entered her space to bathe and change attire. Once she felt refreshed, she knocked on the door of Unit 1902. As Ji Yanma opened the door, she was nearly overwhelmed by the pungent scent of blood and flesh. Stepping inside, she observed that his abode was starkly simple. The sofa, coffee table, and television cabinet had been relocated to the balcony, arranged tidily and meticulously, a testament to his penchant for cleanliness. The windows, like her, were crafted from shatterproof and bulletproof glass, and additionally, protective railings were installed outside, also made of stainless steel. The doors to the 3 bedrooms had been transformed into stainless steel as well, rendering the entire residence akin to a fortress. Upon seeing the living room brimming with an abundance of beef and other supplies, Lu Xingtang smiled. For the foreseeable future, she would not need to venture out in search of provisions. After a while, Su Cheng arrived, and as soon as he did, the 3 began to divide the supplies. Ji Yanma and Su Cheng expressed their desire to allocate a larger share to her, reasoning that safeguarding the supplies and preparing beef jerky was no small feat. They had slaughtered 14 cattle, bringing back 1/3 of the yield, while the remaining 7th had been processed into jerky. They had encountered nefarious individuals along the way. Though they escaped unscathed and acquired a fishing boat, both men unanimously felt that Lu Xingtang had exerted the most effort. However, Lu Xingtang insisted on an equal distribution. She did not believe that transporting the supplies back to the neighborhood guaranteed safety, given the numerous individuals who might attempt to rob them along the journey. Furthermore, considering the time, it was evident that these two had returned to the residential area without resting. The 14 cattle had been their sole undertaking. She had contributed little to the labor. Lu Xingtang maintained her stance, and Ji Yanma and Su Qing acquiesced to her decision. They understood that it was impossible to ascertain who had contributed the most or the least in their collective effort to procure the supplies. An equal division was the fairest approach. If they did not agree on this from the outset, conflicts were bound to arise over time. Thus, it was better to establish clear rules from the beginning. After organizing the supplies and accounting for what had been consumed, they decided to equally divide all the meat from the cattle, including the head, tail, hooves, beef, and jerky. The 2 gas canisters in the residential house had been exhausted, and since the gas tanks were not brought back, Lu Xingtang discreetly stored them in her space, knowing they might prove useful someday. The gas stove has been brought back, but Lu Xingtang declined it on the grounds that they already possessed a gas stove. She also refused the large iron pot. The 2 gas stoves were allocated to Ji Yanma and Su Qing, while the large iron pot was given to Su Qing. The stainless steel barrel was bestowed upon Lu Xingtang. They acquired 21 handguns, 3 homemade rifles, 2 nail guns, 1 pistol, and a box of ammunition. Each of the 3 divided the spoils, 7 handguns, 1 homemade rifle, with Ji Yanma and Su Qing each receiving a nail gun. The remaining pistol was given to Lu Xingtang, and the bullets were evenly distributed. The fishing boat belonged to Lu Xingtang, thus it was under her ownership. They could utilize it, but only in exchange for supplies, and diesel would not be provided. There was a considerable amount of men's clothing, which Lu Xingtang chose not to take. Ji Yanma and Su Qing shared the garments. Out of 3 barrels of gasoline, 1 was consumed, and the remaining 2 were also divided equally. Ji Yanma had a gasoline barrel at home, so they distributed it on the spot. They also collected rice, which was shared equally. There were 4 pieces of cured meat, but Lu Xingtang expressed her disinterest in it and requested potatoes instead. Some sausages were also divided, along with a box of instant noodles. Upon reflection, Lu Xingtang realized she had perhaps lost out a bit when she transported the supplies back home. Ji Yanma and Su Qing discreetly placed a few pounds of beef among her belongings, which Lu Xingtang remained completely unaware of. As they were preparing for the final trip, Lu Xingtang and Su Qing were halted by Ji Yanma, who emerged from his room holding 4 walkie-talkies. He set the channels and handed 1 to Lu Xingtang and 2 to Su Qing. Although the elderly Su grandfather was not as sprightly as he once was, he was still capable of lending a hand, at least by keeping an eye on the fishing boats. Moreover, should he notice anything amiss while they were resting, he could promptly inform them via the walkie-talkie, eliminating the need for Su Qing to knock on doors, thus saving both time and effort. Lu Xingtang and Su Qing accepted the devices, and with a collective determination to rest well, they reminded each other that they still had to visit Anyun Reservoir for fishing. While Lu Xingtang had already stored a significant amount of fish in her space, it was prudent to accompany them to the reservoir to avoid arousing suspicion. Upon returning home, Lu Xingtang meticulously organized all the supplies within her space. After a deep and restorative slumber, she awoke to find it was already 9 in the evening. Rubbing her eyes, she rose to wash and refresh herself, feeling truly rejuvenated from her peaceful rest. Opening the walkie-talkie, she inquired, "When shall we depart?" Just as she stored the bedding away, the walkie-talkie crackled to life with Su Qing's voice. "We are ready and just waiting for you to awaken. Let us set off." Once Lu Xingtang had completed her morning routine, enjoyed breakfast, and donned her attire, she stepped out just 10 minutes later to find Ji Yanma and Su Qing waiting for her in the corridor. Noticing her hurried exit, with her hair still disheveled, they did not seem overly concerned. Lu Xingtang swiftly tied her hair up and locked the door, exclaiming, "If we delay, we may miss our share. Let us hurry." At the very moment they set sail from the community in their fishing boat, a resounding cacophony of roaring engines filled the air, heralding the arrival of the rescue team. It was reminiscent of the 17th day of the tempestuous storm in their previous lives. They maneuvered their vessel to the side, seizing binoculars to survey the scene, and indeed, they spotted the rescue boats along with firefighters clad in bright orange and yellow life vests. For a full 17 days, everyone felt severed from the world. Just as despair began to envelop them, salvation finally arrived. Upon catching sight of the firefighters, the entire community erupted into a chorus of anguish and tears. "Rescue has finally come. We have not been forsaken by our government. We are saved. No longer shall we endure life crammed in the corridors." Amidst their tears, laughter escaped, a bittersweet blend of helplessness and relief, as they wiped their eyes incessantly. There were merely 2 rescue boats, and 4 firefighters had arrived. The loudspeaker crackled to life, Esteemed residents, we sincerely apologize for our tardiness. Please remain calm. Our government shall not abandon any soul in need. Since the onset of this calamity, our commitment to saving lives has never wavered. However, this disaster has persisted for far too long, and the entire capital has been besieged by unprecedented devastation. Our resources are limited, and we kindly ask for your understanding regarding our delay. Please prepare your essential belongings. Tomorrow morning, we shall ensure your safe evacuation. Remember, prioritize the elderly and children, and maintain order. We assure you that every suffering individual will be relocated to safety. There is no need for concern. This relocation is solely aimed at the lower-tier residents, those whose homes have been inundated by the floods. On the boat, Xingtang and her companions observed a multitude of individuals surging downwards. Firefighter, to which location are we to be transferred? They inquired. The entire capital is submerged. Where can we possibly reside? Comrade Professor Su, they continued. We have nothing left to eat. For the past few days, we have survived solely on rainwater. Have you brought any food with you? You four are piloting 2 rescue boats, yet you arrive empty-handed. Are you not representatives of the government? Why have you not brought along supplies? We are on the brink of starvation and may not endure until tomorrow. Once more, the firefighter raised the megaphone and addressed the crowd. We sincerely apologize, everyone. We have not brought food with us, but we will return tomorrow to relocate you to a safe place where there will be provisions and opportunities to earn food through labor. So please, remain calm and hold on. Once we get through tonight, relief will come. With this message conveyed, the 2 rescue boats departed from Sunshine Community, heading towards other neighborhoods. Xingtang gazed at the receding boats, enveloped in silence. In her previous life, she had passed by a shelter, but before she could reach it, she was overwhelmed by an unbearable stench that caused her to retch. The government had temporarily utilized the high-rise buildings throughout the capital to provide refuge for the suffering populace. The entire city was afflicted, with countless citizens in distress, all crammed into refugee camps, where the basic necessities of life became a significant issue. Though the typhoon had concluded, the torrential rains were expected to persist for 2 months more. It had only been 16 days, leaving another month and a half until the severe storm would finally cease. Moreover, the residents of the ground floor of the apartment building indeed relocated to the shelter, but within a mere 2 days, they returned. They lamented that the shelter was overcrowded. There was scarcely room to eat or sleep, let alone to walk, as it was teeming with people, an overwhelming throng. The internal strife within the shelter was severe, with incidents of robbery, theft, brawls, rampant gambling, and debauchery. In essence, it was chaos incarnate, showcasing the darker and more malevolent facets of human nature in full force. The government was undoubtedly engaged in disaster relief efforts, dispatching personnel to search for supplies. Yet they ultimately found nothing, resorting to salvaging from the waters. The food, soaked and spoiled, barely sufficed to keep the refugees somewhat sated. For those afflicted by illness or calamity, seeking refuge in the shelter equated to a premature application for a ticket to the underworld. Upon failing to spot any rescue boats, Xingtang pressed onward towards Anyun Reservoir. However, after walking for 10 minutes, Su Cheng was suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition, sensing an imminent confrontation with death. A profound despair enveloping him. Xingtang and Ji Yanma exchanged a glance and promptly turned back without a word to Su Cheng. Realizing their intent, Su Cheng's eyes reddened, and he could only choke out a heartfelt thank you. Indeed, upon returning to Sunshine Community, they were met with a cacophony of noise. The raucous sounds of fishing boats drowning out all else. They hastened to the base of the building, where a fishing boat was docked by the stairwell of the 9th floor. Ji Yanma and Su Cheng swiftly disembarked and rushed upstairs, while Xingtang lagged behind. Having taken the opportunity to secure the boat's supplies, particularly the diesel and keys, into her storage space, determined to prevent anyone from seizing their vessel, Su Cheng and Ji Yanma rushed upstairs. The resounding knocks on the door echoed through the corridor, reverberating painfully against their eardrums. Brothers, exert every ounce of strength you possess. Strike the door with fervor. If you find yourselves weary, let others take your place. We shall take over. If you do not open the door soon, we shall burst in and seize the Wu family at the first opportunity. Wu Jin, your wife and daughter are quite admirable. If you wish to preserve their safety, it would be prudent to comply and open the door. Wu Jin's voice resonated from within. I shall not open the door. Xingtang and his companions will not spare me. If I refuse to open, neither shall you be granted mercy. Regardless, the Wu family cannot evade their fate. Thus I shall remain resolute. You may continue to pound on the door, but it shall remain shut. My family has no desire to perish at the hands of Xingtang and his cohort. You are not to grant them entry, should anyone dare to open the door. I will personally ensure their demise. Wu Jin and his family, armed with kitchen knives, fruit knives, rolling pins, and brooms, stood defiantly at the security door of the staircase, vowing to stand together with the 19th floor until the very end. They fervently hoped that Lu Xingtang and his companions would return swiftly, for their arrival would guarantee safety. Once again, they expressed gratitude for the installation of the security door. Had it not been for this barrier, the 19th floor would have succumbed long ago. Upon hearing Wu Jin's voice, Su Qing and Ji Yanma felt a wave of relief. The insurrection below had not yet succeeded. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, silencing all sounds. Su Cheng and Ji Yanma halted momentarily, then propelled themselves forward with the swiftness of a gusting wind. Damn it! It was that old fool Su Hao who fired the shot. Who possesses a firearm? Fire a shot. Send the old man on his way. Make way. I have a gun. A slender man pushed through the crowd from behind, apologizing. I haven't eaten for several days, and I lack the strength to get through. I have a gun. Instantly, a path was cleared for the man to approach. Leaning against the railing, his body slightly angled, he aimed the gun at Su Hao and pulled the trigger. Su Qing finally managed to squeeze through the throng to the stairwell between the 19th and 18th floors, witnessing this critical moment, nearly losing his balance in shock. Father, do not fear. I am here to save you. He swiftly pulled the trigger, firing at the man. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots echoed through the 19th floor. Professor Su. Ah. 2 terrified voices rang out simultaneously as they witnessed the assailant hit in the head and then in the arm, causing the gun to tumble from his grip and fall over the railing. Suddenly, 2 more shots were fired, startling the crowd, who turned in fear to see Ji Yanma and Su Qing. Panic spread. The inhabitants of the 19th floor had returned. It was over. They had fallen into their hands. This time, it was certain death. Had they known, they would not have acted so impulsively. All of this was the fault of Fan Jindian. Had he not incited them to seize the 19th floor before leaving, they would not have attacked. Fan Jindian had not anticipated the swift return of the 19th floor. Were it not for the power and internet outage, he would have suspected an internal traitor had leaked information. Everyone clear out. Su Qing shouted urgently. He could not see whether the man's shot had struck anyone, but he heard Wu Jin's voice calling for his father, and he knew something terrible had occurred. Seeing them sluggishly standing in place, Su Qing squeezed his way through. At the instant he passed, Ji Yanma aimed his gun at the man standing before the security door. A gunshot echoed, and that man immediately collapsed onto the person beside him. Everyone promptly cleared a path for Su Qing to advance. With a stern expression, Su Qing opened the door and entered, shutting it behind him the moment he crossed the threshold. When Lu Xingtang arrived, Su Qing had already gone inside. Lowering his voice, he asked Ji Yanma, "What is the situation?" Ji Yanma conveyed the facts, and Lu Xingtang's expression darkened at once. His cold gaze swept over the room, finally resting on Fan Jindan. In their previous life, 2 building leaders had emerged in their apartment complex, the first being Fan Jindan. He had embezzled everyone's rations and bullied women, inciting public outrage that led to his expulsion from the building. Fan Jindan, you instigated everyone to raid my 19th floor, didn't you? Lu Xingtang asserted decisively. Chapter 41. Who is this formidable figure? Fan Jindan's position was cleverly chosen, allowing for both offensive and defensive maneuvers, even amidst the throng of people that crowded the staircase. Truly, as a building leader, his strategies were anything but ordinary. Lu Xingtang, you actually recognize me? Fan Jindan exclaimed. A broad smile plastered across his face. Then allow me to introduce myself. I am Fan Jindan, the newly elected leader of our apartment complex. In an instant, Ji Yanma's gun was aimed at Fan Jindan, causing him to tremble in fear. You've misunderstood me. We are not here to raid the 19th floor. We knocked for quite some time without anyone answering and wanted to pry the door open to see what was happening. You have just returned and are likely unaware that the rescue team has arrived, correct? Tomorrow, we shall relocate to the refuge. I would like to inquire if you wish to accompany us. If so, we could venture forth together, providing mutual support. Lu Xingtang aimed her gun at Fan Jindan's heart. Then you may await us on the road to the underworld, along with your father. As soon as the words left her lips, the bullet swiftly pierced Fan Jindan's chest. Witnessing the crimson blood spill forth, Lu Xingtang smirked. I have slain your father. Yet you harbor no hatred towards me, nor do you seek vengeance. You merely wish to be of assistance. Do you truly believe I would trust you? Fan Jindan resided in Unit 104, where his father had previously allied with 3 other families to force open her door, only to be met with a counterattack from her and Ji Yanma. In a past life, Fan Jindan was appointed as the building leader after the return of those who sought refuge, whereas in this life, he assumed the role of leader immediately upon the arrival of the rescue team. His first act as leader was to incite all the lower-tier residents to seize control of the 19th floor. She had no intention of leaving such a significant threat unaddressed. Eliminating the danger was paramount to her safety. Fan Zhendong seethed with indignation. Moments ago, the individuals below had boasted loudly, yet upon encountering Lu Xingtang, they all cowered like turtles retreating into their shells. Before Fan Zhendong could utter another word, a bullet struck his heart, exiting through his back, causing him to fall forward. Soon after, the sound of gunfire echoed through the corridor, claiming the lives of all who had attempted to breach the door of the 19th floor. The corridor was drenched in vivid blood, and the piercing screams filled Lu Xingtang's ears. She exhibited no mercy, nor did Ji Yanma. In the apocalypse, displaying compassion is the gravest peril one can face. Should they successfully seize the 19th floor, their unwitting return would inevitably result in a brutal ambush, leading to their demise. Lu Xingtang stood amidst the pool of blood, calling out loudly, "Su Cheng, how is your father?" Su Cheng replied, "Rest assured, my father is unharmed." That man's bullet did not strike Su Hao. In that dire moment, Wu Jin pulled Su Hao aside, narrowly evading the shot. Lu Xingtang exhaled in relief, and together with Ji Yanmao, they disposed of the body down below. Noticing the individuals from 1904 trembling in the corner, Lu Xingtang understood that Fan Zhendian and his group had not succeeded, and that 1904 had played a part in this. Ensure the corridor is cleaned up. Ji Yanma directed the people from 1904. Wu Jin promptly called for his wife and children to return home for mops, gathering rainwater and hastily tidying up. Su Cheng had already carried Su Hao back home, and Lu Xingtang followed inside to check Su Hao's pulse. "Su Cheng, there is no need for concern. Your father is fine." Upon seeing the open bottle of the fast-acting heart remedy, Su Cheng realized that all was well. His father had anticipated this situation and had prepared the medication in advance. After a moment's thought, Lu Xingtang said, "Su Cheng, your father requires care. You should stay to look after him. Ji Yanma and I can handle the fishing. We will still share the spoils equally." Su Cheng opened his mouth, intending to decline. But recalling Su Hao's health condition, he swallowed his refusal. 1904 was not an outsider this time. They even saved my father's life. If it weren't for Wu Jin's quick reflexes, Su Hao would have perished. I wish to offer their family a bag of rice and some beef, not too much, merely to express my gratitude for their life-saving assistance. Lu Xingtang replied, "It's up to you. This is your affair. As long as 1904 does not act recklessly, I shall not evict them. Should they cause any trouble on the 19th floor, I will deal with them promptly. I will inform them of that." Noticing Ji Yanma was absent from the upper floor, Lu Xingtang observed Wu Jin cleaning the corridor with his wife and child. After a moment of hesitation, she remarked, "This time, you have done remarkably well." Wu Jin and his companions' eyes lit up, realizing that Lu Xingtang did not hold it against them for not driving away Fan Zhendong and the others. As they descended, the families of the deceased avoided her, fearing she might take their lives with a gun. Some bore a deep-seated hatred and glared at her with malevolence. Lu Xingtang cast a fleeting glance back, causing one to immediately lower his head in fright. Revenge is permissible, but you must weigh your own capabilities. If you lack the means, then suppress your hatred. Remember, the 19th floor is not easily trifled with. We do not initiate conflict, but if provoked, none shall be spared. Ji Yanma had already boarded the fishing boat. Upon seeing Lu Xingtang approach, he reached out to grasp her hand, ensuring her safe descent. Lu Xingtang revealed to Su Cheng that he was unwilling to fish at Anyun Reservoir. However, Su Cheng relayed her words to Ji Yanma, who merely nodded in response, uttering not a single word. This was because Ji Yanma held no regard for Su Cheng or Lu Xingtang's sentiments. His sole concern was maintaining his own stability, as they were merely allies. On the journey to Anyun Reservoir, the two remained silent. When faced with danger, Lu Xingtang adeptly resolved the issues without requiring Ji Yanma's assistance. After 2 hours, they arrived at the reservoir, where the sky loomed particularly dark. Upon reaching Anyun Reservoir, they cautiously maneuvered their fishing boat above a school of fish. Ji Yanma turned to the fully equipped Lu Xingtang and said, "Lu Xingtang, we both have our own spaces. Let us first fill our own before we fish." Lu Xingtang paused for a moment before responding, "I have already filled mine when you sent the beef home." Ji Yanma acknowledged her with a sound, retrieving a battery from his space and placing it inside the fishing boat, followed by an ultrasonic fishing device. Lu Xingtang was taken aback. This individual was well equipped. Yet, who was he? She had neither seen nor heard of such a person in her past life. Curiosity piqued, she refrained from inquiring further. After all, everyone harbors secrets, and the consequences of uncovering other secrets could be burdensome. They fished together until dawn approached, at which point Ji Yanma ceased his efforts. Lu Xingtang had taken several breaks along the way. In silence, they retrieved food from their respective spaces. Ji Yanma presented a bowl of beef noodles, while Lu Xingtang brought forth a small hot pot accompanied by 5 steamed buns. After satiating their hunger, the two continued to fish until their vessel was brimming with catches before steering the boat back. Along the way, they encountered numerous robbers, but regrettably, None managed to utter a complete sentence before meeting their demise. Upon returning to the community, Xingtang retrieved the walkie-talkie to summon Su Cheng for assistance. Unexpectedly, Wu Jin also descended to lend a hand. Upon seeing the boat laden with fish, Wu Jin's eyes widened in astonishment. From where did these two extraordinary individuals procure such an abundance of fish? Su Cheng calmly elucidated. Wu Jin's family of 4 wishes to ally with us in the search for supplies, and I have acquiesced. Why? They require a compelling reason. 1904 poses a ticking time bomb for them. Chapter 42. Warmth received the conditions for joining the alliance stipulate that all resources in their possession must be entrusted to our care. Furthermore, any supplies they individually procure must yield 1/3 to us. Pausing for a moment, Su Cheng expressed his sincere apologies. I am sorry for not consulting you beforehand. However, he possesses nitroglycerin and amlodipine besylate, as well as olmesartan midazolam, which my father desperately needs. These medications are vital for treating heart conditions and controlling blood pressure. Had it not been for the inadequacy of our home supplies, Wu Jin would not have resorted to leveraging pharmaceuticals against him. Xingtang cast a lingering glance at Wu Jin, causing Wu Jin's heart to skip a beat. This tactic was indeed somewhat despicable, yet survival often necessitates such actions. After all, the trio had proven themselves formidable, having gathered an impressive amount of resources. Xingtang grasped Su Cheng and Ji Yanma's arms. Drawing them aside to speak in hushed tones, Su Cheng, I am aware of a location where we can find medications. Once we have transferred the fish, let us venture there. Perhaps we shall uncover the medicine you seek. Ji Yanma interjected. If we cannot find the medicine, let us take them fishing, ensuring their safety first. We shall acquire the medicine later. An alliance is out of the question. Su Cheng was deeply moved, acknowledging that this was a matter he had not thoroughly considered. And he apologized. He patted Su Cheng on the shoulder and approached Wu Jin. We do not agree to your alliance, but we can cooperate temporarily. As for the details of this cooperation, Su Cheng will inform you. Now, you may return and await further news. Wu Jin had not anticipated that Xingtang and Ji Yanma would agree to an alliance. Temporary cooperation was acceptable, allowing him to stockpile supplies at home. After transferring all the fish to his residence, the 3 would share them equally, but this time Su Cheng took only a small portion, with the remainder split between Xingtang and Ji Yanma. Understanding Su Cheng's intent, Xingtang did not press the matter further and divided the catch with Ji Yanma. Xingtang ventured out once more, not in search of supplies, but to retrieve the fishing boat in a secluded area, piloting the speedboat back to the community. Upon her return, she noticed that the rescue team had arrived and residents from various units were being evacuated. It seemed the rescue team had just arrived. Focusing initially on the elderly and children, counting the number of speedboats, it was evident that the rescue effort was substantial, with 10 boats dispatched this time. Each speedboat was filled with people and swiftly transported to the shelter before returning to continue the evacuation. As Xingtang piloted the speedboat into the community, she caught the attention of the rescue team. Observing her return empty-handed, the team leader approached her, offering her energy bars and rice balls. If you cannot find food, make your way to the shelter. Although the shelter may not provide ample sustenance, it is certainly preferable to having nothing at all. Xingtang stared blankly at the energy bar and rice ball in her hands. Taking a moment to regain her voice, you've given me the energy bar and rice ball. What will you eat? The captain smiled gently. More will be distributed, but that will be tomorrow. After much hesitation, Xingtang ventured, have you considered fishing at the reservoir? We visited Onion Reservoir yesterday and caught quite a few fish. The water has overflowed there, and the fish have escaped. The captain's eyes brightened. Thank you for the insight, young lady. I shall report this immediately. Arrangements will be made for a fishing expedition at the reservoir. Although the freshness of the fish is fleeting, they can be preserved as canned fish or dried fish, serving as sustenance. What is your name? Xingtang. Very well, I will mention you to the higher-ups and request permission for you to fish there. Ordinary individuals typically cannot catch much, as access is tightly controlled. Xingtang returned the energy bar and rice ball to the captain. I went to the reservoir with friends yesterday and brought back plenty of fish. We have enough to share, so please take this. The captain watched with amusement as Xingtang piloted the speedboat back to the apartment building, stowing away the energy bar and rice ball. With the aid of the rescue team, Xingtang climbed through the window into the building, and the speedboat assisted in the process. However, upon her return, the residents of the building glared at her with resentment, promptly reporting that Xingtang was armed and had committed numerous murders, branding her a killer. In response, the captain of the rescue team stated, we are solely responsible for relocating refugees. If you feel the need to file a report, please do so at the police station once the storm has passed. They will handle it. The situation has severely dampened the morale of the residents in the apartment building. No matter how much they protested, the authorities remained indifferent, leaving them seething with frustration, particularly towards Lu Xingtang. After resting for half a day, Lu Xingtang ventured out that afternoon with Ji Yanma and Su Qing in search of supplies. Wu Jin opted to stay behind on the 19th floor, promising that upon their return, he would share some resources with them and prepare for a fishing trip the following day, advising them to ready containers for the catch. They boarded a speedboat, and Lu Xingtang, accompanied by the two, journeyed to the outskirts. In her previous life, during a bitter winter, she had explored the same area in search of resources. Upon her arrival, she witnessed individuals engaging in theft, prompting her to retreat in fear. However, she took a wrong turn and stumbled upon a vast warehouse, which stood resilient against the onslaught of a typhoon and torrential rain. Upon entering, she discovered an array of supplies including gasoline, diesel, pharmaceuticals, gold, and weapons. It was evident that these items did not belong to ordinary individuals. To Su Cheng and Ji Yanma, she fabricated a tale. Before the apocalypse, I was an opportunist, willing to undertake any task for profit. This warehouse was constructed by a former employer of mine, who later revealed himself to be involved in illicit activities. 3 warehouses were erected here, resembling small mountains, each standing 5 meters tall and extending for dozens of meters, all constructed from robust metal materials. I am uncertain how they became aware of me, but they offered me $3 million as compensation to assist in liaising with pharmaceutical companies for purchasing medicine, which they insisted I deliver to this warehouse. There is a substantial quantity of pharmaceuticals. The best course of action is to take as much as possible and refrain from returning in the future. If discovered, the consequences could be dire. Su Cheng exclaimed in realization, "No wonder you insisted we bring weapons." Lu Xingtang silently exchanged a glance with Ji Yanma, signaling him to be prudent. The resources left behind belonged to others. Since he had the space, he should take them, and they would share the spoils later. Ji Yanma understood and nodded in agreement. They needed to be cautious and observe their surroundings closely. If anyone was guarding the area, it would result in a fierce confrontation. In her previous life, when she arrived at the warehouse, it had been unoccupied. Upon reaching the outskirts, Lu Xingtang maneuvered the speedboat through the gloomy, stormy weather. The floods had submerged buildings, making it difficult to pinpoint the warehouse's location. Ji Yanma and Su Cheng surveyed the front, back, left, and right while Lu Xingtang focused on navigating the boat and determining their direction. After half an hour, they finally located the warehouse. The trio scrutinized the area before carefully docking the speedboat and stealthily approaching the warehouse, their guns equipped with silencers. As anticipated, there were indeed people inside the warehouse. Although the exact number remained uncertain, it was no fewer than 10, with some armed. The 3 warehouses were nestled within the mountains, facilitating concealment and observation. They could shoot at any isolated individuals, and after one fell, they would rush in to don the fallen's clothes and patrol openly, quietly reporting the situation via radio. Chapter 43. Strange behavior. Su Qing and Ji Yanma forged ahead, while Lu Xingtang concealed herself in the shadows, tracking the movements of those inside the warehouse and relaying the information to Ji Yanma and Su Qing. With Lu Xingtang's guidance, Ji Yanma and Su Qing eliminated the external threats. However, dealing with those inside the warehouse proved more challenging. Without hesitation, Ji Yanma and Su Qing decided to swap outfits and infiltrate the warehouse. Lu Xingtang concealed herself in the shadows, her heart racing with anxiety. The minions outside were scattered, easily dealt with one by one. However, those within the warehouse were gathered together, engrossed in a lively game of poker, creating a scene both boisterous and grand. After a brief contemplation, Lu Xingtang cautiously made her way toward the warehouse. Upon her arrival, gunfire erupted, a relentless barrage that sent shivers down her spine. Yet, she refrained from entering immediately and instead sought refuge in a hidden corner. With 2 other warehouses occupied by additional personnel, she could not afford to become a mere pawn in their game. Even if the combined forces in the other 2 warehouses amounted to only 5 individuals. Lu Xingtang silently prepared herself, finger poised on the trigger as she awaited their approach. The sound of footsteps splashing in the rain echoed in her ears. Lu Xingtang held her breath, anticipating the moment they would burst into the warehouse. As the 5 of them stormed inside, she unleashed a flurry of gunfire. These were seasoned operatives. Upon witnessing their comrade fall, they swiftly redirected their aim towards her. In that fleeting instant when bullets were unleashed her way, Lu Xingtang absorbed them into her space, where they struck the ground, leaving small craters in their wake. Meanwhile, her own weapon continued to fire relentlessly, transforming her adversaries into mere targets, all collapsing to the floor. Fortunately, her spatial abilities allowed her to siphon away their ammunition. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Ji Yanma and Su Qing, hearing the gunfire at the warehouse entrance, felt a surge of urgency. They were aware that Lu Xingtang had arrived, yet they found themselves unable to divert their attention to her rescue at that moment. From the exterior of the warehouse, it appeared that only a handful of individuals occupied the interior. However, upon entering, they discovered over 20 people present, aside from those engaged in a game of poker. The rest were sprawled on the floor, fast asleep. Their arrival did not attract the attention of the others, and they even exchanged hushed words. Warm up for 10 minutes before resuming your watch. Keep your eyes wide open and ensure no one breaches our perimeter. Ji Yanma and Su Qing nodded in low voices, then approached the slumbering figures, stealthily drawing short military knives from their clothing. They swiftly covered the mouths of their victims and slit their throats. The two worked with remarkable speed, and soon a significant portion of the 10 or so individuals lying on the ground had met their demise. Yet, their actions did not go unnoticed. What are you two doing? Hurry, they are not one of us. Eliminate them. Instantly, Ji Yanma and Su Qing brandished their firearms and opened fire upon the crowd, using the fallen bodies as shields against the bullets. Xingtang entered just in time to witness the bloody chaos unfolding within. Su Qing had sustained an injury, while Ji Yanma remained unharmed. Without hesitation, Xingtang raised his weapon and joined the fray. With Xingtang's participation, the pressure on Ji Yanma and Su Qing diminished. However, an odd phenomenon arose. The adversaries seemed to be jolted as if electrified, exhibiting bizarre behavior. Instead of retaliating, they trembled and dropped their weapons to the ground. Suddenly, Xingtang recalled Su Qing's words from a previous encounter, where they had been lured into a trap upon discovering a civilian residence. Logically, they should have perished. Yet they had survived, only to be struck down by a tremendous thunderclap. Thunder? Electricity? Xingtang cast a sidelong glance at Ji Yanma, and together the three of them executed the remaining occupants of the warehouse. Once they confirmed that all were deceased, they began to remove the bodies from the premises and commenced an inventory of the supplies. 20 firearms, 2 boxes of ammunition, each containing approximately 2,000 rounds. Additionally, there are 5 batteries, a diesel generator, 2 large barrels of diesel, 20 bags of 50 pounds of rice, 500 pounds of potatoes, 20 jars of spicy kimchi, a box of salt, a large carton filled with various seasonings, 50 cases of beer, and 100 cartons of premium cigarettes. There are 5 large cartons of cured meat and sausages. Furthermore, a freezer stocked with pork, beef, lamb, and seafood. Several wardrobes filled with brand new men's clothing, tags still attached. Inside one of the wardrobes, they discovered 2 large inflatable boats, just what they needed to carry more supplies. They also found 2 boxes of small umbrellas. Xingtang was astonished by the abundance of supplies and inquired whether more would come. If so, she would stay behind, urging them to return swiftly. Su Qing pondered for a moment and resolutely stated, "It is too perilous to return. We shall take as much as we can carry, leaving the rest for other survivors." Xingtang and Ji Yanma exchanged glances, deciding to split the remaining supplies between them. They then examined the warehouse, which was filled with medical supplies. Su Qing found the urgent heart-saving pills, benzoylsulfonic acid amlodipine tablets, olmesartan midoxamal tablets, as well as white tiger ointment, safflower oil, tianqi, and various other medicines such as Yunnan Baiyao, adhesive bandages, gauze, iodine, alcohol, and glucose. The warehouse was a treasure trove of pharmaceuticals, causing Su Qing to lament. "If it were not so dangerous, I would undoubtedly take every single one of these medications home." Xingtang, sharing in the sentiment, remarked, "Who could blame them for not being ordinary people? We 3 have been fortunate to survive this time. A second chance is uncertain. GJ is currently searching for rescue supplies, and it is likely that they will be discovered soon. We should first take what we need. The remaining supplies can either be left for GJ or for other survivors. If no one finds them, they will have to be left for their leader." Ji Yanma also expressed his regret. Xingtang suggested, "Let us not dwell on this for now. We should first gather all the fast-acting heart medications, the benzoylsulfonic acid amlodipine tablets, and the olmesartan tablets, along with any other necessary medicines." Thus, Su Qing swiftly located the cardiac medications and antihypertensives, as well as other relevant pharmaceuticals. Should these run out, the remaining ones could still be utilized, albeit with diminished efficacy and potential side effects. However, he could not afford to ponder this too much. Xingtang found the supplies for dressing wounds and proceeded to tend to Su Qing's injuries. Ji Yanma was unharmed, like her. He had stored himself in a safe space the moment the bullets had been fired. Subsequently, the two ventured to inspect the other 2 warehouses. One was filled with gasoline and diesel, alongside 5 large wooden crates of gold. Xingtang's space could accommodate gold, and she cast a silent glance at Ji Yanma, who smiled and said, "It's all yours." Overjoyed, Xingtang collected all the gold and noticed that her space had expanded the fish pond to twice its previous size. The fish that once swam in cramped quarters could now glide freely. It appeared that she could also fish at the Anyun Reservoir. Other than that, there were no significant changes. The other warehouse was stocked with weapons, featuring a diverse array of firearms and ammunition, including even a Gatling gun. In addition, there was a collection of jade artifacts that Lu Xingtang did not examine closely. It was futile to do so, for once they entered the space, they would not be expelled. Lu Xingtang and Ji Yanma collected the jade, expanding Lu Xingtang's space, which now included an additional 10 acres of rich black soil. Upon their return to the first warehouse, Su Cheng had already gathered the medicinal supplies. They informed Su Cheng about the provisions from the other two warehouses, causing his lips to twitch in exasperation. Shall we make another trip? Chapter 44. Life takes precedence certainly. Lu Xingtang agreed. Take as much as we can. Ji Yanma did not object. Whether they could transport it or not, ultimately, it would reside within the space. Thus, the trio commenced the relocation of supplies. First loading the items they had organized onto the assault boat, particularly the batteries, diesel generators, medicines, and rice, materials that must remain dry, wrapped meticulously in oilcloth to prevent water intrusion. Once one assault boat was filled, they inflated and assembled the two additional boats, one laden with weapons and the other with diesel and gasoline. They hastened back to the Sunshine community, transporting the goods upstairs to Ji Yanma's residence before promptly heading out again. This time, Lu Xingtang suggested using a fishing boat, which had a greater capacity than the assault boats. Su Qing and Ji Yanma kept watch while Lu Xingtang concealed herself, releasing the fishing boat. The air was let out of the assault boat and loaded onto the fishing vessel, where she rejoined Su Qing and Ji Yanma. This venture proved to be remarkably smooth. Upon arriving at the warehouse, they encountered no one. Lu Xingtang retrieved a collection of energy bars and chocolate from her backpack, replenishing her energy as she diligently transported supplies. Diesel and gasoline were loaded onto the fishing boat, while heavy weaponry was also stowed away there, with medical supplies and additional arms placed in the speedboat. This journey seemed endless. Su Qing gritted his teeth, resolute in his determination. For the sake of their safety, this would be the final trip. Though reluctant, they had to relinquish some items. Compared to life, supplies paled in significance. It was vital to remain alive to continue the search for provisions. And they had already amassed quite a stock. They had been hauling these goods down from the mountain warehouse for some time, and should their adversary's leader discover them, escape would be impossible. Lu Xingtang and Ji Yanma obediently followed orders, yet when the moment to depart arrived, Ji Yanma suggested addressing a personal matter and finding a place to relieve himself. Su Cheng, without a second thought, urged him to venture a bit further. Noting the presence of a lady among them, Ji Yanma nodded and strode away decisively. Upon his return, he signaled readiness, and Lu Xingtang, relieved, promptly took the helm of the fishing boat, guiding the two speedboats back to Sunshine Community. When they returned, the rescue team had already departed, leaving the community with fewer inhabitants. The hallways were unusually quiet. The trio dispersed to transport the supplies, ensuring that someone remained downstairs to prevent theft. Once the items were moved, Lu Xingtang concocted another excuse to step outside, securing the fishing boat within her spatial storage before navigating the speedboat back. The supplies gathered this time were once again divided among the three families. After deliberation, they allocated 1904 units of living essentials, which included a bag of salt, 5 pounds of potatoes, and a sack of rice, leftover remnants from the warehouse crew, approximately 10 pounds. The rest was withheld. Ji Yanma barred Wu Jin and his companions from entering the dwelling, leaving them in the dark regarding the total quantity and nature of the supplies. Wu Jin felt a surge of joy at the provisions distributed by Ji Yanma, especially since they had contributed nothing to this endeavor yet were granted such a bounty. Regrettably, Ji Yanma and the others were unwilling to accept them into their fold. Otherwise, they could have received even more supplies. After distributing the provisions, Su Qing remarked, "I have already procured the medicine. I shall not require yours, and we shall not form an alliance. However, I previously promised to take you to the reservoir to catch fish, and we shall go once we have rested." The news of the medicine left Wu Jin with a sense of resignation. It was no wonder they were looked down upon by others. The Wu family's past actions were indeed insufficient to warrant an alliance, and had he been in their position, he would have been equally disinclined to form a partnership. Subsequently, the three began to allocate the supplies. Apart from the effective heart-saving pills and the benzoylsulfonic acid amlodipine tablets, as well as the olmesartan medoxamil tablets and other medications for heart ailments and hypertension, which Lu Xingtang and Ji Yanma chose not to take, the remaining medicines were evenly divided. Weapons that could be shared were split accordingly. Those that could not be divided were allocated to Lu Xingtang, given that it was he who had led them to procure these supplies. Moreover, since the clothing was designed for men, Lu Xingtang refused to accept any of it. Thus they were all willing to bestow a little more upon him in terms of weaponry. Diesel and gasoline were divided equally, while any surplus was designated for communal resources, such as fishing boats and speedboats. Lu Xingtang had no desire for cigarettes, alcohol, or the small umbrella. She neither smoked nor drank, and she had hoarded plenty of small umbrellas herself. Although she had also stockpiled a considerable amount of alcohol, it was not a preference of hers. Thus, in the vast freezer, apart from beef, she allocated more pork, lamb, and seafood to Lu Xingtang to offset the cigarettes, alcohol, and small umbrellas. There were 5 batteries, one for each household, with 2 remaining to be shared when all 3 families eventually ran out of power. Rice, potatoes, and spicy cabbage were evenly divided. During the distribution of supplies, Su Cheng sighed once more, lamenting, "If it weren't for the dangers involved, I would have certainly made another trip. It's such a pity to lose so many resources." Lu Xingtang retorted somewhat irritably. "We have gathered quite a bit of supplies during this period, enough to sustain us for a long time. Let us be content." "I am content. But it still feels like a waste." Su Cheng truly felt it was a loss. Ji Yanma initially assisted Su Cheng in transporting the supplies, sending him off before lending a hand to Lu Xingtang. Assisting Lu Xingtang was a simple task. All he needed to do was place the items inside the security door. With a graceful wave of her hand, Lu Xingtang effortlessly stored the items in her space without the need for organization. Once all the supplies were successfully transported, Ji Yanma invited Lu Xingtang to his home. He drew the curtains and retrieved the medications, weapons, diesel, and gasoline from his space. After the two counted the items, they divided them equally. Any surplus was given to Ji Yanma, who, being the one who collected them, did not quibble over minor discrepancies. What could be evenly shared was shared, and what could not was of little consequence. Next time, he could afford to provide Lu Xingtang with a bit more. In truth, she could have gone to the warehouse alone to store the medications, weapons, diesel, and gasoline in her space. Ji Yanma could not comprehend why Lu Xingtang insisted on informing him and Su Cheng, allowing them to take away such a significant portion. If it were him, he would undoubtedly keep it a secret and discreetly gather the supplies. Lu Xingtang gazed at Ji Yanma with indifference and uttered 2 words. Guess. Su Cheng had saved her life. Even if given a chance to start anew, she would certainly repay his countless acts of salvation. If her life was to be compensated with supplies, she would gladly oblige. As for Ji Yanma, she understood that there were ample resources available. And while it was impossible to carry everything with Su Cheng in tow, Ji Yanma could abscond with it all, leaving nothing behind, no matter how one viewed it. The situation was advantageous for her. Upon returning home, Lu Xingtang tidied herself up in her space, then savored a dish of braised pork ribs, accompanied by a bowl of rice and a serving of tomato and egg soup. Once she was satisfied, she retired to the cozy confines of her space villa for a restful slumber. When she awoke, it was already 8:30 the following morning. Lu Xingtang got up, washed up, had breakfast, and while changing her clothes, she activated the intercom. "Are you all prepared?" "I am ready." A prompt response followed. "I am all set." Su Cheng added, "Give me 10 minutes. I need to settle my father." Lu Xingtang replied, "Then I will head out to start the fishing boat and return to the community to pick you up. Remember to bring along 1904, the oilcloth, high-quality plastic bags, buckets, and other vessels. Each person should take a speedboat." "Understood." Chapter 45. Do not attempt to exploit her. Lu Xingtang donned her attire, adorned herself with a raincoat and waterproof boots, and armed herself with an oilcloth, plastic bags, and a bucket before stepping outside. Ji Yanma, aware of her intention to set sail on the fishing boat, assisted her in carrying the dinghy down the stairs, then turned to accompany Lu Xingtang as they returned to the community to meet Su Cheng and Wu Jin. Wu Jin and his companions arrived with 2 kayaks. At Su Cheng's behest, the inflatable kayaks were deflated, leaving only the containers for fish and fishing nets. 3 individuals from the Wu family, Wu Jin, Wu Zihao, and Qian Hanwei, were present, while Wu Xiaoxiao remained at home to care for the elderly and Wu Ge. Ji Yanma took the helm of the fishing boat, with Lu Xingtang seated beside him. Upon seeing Su Cheng approach with the Wu family trio, she remained unmoved, exclaiming, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry aboard." Su Cheng chimed in, "Do you no longer wish to enjoy fish?" At the utterance of this remark, the Wu family promptly boarded the vessel but hesitated to sit within the cabin, opting instead to remain at the bow. Lu Xingtang scoffed, "If you wish to court death, then sit outside." Su Cheng swiftly interjected, warning them that they would encounter numerous robbers en route. The fishing boat would draw attention, and sitting at the bow would make them vulnerable to armed assailants. Upon hearing this, the Wu family hastily retreated into the cabin, apologizing for the inconvenience caused. Lu Xingtang chose to disregard their concerns, instead retrieving a pair of binoculars and a firearm, ever vigilant. Su Cheng likewise assumed a state of readiness. Observing this, Wu Zihao tugged at his parents' clothing. Lacking such equipment, they remained watchful of their surroundings, ready to alert others should they perceive any anomalies. Once again, the Wu family perceived that it was no easy task for Lu Xingtang and her companions to scavenge for supplies. Although they managed to recover considerable amounts of resources each time, the perilous encounters with relentless bandits and the omnipresent dangers were utterly unprecedented for them, leaving them thoroughly shaken. Along their journey, they faced wave after wave of robbers, with gunfire erupting repeatedly, forcing back the assailants time and again. In their vulnerability, they could only rely on the protection of others to safely reach the Anyun reservoir. Upon their arrival at the reservoir, Xingtang spotted the military surrounding the area, forbidding any kayak or speedboat from approaching to fish. Those who dared to defy the order faced gunfire directly. Why has the military suddenly taken control? Su Cheng pondered, bewildered. Xingtang smacked her forehead in realization. I forgot to mention that when the rescue team was evacuating disaster-stricken residents, I encountered the team leader. Noticing my empty boat, he generously offered me rice balls and energy bars. It was the first time someone had shown me kindness without expecting anything in return, so in a moment of impulse, I shared this information with them. Su Cheng understood. Your actions were indeed justified. Our attempts to fish would yield little, as the fish spoil quickly, especially without electricity to power the refrigerator. Rather than allow them to go to waste, it would be far better to inform the government. They can arrange for the fish to be processed into canned goods or dried fish, which can then be distributed to the populace. A far more beneficial use than letting them rot. Ji Yanma was indifferent to this matter, for he had already stockpiled a substantial amount of fish. Upon hearing these words, Wu Jin and his companions displayed expressions of dismay. The authorities have taken control of the reservoir, preventing us from fishing. Have we come here in vain? Xingtang reassured them. Since I have brought you here, it is assured that we will be able to fish. The captain has stated that I can take people to fish. Instantly, Wu Jin and his companions felt a wave of relief. As anticipated, once Xingtang revealed her name, they were granted passage without restrictions on the quantity or duration of their fishing, even if they were to remain at the reservoir for an entire day. Filling 2 kayaks and a fishing boat with their catch, the authorities made no objections and even sent personnel to assist them. Before departing, Xingtang informed them that they would not return to fish again, and warned that if anyone attempted to fish under her name, they would face the consequences. This was a clear message to Wu Jin and his companions. They could not exploit her goodwill for their own gain, as she had already extended her assistance. With 2 kayaks, several buckets, and a multitude of bags, they had more than enough provisions to last them a considerable time. Wu Jin and his companions expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Xingtang and her friends, recognizing that without their help, they might not have even survived the journey. The fishing boat was laden with their catch, and as Su Cheng navigated the vessel, Xingtang and Ji Yanma remained vigilant, surveying their surroundings. The return journey was significantly smoother, encountering only a group of robbers. Upon safely arriving home, everyone exhaled in relief. The moment Su Cheng docked the boat, he activated the intercom and inquired about Su Hao. Dad, are you there? An elderly voice responded promptly, yes. Reporting in, officer, today's apartment building is secure, indicating that no disturbances had occurred. Dad, I will return home shortly to prepare a meal for you. This time, Su Cheng and his companions did not catch many fish. Most of it belonged to the Wu family. They swiftly relocated the fish to the stairway, clearing the path for the Wu family to transfer the catch from the kayak. Xingtang set out in a fishing boat and returned in a speedboat. Meanwhile, Su Cheng and Ji Yanma had already loaded the fish aboard. While the Wu family had yet to do so, Wu Xiaoxiao stood guard with a kitchen knife at the stairway, resolutely forbidding anyone from touching the fruits of their labor. The Wu family had returned with 2 kayaks full of fish alongside Xingtang, drawing the envious gazes of everyone in the apartment building, including those from the neighboring unit, who were quick to come downstairs to barter or even seize a few fish for their own meals. The Wu family had long been prepared for such unreasonable demands, and when faced with the audacity of others, they could only feel helpless. It was a moment that made them appreciate Xingtang's choice to wield a gun. If one does not assert themselves, they become a target for bullying. Had it not been for the formidable presence of Ji Yanma and Su Cheng, brandishing their weapons to deter the greedy onlookers, their fish would have been snatched away long ago. Observing Wu Xiaoxiao clutching the knife, feigning strength, Xingtang sighed inwardly, recognizing the reflection of her past self in the girl. She hoped Wu Xiaoxiao would mature quickly, understanding that in the ruthless law of survival in the apocalypse, those sheltered in their ivory towers would be the first to be cast aside. For the first time, Wu Xiaoxiao felt an affinity towards Xingtang. Her appearance had sent the greedy onlookers retreating in fear of a potential gunshot. Thank you. Wu Xiaoxiao expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Xingtang indifferently lifted the inflatable boat up the stairs and encountered Wu Jin and his companions. Wu Jin offered to help carry it, but was evaded by Xingtang. Everyone is eyeing the fish from your family. If you do not hurry to transport it, do you still wish to assist me? Are you hoping that our efforts today were in vain? Wu Jin promptly apologized and descended to collect the fish. Regardless of the quantity, The 4 members of the Wu family swiftly completed the task with a few trips each. Upon returning home, Lu Xingtang discovered that Su Cheng and Ji Yanma had already divided the fish. She was acutely aware of how many fish they had caught, and upon seeing the surplus, she fell silent for a few seconds before accepting it. After counting her supplies at home, Lu Xingtang resolved to abandon her search for further resources. Chapter 46, please. Take us. In just after finishing her shower, Lu Xingtang received an invitation from Su Cheng to dine, requesting her and Ji Yanma to join him for a meal he would personally prepare. Exhausted to the point where she could barely lift a finger, she had initially planned to feast on the delicacies stored in her space. However, with someone offering to cook, she could not refuse and brought along a bag of yellow bean sprouts and oyster mushrooms to Su Cheng's home. Upon seeing the bean sprouts and mushrooms in Lu Xingtang's hands, Su Cheng was astonished. Impressive. You actually have bean sprouts and oyster mushrooms. After handing them to Su Cheng, Lu Xingtang explained, the bean sprouts were grown by me. They taste just as delightful as those sold outside. The oyster mushrooms were cultivated from spores I previously purchased online, requiring a bit of effort. After much bustling in the kitchen, they prepared beef stew, stir-fried beef, scrambled eggs with bean sprouts, sautéed oyster mushrooms, spicy kimchi with cured meat, sausages, and sour and spicy shredded potatoes, alongside a pot of rice. With the arrival of the battery, the rice cooker could finally be utilized, and the fragrant aroma of rice transported Lu Xingtang back to the days before the apocalypse. Su Cheng produced a bottle of red wine, and each of them raised a glass, while Su Hao sipped on his elderly formula milk. The 4 of them toasted, may the natural disasters come to an end soon. May everything proceed smoothly. May we all remain safe. In truth, they wished to express the desire to live well, but the sentiment was softened to may we all remain safe, so as not to trouble Chengqing any further. Su Hao looked at Su Cheng with a face full of remorse. Su Cheng, with a sense of helplessness, replied, Dad, you are my father. There is no such thing as causing trouble. It is my duty to take care of you. The meal was satisfying, and after dinings, Lu Xingtang even checked Su Hao's pulse. Rest assured, Su Grandpa's health is excellent, she assured Su Cheng, who was most concerned about Su Hao's well-being. Hence the reason for asking Lu Xingtang, a somewhat inexperienced doctor, to take his pulse. Having decided to embrace a leisurely lifestyle, Lu Xingtang, apart from feeding the pigs, dogs, and cats in the space daily, also retrieved the incubator. She had stockpiled a considerable number of chicken, duck, and goose eggs, sufficient to last a long time. However, she yearned to infuse her space with more vitality, so she submerged 100 fertilized chicken eggs, 100 fertilized duck eggs, and 100 fertilized goose eggs in a diluted potassium permanganate solution for 3 days at a constant temperature of 37.8 degrees Celsius for incubation. Lu Xingtang took out her phone and set a reminder, knowing that the eggs could only be placed in the incubator for hatching after 3 days. The following day, after completing her training, Lu Xingtang took out the fish she had brought back from the reservoir to prepare. The residents of the entire apartment building had witnessed their transportation of supplies over the past few days, and it was common knowledge that the 19th floor was well stocked. Thus, Lu Xingtang boldly set about cooking the fish, meticulously preparing them all and placing them in a designated space for easy access whenever hunger struck. Meanwhile, the kitchen stove sprang to life as she simmered a large pot of beef bones alongside another of succulent beef. The villa's kitchen was also in full operation, with all gas stoves ignited, although she reserved a portion of the fresh beef for future stir-frying and barbecuing. As Lu Xingtang processed the fish, she was drawn to the cacophony of noise, prompting her to listen intently. She observed that those returning from the shelter were navigating kayaks or inflatable boats, their large wooden basins in tow. They intended to set up camp once more in the hallways and stairwells, but the original residents staunchly opposed this. After much effort to send them away, it seemed that their brief respite was to be shattered once again by the clamor of newcomers, leading to sleepless nights filled with anxiety over potential theft and robbery. Who wouldn't feel a sense of trepidation under such circumstances? Moreover, their basic needs were being attended to in the very hallways and staircases. When the original residents refused to accommodate the returnees, tensions flared and an argument ensued. Lu Xingtang, having listened for a while, donned her Bluetooth headphones and immersed herself in a song she had penned for a renowned musician before the apocalypse. With her hands and mind occupied, she deftly gutted the fish and cooked the meat. However, within 10 minutes, the sound of someone pounding on the security door of the 19th floor echoed through the air. Removing her apron and sleeves, she armed herself with a nail gun and stepped outside. As she opened the door, she found her neighbor, Ji Yanma, doing the same. Let's go together, she called out. As they reached the staircase, Su Cheng and the Wu family from apartment 1904 emerged, all armed with weapons and knives. The moment Lu Xingtang opened the door, Ji Yanma, appearing fierce and menacing, stood at the entrance with a gun, causing the visitors to nearly soil themselves in fear. The residents from apartments 403, 602, 804, and 301 had all gathered, fully aware that the entire 19th floor was filled with nefarious individuals. However, they found themselves cornered with no alternatives, cognizant that the 19th floor might not welcome them. Thus, they collectively knelt down, bowing their heads to all the inhabitants of the 19th floor, pleading, "Please, accept us to reside on the 19th floor. We do not wish to intrude upon your homes, merely a small space in the corridor or by the stairway. Even near the rooftop door will suffice. We assure you, we shall not disturb your peace. Lu Xingtang, I know you are a budding physician, endowed with a healer-esque compassion. We adults can manage wherever we stay, but our children cannot endure this plight. Look at my child, just 5 years old. Emaciated and filthy, burning with fever. I implore you, shelter us on the 19th floor, please. Officer Su, as a police officer devoted to serving the nation and the people, I beseech you to show us mercy. The shelter is utterly untenable. Although there is food daily, it is insufficient, and the conditions are chaotic and foul. Theft and robbery occur incessantly, and we can no longer withstand it. Please, take us in. We promise we shall not burden you, nor will we encroach upon your home. Wu Jin, we have been neighbors for many years. You know well the kind of people we are. Please, lend us your assistance, the young man declared. I am aware that you reside alone in Unit 1902. I can offer you money. Please allow me to stay at your home, regardless of the amount. Lu Xingtang responded with a cold laugh. You think that after being away from the community for 2 days, we have forgotten how you conspired against us on the 19th floor? Dream on if you think we would take you in. Leave. Ji Yanma was even more direct, pulling the trigger and shooting one of them in the thigh. If you do not leave now, you will pay with your lives. The 4 households retreated in fear, yet their reluctance remained palpable. Other units had their own leaders, while ours did not. How about you from the 19th floor become the leaders of our unit? Lead us to survive through this disaster, and we will heed your every command. These people are quite cunning. They have long sought to exploit the 19th floor for survival. Your pleas to us are futile. We, from the 19th floor, will not assist any of you below. Survival and demise depend on one's own abilities, and if you lack the means, do not blame us for being ruthless. Lu Xingtang coldly regarded them, stating, We from the 19th floor will not accept any leader from this unit. Whoever you choose as your leader is of no concern to us. If this disturbance continues, you will all meet your doom. Su Qing interjected, No matter whom you elect as your leader, do not cast your eyes on the 19th floor. If you encounter difficulties, seek your leader. If the leader you appoint cannot handle even this trivial matter, then they are unworthy of the title. The 4 families promptly realized that the 19th floor would not intervene on their behalf, yet they could unite with others to nominate a building manager. With a building manager established, they would no longer fear being without a place to reside. As the 4 households retreated homeward, Lu Xingtang and the others also returned, only to be confronted by the previously vandalized security door. Ji Yanmo remarked, Su Qing, let us venture out and find a replacement for this dilapidated door. Very well. Soon. The 2 departed. Chapter 47. The new building manager. Upon returning home, Lu Xingtang resumed her task of preparing fish. Her consciousness was equally occupied in the space, meticulously processing every fish until exhaustion rendered her arms nearly immobile. Ji Yanma and Su Qing soon returned with a new door, which they installed, providing Lu Xingtang with a key. The cooked beef and bones were neatly packed into disposable containers and stored in the space, allowing her to retrieve a box whenever she desired a meal. She then began to prepare fish, creating a variety of dishes in the space, including squirrel mandarin fish, sweet and sour fish, braised fish, chopped pepper fish heads, sauerkraut fish, spicy fish, and sour soup fish. Every dish that came to her mind was made. Contemplating the fish outside the space, Lu Xingtang decided, for the sake of convenience, to prepare all of it as pickled fish. Before pickling the fish, she needed to make the sweet rice wine. Thus, Lu Xingtang placed the cleaned fish in the space for marination, steamed 3 large pots of glutinous rice, and began crafting the sweet rice wine. Once the wine was complete, she could truly commence the pickling process. Thankfully, the storage area and villa within the space remained motionless. Otherwise, the marinating fish would have become overly seasoned. 3 days later, Lu Xingtang placed the fertilized chicken, duck, and goose eggs, which had been soaked for 3 days, into the incubator to commence the hatching process, maintaining a temperature between 55 and 60 degrees. It was suggested to keep it at 60 to 65 degrees and to illuminate them after 7 days. The fermented rice was also prepared, and Lu Xingtang officially began the process of pickling fish. She took the marinated fish, added chili powder and Sichuan peppercorns to create a marinade, and filled the fish's abdomen with this mixture. Subsequently, she layered the marinade and fish in the pickling barrel or jar, compressing them tightly. After completing the layering, She left a 20-centimeter opening at the top, sprinkled the brine from the previously marinated fish over it, and finally pressed it down with a weight and smooth stones. Upon learning that Lu Xingtang was making pickled fish, Ji Yinma and Su Cheng followed her to learn the process, even trading rice for the glutinous rice that Lu Xingtang had stored. With her assistance, their pickled fish also reached its final stages. It was at this moment that their apartment building finally elected a representative, Min Wei Huan. This Min Wei Huan was the second building leader from Lu Xingtang's previous life. Before the calamity, Min Wei Huan served as a real estate sales manager and resided in apartment 1603 on the 16th floor. Just a few days after the disaster struck, she visited the widow in 1604 to assist with the belongings of Song Yingui and Tan Zheng, but was not at home at that time. She returned the following day during her discreet outings with her family in search of supplies. In her past life, Lu Xingtang had engaged in several conversations with Min Wei Huan, who indeed displayed great thoughtfulness and an ability to read the room. Under her leadership, the living conditions in their building gradually improved. After being elected as the building leader in this life, Min Wei Huan ascended the stairs and knocked on doors, greeting the residents of the 19th floor with, "Hello. I am the elected building leader. My name is Min Wei Huan, once a manager of the real estate sales department. I have settled the residents returning from the shelter into homes with fewer occupants. They will not trouble you." Lu Xingtang stated candidly, "Min Wei Huan, you have been elected as their building leader. Since you have come to us, let us clarify a few matters. First, we do not wish to see anyone from this unit causing trouble for us on the 19th floor. Nor should they take advantage of our absence to break in and rob us. Second, should any issues arise within this unit, do not call upon us. We on the 19th floor are completely isolated from you. You are your own, and we are our own. The distinction is as clear as the boundary between the Chu and Han rivers, and I trust you comprehend this. Third, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. However, if one does provoke me, there will be no mercy. Therefore, I implore you to keep them in check." Min Wei Huan nodded. "I have anticipated these matters and have already communicated this to them. As their building leader, I will indeed lead them in seeking resources. However, should they provoke anyone from the 19th floor, I will not support or shield them. They are adults and must bear the consequences of their actions." Lu Xingtang scoffed. "Will they agree?" "They may choose not to agree," Min Wei Huan replied with remarkable calmness. "The consequence of refusal is that I will remain uninvolved. I shall allow them to fend for themselves." It was only after the entire building had consented that Min Wei Huan accepted the role of building leader. To him, this position was not an honor but a responsibility, a weighty burden of pressure. After bidding farewell to Min Wei Huan, Lu Xingtang noticed that Ji Yinma and Su Cheng appeared to be in poor spirits over the past few days. When she inquired about their condition, they merely shook their heads and refrained from divulging any information, leaving Lu Xingtang perplexed. Exhausted from his endeavors, Wu Jin returned with a bag of waterlogged rice, his eyes sparkling upon spotting Lu Xingtang. "Lu Xingtang, I implore you to assist me. I am willing to exchange goods for your help." Suddenly, Lu Xingtang recalled that in her previous life, at this very moment, Wu Jin's mother, Yu Xiufeng, had passed away due to a gastrointestinal flu. "What do you need help with?" "Given the goods, I might as well assist." Wu Jin, in a state of urgency, explained, "It's my mother. Her health has deteriorated. A couple of days ago, she complained about the fish in the house being too pungent and insisted on opening the windows for ventilation. Unfortunately, she fell that very night. We have exhausted our supply of medicine, yet her condition shows no signs of improvement. The floods have submerged the hospital, and we cannot find a doctor. I am truly at my wit's end. I beseech you to take a look." Aware that Lu Xingtang was a medical student, albeit only in her first year and likely yet to master the intricacies of medical knowledge, he hesitated to ask her for a diagnosis. However, with no other options available, he turned to her for help. Lu Xingtang nodded. "I can examine her, but I cannot guarantee a cure. At the very least, it will prepare us mentally. My mother is already in her 70s. We have long since reconciled ourselves to the possibilities," he replied. Lu Xingtang followed Wu Jin into room 1904, where she took Yu Xiufeng's pulse and conducted her examination. After a while, Lu Xingtang remarked, "Wu Jin, does your mother have a kidney ailment?" "Yes. My mother suffers from uremia. Her condition was only diagnosed shortly before the natural disaster struck. Unfortunately, our family lacks the financial means for her treatment, and we could only procure some medication from the hospital. Now, the medications have run out, and she has caught a cold. This delay has persisted for 26 days, and her health has deteriorated significantly. She can neither eat nor relieve herself, and her breathing is sporadic. I fear, since you are aware of the situation, I shall refrain from elaborating further." I stepped out of the bedroom. It is time to spend some quality moments with her. It seems unlikely that she will survive the night, and even if we administer medication, it is unlikely to have any effect. Wu Jin offered 5 potatoes to express his gratitude to Lu Xingtang. It was not due to his stinginess, but rather the dire state of their food supplies. Indeed, that very night, Wu Jin's mother passed away, and the Wu family lamented her loss with profound sorrow. Wu Ge, in particular, cried out in anguish, blaming Wu Jin for not having taken better care of their mother. Wu Zhaohai joined Wu Ge in vociferously chastising Wu Jin for his perceived lack of filial piety, creating an atmosphere that was exceedingly suffocating. Meanwhile, Wu Jin's family of 4 remained silent, enduring the verbal onslaught from the father and son without retort. When Lu Xingtang encountered Wu Jin again, he appeared disheveled and exhausted. He nodded faintly in acknowledgement, and Lu Xingtang refrained from inquiring about the arrangements for his mother, as Su Qing had already informed her that Wu Jin and his wife, Qian Hanwei, had disposed of his mother's body through the window, allowing the floodwaters to carry it away. While observing the community with a telescope, he had inadvertently witnessed this grim act. Chapter 48. Distribution of supplies as time swiftly passed. May 25th arrived, marking precisely 1 month since the cataclysmic disaster had struck. Lu Xingtang sighed with resignation, for the 5 major reservoirs had breached their banks. Fortunately, Sunshine Community was situated at a considerable distance, preventing the floodwaters from encroaching upon them too swiftly. On this day, after completing her training and emerging from the spatial realm, Lu Xingtang was met with a deafening sound. Upon closer inspection, she discerned the unmistakable whir of airplane propellers hovering above the community. The residents of Sunshine Community gathered their attention as a voice resonated through the air, announcing that they were members of the rescue team dispatched to distribute supplies. They proclaimed that all provisions would be airdropped onto the rooftops of each building and requested that residents retrieve the supplies themselves to ensure equitable distribution. They urged everyone to be frugal, as the supplies were limited, and to work together to endure the calamity. Lu Xingtang quickly donned her clothing. Aware that the rescue team had deposited supplies on the rooftop, directly accessible from the 19th floor, which was the topmost level, she anticipated that those below would soon come seeking access to the supplies. The new building leader, Min Wei Wan, appeared to be amiable for the moment. Yet Lu Xingtang wondered how she might behave when confronted with the allure of personal gain. After all, in her previous life, Min Wei Huan had ultimately followed the same treacherous path as Fan Jindan. Upon her emergence, all the residents of the 19th floor gathered at the stairwell, gazing upward toward the rooftop door. It was not long before those from the lower floors ascended, with Min Wei Huan among them. Observing the presence of the 19th floor residents, Min Wei Huan hastily inquired, "You heard about the rescue team's supply drop, didn't you? May we open the door to retrieve the provisions?" Lu Xingtang replied, "Min Wei Huan, choose one person to accompany you upstairs for the supplies. It is estimated that the supplies will be scarce. After all, in her previous life, she received but a meager portion, hardly enough to fill the gaps between her teeth." Min Wei Huan turned her gaze and selected a tall, robust man, commanding the others to step back. She assured them that once the supplies were retrieved, they would be distributed among everyone. The much-anticipated relief supplies had finally arrived, and everyone was eager to ascend the stairs to claim their share, hoping to indulge heartily and satiate their hunger. Consequently, they opposed Min Wei Wan's choice. Even addressing Lu Xingtang and others, the relief team must have brought a substantial amount. 2 people alone cannot transport it all. We need more assistance to carry the supplies upstairs. The floor leader, you must be famished after several days of hunger. Surely you lack the strength. Let me help as well. Before Lu Xingtang and Min Wei Huan could respond, he dashed upstairs. Lu Xingtang, exasperated, drew a nail gun and shot the man in the calf, declaring, "Disobedience results in death. One less person means a greater share of supplies for the rest. I believe everyone would be quite pleased to see you perish." The man collapsed in agony, clutching his wounded leg, while the others, intimidated, retreated, yet their eyes remained fixated on the rooftop door, as if they could see the supplies dropped by the rescue team. Lu Xingtang followed Min Wei Huan upstairs, where the rescue team, upon their arrival, promptly deposited the supplies on the rooftop, and after completing their task, moved on to the rooftops of other buildings. 3 packages in total were delivered, each modest in size, and the trio transported them to the stairwell of the 19th floor. The man who had been chosen to retrieve the supplies was expelled from the 19th floor, waiting outside the security door for the distribution of the provisions. "Is this all the supplies we have?" Min Wei Huan, "You haven't conspired with the 19th floor to steal a few packages, have you? This meager amount of provisions is utterly insufficient for all the residents of our entire building. The flood has reached the 10th floor, affecting a total of 32 households from the 10th to the 18th floor, each consisting of at least 3 to 4 individuals, with some families numbering as many as 7 or 8. How can we possibly distribute such a scant supply?" Min Wei Huan shot them an indignant glare. "Those who disobey or cause unrest will forfeit their share of supplies. Your portion will be given to others. Furthermore, Only the households from the 10th to the 19th floors have remained untouched by the flood, totaling 36 families. Do not presume that just because the 19th floor possesses a few supplies, they will withhold them from sharing. Additionally, the supplies they have are the result of their own daring efforts to brave the outside world. It is their skill and determination. If you choose to sit idly and cannot secure provisions, that is a reflection of your own incompetence. Should you reject a fair and just distribution of supplies, you are welcome to leave the building for the shelter immediately. I will not hinder you. Building leader, the 19th floor has taken the lives of many in our building. Their hearts are cruel and selfish. Why should we distribute supplies to such individuals? You are our leader, not theirs. Min Wei Huan retorted sharply. If the 19th floor were to close this door and execute you all on the spot, these supplies would rightfully belong to them. You would have no chance of remaining here to wail. Moreover, why would the 19th floor resort to violence? It is because you foolishly provoke them, coveting their supplies and their homes. After a brief pause, I reiterate, those who disobey or create disturbances shall be expelled from the building. Min Wei Huan opened the 3 boxes of supplies, and Lu Xingtang observed their contents. Just as in her previous life, there was a box of mineral water, a box of compressed biscuits, and a box of canned meat. After intense deliberation, Min Wei Huan rejected the proposals to distribute the supplies per capita by household registration, or based on property deeds. She resolved to allocate 1 bottle of water, 3 compressed biscuits, and 3 canned meats per household. This method, carefully contemplated by Min Wei Huan, ensured that every family received their share, leaving no one behind. However, dissatisfaction lingered among the residents, particularly on the 19th floor, where households 1901 and 1902 each had 1 person, thus claiming 2 bottles of water, 6 compressed biscuits, and 6 canned meats, an apparent excess. Yet, upon witnessing Lu Xingtang and Ji Yinma brandishing their firearms, their protests were swiftly silenced. What did it matter if it was unfair? They lacked the means to compel the release of additional supplies. Once the distribution was complete, Lu Xingtang returned home and stored the supplies in her space. These provisions would not be needed immediately but could be retrieved during their escape when the Sunshine community was engulfed by the earthquake. As the clock approached 8 in the evening, Lu Xingtang was engrossed in medical texts obtained from the Medical University Library. Apart from her training, she dedicated her time to studying, enriching her medical knowledge. Suddenly, frantic voices pierced the tranquility. The water level has risen. It has reached my knees. Quickly, find the building manager and seek assistance. Had the flood not ceased its relentless rise? Why has it surged once more? Who will provide refuge for my family? Building manager. Please, we are in dire need of assistance. Lu Xingtang stood by the window, observing the residents of the 10th floor in the opposite building frantically scooping out water. Alas, the water was rising too swiftly, soon inundating the window. In desperation, they hastily packed their belongings and ascended to higher floors, incessantly knocking on doors for shelter. Yet not a single household responded. With a heavy sigh, Lu Xingtang contemplated the catastrophic breach of the 5 major reservoirs. The 11th floor remained temporarily unscathed, but it was only a matter of time before it too would succumb to the rising tide by midnight. By the following morning, the 12th floor would be submerged, and before noon, the water would reach the 13th floor. However, the 13th floor was uninhabitable. The water level would stabilize just below the upper edge of its windows. As for whether the 14th floor would be affected, Lu Xingtang could not ascertain that, for her rebirth had drastically altered the course of her life, leading many others to change as well. Furthermore, calamities had come earlier in this lifetime, rendering past experiences unreliable as a guide. The breach of the 5 reservoirs would also impact the temperature. Typically, in May, the capital would enjoy a mild climate of around 20 degrees Celsius, with minimal temperature fluctuations between day and night, allowing for long sleeves or short sleeve t-shirts. However, due to the apocalyptic disasters that had unfolded, an unrelenting series of torrential storms had caused a drastic drop in temperature, plummeting to around -10 degrees. In her previous life, following the reservoir breaches, temperatures had descended to -30, resulting in numerous fatalities due to hypothermia. To prevent the occupants from the lower floors from forcibly entering the 19th floor, Lu Xingtang stood guard at the door. Upon reaching the stairwell, she encountered Ji Yanma and Su Cheng, who had already taken their positions. As Min Wei Huan went from door to door knocking, she inadvertently lifted her gaze and locked eyes with Lu Xingtang and the others, startling her. If you require assistance on the 19th floor, do not hesitate to call upon me. However, I must clarify that I shall not facilitate anyone's entry to your floor. Were it not for the necessity of supplies, she would not have accepted the role of floor leader, a position fraught with challenges and little reward. The 19th floor was not easily appeased, and fortunately, there had been no intention to engage in conflict with them from the outset. They hoped for continued peace. Aside from the 19th floor, everyone else was summoned for a gathering to determine which households could accommodate the displaced residents of the flooded 10th floor temporarily. The widow from Unit 1604 had managed to evade the situation. No matter how vigorously they knocked or attempted to force entry, no one entered her home. However, the floor leader insisted she open the door, threatening to break her windows and toss her out of the unit should she refuse. Terrified, the widow had no choice but to comply, resulting in her home suddenly sheltering 2 large families, with whom she had passed grievances. After considerable effort, the remaining families on the 10th floor were also arranged into separate accommodations. The process left Min Wei-Huan exasperated. She was unwilling to accept any newcomers into her home, regardless of the abundance of supplies offered, fearing they might linger indefinitely. To placate the others, Min Wei-Huan declared, as soon as the water recedes, I will ensure they are sent away immediately. Should they refuse to leave and attempt to claim your homes, I will be the first to demand their reckoning. Let them face the consequences of their actions. Having just arranged accommodations for the residents on the 10th floor, the water level rose above the 10th story and reached the 11th. The inhabitants of the 11th floor began to ascend as well, causing Min Wei-Huan to feel as restless as an ant on a hot stove. In desperation, he knocked on door after door, insisting that if it did not open, they would have to reside at their thresholds. A fierce argument ensued, prompting Min Wei-Huan to threaten to resign from his position as building manager. After much negotiation, he required that those seeking shelter provide food as rent to pacify the situation. Likewise, the residents on the 10th floor were also mandated to offer food as rent, with immediate eviction threatened for noncompliance. Eventually, the residents of the 11th floor were assigned to units 1501, 1602, and 1703. As the water level gradually ascended to the 12th floor, the temperature suddenly plummeted to -15 and then -19 degrees. Su Cheng grew concerned for Su Hao's well-being and decided to return home to care for him. Su Hao, filled with guilt, looked at Su Cheng and lamented, Cheng, I have burdened you. Father, do not speak such nonsense, Su Cheng replied. You promised me that you would live well until we can avenge Sister Su Yuan. Su Yuan, Su Hao's biological daughter, met her untimely demise at the age of 20. At 18, she had been targeted by a pair of deranged brothers, who abducted her and imprisoned her, subjecting her to endless torment, with no hope of escape and no will to live. Su Hao had searched desperately for Su Yuan, even considering risking his life in a certain northern region, only to have Su Yuan returned home by a kind-hearted stranger. When she arrived, she was emaciated, her eyes dull and lifeless, her body in a state of utter disrepair, devoid of any desire to survive. Before her demise, she revealed the harrowing truth to Su Hao. Father, it was the brothers Shang Xiaojin and Shang Xiaoming who imprisoned me. They subjected me to humiliation, confined me, and withheld food whenever I disobeyed. They even resorted to physical violence, viciously biting me and leaving me with substantial wounds. Shen Xiaojin and Shen Xiaoming were once students of Su Hao, who served as a chemistry professor at the prestigious Imperial Capital University. My escape was only possible because my body had been so severely tormented that their personal physician deemed it necessary to admit me to the hospital. Once there, I pleaded with the doctors to assist me in fleeing. The medical staff, in solidarity, concealed me for an extended period until I was eventually returned home. Su Yuan's health was utterly deteriorated. She could barely utter a few words before succumbing in Su Hao's embrace. He was unable to avenge her, as the Shang family represented one of the most elite and powerful families in the imperial capital, with an influence so formidable that it was unassailable. It was rumored they were backed by political magnates, and despite Su Hao exhausting every means at his disposal, he could not succeed. Nor could he even safeguard Su Yuan's ashes. Su Qing, utilizing his position within the police force, attempted to investigate Su Yuan's case. However, the Shang family's might and deep-rooted connections rendered him powerless, even when he uncovered incriminating evidence against them. Meanwhile, Min Wei-Huan had painstakingly arranged accommodations on the 11th floor and, after a brief rest at home, was abruptly awakened by the biting cold. Upon checking the temperature, which plummeted to -23 degrees, he rushed home to awaken his family and ensure they donned additional layers for warmth. Without proper insulation, they risked succumbing to hypothermia. Resolutely, he chopped up wooden chairs to fuel a fire, as the family huddled together in a single room for warmth. Lu Xingtang could no longer bear the cold and retreated to the warmth of her bed. Meanwhile, Ji Yanma, unable to sleep, donned his thermal attire, military coat, and thick boots before stepping outside to stand guard. Around 4 in the morning, the door of Min Wei-Huan's home was knocked upon once more. After much effort, Min Wei-Huan had managed to warm the house for his family, only to be roused again, as the 12th floor had been inundated. With no other families left to accommodate, they were left with no choice but to allow the residents to choose to stay on the landings and stairwells, temporarily squeezing together. each household, to varying degrees, accepted guests, save for the 19th floor, which remained unwelcoming. Everyone urged Min Wei Huan to knock on the door of the 19th floor, suggesting that they could stay there. Rooms 1901 and 1902 each housed one individual, their spaciousness ample enough to accommodate the residents of the 12th floor. The landings and stairwells were no place for habitation. The chill was unbearable, and those who took refuge there would surely succumb to the frost. Already, the cold had rendered their faces numb, their breath visible as mist, and living in the stairwell or landing would lead to certain doom. Raising his head, Min Wei Huan caught sight of Ji Yinma's frigid gaze, resembling that of a corpse, sending a shiver down his spine. You fear not for your lives? Go knock on the door of the 19th floor. I, however, am too afraid to die, he declared. Min Wei Huan, you are the head of our unit. The 19th floor is part of our building as well. Previously, when distributing supplies, you provided for them. Why can you not allow them to share the burden now? Just because they carry firearms? It is merely a gun. What is there to fear? Min Wei Huan fixed a chilling stare upon the speaker. Merely a gun, you say? If you are so unafraid, why do you not go knock on the door yourself? As she spoke, Min Wei Huan raised her finger to point upstairs. The person speaking looked up and immediately turned pale. I didn't mean it that way. I just wanted to suggest that the floor manager return home to rest early. Min Wei Huan scoffed disdainfully, allowing those on the 12th floor to choose their own levels, to reside in the corridors or passageways of their respective floors. Should the flood reach the 13th floor, the residents there would also have to inhabit the hallways or passages. Chapter 50, Hypothermia, Poisonous Moth. The 12th floor residents were unhappy but helpless. They dared not confront those from the 19th floor, for they feared for their lives. They spent the entire night bouncing up and down the stairs and corridors to maintain their body temperature, lest they succumb to hypothermia. They even harbored malicious prayers that a group of individuals would perish from the cold in the building overnight, allowing them to occupy the homes of others. Turning around, they observed Min Wei Huan going door to door, reminding everyone to guard against the cold and keep warm, their gazes turning increasingly malevolent. This Min Wei Huan was truly meddlesome. As anticipated, the water level halted at the 13th floor, rendering its inhabitants unable to stay. They implored Min Wei Huan for assistance in arranging accommodations. It was said that the resident of apartment 1302 possessed a cherished bottle of fine wine, which had been preserved for a long time and was finally offered to Min Wei Huan, prompting her to make arrangements for the 13th floor residents. Upon inspection, it was discovered that one household had few members, so Min Wei Huan arranged for the family that provided the wine to move in with them, while the other three families had no choice but to squeeze into the corridors and staircases for the time being. Exhausted from a sleepless night, Min Wei Huan intended to return home to rest when suddenly a heart-wrenching cry pierced through the silence of the building. Dad, please wake up. Open your eyes and look at me. Dad, don't die. I can't bear to lose you. Die? Min Wei Huan was acutely aware that the sudden drop in temperature, coupled with the absence of heating in homes, would inevitably lead to the tragic demise of some individuals due to the biting cold. Consequently, he spent the entire night knocking on doors, urging everyone to take precautions against the chill. Meanwhile, Xingtang rose early, donned warm clothing, a sweater, and ideally the light down lining beneath the polar expedition gear. Holding a steaming cup of water, she stood on the balcony, only to be met with the heart-wrenching cries emanating from below, leaving her in contemplative silence. In her previous life, a sudden drop in temperature had claimed the lives of over half the elderly residents in her building. Xingtang reached for the intercom and called Su Qing. Su Qing. How's Grandpa Su? He promptly replied, do not worry, my father is fine. Are you all right? Xingtang reassured him, I am fine. She then inquired about Ji Yinma, confirming that he too was unharmed. Ji Yinma recounted the events of the previous night to both Xingtang and Su Cheng, to which Xingtang remarked, Min Wei Huan, as the building manager, has indeed been quite responsible. It is unfortunate, however, that things later changed. Suddenly, there was a series of knocks at the door. Peering through the peephole, Xingtang discerned it was Wu Jin, whose anxious expression prompted her to open the door. What is wrong? Xingtang, could you help me check on my father? It seems that he is no longer with us. No longer with us? Xingtang shut the door and made her way to apartment 1904. Upon entering, she found Wu Jiahai lying rigidly on the sofa. As she approached, she noticed his face bore a smile, yet his skin had taken on a ghastly gray hue, covered in a layer of frost. It was evident that he had been deceased for some time. Your father is no longer with us. No longer with us. Xingtang keenly observed the fleeting smile on Wu Jin's face, solidifying her suspicion that Wu Jiahai's death was a deliberate act on his part. With a fleeting glance at the living room, noticing the bedroom door firmly shut and the absence of Wu Ge, Xingtang chose not to inquire further and turned to depart. Wu Jin hurried after her, presenting a fish to Lu Xingtang as a token of gratitude, which she graciously accepted. Upon returning, she activated the intercom to consult Su Qing regarding matters pertaining to the Wu family. Su Qing expressed his ignorance, revealing that he had not heard any recent disturbances from the Wu household. Lu Xingtang informed Su Qing and Ji Yinma about Wu Zhaohai's demise, cautioning them to remain vigilant against 1904. Downstairs, chaos reigned as Lu Xingtang retreated into her space for training, simultaneously providing light for the eggs in the incubator, maintaining the temperature between 55 and 60 degrees for the next illumination. As the temperature plummeted, Min Wei Huan tallied the casualties from hypothermia in their apartment building, predominantly the elderly, with a total of 16 lives claimed. Observing Min Wei Huan organize the removal of the bodies, Lu Xingtang watched as they were carried away. With the temperature dropping to a chilling -26 degrees, the water outside continued to flow unabated, defying the cold that would typically freeze it. As water levels surged and temperatures fell sharply, households found themselves bereft of provisions. After Min Wei Huan cleared the bodies, he led all able-bodied men, except for those on the 19th floor, to forage for supplies. Meanwhile, Lu Xingtang observed a fleet of assault boats and kayaks departing the community, choosing to remain idle, as her own resources were ample and did not necessitate a search. Returning to her space, she continued to provide light for the eggs in the incubator, ensuring the temperature remained between 55 and 60 degrees, awaiting the next round of illumination. In the evening, those in search of supplies returned, seemingly laden with inflatable boats and rubber rafts. Lu Xingtang meticulously observed through her binoculars. The majority of their haul consisted of firewood and timber, with 2 kayaks filled with clothing. One speedboat was stocked with food, surprisingly yielding 2 bags of rice and a box of instant noodles. Alas, the number of people far exceeded the scant resources, resulting in an inevitable uproar over the meager distribution. Lu Xingtang chose to divert her attention from them, focusing instead on her own endeavors. Methodically, she tended to her pigs, engaged in playful frolics with the kittens and puppies in her space, and dedicated herself to training. A month had elapsed since the outbreak of the apocalypse, and Lu Xingtang had sculpted her physique to a commendable degree, developing defined abdominal muscles. She felt a sense of satisfaction in her achievements, yet refused to relent, opting to extend her training sessions to fortify her strength further. Following the reservoir's breach, the rescue teams ceased their supply drops and no longer dispatched personnel to transport individuals to shelters. Lu Xingtang, accompanied by Ji Yinma and Su Qing, ventured out several times, amassing a considerable amount of firewood and timber, as their home had grown unbearably cold for the youth, let alone the elderly. It was not until their living room overflowed with wood and kindling from 3 households that they finally paused their excursions. On June 2nd, Lu Xingtang drew back the curtains to behold a sight that sent a shiver down her spine. The windows were blanketed with an unsettling number of poisonous moths. Whether it was the living room, bedroom, or kitchen, every pane was densely covered. The sight filled her with dread, causing goosebumps to ripple across her skin, particularly as she noticed some of these resilient moths attempting to invade her home. These moths were strikingly beautiful, their wings shimmering like rays of sunlight, resplendent in a kaleidoscope of colors that captivated the eye. In a past life, the first insect to make an appearance was this exquisite poisonous moth, adorned with scales on its wings that shimmered with colorful phosphorescence, harboring a venom potent enough to annihilate creatures tenfold its size. Lu Xingtang retrieved several bottles of insecticide from her space, donned plastic gloves, and meticulously covered her head. With a window cracked open, she unleashed a vigorous spray of insecticide. After exhausting 2 bottles, she finally eradicated the poisonous moth perched on the window. When purchasing the insecticide, Lu Xingtang had deliberately selected a variant with a strong toxicity, ensuring that the moth succumbed swiftly, decomposing into a puddle of foul liquid that trickled down from the window. Despite her precautions, the noxious scent of the insecticide overwhelmed her senses, nearly causing her to faint. In her haste to spray the moths, she inadvertently allowed more of them to enter her home, and she diligently sprayed each one until every last poisonous moth was eliminated before she set about the cleanup. To prevent further incursions of moths or other pests, Lu Xingtang mixed cement in her space and sealed the kitchen and bathroom drains, as well as the toilet. She even applied tape once more to the windows, striving to keep the poisonous moths at bay. After conducting a thorough inspection and confirming that no detail was overlooked, Lu Xingtang let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, the voice of Min Wei Huan resonated throughout the entire building. Residents, the poisonous moths that have appeared today contain lethal toxins. Please refrain from swatting them with your hands. Exercise utmost caution when disposing of the corpses of any moths you may have killed, as their remains are also toxic. Residents living in the corridors and stairwells of our building have already been poisoned. Immediate detoxification treatment is imperative following any bites from these moths. I have just conducted an experiment, and it appears that all poisonous moths are afraid of fire. Thus, we can use fire to drive them away. Do not open the windows. Fully equipped, Minwei-wan diligently shouted from the 13th floor to the 19th floor, repeating himself 3 times in hopes that everyone would heed his warning. Just as his voice faded, Lu Xingtang heard cries and screams emanating from below. It was evident that someone had been bitten by the poisonous moths and had succumbed to the venom. Lu Xingtang activated the intercom to inquire about the situation with Ji Yinma and Su Cheng's family. Ji Yinma had also sealed the doors and windows and blocked the drains. The poisonous moths that had entered his home were swiftly exterminated under the soles of his shoes, and he was currently in the process of cleaning up. As for Su Cheng's family, they had proven to be quite resourceful. Tang Ang, you know, my father was once a chemistry professor at the Imperial Capital University. Although he is now retired, we still possess an array of chemical apparatus at home. He managed to gather them and concoct some insecticide, which has proven unexpectedly effective. Unfortunately, our supplies are limited and have already been exhausted. Otherwise, I would have shared a few bottles with you. It was unnecessary, as the insecticide she purchased, though perhaps not as potent as Professor Su's concoction, would suffice for the time being. An hour later, there was a knock on the security door at the stairwell. Lu Xingtang, I beg you for help. The voice belonged to Minwei-wan. Several people in our unit have been bitten by the poisonous moths, and several have perished. There isn't a single doctor in our building, and I've heard you are a medical student. I implore you to assist the people in our unit. We have agreed that for every life saved, we will offer 3 kilograms of food, or we can exchange other resources instead. Lu Xingtang, I beseech you to consider the resources and help us. She chose to disregard the plea. Minwei-wan was acutely aware that the residents of the building had deeply offended the 19th floor, whose inhabitants were notoriously cautious. Otherwise, Lu Xingtang would not have remained indifferent. Thus, Minwei-wan returned to relay the outcome to everyone, proclaiming, I knew that Lu, the scoundrel, would not come to our aid. She would relish our demise. Once we perish, she can monopolize our resources. If it weren't for her possessing a firearm, I would have already lunged at her and delivered a thorough beating. What is she so proud of, merely possessing some medical knowledge? I refuse to believe she won't eventually seek our assistance. Building leader, Lu Xingtang refuses to save us. What shall we do? I do not wish to die. Please, building leader, devise a plan to rescue us. Minwei-wan furrowed her brow in contemplation and replied, at this juncture, we have no choice but to beseech for assistance. I implore you all to adopt a humble demeanor. So, follow me upstairs, kneel, bow your heads, weep profusely, and repent, while each family presents 5 pounds of grain. If Lu Xingtang still declines to help, then we are left to our own devices. Though the group was displeased with Lu Xingtang's demeanor and reluctant to plead with Minwei-wan on her behalf, the instinct for survival compelled them to grit their teeth and return home to gather the required 5 pounds of grain. As they ascended the staircase, the air was thick with toxic moths. Each person, armed with 5 pounds of grain and a lit match to fend off the encroaching pests, proceeded cautiously. Upon encountering fire, the moths indeed lost their audacity, succumbing to the flames. However, as they stepped onto the staircase, they were met with a sight that sent chills down their spines. The handrail was teeming with a dense swarm of toxic moths, an unsettling sensation akin to lice crawling upon their scalps, rendering them utterly uncomfortable. Suppressing her disgust, she ascended to the 19th floor. The firewood had yet to extinguish. After incinerating a multitude of venomous moths, they knelt upon the staircase. Lu Xingtang, please save us. We are willing to offer 5 pounds of grain for your mercy. They pleaded, we acknowledge our transgressions. We should not have coveted the resources of the 19th floor, nor your residence, and certainly ought not to have mocked you. I bow before you in supplication. Considering my impending demise from the moth's poison, I implore you for salvation. Lu Xingtang, I do not wish to perish. I have elderly and children to care for. Please, I beseech you to save me. Lu Xingtang, if you are willing to rescue me, I shall surrender any amount of resources you desire. I truly do not wish to die. Upon hearing the desperate cries outside, with the mention of 5 pounds of grain, her heart stirred. Fully armed, she swiftly grabbed a bottle of insecticide and stepped outside. The sight that met her was overwhelming. Swathes of venomous moths clung to the stainless steel door, including that of Ji Yinma's household. Not merely confined to the door, the walls on either side of the corridor were also encrusted with the dreadful creatures, inducing a wave of nausea in Lu Xingtang. Suppressing the prickling sensation along her scalp, she directed the insecticide at the security door, and the moths fell in droves. With a familiar bag from her storage, she donned it over her hand, despite the gloves. She was reluctant to wash them after they had become encrusted with the bodies of the poisonous moths. She retrieved her keys and unlocked the door, witnessing all individuals kneeling in unison. With an expression void of emotion, she remarked, Why are you not exterminating the pests? Yet here you are, wailing like ghosts? Lu Xingtang, we have all been bitten by the moths. Several have perished in our building. With your compassionate heart, we implore you to save us. We do not wish to die. We acknowledge our desperation and plead for your mercy, feeling utterly unworthy. In the past, we have wronged you, coveting your resources and persistently yearning to ascend to the 19th floor, even wishing to usurp your home. We have spoken ill of you and the others from the 19th floor in secret. Yet now, we recognize our folly. As we speak, we begin to prostrate ourselves before Lu Xingtang, humbly requesting your forgiveness. Though we dare not hope for your clemency, we beseech you to grant us a single chance. Considering our supplication and the 5 pounds of resources each household has brought as an offering, we vow to cease our covetousness for the resources of the 19th floor, including the dwelling itself, and to harbor no resentment towards it. We will treat the 19th floor as family. Should we revert to our former ways, you may wield your weapon and put an end to us. Min Weihuan placed their prepared supplies beside Lu Xingtang, imploring, Lu Xingtang, in light of these offerings, grant them a chance at life. At that moment, Su Qing and Ji Yinma appeared, fully armed, having overheard the words of those below. They did not presume to make decisions for Lu Xingtang but stood silently beside her, conveying their allegiance and unwavering support, no matter the choice she made. Lu Xingtang gazed intently at Min Weihuan and the others, nodding in agreement. In consideration of the resources you have provided, I shall take a look. However, let me be clear, I am but a mediocre doctor, not a deity. I cannot bring the dead back to life. Nor can I eradicate the toxins left in your bodies without medicine to save your lives. If, at that time, you resort to moral coercion against me, do not blame me for being ruthless. With no medicine and mediocre medical skills, recovery is uncertain and death remains a possibility. Everyone is terrified. Lu Xingtang, you should treat them. You possess some medical knowledge, while we do not. Returning home only invites death. It is better to take a chance. Chapter 52, The Poison Moth. The cold Lu Xingtang, I recall that you brought back a substantial quantity of medicine from the 19th floor. Surely there is at least one suitable antidote among them? If so, I implore you to state your price. I am willing to barter for the medicine. Though I am out of provisions, my family possesses gold, jade, antiques, and paintings. Might these be exchanged for medicine? Lu Xingtang's heart stirred. Absolutely. As long as authenticity is assured, I can provide you with the medicine. Her concession brought great joy to the others. Minwei urged them to hasten home and retrieve their treasures for trade. And then they organized themselves to await Lu Xingtang's examination. Many were afflicted by the poison moth sting. Lu Xingtang observed their hands, swollen and resembling pig trotters, and returned home to retrieve a medical kit containing only a scalpel, surgical forceps, a bottle of disinfectant alcohol, sutures, and 2 boxes of detoxification capsules and Newfound Jidu pills. Lu Xingtang gazed at the pale-faced man before her. Are you here to trade for medicine? Yes, but how shall the exchange occur? What are you willing to offer? The man opened his other hand, revealing a golden ring. How much medicine can this procure? 1 Newfound Jidu pill. Confronted with Lu Xingtang's exorbitant demands, the man felt an intense fury yet remained speechless. I must have the medicine to survive. Lu Xingtang placed the golden ring into the medicine box, seizing the man's hand. She meticulously disinfected the wound with alcohol, followed by the surgical knife. With precision, she made an incision at the site of the injury to extract the venomous blood. This excruciating process was compounded by the absence of anesthetics, causing him to scream in agony, drenched in sweat. As the toxic blood was expelled, it transformed into a deep crimson hue. She continued to disinfect the wound, urging him to endure the pain and refrain from flinching, for she was about to stitch him up. The man's suffering was so intense that he felt compelled to bite his tongue to end his misery. However, the will to live held him back from fleeing. Although the wound was not large, Lu Xingtang's suturing skills were exceptional. Out of humanitarian concern, she advised, should you possess iodine at home, please disinfect the wound locally upon your return. Apply some lincomycin lidocaine gel, ensure ample rest, maintain cleanliness, hydrate frequently, and follow a balanced diet rich in green vegetables and fruits. Avoid stimulants such as tobacco, alcohol, and spicy foods, as well as seafood and red meats. Should you experience a high fever, a scratchy throat, or unbearable pain, bear with it. If medications are available, take some anti-inflammatory or antipyretic drugs. If the pain becomes intolerable, resort to a painkiller. Subsequently, she handed him the cow bile detoxification tablets. He promptly swallowed the medicine and, with Min Weihuan's assistance, descended from the 19th floor to return home. The next patient approached. Observing the severity of the injuries of those waiting, Lu Xingtang decisively enlisted the help of Ji Yanma and Su Cheng to assist in extracting the toxic blood. She was responsible for disinfecting, incising wounds, and suturing them. Ji Yanma and Su Cheng readily agreed to assist her, and with their help, Lu Xingtang's efficiency significantly improved. After 2 hours, all the individuals injured by the poisonous moths had been treated, and they had exchanged a considerable number of treasures for medicine. After rewarding Ji Yanma and Su Cheng for their hard work, Lu Xingtang began to assess the treasures acquired: jade artifacts, porcelain, and paintings. Although she was unable to discern their authenticity, she retrieved a bag from home, claiming it was meant for storage, but in truth, it was a means to transfer items into her spatial realm. If the space absorbed the items, it confirmed their genuineness. If not, they were mere fakes. The individual was a collector who had traded numerous medicinal supplies using jade, porcelain, gold, and paintings not only for himself but also for his family, including cold medicine, fever reducers, anti-inflammatory drugs, and pain relievers. With an ample collection at home, he would make trips to retrieve additional items when necessary. Observing his generosity, Lu Xingtang returned the 5 pounds of grain he had brought. From now on, anyone seeking my medical assistance may exchange treasures such as gold or jade instead of supplies. Upon hearing this, the residents of the apartment building regarded Lu Xingtang with newfound respect. She no longer seemed so detestable. After closing the security door on the 19th floor, Lu Xingtang, Ji Yanma, and Su Cheng returned to their respective homes. Once home, Lu Xingtang discarded all the jade and gold acquired into her spatial realm. As she explored the space, she discovered that the black soil had expanded by 100 acres, while the grasslands, streams, mountains, villa, and warehouse remained unchanged. However, the fish pond had notably widened by approximately 3 meters. The fish in the pond have become even more lively than before, much to Lu Xingtang's satisfaction. In the recent expansions, the areas of black soil and the fish pond have grown, leaving one to wonder if the next expansion will encompass other regions or perhaps introduce new zones. Over the next 2 days, none of the residents of the apartment building fell victim to the poisonous moths. Those previously afflicted have managed to endure and are gradually recovering. The bodies of those who succumbed to the poisonous moths were moved to the 14th floor hallway, and those residing in the stairwell and corridor were temporarily relocated to other homes. When they ventured out to assess the situation, they were horrified to find that the corpses had been reduced to mere skeletons, their flesh and blood devoured by the moths, which were swarming over each body. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of blood and decay, evoking a visceral reaction among the onlookers. In response, Min Wei Huan convened all residents of the building, regardless of gender, to incinerate the poisonous moths. Lu Xingtang, Ji Yanma, Su Cheng, and even those from 1904 joined in this effort to eradicate every last moth from the building. After 2 hours of relentless work, they successfully eliminated all the moths. The stairwells and windows were sealed, ensuring that anyone venturing out for supplies would close the windows securely behind them. There was no descent from the 19th floor or elsewhere. After all, the poisonous moths were merciless, posing a threat to both the living and the dead alike. In 1604, a widow succumbed to illness while 2 adversarial families moved into her home, plunging her into a relentless turmoil. Each day was marred by quarrels. Yet the presence of the building manager, Min Wei Huan, restrained her from erupting in anger. Instead, the antagonistic neighbors resorted to surreptitious acts. They pried open her door with iron wire while she slumbered, pilfering her meager provisions. Or they would tug at her blankets in a cruel attempt to freeze her to death. Should the widow perish from the cold, her home would become theirs, and they would never face eviction again. However, fate was on her side. She survived the frigid night, though she awoke to find herself stricken with a high fever. In desperation, she knocked on Min Wei Huan's door, and upon witnessing the dubious countenance of her tormentors, he discerned the cause of her affliction. With compassion, he resolved to keep watch over her adversaries, enabling the widow to procure supplies and seek the aid of Lu Xingtang for her ailment. Grateful, the widow exclaimed, "Thank you, Huan Ge." She then retreated to her chamber, gathering the jewelry left by her late husband along with her own adornments, precious metals, and gemstones, all of which she packed into a backpack before ascending to the 19th floor. Lu Xingtang, I am from 1604, and I am ill. I implore you to assist me. I shall offer you a gold bracelet in exchange for your care. In chapter 53, her voice, though faint, reached Su Cheng, who was near the stairwell, and he relayed her plea to Lu Xingtang. Lu Xingtang took a box of cold medicine and stepped outside. Upon seeing the widow's flushed face, which was unnaturally red, he recognized that she was indeed unwell and suffering from a high fever. He accepted her 2 gold bricks, a bracelet, a necklace, and a ring in exchange for medical treatment. Wait for me. I shall prepare some medicine for you. Wait a moment. The widow, noticing Lu Xingtang turning to leave, hastily called out, I know you possess weapons. I wish to trade all my jewelry for a weapon. If I could obtain a gun, even if it were a fake, I would gladly exchange for it. Lu Xingtang scrutinized the widow and chuckled. I heard that Min Wei Huan arranged for 2 families to stay in your home. Have they been bullying you? The widow, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, my home is adjacent to the head of the building's residence, with the head present. They dare not bully me. However, they have been covertly plotting to harm me and seize my home. Thus, I must plan for my own safety. She then handed her heavy backpack to Lu Xingtang. This contains all my possessions. Were it not for the severe natural disasters that led to the bank's closure, I could have retrieved all my treasures from the bank vault to trade for a weapon. Lu Xingtang opened the backpack and found it brimming with jewelry, along with 10 gold bricks and a plethora of jade bracelets, not to mention numerous emeralds and diamonds. He accepted the offer, a nail gun, complete with 3 bullets. The widow's eyes sparkled with gratitude. Lu Xingtang, thank you. You are like a guardian angel to me. While 3 bullets may not seem ample, they can serve to intimidate them. As long as I possess a gun, I gain a chance for survival. Lu Xingtang turned to head home, providing the widow with a nail gun and 3 rounds of ammunition. After carefully packaging them, she stored her jewelry and other items in her space and placed the gun into her backpack. She also took out a pack of fever-reducing medicine, a pack of anti-inflammatory medication, and replaced her previous cold medicine with another pack. Upon seeing the medicine and gun, the widow's eyes glistened with tears. She had indeed sought out Lu Xingtang for the right reasons. On June 5th, having just completed her training, Lu Xingtang emerged from her space and stood on the balcony to survey her surroundings. The residents of other units began to clear away the poisonous moths, which, although not entirely eradicated, were significantly diminished within the building, leaving the walls outside densely covered. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. It was someone calling for Lu Xingtang, requesting assistance with a medical issue. Armed and ready, Lu Xingtang stepped outside, only to find a young and beautiful girl from Unit 1803. Lu Xingtang recognized her as a yoga instructor, a woman of remarkable grace with a slender physique. However, since the onset of the calamity, when food and water became scarce, the yoga instructor had grown even more gaunt. Her once vibrant form now resembling little more than skin stretched over bones. What brings you to me? Lu Xingtang inquired with curiosity. In her previous life, she had met a tragic end, never surviving the tumultuous storms, yet she vividly recalled sharing half a compressed biscuit with this woman. A flicker of vulnerability crossed Su Yan's resilient gaze. Lu Xingtang, my roommate has been assaulted. She is bleeding profusely and has multiple bruises. I implore you to help her. Understanding dawned on Lu Xingtang. All the residents of 1803 were young women. The apartment had been purchased by Su Yan through a loan and to manage the mortgage. She had taken in 2 roommates, both innocent and charming university students. After the calamity of the apocalypse erupted, 2 female university students ventured out to sell themselves for survival, returning with a substantial amount of grain. Su Yan looked down upon their actions and had attempted to dissuade them, yet they chose this shortcut, unwilling to exert themselves. In a world where morality had decayed, those devoid of conscience revealed their true natures, and girls who took the easy path risked losing their lives. At 1803, at Min Wei Huan's request, several individuals from the same apartment building were arranged to stay, among them 2 robust men with malicious intentions. How could they possibly let the girls who sought shortcuts escape unscathed? Lu Xingtang scrutinized Su Yan, who appeared gaunt and frail, showing no signs of being victimized. Su Yan remained silent, assuring herself, I am fine, they dare not harm me, for all their supplies and food are in my possession. She then produced a small parcel filled with compressed biscuits, stating, this is your payment for the consultation. Lu Xingtang accepted it, saying, please wait a moment. I will set this aside and return shortly. Hold on, Su Yan said, retrieving a larger package from her clothing, which also contained compressed biscuits and a bag of adult milk powder. May I store these supplies at your home? The interest will be 1 biscuit per day. I cannot safeguard these supplies indefinitely. These biscuits were collected by her from the outside world. Some had already been consumed, while others were hidden away. Her home was akin to a den of wolves and tigers, and she must prepare herself for the worst. They might not dare to act against her for now, but that did not guarantee their restraint in the future. Lu Xingtang pondered for a moment before nodding, that's acceptable. After Lu Xingtang delivered the supplies, she followed Su Yan into room 1803. In addition to Su Yan and her 2 female roommates, there were also 2 tall, robust men, a middle-aged woman, and a 13-year-old girl. They sat on the sofa, their expressions blank and their gazes dark. The moment the 2 men laid eyes on Lu Xingtang, a glimmer of interest flickered in their eyes, only to be quickly masked, yet Lu Xingtang perceived it distinctly. The room was permeated with a pungent odor and a heavy scent of blood. Under Su Yan's guidance, Lu Xingtang approached a side bed where 2 girls lay. their bodies soaked in blood, staining the bedding crimson. With a resigned sigh, Lu Xingtang checked the girls' pulses and assessed their condition, then turned to Su Yin and said, "I will first staunch their bleeding. Do you have any medicine?" Su Yin shook her head, exclaiming helplessly, "We have no medicine. We originally had some, but it was stolen and consumed by that pair of mother and daughter in the living room." Lu Xingtang fell silent for a moment, then replied, "I will go home to fetch silver needles to stop their bleeding." She handed a short military knife to Su Yin, stating, "You seem trustworthy, so I shall lend this to you for now, in gratitude for the kindness of a half-piece of compressed biscuit from a past life." This remark and gesture brought tears to Su Yin's eyes. Without hesitation, she accepted the short military knife, silently mouthing, "Thank you." After obtaining the silver needles, Lu Xingtang descended the stairs to staunch the girl's bleeding, which she managed to do swiftly. However, medication was still essential. And since they had none, and the girls had yet to regain consciousness, Su Yin pondered for a moment before asking, "Lu Xingtang, do you have any medicine?" Lu Xingtang nodded, and Su Yin remarked, "Once they awaken, I shall inquire about their intentions. Should they desire medicine, let them exchange supplies for it." Lu Xingtang did not decline. As Su Yin escorted her to the door, Lu Xingtang lowered her voice, "Swiftly sever the chaos. Otherwise, you shall bequeath disaster upon yourself, death." Upon returning home, Lu Xingtang finished washing her hands and stood on the balcony, only to witness a fleet of assault boats and inflatable rafts entering the community. The occupants of these vessels were fully armed, peering through binoculars. The group, known as the 35th, was heavily armed, each individual wielding a firearm. Chapter 54, The Bandits Seeing Them. Lu Xingtang was suddenly reminded of a robbery that had occurred in their community in a previous life, where their building suffered greatly, resulting in numerous fatalities. Fortunately, with the presence of Officer Su Cheng and his firearm, the residents banded together to repel the assailants, drawing the ire of other bandits who launched a vicious assault on their building. Officer Su Cheng sustained 2 gunshot wounds, yet miraculously avoided any life-threatening injuries. Otherwise, he would have perished. These marauders not only pillaged supplies, but also slaughtered all the men and abducted the women. Those women who exhibited defiance were subjected to brutal humiliation before being killed. The building was left with only the elderly and children, who could not be evacuated in one trip. Multiple loads were required, and even furniture such as sofas and cabinets were smashed and taken away. The 35th divided their forces, 5 individuals per team, each targeting a different building. Lu Xingtang immediately drew her firearm and exited her residence, followed closely by Ji Yanma and Su Cheng, who had also witnessed the unfolding scene. Bang! As Lu Xingtang descended the stairs, he was immediately struck by the sound of shattering glass from the stairwell window. A group of ruffians laughed boisterously, declaring, "Brothers, let us exert ourselves. The boss has decreed that this time, whether it be women or supplies, they all belong to us." With a resounding crash, they forced open the door of the 14th floor residence with their fire axe, their laughter echoing like a death knell, instilling a paralyzing fear throughout the entire building. The inhabitants of the 14th floor were so terrified that they lost control of their bladders. Yet their cries for help went unheard, for the intruders had already stormed into their home. "Oh, there is a stunning beauty in 1404. Brothers, come quickly. Let us have our fun first. You indulge in your amusements while we rummage through the supplies." The ruffians continued, "Men, eliminate them. As for the women, this one is too unattractive. Dispose of her. Take all the supplies. Do not come closer. Do not touch me, please. I beg you, don't. Keep your hands off my daughter. Get away from us. Help. Building manager, please save my daughter." Suddenly, the man's voice was abruptly silenced. His life suspended in that instant, his eyes wide open, unblinking in death. A burly man carried the woman into the bedroom as others, with lascivious laughter, began to pilfer the room's possessions. Bang, 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 bang. Gunshots rang out, and 4 men collapsed to the floor. The man who had just begun to undress rushed out of the bedroom, gun in hand, only to fall lifelessly to the ground, a bullet having pierced his forehead. Lu Xingtang, Ji Yanma, and Su Cheng arrived. Lu Xingtang fired a shot, while Ji Yanma and Su Cheng each discharged 2. After securing his weapon, Lu Xingtang drew a short military knife to ensure their demise, swiftly severing their necks. He then entered the bedroom, where he beheld a girl with a swollen face, 5 distinct fingerprints glaring upon her skin. All was well. They were indeed deceased. "Is there a firearm here? Retrieve it and seek out the building manager," instructing him to station guards at our unit. He commanded. "Room 1404 is not solely inhabited by this family. There are others in the adjacent rooms, albeit they have concealed themselves." Without hesitation, Lu Xingtang and his companions exited, and he inquired, "Shall we draw them here?" or should we pursue them? Let us seek them out. Our unit is already fortified with 5 firearms. Min Wei Huan, the building manager, is performing commendably, as his life hangs in the balance. He shall not be negligent, and will assuredly escort 5 weapons to safeguard our residence, Ji Yinma declared. Then we shall divide our efforts. I have observed their movements. 5 individuals occupy 1 unit, and they have likely commenced their robbery. The firearms may not be readily in hand, thus our odds are significantly favorable, Lu Xingtang asserted. Bring suppressors. The 4 gunshots we just heard must have caught the attention of the other assailants. They might believe it was one of their own firing. Consequently, the trio immediately parted ways, sprinting towards the adjacent unit using the assailant's assault boat. As Lu Xingtang ascended to the 14th floor, he spotted a robber emerging from room 1403. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened fire, each bullet striking true, landing squarely upon the forehead of his targets. Upon witnessing his comrades sprawled on the ground, the robber immediately exited the room. As they emerged, Lu Xingtang swiftly sent them to their demise. Confirming that all 5 were lifeless, Lu Xingtang stowed their weapons upon his shoulder and proceeded to another building. The cacophony of gunfire erupted, and Lu Xingtang realized that he was not the sole shooter. Ji Yinma and Su Qing were also engaged in combat. Suddenly, a harrowing scream pierced Lu Xingtang's ears. "Do not kill my father." Desperate, he hastened up the stairs, only to hear, "Quickly tell me, who has food? If you divulge this information, I shall spare your life. Otherwise, you will become my sustenance, my source of spiritual nourishment." As he spoke, the robber leered menacingly, his gaze roaming over the terrified girl. "I don't know." The girl quivered in fear. "I'm sick. I have AIDS. Every man in this building has contracted it. I don't know how I got it. I just know that now I have it. Please, do not touch me. If you do, you will surely be infected too." "Ah, little minx, you're quite clever, aren't you? But let me tell you, I too carry the disease." 2 individuals with AIDS together, an experience never tasted before. Shall we give it a try? Please. The girl's eyes widened in horror as she beheld a gaping wound suddenly appear on the man's forehead, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he collapsed upon her. Lu Xingtang confirmed the man's demise before turning to another apartment. Inside, several other robbers were already looting supplies. The living room lay strewn with corpses. Lu Xingtang swiftly entered, gun drawn, and began to eliminate threats. However, as one assailant fell, he was confronted by another. "Little girl, you are quite brave, aren't you? Brother, I am quite fond of your fiery spirit. Come, kneel before me, and I shall spare you. Otherwise," as he spoke, the robber's finger tightened on the trigger, "I shall send you to the afterlife." Lu Xingtang let out a cold laugh. "Then go ahead and pull the trigger." With that, she aimed her gun at the robber. "Let us see whose shot is swifter." Bang! A bullet pierced the robber's forehead. His gun discharged simultaneously, yet his bullet failed to strike Lu Xingtang. Instead, it was absorbed into her space, landing harmlessly on the ground within. "Retreat." A booming voice echoed from below, resonating throughout Sunshine Community. Lu Xingtang caught sight of a figure leaping through the doorway, and she immediately pursued. As the man attempted to escape through the window, she fired a shot that struck him in the back, slowing his flight. But in the next instant, Lu Xingtang sent him to meet the King of Hell. As she ascended the stairs in search of the other 2 individuals, she was suddenly confronted by a gun pressed against her forehead. 2 towering men glared menacingly at her, their eyes filled with a desire to tear her apart. "You wretched woman, go to hell and atone for your sins to my brothers." In a flash, Lu Xingtang produced her handgun and fired 2 shots at the men's lower bodies, eliciting agonized screams as they staggered, nearly dropping their weapons. Seizing the moment as they doubled over in pain, she decisively shot through their skulls. "Who told you to hesitate? You should have fired the instant you spotted me." She collected their guns, then pushed the man at the windowsill out of the window, surveying the situation in the community. Chapter 55. A clean sweep. Ji Yinma and Su Cheng stood resolutely on the ground floor, facing off against the leader of the bandits. Lu Xingtang promptly leaped onto the speedboat and approached Ji Yinma. "What is the situation?" Ji Yinma replied, "I have dispatched 10 of them." Su Cheng added, "I have also taken down 10. Including the 2 each they had eliminated earlier. This band of robbers has been entirely vanquished, leaving only their leader." Upon seeing the bandit leader, Lu Xingtang inquired, "What shall we do with him? Shall we execute him ourselves, or hand him over to others?" Ji Yinma smiled enigmatically. "We shall subject him to rigorous interrogation to ascertain the location of their hideout. We will eradicate them all at once." Su Cheng gazed at Ji Yinma in astonishment. "You have set your sights on their supplies, haven't you? If they possess firearms, they surely have ammunition, or perhaps other weapons." After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xingtang concurred. Thus, Ji Yinma and Su Cheng commenced a series of intense interrogations on the bandit leader. while Lu Xingtang calmly deflated and collected all the bandit speedboats and kayaks, consolidating them onto one of the speedboats. During times of flooding, these vessels served as crucial means of transportation, and with a sufficient number at their disposal, they could be sold profitably. By the time Lu Xingtang returned after completing his collection, Ji Yanma and Su Cheng had successfully extracted the location of the bandit's lair, which was not too far away. The three of them then took the bandit leader and departed from the community, heading towards the hideout. The lair was situated in an office building, slightly elevated above the Sunshine community. This 12-story edifice had been inundated up to the 10th floor, with the last 2 floors occupied by the bandits. Originally, they were not robbers, but rather employees who had been compelled by their employer to remain at the office during the tempestuous weather. They had anticipated returning home once the storm had passed. However, as the deluge intensified, it inundated their office building, and they witnessed the nearby commercial streets and residential areas succumb to the floodwaters. Countless individuals ventured forth in search of sustenance, navigating the treacherous waters in makeshift boats or large wooden vessels. The office building had been frequented by many, yet they were fortunate to be familiar with its layout, enabling them to conceal supplies without detection. They rallied those remaining in the building to embark on a quest for resources and a way back home. Regrettably, their departure from the office was belated, and few family members remained. Most had perished from illness, exposure, starvation, or violence, while others had drowned in their desperate search for provisions. In that moment, they came to the stark realization that a cataclysm had unleashed itself upon their world. They organized a collective effort within the office to survive and sought to retrieve their remaining family members, resorting to acts of desperation for survival. Upon their arrival at the office, they discovered that the leader of the bandits had taken all the men away, leaving behind only women and a few elderly individuals. 2 seniors lay on wooden planks, groaning from the effects of poisonous bites, while 5 or 6 children remained, their strong male counterparts having been ruthlessly executed. Lu Xingtang furrowed her brow, taken aback by this unforeseen scene. They must be taken to a shelter. Spare their lives. Remaining here would surely lead to their demise. After a moment of contemplation, Su Cheng and Ji Yanma reached a consensus. Su Cheng would keep a vigilant watch over the group, while Ji Yanma and Lu Xingtang set out to gather supplies. Guided by the elderly bandit, they stumbled upon 2 crates of ammunition, each containing 1,000 rounds, along with 5 homemade shotguns. They also discovered 10 bags of rice, each weighing 50 pounds, 10 bags of flour of the same weight, a box of seasonings, a box of salt, 10 bottles of liquor, 50 cases of beer, and meat, though it was only preserved meat. Upon seeing the shape of the preserved meat, Lu Xingtang declined, and Ji Yanma followed suit. Though they did not articulate their reasons, an unspoken understanding lingered between them. Additionally, they uncovered a barrel of oil. Had it not been for the sight of the preserved meat, one might have mistaken the oil for lard. There were 2 barrels of peanut oil, 1 barrel of rapeseed oil, 3 boxes of pickled vegetables, a box of canned fruit, a box of lulu, a box of milk, 3 bags of powdered milk, as well as an abundance of wood, coal, and honeycomb coal. The bandit leader mentioned there were approximately 5,000 pieces, alongside 5 charcoal stoves and a pile of skincare products. Ji Yanma ensured that every last item was accounted for. After dealing with the bandit leader, he disposed of him out the window. Together with Lu Xingtang, they consolidated all the supplies into one place. Given Lu Xingtang's slightly diminished strength, Su Cheng took on the task of lifting, while Lu Xingtang remained to keep an eye on the group. With a stern expression, Lu Xingtang surveyed the bandits' families, which numbered 12 individuals. Assessing the supplies, he threw out their clothing, instructing them to hastily organize and pack their belongings. He allocated a portion of rice and flour to each, along with a jar of pickled vegetables, allowing them to share the lulu. He also provided them with 2 stoves and 100 pieces of honeycomb coal, ensuring they were packed away neatly. Once they had successfully transferred all the supplies, they would promptly escort the group to the refuge. 10 minutes later, Ji Yanma and Su Cheng completed the transfer of supplies. Upon seeing the provisions distributed by Lu Xingtang, both men expressed their agreement, prompting Lu Xingtang to remain behind, while Ji Yanma and Su Cheng escorted their group of 12 to the shelter in shifts. They prioritized sending the women and children first, leaving behind the elderly and ailing women. After Ji Yanma and Su Cheng departed, Lu Xingtang retrieved a knife from his pocket and extracted the poisonous blood from the wounds of the 2 elderly men bitten by toxic moths. Whether they would survive at the shelter now rested solely on their own resilience. By the time Ji Yanma and Su Cheng returned after delivering everyone to the shelter, 2 hours had passed. They spent an additional hour relocating and distributing the supplies, which included an equitable division of all acquired firearms. Once Lu Xingtang and the others finished their tasks, Min Wei Huan, accompanied by the residents of their building, ascended the stairs to knock on the door. They expressed their gratitude for the gunfire that had eliminated the robbers, asserting that without their intervention, their community would have succumbed to chaos, with nearly all the inhabitants of their building perished. However, Xingtang perceived no genuine gratitude in their demeanor. Instead, he sensed their covetousness as they peered inside, likely envious of the abundant supplies they had brought back. Drawing a pistol from his pocket, Xingtang stated, "There is no need for thanks. Our actions against the robbers were motivated by our own safety, not for your benefit. You need not express gratitude to us." After a brief pause, he added, "I recall your assurances when I was bitten by the toxic moths, vowing that you would no longer covet the resources and property of the 19th floor. Yet, I have just seen you casting glances at our floor's inhabitants. How do you think I should address this?" Upon uttering these words, the individuals on the 19th floor were startled, realizing their folly too late. Xingtang pulled the trigger. Let this serve as a lesson, should there be a next time. Bang, bang. The bullets struck their arms, sparing their lives yet instilling terror in all present. Once they regained their composure, Xingtang turned to Min Huan. "Where are the 5 guns? They are the spoils of our conquest on the 19th floor. Hand them over. Of course, if you prefer not to, we can negotiate a trade for supplies." Min Huan had come to the 19th floor with the intent to discuss the matter of the guns, but was taken aback by the foolishness of the others that had provoked Xingtang's ire. "We could offer supplies in exchange for the 5 guns. However, the arms do not belong to the entire building. Whoever can produce the necessary supplies shall claim the guns. But what are the conditions?" Chapter 56. "I am willing to sell my life to you," Xingtang scoffed. "Min Huan, are you aware of the immense value of a single gun? 5 guns. What supplies do you possess to offer in exchange?" Before Xingtang and her companions returned to the building, they had already assessed the worth, at least 100 pounds of grain for each gun, totaling 500 pounds for all 5. With the floods ravaging the capital, where could they possibly procure such grain? How much could they realistically recover? The entire building was barely sustaining itself, and now they were expected to provide for the 19th floor as well. This was akin to carving away their flesh. Yet, the need for firearms was dire. Possessing guns would enable them to venture out safely in search of supplies, ensuring their survival. Even if they could not secure all 5, acquiring just one would suffice. Regardless of the type of supplies, with determination, they would surely find a way to barter with you. Just tell us, how much in supplies would be required to obtain a single gun? Min Huan, resolute in his determination, was unwavering in his quest for firearms. Even if the apartment building yielded none, Xingtang glanced at Ji Yanma and Su Cheng before stepping into the corridor, lowering his voice. "Do you wish to trade? If not, it is entirely optional." Su Cheng replied, "Let us proceed with the exchange. We are not short on firearms. Supplies are consumables, dwindling day by day. With ample provisions, we can ensure a more stable period." Ji Yanma concurred on trading firearms for supplies. After deliberation, the trio agreed upon a rate of 300 pounds of goods for each firearm, which need not be solely food, but could include other supplies such as medicine, clothing, fuel, etc. As long as the delivered goods totaled 300 pounds, it was a fair arrangement. Upon receiving this news, Min Huan was nearly overwhelmed with joy. 300 pounds of supplies were far easier to gather than 300 pounds of food. Even the others in the apartment building were elated, contemplating the arrival of 35 bandits from whom they had confiscated their weapons, sparking a desire among others to negotiate directly with Xingtang and his companions for firearms. Min Huan ascended the stairs with a massive hiking backpack, rapping on the door to summon Xingtang and the others. "Here, I possess jade, gold, and other treasures. Some time ago, I, along with my family, engaged in a heist at the bank. Would you consider exchanging firearms for these items? If so, I would like to acquire multiple weapons." Xingtang and the others were taken aback upon witnessing the bounty before them, an array of gold and jade, the fruits of their labor from who knows how many safes. After assessing the value, they declared, "We can offer you 3 firearms in exchange." These items held no interest for Su Cheng, nor were they of any use to Ji Yanma. Therefore, the 3 firearms were procured solely by Xingtang. She requested Ji Yanma's assistance in delivering them to the entrance, where she laid a carpet on the ground and gently extracted the gold and jade artifacts from her space. Upon seeing the carpet brimming with gold and jade, Xingtang felt a surge of anticipation for the changes within her space. Subsequently, she placed the 3 firearms into a backpack and handed it to Min Huan. Upon inspection and confirming they were indeed firearms, a beaming smile spread across Min Huan's face. Many others also arrived, seeking to exchange supplies for speedboats. That day, Xingtang acquired 7 speedboats and 2 kayaks. After deliberation among the 3, They agreed on a rate of 10 pounds of grain for each speedboat and 5 pounds for each kayak. Without hesitation, they engaged in the exchange. And after dividing the grain equally, they returned home. Wu Zihao observed the bustling activity downstairs, where people were exchanging firearms and speedboats. He turned to Wu Jin and exclaimed, "Father, let us trade for a firearm. Our family of 4 requires a means of protection. If Lu Xingtang has any speedboats left, we should acquire one as well." Wu Jin pondered for a moment before replying, "I shall consult Su Qing to gauge her thoughts." Upon learning of the exchange rate, 300 pounds of supplies for a firearm and 10 pounds of grain for a speedboat, exclusive of gasoline, Wu Jin assessed the family's grain stock. He then proceeded to exchange for a speedboat with Su Cheng and immediately set out with Wu Zihao to search for supplies. They hoped to gather 300 pounds of provisions swiftly, not only for the Wu family, but also for the residents of their building, who would venture out in speedboats and kayaks in search of resources. "Let us divide that heap of gold and jade artifacts," Lu Xingtang suggested. Ji Yinma and Su Cheng shook their heads. "Lu Xingtang, did we not agree to evenly distribute the firearms obtained from the ambush of the bandits? Therefore, Min Wei Wan's exchange was made with you, not with us. Moreover, we prefer practical supplies." This implied that the two of them would not partake in the division of gold and jade ornaments. Lu Xingtang did not refuse. They held little regard for these ostentatious treasures, yet they were precisely what the space favored as sustenance. Thus, Lu Xingtang collected all the gold and jade ornaments sent by Min Wei Huan into the space, leaving not a single piece for herself. As soon as the gold and jade entered the space, they were devoured. Her consciousness soared within the space, discovering that the pig pen she had previously constructed in the prairie had been expanded into a small-scale pig farm. All the items she had gathered from the outside pig farm were now arranged within this new establishment. Moreover, the nearby pet villa had automatically enlarged, providing a more spacious area for the cats and dogs to frolic, with every detail meticulously attended to. This alleviated Lu Xingtang's burdens. Each time she beheld the pigpen's rudimentary state, she felt a pang of frustration. Aside from the essential training and study, she had devoted her efforts to devising a plan for a pig farm, yet her understanding of infrastructure was somewhat lacking. Regardless of how she sketched her designs, they never met her expectations. The space, possessing a certain sentience, seemed to grasp her intentions and, addressing her challenges, had expanded the pig pen into a small-scale pig farm, while the pet villa transformed into a refined and opulent dwelling. Both the pet villa and the pig farm were now equipped with water and electricity, greatly facilitating the cleaning and maintenance of the pig farm. Additionally, she discovered that the black land had expanded by 10 more acres, while other areas remained unchanged. The following day, the residents of the apartment building gathered to submit their supplies, beginning with individual exchanges, followed by collective ones. Ji Yinma produced a scale to ascertain the weight, and upon confirming its accuracy, successfully completed the exchange. For those still in need, the rate remained 300 pounds of supplies for a firearm, allowing them to venture out in search of more. Fortuitously, they discovered several barrels of gasoline, managing to trade 1 barrel for a gun, resulting in the acquisition of 3 firearms. The collective exchange of 5 firearms was now complete. Another day passed, and once more, individuals arrived at the apartment to exchange for weapons, including the widow from Unit 1604. Though she possessed scant supplies, she boldly proposed to trade her body for a firearm if Ji Yinma and Su Qing were not averse to it. Ji Yinma and Su Qing, taken aback, darkened their expressions and dismissed her. Lu Xingtang stifled a laugh. Had it not been for the menacing glances of the two, she could hardly contain her amusement. In addition to the widow, Su Yin arrived as well. Lacking any supplies, she fixed her gaze upon Lu Xingtang and declared, "I have nothing but my life. If you do not disdain it, this life is yours. I am willing to sell my life to you in exchange for a pistol and 10 rounds of ammunition." Lu Xingtang was taken aback by Su Yan's words, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Are you certain you wish to sell your life to me?" Su Yin responded with unwavering determination, "Absolutely. They have gone too far. My 2 roommates are unlikely to endure much longer under the torment of those men. Thus I require a firearm." Lu Xingtang pondered for a moment and asked, "Have you ever taken a life?" "Never. The world has descended into chaos, and I fear it won't be long before I must." Uncertain of when her hands would become stained with blood, Lu Xingtang turned and returned home. From her space, she retrieved a packet of powdered medicine, which she had concocted during the idle days. She handed it to Su Yin, stating, "This is a potent sedative. If you eliminate the 4 members of your household, I shall provide you with a firearm." Su Yin gazed intently at the powder for an extended period, resolutely accepting it with the promise, "I will see to it swiftly." Observing Su Yin's retreating figure, Lu Xingtang contemplated that perhaps this moment could alter the course of her life forever, all because of her. The provisions at home were insufficient. Su Yin and her family subsisted on a single meal daily, boiling a pot of water to steam rice in a thermos overnight for breakfast. Su Yin controlled all household supplies, as the rice and flour were kept in her room. Thus, with the thermos in hand, she entered her chamber, scooping 2 handfuls of rice into it. Her actions were under constant scrutiny, rendering Su Yin unable to act decisively. As midnight approached, and everyone succumbed to slumber, Su Yin quietly rose from her bed. She retrieved the sedative, carefully unscrewed the thermos, and poured the powder inside, stirring gently with chopsticks. Only after ensuring that both thermoses contained the dissolved sedative did she seal them once more. Su Yin sighed in relief. The following morning, she nonchalantly exited with the thermos, locking the bedroom door before distributing the porridge. Watching them devour the porridge ravenously, she feigned a struggle for her and her roommate's share, just as before. After the 4 of them seized the porridge from the 3 of them, a triumphant smile crept across Su Yan's face. Su Yin watched as the bowls in their hands clattered to the ground, her eyes wide with terror and indignation. Did you poison the porridge? Is that vile woman, Lu Xingtang, responsible for this? She had always suspected that her adversary sought her out for reasons beyond mere rivalry. In a swift motion, Su Yin charged forward and delivered a fierce kick to the man, her voice laden with contempt. You are the disgrace, and your entire family shares your shame. All you do is torment women. You are nothing but refuse. Frustration compelled her to strike him again, exclaiming, to call you garbage would be an affront to the very concept of refuse. Wait for it. She seethed, collapsing onto the ground like a lifeless carcass. Initially, the other 3 glared at her with malice, but the potent effects of the drug provided by Lu Xingtang soon rendered them incapacitated. Su Yin brandished a short military knife, her body trembling, eyes aflame with fury. Were it not for the building supervisor instructing me to oversee your supplies, I would have fallen victim to you just like my roommates. She accused them of flouting the rules of the apartment and disregarding the supervisor's authority. Had you adhered to the regulations, I would not have sought Lu Xingtang for protection. Perish. With a swift, decisive motion, the blade pierced their hearts. And as she witnessed their last breaths escape them, Su Yan's 2 roommates, hearing the commotion, ventured out of their room despite their injuries. Upon their emergence, they were met with the harrowing sight of Su Yin severing the necks of their assailants. Su Yin, you've committed murder, one exclaimed in shock. Su Yin, her eyes still ablaze with rage, regarded her roommates. So what? The fear in her roommate's eyes intensified. We won't tell anyone. Su Yin rose slowly, advancing toward them. What difference does it make if you do? The world has descended into chaos. Furthermore, I caution you for the final time. Do not bring wild men into our home. You may indulge in your physical desires outside, but do not involve me in such matters. Otherwise, you shall meet the same fate as her. The 2 roommates trembled in fear, assuring her that they would never bring anyone home. Su Yin sought out Lu Xingtang, informing her that the issue had been resolved. Upon verifying that the 4 had perished, Lu Xingtang joined Su Yin in disposing of the bodies through the window. Lu Xingtang, will you accept me? Su Yin implored, her gaze fixed earnestly upon her, hoping for a favorable response. She was willing to offer her life and loyalty to Lu Xingtang, irrespective of how she chose to wield that power, unafraid of bloodshed as long as she could live with dignity. Lu Xingtang furrowed her brow. Have you thought this through? There will be no turning back. Beyond Lu Xingtang, she had other options, Su Qing and Ji Yinma, but they were men, and she was reluctant to consign herself to them, fearing the possibility of encountering a scoundrel. Lu Xingtang handed her a gun and ammunition. I do not fully trust you. Even with the remnants of a past favor, she could not guarantee Su Yan's reliability. There were too many secrets to safeguard, and not a single slip could be tolerated. Prepare for scrutiny. First, focus on survival. With that, Lu Xingtang departed. That evening, as Lu Xingtang intended to draw the curtains to sleep, she suddenly noticed red dots outside the window, twinkling like stars. Approaching the balcony for a closer inspection, she was struck with terror, her hair standing on end, her body trembling. It was a snake. Indeed, a snake. In a past life. It was during this very time that serpents emerged, various species slithering and climbing about, poised to strike at humanity, ready to hunt at the slightest hint of fear. A moment of hesitation could result in a venomous bite, far more merciless than that of a toxic moth. Countless snakes dangled from the stainless steel railing, cobras, 5-step snakes, pit vipers, iron-headed snakes, bamboo leaf greens, king cobras, golden-ringed snakes, all venomous, sending shivers down Lu Xingtang's spine. Yet, she dared not show her trepidation before the serpentine throng. Feigning composure, she cast a glance at the multitude of snakes before approaching the window to ensure it was securely shut, then turned to draw the curtains. Ah, how terrifying. She nearly lost control of herself. So many snakes, slippery and repulsive. Their grotesque forms hanging from the railing made her heart race. Giving herself a firm pinch, Lu Xingtang returned to her bedroom, confirming that the window was tightly shut and the curtains drawn. She proceeded to inspect the conditions of the other two bedrooms, suppressing the urge to scream in despair as she ensured the windows were secured and the curtains drawn. Next, she meticulously checked the drainage pipes, confirming they were sealed tight, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Ji Yanma, Su Qing, the snakes have appeared. Ensure all doors and windows are shut. Do not open them. There are so many snakes, most of which are venomous. Ji Yanma had already taken notice. Stay safe and do not sleep too soundly. Lu Xingtang was on the verge of tears. She could hardly bring herself to sleep. Su Cheng replied, diligently inspecting every nook and cranny, determined that while large snakes could not enter, smaller ones certainly could. In contrast to the composed handling of the situation in 1901, 1902, and 1903, the residents downstairs and in 1904 were far less fortunate. Before Su Cheng could finish his conversation, they were startled by piercing screams of terror. Ah, a snake! Help! Min Wei Huan, having somehow procured a loudspeaker, gathered his courage and stood by the window, bellowing outside. Everyone, please seal your doors and windows, as well as the drainage pipes. It is imperative to secure them tightly. I possess a secret remedy for eliminating venomous snakes. 10 grams of sweet flag, 15 grams of realgar, 2 cloves of garlic, and 50 grams of baijiu with an alcohol content above 15 degrees. Mix and spread this concoction in areas where the snakes may have traversed, particularly around doors, windows, drainage systems, and bathrooms. Above all, do not, under any circumstances, open your doors or windows. Chapter 58. Fighting poison with poison. Should misfortune allow a snake to enter one's home, it is crucial to eradicate it. When confronting a snake, aim for its vital spot. And I implore everyone to exercise caution and maintain a safe distance. After the snake is dispatched, do not approach it immediately, for it may exert its final ounce of strength to strike, using its venom to cause your demise. Min Wei Wan spoke these words with tremendous resolve, addressing the snake swarm through the loudspeaker, uncertain if the snakes could comprehend his words. Yet, upon witnessing those pairs of glaring, crimson eyes, he wished fervently to flee. Lu Xingtang also heard Min Wei Huan's urgent warning and promptly retreated to her space to search for supplies. She had previously stockpiled an abundance of snake-repelling powder, found a bag of garlic, peeled the cloves, and minced them. Furthermore, she located camphor oil, realgar powder, and a sophisticated ultrasonic snake repellent device. Ultimately, Lu Xingtang discovered that the high-tech ultrasonic snake repellent was utterly ineffective. It paled in comparison to the potency of minced garlic, realgar powder, essential oil, and snake repellent powder. Fearing the prospect of awakening to find countless serpents slithering across her bed, she resolutely chose to sleep in her safe space instead. Upon awakening from her slumber, she was met with a cacophony outside, only to realize that someone had stumbled upon a non-venomous snake and, in a fit of ignorance, had killed it with the intention of cooking it. However, the others, unaware of the snake's harmlessness, vehemently opposed the idea of throwing it into a pot, resulting in a considerable uproar. As the snake crisis escalated, venturing outside to procure supplies became a venture fraught with peril, as the lurking serpents posed a significant threat. With resources dwindling, the focus inevitably shifted to the non-venomous snakes. Lu Xingtang silently inspected her doors, windows, and drainage systems, ensuring that no venomous snakes had infiltrated her home. And, fortunately, her luck held. No snakes had entered. Is Ji Yanma with you? She inquired. My father has concocted a gas of ammonia. I have utilized it, and it serves as a deterrent against the snake horde. Please wait a moment, and I shall bring it to you. Su Cheng responded. Lu Xingtang cautiously pulled back a corner of the curtain, revealing a mass of twisted snakes hanging from the window bars. Su Cheng, do not take unnecessary risks. There are no snakes in my home, and thus, the ammonia gas is unwarranted. Keep it for yourselves. Ji Yanma replied. Thank you. Take good care of your father. Su Cheng added, stay safe. If you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall deliver it to you. On the first day, there was nothing amiss in their apartment building. The second day passed without incident as well. However, by the third day, the snakes began to go berserk, violently striking against the doors and windows with their slick, powerful bodies, causing the residents to scream in terror. How long could the windows withstand such an onslaught? Not every household had replaced their windows with bulletproof, shatter-resistant glass. Though their windows were double-glazed, the material could not compare to that of fortified glass. Lu Xingtang retrieved a bowl of beef noodles from her storage space and was eating when she heard the snakes once again crashing against the windows. She immediately took out her binoculars to observe the chaos and discovered that a group of snakes had created a hole in the window of apartment 1501 across the way. slithering inside one after another. Shocked, Lu Xingtang dropped her binoculars. Once the snakes entered a home, if the inhabitants did not take cover in time, they could be bitten or even swallowed whole. The residents of their building had heeded Min Weihuan's advice to seal their doors and windows and block the drains, opting to endure hunger rather than venture outside in search of supplies. Thus far, they had remained safe. But witnessing the breach in the opposing building made her wonder how much longer they could hold out. "Oh, my son. Help. Someone, please save my son. Yang. Did you not see that our son was bitten? Quickly, use the chair to smash the snake's head and force it to release him. Ah, give me back my son. My dear, mother is coming to be with you." Lu Xingtang's heart shattered upon hearing the anguished cries. In her previous life, the snake disaster had lasted for half a month, claiming countless lives through venom and devouring many whole. Subsequently, it was the military that intervened, ultimately leading to the extermination of the serpents, albeit at a significant cost to themselves. Following the annihilation of these creatures, an intense cold descended upon the land. Reflecting upon this, Lu Xingtang felt a heavy weight upon her heart when a knock resonated through the door of their 19th floor. A quivering voice reached her ears. "Lu Xingtang, Ji Yanma, Su Cheng, this is Min Weihuan. I come bearing a question. Do you possess any effective means to eliminate the serpents? If we do not eradicate them, we shall starve within our own homes." Eliminate the serpents? Lu Xingtang's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. Hadn't the venomous snakes just made their appearance? Thus, it was time to fight poison with poison. Her mind swiftly delved into her spatial realm in search of medicinal herbs to concoct a potent toxin. The more lethal, the better. While Lu Xingtang and Ji Yinmo remained silent, Su Cheng boldly replied, "Apologies, Leader Min, but we too lack a viable solution. Ammonia gas, though seemingly useful, merely drives the snakes away without truly vanquishing them. Furthermore, the mass production of ammonia gas was unfeasible." Min Weihuan, undeterred, insisted, "Yet if we do not eliminate the serpents, we shall only await our demise." Su Cheng had no alternative solution and turned to Lu Xingtang and Ji Yinma for their input. Ji Yinma swiftly responded, "I am equally at a loss." As Lu Xingtang diligently prepared the toxin, she sought to test its efficacy. She procured a piece of pork from her spatial realm and applied the toxin upon it, massaging it in to ensure a complete amalgamation with the meat. Approaching the window, Lu Xingtang gazed at the slender and slippery snake, swallowing hard. With a clip, she ensnared one and cast it into her spatial realm, subsequently tossing a piece of marinated pork to the venomous creature. Exercising her will, she controlled the snake, which had no choice but to coil in place. Upon detecting the aroma of the meat, it opened its jaws and seized the pork, gradually consuming it. In less than a minute, the snake began to writhe violently, causing Lu Xingtang's heart to nearly stop in fright. Suddenly, it collapsed onto the ground, motionless. Lu Xingtang understood that a recently deceased snake must not be disturbed. It appeared lifeless, yet was not truly dead. A single bite from it could unleash its potent venom within you, and within 5 minutes, you would meet your demise alongside the serpent. Grasping a wooden stick, she prodded the inert snake, which abruptly became alert, leaping from the ground and clamping onto the stick with fierce tenacity. Lu Xingtang observed as the snake's fangs sank into the wood, dark venom trickling down its length. Overwhelmed with trepidation, she felt fortunate that the encounter transpired within her spatial realm. Otherwise, she would have been envenomed. With a solution in mind, Lu Xingtang reached out to Min Weihuan. "Min Weihuan?" Upon hearing her voice, Min Weihuan's eyes lit up. I'm here. Using poison to combat poison." "Poison?" Min Weihuan furrowed her brow. "But where can we procure poison? We can hardly find food or water, let alone poison." Lu Xingtang was aware of this predicament. Hence, she had no intention of enlisting the help of those in the apartment building. Instead, she aimed to approach the military directly, thereby ensuring the survival of numerous soldiers. "The poison I had prepared is already depleted. I am unable to assist. Even if there were some, they should be given to the military." Lu Xingtang adjusted the poison formula, increasing its potency to eliminate all venomous snakes. Chapter 59, The Arrival of the Angel. Consequently, she took the risk of capturing several venomous snakes for experimentation in her space. Once she confirmed the toxicity had been enhanced, Lu Xingtang prepared multiple doses of poison. Fully equipped for protection, she continually reinforced her resolve. "I am adequately protected, I have my stun baton, and the poison is ready in the spray bottle." Should any snake dare to attack her, she would spray them with the poison. If that failed, she would resort to the stun baton. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xingtang summoned her courage to open the door. As she swiftly stepped outside and closed the door behind her, she was taken aback to find that there were no snakes in the corridor of the 19th floor. Her dark eyes slowly fell upon the door of room 1902. Could it be him? After a moment of hesitation, Lu Xingtang knocked on the door of 1902. Ji Yinma, it's me, Lu Xingtang. Soon, Ji Yinma opened the door, surprised to see Lu Xingtang fully armed. Are you going out? He asked. Lu Xingtang replied affirmatively. This is the poison I just prepared. I'm giving you a portion. Ji Yinma declined, saying, I have no use for it. So, it was you who cleared the 19th floor of snakes? She recalled her previous life when she opened the door to find the entrance and walls teeming with snakes, layer upon layer. Ji Yinma nodded. Lu Xingtang did not inquire how he had resolved the situation, but insisted on giving him the poison. This objective is too grand, and it may raise suspicions. Take it. If you truly find it unnecessary, simply return it to me. Ji Yinma stared blankly at Lu Xingtang for a moment before accepting the poison. How do I use it? Lu Xingtang explained the method of application to Ji Yinma before turning to knock on the door of room 1903. Upon learning of Lu Xingtang's arrival, Su Qing swiftly opened the door, allowing her to enter. Once inside, Lu Xingtang handed the poison to Su Qing, explaining that it needed to be diluted, otherwise it would kill the snake instantly. If diluted, it would repel the venomous creature, preventing it from approaching their home. As Su Qing expressed his gratitude, even offering supplies in exchange, Lu Xingtang interjected, I need to step out for a while. You stay on the 19th floor. Be cautious. Step out? Su Qing's voice rose sharply. It's perilous outside. You can't go alone. Wait for me. I will arm myself and accompany you. Lu Xingtang did not refuse and, while Su Qing changed, quickly exited. She took out the intercom, saying, Su Qing, remain here to care for your father and guard the 19th floor. Suddenly, Ji Yinma appeared, asserting, Su Qing, I will accompany Lu Xingtang. The snake disaster is rampant. You must stay on the 19th floor. Please take care of it. Su Qing was infuriated, but upon hearing footsteps, he realized the two had already descended. Reluctantly, he clenched his teeth and warned, stay safe. If you perish outside, I will not search for you, nor will I retrieve your bodies. Given the snake disaster, I am unable to recover your remains, so take care of yourselves. Lu Xingtang and Ji Yinma both chuckled, replying, rest assured, we are troublemakers. We shall return alive. Ji Yinma bore the assault boat ahead, stepping out of the security door on the 19th floor. Before him lay a writhing mass of serpents, entangled and intertwined, sending a chill down Lu Xingtang's spine and stirring a wave of nausea within her. Ji Yinma murmured, there is no need for concern. He produced the poison Lu Xingtang had provided and filled a sprayer with it. Aiming at the snakes, he unleashed a torrent of the toxin. Upon contact, the serpents recoiled in agony, flicking their tongues and thrashing violently, much like loaches confronted with salt. Within 5 seconds, all the snakes succumbed, collapsing limply onto the ground. Observing this, Lu Xingtang scanned her surroundings to ensure they were unobserved. She retrieved a shovel from her spatial pocket, circumventing Ji Yinma, and, suppressing her disgust, began to shovel the serpents down the stairs. Allow me. Ji Yinma set down the assault boat, seized the shovel from Lu Xingtang's grasp, and swiftly continued the task. Lu Xingtang followed closely behind, spraying poison to ensure the demise of every venomous snake. The duo worked in seamless coordination, swiftly descending from the 19th to the 14th floor, where they piled the snakes between the 13th and 14th floors. Lu Xingtang stowed the shovel away while Ji Yinma turned back to carry the assault boat. Lu Xingtang prepared another dose of poison in the sprayer, opened the sealed window, and spread a layer of toxin across the 14th floor's surface to deter any snakes from ascending. She then opened the window and vigorously sprayed the poison in all directions before promptly closing it. Watching as the snakes fell one by one from above, Lu Xingtang turned away silently, overwhelmed by the repulsion of the scene. After a brief wait, Ji Yinma released the speedboat from the window. Lu Xingtang clearly observed that at the moment the vessel departed, a surge of electricity emanated from Ji Yinma's hand, vanishing in the blink of an eye. As if she had been momentarily dazzled, Ji Yinma was the first to leap through the window, landing securely atop the speedboat. It's all right, come here. With Ji Yinma's assistance, Lu Xingtang exited the apartment building. As the boat departed, Ji Yinma sealed the window from the outside, preventing the snakes from entering. He then piloted the speedboat away from the community. The sudden roar of the engine drew the attention of the residents in the building. Yet the windows were cloaked in serpents, rendering them too fearful to look outside. They could only hope for rescue or the arrival of snake exterminators. Lu Xingtang peered through binoculars, witnessing a multitude of snakes hanging from every structure, some cascading down from above while others slithered upward. She even spotted a long, thick serpent that had engulfed a small child, likely around 3 years old. The sight filled Lu Xingtang with revulsion, causing her to lean over the speedboat and nearly retch. Just then, she caught sight of a snake emerging from the water, narrowly avoiding her. Ji Yinma, fully aware of the scene, merely placed a reassuring hand on Lu Xingtang's shoulder. Where to? The military encampment. In her previous life, the military had been stationed on the mountains by the Great Wall in the capital. During the outbreak of the snake disaster, the mountains were teeming with serpents. This was why the military had delayed their descent. The mountains were akin to a snake's den. They had to eradicate the serpents in the hills to secure their rear before descending to rescue the refugees and exterminate the snakes. The journey from Sunshine Community to the Great Wall was indeed a considerable distance. Due to the snake disaster, the roads were devoid of any hindrances, allowing for a smooth passage. Nevertheless, it took them 3.5 hours to reach the vicinity of the military encampment. Before approaching the base, they witnessed soldiers engaged in a fierce battle against the serpents. Xingtang retrieved all the poison she had prepared, leaving 2 portions in her backpack. Upon reaching the shore, she secured the assault boat to a sturdy tree, reassured by the knowledge that this was military territory and theft was unlikely. Without firearms, Xingtang and Ji Yanma armed themselves with 2 sharp blades. Ji Yanma carried a heavy load of poison on his back as they ascended the mountain, slaying snakes along the way. Their teamwork proved effective, and they soon found themselves near a small squad of 10 soldiers. They were quickly noticed and, while continuing to eliminate snakes, the soldiers approached to shield them, exclaiming, "What are you doing here? It's too dangerous. We must escort you home." "I have come to deliver a solution for the snake infestation. I brought a substantial amount of poison that can aid you in swiftly eradicating all the snakes," Xingtang declared emphatically. The captain and his comrades responded with astonishment. An angel has arrived. In Chapter 60, Xingtang sought to convince the soldiers of the efficacy of her poison by handing the captain a spray filled with the lethal substance. "Captain, give it a try." Reluctantly accepting the offer to avoid offending her kindness, the captain coordinated with 2 teammates. Upon encountering a snake, they sprayed the poison, which caused the serpent to writhe violently. Just as they prepared to strike it down with their blades, the snake lay motionless on the ground. Xingtang cautioned, "Once the poison is sprayed onto a snake, it will succumb within a mere 5 seconds, regardless of the species. The concoction I have created is even more potent than that of the venomous serpent." The captain cautiously prodded the snake with a knife, maintaining a safe distance. Consequently, the snake lay motionless on the ground, offering no final retaliation, and at that moment, belief was firmly established. Truly, a guardian angel. Thus, they safeguarded Xingtang and Ji Yanma as they made their way to the garrison to meet the commanding officer. Whether they could utilize the poison to eliminate the snakes hinged upon the officer's judgment. After more than half an hour, they finally arrived at the garrison. Upon sighting the 2 strangers, the guards promptly informed their superiors. The captain instructed Xingtang to wait briefly and, with bare hands, captured a snake. Armed with the poison provided by Xingtang, he approached his squad leader, passing the information up the chain of command. The squad leader, astonished by the lifeless serpent, immediately declared, "Ensure their safety. I shall report this at once." Approximately 10 minutes later, Xingtang beheld a group of anxious yet elated soldiers, clad in military attire. Striding towards them, "Greetings. Which of you is responsible for the snake extermination poison?" Upon hearing the officer's question, Xingtang replied, "It is I." In that moment, as she gazed upon the soldiers, memories flooded back of her departure from the Shuanglong base, when she encountered military personnel who, upon witnessing her pitiful state, generously bestowed their supplies upon her, urging her to survive. "Officer, my name is Xingtang, and I am a medical student. The snake plague has become rampant, leaving us too fearful to venture outdoors. Thus, I have secluded myself at home for several days, diligently researching, and at last, I have developed a poison more lethal than that of the serpents themselves. Yet, I dared not entrust the poison to others, fearing they might fail to eradicate the serpents and inadvertently bring about their own demise. Thus, I found myself here, convinced that only by imparting this poison and its formula to you can we truly harness its potential. In doing so, we may swiftly eliminate the serpent plague and restore a safe environment for all. My dear child, your efforts are commendable, and I am grateful for your dedicated delivery of the medicine. Rest assured, we shall maximize the efficacy of this poison to aid our people through the crisis." Soon, Xingtang and Ji Yanma were afforded a respite, with Xingtang providing the poison and its formula to the military. As for how the military would proceed, Xingtang refrained from interference or inquiry. Once they had deliberated and reached a decision, they would be free to depart. The poison indeed possesses the capacity to annihilate venomous snakes, yet it also poses a grave threat to the ecosystem, potentially stunting plant growth for a year or 2. However, they remained oblivious to the potential sacrifices. How many lives would be lost? The devastation from the breach of the 5 major reservoirs had already claimed numerous lives. Should the serpent plague prove fatal, the future of our capital would be bleak. Xingtang and Ji Yanma rested at the military encampment for 3 hours. during which they were provided with warm meals, leaving Lu Xingtang's eyes glistening with unshed tears. Once they had satisfied their hunger, they received word that the higher-ups had resolved to utilize the poison and had also assembled a task force dedicated to restoring ecological balance, focusing on mitigating the dangers posed by the poison in the aftermath of the disaster. A cadre of officers saluted Lu Xingtang, expressing their profound respect and gratitude. Lu Xingtang and Ji Yanma were escorted down the mountain, receiving a supply of provisions including compressed biscuits, canned meat, and mineral water. Take good care of yourselves. Natural disasters will eventually cease, and as long as you live, there is hope. Lu Xingtang, moved by their sincerity, felt her eyes welling with tears. We will live well. And you must take care of yourselves too, for it is because of you that we exist. Their simple yet heartfelt exchange warmed the hearts of all present. On the journey back to the community, Lu Xingtang felt significantly lighter in spirit when she saw the snakes coiling densely together, threatening to intimidate. Their presence no longer weighed upon her as it once had, for she knew these serpents would not survive much longer. Ji Yanma gazed intently at Lu Xingtang, his deep eyes betraying an unfathomable contemplation. Upon returning to the community, before they could ascend the stairs, their intercom crackled to life. Su Qing, we have returned safely. There is no need for concern. By the way, is the building all right? Are you all unharmed? Su Qing exhaled in relief, his voice slightly choked. As long as you are safe. The building is fine. You can rest easy. Though their building remained unscathed, others were not so fortunate. Several windows had been shattered by snakes, and the heart-rending cries revealed that several individuals had succumbed to venomous bites, their bodies consumed by the very creatures that had brought them such despair. Once again, it was Ji Yanma who led the way, using poison to spray the venomous snakes on the walls. Those touched by the toxin fell into the water, thrashing violently before succumbing to silence. Ji Yanma opened the window of the apartment building and released poison inside. After confirming the death of the snake, he climbed up the window with Lu Xingtang to bring down the supplies. He deflated the inflatable boat, while Lu Xingtang carried a box of compressed biscuits, with mineral water and canned meat resting on his shoulder and the deflated boat in hand. Thanks to the earlier application of poison, the corridor was devoid of snakes, which had retreated far away. Safely returning to the 19th floor, the two divided the supplies into 3 portions before heading to see Su Qing. Su Qing scrutinized the duo, relieved to find them unharmed. You two truly worried me to death. I'm just glad you're back, safe and sound. Su Qing's maternal concern enveloped them like a warm beam of light, bringing solace to their hearts. Upon seeing the supplies they had brought, Su Qing insisted. These supplies were earned at the cost of your lives. I cannot accept them. My home is stocked with plenty, sufficient for my father and me for a long time. Lu Xingtang recounted the events to Su Qing, who listened with trepidation. However, upon learning that the poison had been delivered to the military, Su Qing sighed. You did well. Sending it to the military signifies that the snake disaster will soon come to an end. At Lu Xingtang and Ji Yanma's urging, Su Qing reluctantly accepted the compressed biscuits, canned meat, and mineral water. The first thing Lu Xingtang did upon returning home was to check for snakes, and finding none indicated that her precautions had been effective. After a refreshing shower, she indulged in a deep slumber. The military began mass production of the poison, launching an extensive campaign against the snake menace, successfully eradicating all snakes within 8 days, although it was possible that some snakes sensed the danger and fled. After the venomous snakes were eradicated, the military once again collaborated with rescue teams to deliver supplies. This time, the quantity of provisions far exceeded the previous delivery, eliciting prolonged cries of gratitude from the survivors. Although the snakes were no longer a threat, the relentless storms persisted, inundating the area with floods and an abundance of serpents. To thoroughly address the snake issue, the authorities established a recovery team, offering a meager daily ration of 1 pound of grain. In pursuit of this scant sustenance, countless individuals abandoned their homes to enlist. The work of the recovery team was arduous, yet the number of applicants surged in the wake of extreme weather conditions that rendered resources exceedingly scarce. The government was willing to offer them a chance to earn their daily bread and survive, and everyone yearned to seize this opportunity. Some individuals even resorted to presenting gifts to the team leaders, while others went so far as to compromise their dignity, all in the hope of joining the recovery team and securing a mere pound of grain each day. In 1904, the entire family signed up for the corpse retrieval team. When Lu Xingtang saw them heading to register, they carried a bulging backpack. Upon their return, the backpack had vanished, yet each of them wore a smile. Wu Jin even knocked on the doors of the 3 households. Our family has all been hired by the corpse retrieval team. We shall be out all day, so it falls upon you to watch over the 19th floor. Many were drawn to the prospect of working for the retrieval team, and nearly the entire building seemed to have emptied. Though not everyone was successful in securing a position, some returned dejectedly after failing to gain acceptance. Lu Xingtang, possessing ample supplies, certainly had no intention of joining the team, nor did Ji Yinma and Su Cheng. Lu Xingtang counted on her fingers, realizing there were still 12 days until the onset of the extreme cold. She then retreated into her space, busily learning how to craft clothing. She arranged the temperature-regulating fabric. Ordinary cloth, a sewing machine, needles, threads, and scissors in the living room, diligently searching for materials and videos on garment creation. After thorough study and repeated practice, she began to experiment with the ordinary fabric. She designed patterns, selected samples, made templates, graded, cut, stitched, buttonholed, and pressed. During her inaugural attempt at sewing, numerous details went awry, but after several revisions, she finally managed to assemble a garment, albeit an unsightly one, to enhance the aesthetic appeal and elegance of her creations. Lu Xingtang devoted herself to refining her skills, investing 7 days to produce a visually pleasing outfit before transitioning to the temperature-regulating fabric. The style of the top and trousers resembled autumn wear, fitted yet stylish. She crafted 2 sets for rotation and even fashioned 6 pairs of socks from leftover scraps. On the evening of June 26th, the temperature began to drop. Lu Xingtang donned her temperature-regulating clothing, which indeed maintained a constant warmth of 25 degrees. The love bestowed upon her by angels shielded her from the biting cold. The garment felt significantly lighter than those she had previously worn. Yet she diligently measured the temperature 3 times a day, morning, noon, and evening. The thermometer indicated a chilling -19 degrees earlier in the day, and by afternoon, it had plummeted to -8, a drastic drop of 11 degrees. Only Lu Xingtang was aware that the extreme cold had arrived. Consequently, she retrieved the stove, flue, and coal from her spatial storage. After a brief examination, she installed several sets of flues in the kitchen, living room, and bedroom. With a matchstick, she ignited the stove, carefully placing small, dry pieces of wood atop it and covering it with the stove lid, which quickly caught fire. Following the tragic loss of many lives during the last cold snap, the community had taken to scouring for supplies. Even if they could not find food, they would return laden with firewood, resulting in a common sight of black smoke wafting from numerous households, their walls long since stained. Lu Xingtang directed the flue into the kitchen's range hood, allowing the smoke from burning coal or wood to escape through the duct, with the stove positioned in the kitchen. Once the wood was ablaze, she added coal to the stove and once again covered it with the lid. In no time at all, her home transformed into a cozy haven. That evening, Lu Xingtang indulged in a delightful hot pot dinner. At 10 o'clock that night, she once more measured the temperature. A comforting 25 degrees inside contrasted starkly with the frigid -30 degrees outside. After a moment of contemplation, she activated the intercom, intending to gently remind Ji Yinma and Su Cheng to keep warm and avoid sleeping too soundly. However, before she could utter a word, Ji Yinma interjected, "Lu Xingtang, the temperature is plummeting. Dress warmly and drink plenty of hot water. Ignite the stove and do not succumb to slumber too deeply tonight. Should anything arise, feel free to reach out to me. My intercom shall remain on. Thank you, and the same to you. If you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. We are allies." Lu Xingtang responded readily. Shortly thereafter, Su Cheng's voice echoed, "Lu Xingtang, are you there? If so, please reply." Su Cheng had already attempted to contact Lu Xingtang, and if she remained unresponsive, he would resort to knocking on her door. "I am here. I am here," Lu Xingtang exclaimed. Hearing her voice, Su Cheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He urged her to take precautions against the cold before concluding the call, as he needed to attend to Su Hao. Once the intercom was silenced, Lu Xingtang retrieved the battery and electric heater, spread a cashmere blanket over the bed, and exchanged her 8-pound down comforter for a 10-pound one. Just as she settled onto the bed, she heard Min Wei Huan bellowing through a loudspeaker in the corridor. "I am Min Wei Huan. Residents of this unit, please awaken. The temperature has sharply declined, now reaching -30 degrees, and a heavy snowfall is underway outside. Kindly take measures to keep warm. Retrieve your thick clothing and heavy blankets. Hypothermia has already claimed the lives of several elderly residents in our building. I implore you all to prioritize your well-being and ensure your bodies remain warm. If you are still cold despite wearing thick clothing, please do not hesitate to break your wooden furniture to fuel a fire in your room and dispel the chill." Min Wei Huan ascended from the 14th floor to the 19th, traversing back and forth multiple times, utilizing a loudspeaker to alert the residents of the building. Afterward, he went door to door, ensuring that everyone was safe and sound, repeatedly urging them to keep warm and protect themselves from the cold. Lu Xingtang couldn't help but marvel at Min Wei Huan's commendable dedication as the building manager. Alas, due to the relentless natural disasters, even a good manager had to adopt the role of a villain to survive. In a state of drowsiness, Lu Xingtang heard the intercom crackle to life. "Lu Xingtang, this is Su Cheng. How are you faring?" "I am well, and you?" "We are also doing fine. I apologize for disturbing your rest." But a resident from Unit 1703 next door has approached, seeking your assistance to check on two elderly individuals in their home. They're still alive. Yet their bodies are growing increasingly cold, and their faces are turning a shade of blue. They are concerned for the elderly. Hence they wish for you to take a look. If you decide to go, I shall accompany you. If not, I shall send them away. Su Cheng was anxious about the plummeting temperatures potentially harming Su Hao, and did not dare to sleep too deeply, rising periodically to check on Su Hao's condition. It was during one of these moments that a knock resounded at their door on the 19th floor, prompting him to inquire about Lu Xingtang via the intercom. By the way, they just mentioned that if you were willing to help, they would compensate you with 3 pounds of potatoes for your services. Lu Xingtang pondered for a moment. Resident from Unit 1703? No recollection came to mind. Thus, he donned an extreme cold-resistant suit and stepped outside. The man from Unit 1703, upon seeing Lu Xingtang clad in the polar gear and snow boots, momentarily displayed a glimmer of envy and greed in his eyes. However, the man soon spoke. Lu Xingtang, I am aware that you are a physician. My parents are advanced in age, and with the sudden drop in temperature, their bodies have become immobilized and turned a purplish hue. I implore you, please save my parents. The moment she laid eyes on him, Lu Xingtang's memories from her past life surged back. Indeed, this man belonged to their community, notorious for his gambling habits, which had led to the ruin of his family fortune. End of this chapter. Chapter 62. The arrival of extreme cold in the cataclysm of her previous life. This man's parents were remarkably capable, stockpiling vast amounts of food despite the peril to their lives, allowing them a period of relative stability. Yet, his insatiable gambling addiction compelled him to wager their provisions, seeking out his former gambling companions and using their supplies as stakes, ultimately losing everything. Reluctant to toil outdoors in search of resources, he forced his parents to venture out immediately after the serpent calamity had passed. Should they refuse, he would resort to violence against them, ultimately driving them from their home. Tragically, they perished on the very first day of the extreme cold. She had witnessed countless individuals resorting to cannibalism for survival, yet he had callously consumed his own parents, showing no gratitude for the life they had given him. At that moment, Ji Yanma appeared, his brow slightly furrowed upon seeing the man. Su Cheng swiftly relayed the situation to Ji Yanma, who then pulled Lu Xingtang and Su Cheng aside, lowering his voice. During my previous excursion for supplies, I encountered him. He is of dubious character, a notorious gambler. I have witnessed him sell his own dignity for gambling stakes, even during the early days of the catastrophic storm, when food was still obtainable. Lu Xingtang exclaimed in disbelief. He seeks my help to save his parents. It is highly probable that he harbors malicious intentions. They possess firearms and supplies on the 19th floor, which is no secret in the Sunshine community. It is merely that everyone is deterred from brazenly seizing them due to the weapons they wield. I will accompany you, Lu Xingtang declared. Su Cheng, you stay here to guard the 19th floor and take care of your father, Ji Yanma instructed. Su Cheng, unable to shake off his concern for Su Hao, nodded in agreement. Thus, Lu Xingtang acquiesced to the man's request and followed him to the adjacent building, while Ji Yanma leisurely descended to the ground floor and climbed through the window into the neighboring unit. Upon entering apartment 1703, Lu Xingtang was nearly overwhelmed by a foul stench. The place was in disarray, littered with refuse, and even excrement was scattered about, frozen solid and encrusted with frost. The entire living room was devoid of any clear space to set foot. The man, filled with remorse, stepped forward to kick aside the garbage, clearing a path before leading Lu Xingtang to the bedroom to see his parents lying motionless on the bed. Lu Xingtang stood at the threshold, casting a glance. His parents had perished, their bodies stiff with cold and covered by a thin layer of frost, barely discernible. They were without blankets, dressed in scant attire, indicating that the elderly couple had been deliberately left to freeze. Your parents are deceased. What do you wish for me to see? Lu Xingtang remarked with indifference, fixing his gaze on the man. The man, taken aback, exclaimed, What are you saying? My parents are dead? Impossible. When I sought you out, they were still alive. Repeatedly complaining of their discomfort. This is all your fault, Lu Xingtang, you wretched being. If you had not arrived late, my parents would not have died. You heartless scoundrel. I shall exact vengeance for my parents. Unbeknownst to her, a man had found a wooden stick and swung it down towards Lu Xingtang's head. In a swift motion, Lu Xingtang grasped the stick and kicked the man away. You have brought ruin upon your parents, yet you unjustly lay the blame upon me. What a dutiful son you are. Allow me to avenge your parents by teaching you a harsh lesson. With that, Lu Xingtang swung the stick at the man, who cried out in agony, Please, stop hitting me. I am already injured. I cannot withstand any more. If you continue, I shall be unable to procure any food. Lu Xingtang, it was not my intention. In our community, only your 19th floor possesses such prowess. Those two men are towering giants. I could never overpower them. so I had no choice but to seek your aid. If I present you to my boss, he shall reward me with 100 pounds of food." The man had forged many connections and subsequently joined a small gang. The gang leader had little interest in men, favoring instead young, beautiful women untouched by the world. Lu Xingtang, with her exquisite and frosty beauty, was as radiant as a bud yet to bloom, her eyes bright and clear, undoubtedly untouched by worldly affairs. Had it not been for Lu Xingtang's formidable skills and possession of a firearm, he would have long since delivered her to his boss. Upon hearing this, her anger flared, and she unleashed a ferocious beating upon the man, whose cries reverberated throughout the entire community, causing him to feel as though his very insides were shifting. Ji Yanma stood at the doorway, arms crossed, observing Lu Xingtang as she wielded the stick with fervor. After a time, the man collapsed in a heap upon the refuse, curled up and brimming with resentment. The moment Ji Yanma entered the living room, he seized the furious Lu Xingtang, an eye for an eye. His parents had been frozen to death, so let him also meet a similar fate. Lu Xingtang glanced at the two elderly figures lying on the bed and raised the club once more, only to be intercepted by Ji Yanma. "Allow me." He took the wooden stick, urging her to rest. Without hesitation, he brought it down mercilessly upon the man's arms and legs, eliciting harrowing screams that seemed to pierce the heavens and rattle the very souls of those who heard. The sound of cracking bones filled the air as Ji Yanma rendered the man's limbs useless. Deservedly so. Those who caused the death of his parents, those who sought to harm others, were unworthy of sympathy. Casting aside the club, Ji Yanma turned to Lu Xingtang. "Let us depart." Lu Xingtang nodded in agreement and turned to leave, feeling no desire to linger in the house, not due to the presence of the deceased, but because of its filth and stench. Upon returning to the 19th floor, they encountered Min Wei Huan, who was patrolling the building. Seeing Min Wei Huan bundled up like a bear and shivering from the cold, Lu Xingtang couldn't help but admire his resilience, especially since the building manager of the adjacent unit seemed utterly indifferent to such matters. "Lu Xingtang, Ji Yanma, be sure to keep warm in this weather. It is exceedingly bizarre. I just measured the temperature, and it has plummeted to minus 35 degrees. Thank you. You too." In light of Min Wei Huan's diligent management of his responsibilities as building manager, both Lu Xingtang and Ji Yanma offered him a measure of goodwill. The following morning, Lu Xingtang drew back the curtains and beheld the vast expanse of snow blanketing the landscape, thickly covering the floodwaters beneath. With a telescope in hand, she observed that everything within her sight had been cleansed by the snowfall. She noticed someone in the snow drawing a small circle, clearing away the snow to reveal the frozen surface beneath. Armed with a fire axe, they struck the ice repeatedly, yet despite the efforts of several individuals, the ice remained unyielding. Throughout the night, the floodwaters ceased their flow, solidifying into a thick sheet of ice. After a while, Lu Xingtang was startled by the sound of anguished cries. The temperature had plummeted drastically, claiming the lives of many who perished in their slumber. The biting cold could lead to unconsciousness. Without prompt warmth and a source of heat, one might never awaken again. The outdoors was frigid, and the interior of homes offered little solace. No one dared to venture outside, for the peril of frostbite loomed large. Those clad in scant attire would succumb to the cold almost instantly. Consequently, many sought out Lu Xingtang in hopes of purchasing frostbite ointment. Although she had stockpiled a considerable amount, she could not reveal this fact, lest she attract a throng of desperate buyers. Declaring her supplies depleted would render her a target for public ire. To avoid complications, Lu Xingtang maintained a stoic demeanor and simply stated that she had none. Chapter 63. The situation is dire. Min Wei Huan went door to door inquiring about the circumstances, only to discover that all the elderly residents in her building had perished. However, thanks to Min Wei Huan's warning the previous night, the fatalities in her unit were not as severe. The ruthless elimination characteristic of the apocalypse had claimed the elderly, leaving behind only the youth and children. In the adjacent building, the entire 14th floor had been wiped out. The residents there had been pillaged by others from the building, with even wooden furniture smashed and taken away. Thus, Min Wei Huan, accompanied by the men from their residential unit, transported the deceased elder from their building to a room on the 14th floor of the adjacent building, where they would remain until the weather improved sufficiently to find a suitable burial site. This practice was not limited to their unit. Others similarly stored the deceased in the homes of families that had lost all their members. On the second day of the extreme cold, temperatures plummeted to minus 50 degrees, resulting in the demise of two more individuals in their building, one of whom was Qian Hanyue from the 19th floor, the wife of Wu Jin. According to Wu Jin, he had removed his thermal clothing to lend to Qian Xiaoxiao, enabling her recovery, while he himself succumbed. The Wu family yearned to weep profoundly, only to find that their tears froze upon contact with the air, nearly injuring their faces, compelling them to stifle their grief. Lu Xingtang merely uttered a word of condolence. And that afternoon, Qianhanyue was taken by the three men to the 14th floor of the neighboring building for preservation. On the third day of the bitter cold, heavy snow fell as temperatures sank to -60 degrees, prompting many to brave the storm in search of supplies, leaving deep and shallow footprints in the snow. By the fourth day, the snowfall persisted, with temperatures dropping further to -70 degrees. On the fifth day, the heavy snow had transformed into a moderate flurry. Blanketing all structures in white, the temperature plunged even more drastically to -80 degrees. Such weather offered no respite for survival. Lu Xingtang, Ji Yanma, and Su Cheng stood at the stairwell, where frost had enveloped the entire corridor, with the walls thickly coated. The staircase, once capable of accommodating 4 individuals walking side by side, now posed a challenge for even one person to navigate. The cold surpassed that of the Arctic. One could only wonder if tomorrow's temperatures would continue their downward spiral. Lu Xingtang's gaze fell upon the icy surface of the staircase. In her previous life, during the onset of the extreme cold, the temperature had stabilized precisely when the snowfall ceased, marking the midpoint of the frigid fortnight. However, on the 6th day of this extreme chill, the temperature declined at a more gradual pace, descending incrementally. Indeed, on the 6th day, the temperature plummeted to a staggering -81 degrees, transforming moderate snow into a light flurry. The entirety of the capital lay ensconced in an icy abyss. One could only ponder the severity of the cold in the northern regions. Had it reached a bone-chilling -90? Was it possible that all had succumbed to the frost? Such thoughts cast a heavy pall over the atmosphere. Lu Xingtang remained uncertain whether the extreme cold had also swept through the north, claiming countless lives. For she had not encountered any survivors fleeing southward, nor had she heard tales from the north. Presumably, the situation there was far more dire than that in the capital. The provisions for Lu Xingtang and her companions were ample, thus they refrained from risking their safety in a quest for supplies. Day by day, they observed others venturing out in search of resources, yet the returnees grew increasingly sparse. As the 7th, 8th, and 9th days passed, extending to the 20th day, the temperature continued its relentless descent to -95, accompanied daily by a persistent light snowfall. During this period, many residents of their building perished from the cold. In a desperate bid for survival, they collectively ventured out time and again to seek provisions. Beyond mere food, they sought coal and wood. Sadly, the floods had ravaged the capital, rendering wood and other essentials nearly impossible to find, save for the mountains. Regrettably, each foray yielded scant supplies, leaving them to subsist on the meager sustenance of snow to endure. On July 15th, the snowfall ceased, and to everyone's astonishment, the temperature dropped slightly to a frigid -92 degrees. This minuscule shift elicited jubilant cheers from the crowd, for a rise in temperature, however marginal, was akin to a divine blessing. Yet, on July 16th, the temperature plummeted further to 88 degrees, plunging everyone into despair. A flicker of hope for survival ignited within them. They rallied together, urging one another to endure the hardships and persevere. I must survive. I refuse to succumb to the cold. In the following week, the temperature continued to descend by 5 degrees each day, ultimately stabilizing at a chilling -53 degrees. Once the temperature began to rise again, the community united, venturing out in search of supplies, organizing themselves by apartment building. Before embarking on their quest for resources, they transported the deceased to the homes of families that had lost everyone. They scoured neighboring residences, leaving no warmth behind, particularly in the form of furniture. To avoid raising suspicion, Lu Xingtang prepared to venture out for supplies, wrapping herself tightly in layers. She communicated via walkie-talkie with Su Cheng and Ji Yanma about her plans, leading them to express their desire to join her. Once Su Cheng ensured Su Hao was settled, the trio set out together, each obscured under heavy layers, rendering it nearly impossible to discern one another's identities. Each carried a backpack filled with tools, a fire axe, an ice pick, ropes, and crampons. They smashed through obstructive ice with their implements, carefully treading upon the shattered remnants. As they laboriously made their way out of the neighborhood, they beheld trees and storefronts blanketed in ice, stripped bare of all wooden materials. 3 individuals braved the biting wind and journeyed 30 miles to a botanical garden, encountering numerous others who were also scavenging for supplies along the way. Upon reaching the garden, they witnessed a multitude of people wielding hoes, sickles, firefighting axes, and hammers, exerting every ounce of strength to chop and smash the trees. The feldwood was vigilantly guarded by menacing sentinels who forbade anyone from approaching the fruits of their labor. Undeterred, Lu Xingtang and her companions sought out an unharvested area, each of them taking a tree to fell with their firefighting axes. The trees, frozen and rigid, demanded considerable effort before they could be severed and chopped into manageable pieces. In that moment, Lu Xingtang yearned to produce a chainsaw from her spatial storage, for it was the ultimate tool for lumberjacks. Observing Ji Yanma and Su Cheng swiftly binding the wood with ropes, ensuring it remained secure. She felt a pang of inadequacy as her own bindings threatened to unravel, nearly allowing the wood to roll onto someone else's territory. Jianma, noticing her distress, offered a gentle smile. I will come to assist you shortly. Thank you. Lu Xingtang responded gratefully, watching as she stuffed the wood shavings into her backpack, knowing they could serve as kindling. However, some individuals, lacking foresight and unwilling to toil for their provisions, approached her when they spied the timber and branches at her side. With a knowing glance exchanged among themselves, they advanced towards Lu Xingtang. Little sister, we appreciate your hard work in felling trees for us. We have nothing to repay you with, but here is a sickle as a token of our gratitude. One of them brandished a dulled sickle with a noticeable chip, its bluntness contrasting sharply with the sharp, resilient firefighting axe in Lu Xingtang's hands, which only served to intensify his envy. Lu Xingtang regarded the group before her with an expression akin to that one might reserve for the deceased. Considering we are all unfortunate souls, I shall grant you a single opportunity. Depart. Otherwise, she retrieved a handgun from her pocket. My firearm is eager for a discourse with you. End of this chapter. Chapter 64. Encounter with a past adversary. Forgive us, dear sister. We failed to recognize your formidable presence and have provoked you, the very mountain itself. We beseech you to spare us. We shall take our leave immediately. Observing their sudden compliance, Lu Xingtang quietly holstered her weapon. At that moment, Jianma arrived, having secured his bundle of wood, and offered his assistance in tying her load. With Jianma's help, they soon began their trek homeward, though the icy terrain proved treacherous, causing Lu Xingtang to slip several times despite wearing anti-slip footwear. Noticing her struggles, Jianma slowed his pace, walking alongside her to provide support whenever necessary. As the trio rested by the roadside on their return to the community, they spotted two of Su Yan's roommates limping down from a building, their oversized garments slightly bulging. A mere glance informed Lu Xingtang of their recent activities. She intended to disregard them, but they recognized her, and, upon seeing the trio, their eyes gleamed with hope. They could follow Lu Xingtang and her companions, shielded as they returned to the complex. When the roommates abruptly halted a short distance away, glancing around with feigned nonchalance while shivering in the cold, Lu Xingtang immediately discerned their intentions. They were viewing her group as a protective barrier. After a brief respite, Lu Xingtang and her companions trudged home, dragging a piece of wood behind them, while Su Yan's two roommates followed closely in their wake. Are these two from our neighborhood? Su Cheng assured them that they were certainly familiar with the trio, residents of 1803. They made no effort to dissuade the two girls from following them, nor did they hasten their pace as they returned to the complex. However, just as they turned a corner towards home, a sudden scream pierced the air. Lu Xingtang paused momentarily and turned her head, only to find a gaunt, monkey-like middle-aged man, flanked by 5 underlings, blocking their path. Upon seeing this gaunt figure, Lu Xingtang's expression darkened instantly. He was the very person who had nearly ruined her in a past life. And it was Su Cheng who had saved her from his clutches. Hand over the provisions, barked the first lackey of the gaunt man, his gaze appraising the two girls with an unsettling intensity. It's been far too long since we last enjoyed your company, and we missed you. Brother Monkey, please. We just came from Brother Zhang's place, and we truly cannot endure any more. Allow us to return home to rest. And we promise we will come to serve you tomorrow. You dare to serve Zhang Dawei, yet you are the women of my brother Monkey? How audacious. Do you think yourselves above him? Another henchman spat, as he and his companion seized the two girls, forcibly confiscating their provisions and dragging them away. Today, you both will serve our brothers well. There shall be no favoritism. Two girls screamed in terror, but alas, this group had long lost their conscience. Their cries could not halt the impending doom. They understood this grim reality well, and thus turned to Lu Xingtang and her companions for salvation. Boss, Lu, we implore you to save us. We acknowledge our mistakes and will never again defy your orders to sneak out for sustenance, please. Considering we have ventured into a den of wolves, we may very well meet our demise. Grant us a reprieve. We beseech you. Lu, we are willing to exchange all our provisions for your mercy, please. Lu Xingtang retorted, who is your boss? Have you not brought this fate upon yourselves? This is the consequence of seeking shortcuts to survival. The thin-skinned monkey cast a sinister gaze upon Lu Xingtang and her companions, pondering which among them could possibly be the leader. The one in the middle was extraordinarily beautiful. Even when combined with Yaya, they could not compare to her beauty. Brother Monkey, moreover, this woman possesses a wealth of resources. I dare say your supplies pale in comparison to hers. If you manage to capture her, you would be invincible. She has firearms. Suddenly, the thin-skinned monkey grinned. Firearms and resources? How delightful. Go, bring that woman to me. His subordinates discarded the food and the two sisters, advancing towards Lu Xingtang and her companions. They observed Lu Xingtang, her attire immaculate and robust, with bright, expressive eyes that instantly captivated them. You. Our brother monkey has chosen you. Behave yourself and come with us, or do not blame us for resorting to force." As they spoke, they drew guns from their clothing. Xingtang, having encountered real firearms before, recognized the stark difference between genuine and imitation weapons. Observing the guns in their hands, she chuckled. "There is no need for intimidation. I am quite intrigued by your leader and was just hoping to meet him. Since your leader is so earnest, I shall accompany you. What a perceptive young lady you are. Rest assured, we will have a word with Monkey Brother and ensure he treats you kindly." One of the men replied with a sinister grin. Xingtang seemed oblivious to the underlying implications of his words. "In that case, I shall extend my gratitude to you all. A heartfelt thanks." Ji Yinma and Su Cheng regarded Xingtang with disapproval, yet she cast them a reassuring glance, urging them to remain calm. "Are you here to wait for me, or will you return home first? If you choose to go home, then my firewood can be discarded. Otherwise, you may divide it among yourselves. If you choose to wait for me, I must warn you that it can be perilous to linger outside. Is there truly no third option? Let us all go together. After all, we are allies. No need for that. I can handle this situation. Then we shall await your return." Xingtang paused and then declared, "Very well, I shall treat you all to hot pot this evening." With that, she set down her backpack and approached the lean monkey, noticing the satisfied expression on his face. Turning her gaze to the two young women, she said, "You referred to him as Monkey Brother earlier, so I shall do the same. Hello, Monkey Brother. I am Xingtang. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I look forward to your guidance." The slender monkey nodded in satisfaction. "Little sister, you are the most considerate person I have encountered. Since you call me Monkey Brother, I shall not treat you poorly. Come, I will treat you to a feast. What about my two sisters? May they accompany us?" It should not be assumed that she did not overhear how these two had boasted to the slender monkey about their beauty, resources, and weapons. Initially, she had no intention of holding it against them for regarding them as a protective shield, hoping for their rescue. Even without her sisters, she still sought revenge on the slender monkey. Of course, thus, Xingtang and the two tenants of 1803 were taken away by the slender monkey, brought to their territory. A community even higher than Sunshine Community. They had claimed an entire floor in this building. Xingtang followed them into the community with an air of nonchalance. Upon seeing the slender monkey return with someone, the residents murmured curses about him once again endangering an innocent life, yet none dared to speak out. All retreating into the shadows. End of chapter. Chapter 65. A hot pot invitation. The slender monkey resided on the 15th floor, and the group followed him into room 1502. The room was a chaotic mess, with cigarette butts, ash, used tissues, and various other refuse strewn across the floor. The slender monkey cleared his throat. "Did you not notice we have esteemed guests? Why hasn't the place been tidied up? Ah, and bring out the tea that I have cherished for so long to entertain our guests." Xingtang smiled with a hint of irony. "Monkey Brother, you truly are the epitome of hospitality." Soon, the slender monkey subordinates tidied up the room and brewed a pot of tea. The slender monkey personally poured tea for Xingtang, inviting her to indulge. Xingtang calmly removed her gloves, knitted hat, mask, scarf, and earmuffs, revealing her fair and exquisite visage. She smiled brightly at the slender monkey and graciously accepted the teacup, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Monkey Brother." Her radiant smile left the slender monkey and his companions momentarily entranced by her beauty. Seizing the opportunity while they were in a daze, Xingtang produced a handgun from her space and abruptly discarded the teacup. In a swift motion, she pinned the slender monkey onto the coffee table, his head crashing violently into the freshly filled teacup. The scalding liquid elicited a terrified scream from him. But Xingtang's gun was already aimed at the back of his head. "Those who target me have all met their demise. Now, you shall join them in hell." Bang! A single shot pierced through the back of his head, swiftly extinguishing the slender monkey's life. His brothers, startled by the scene, hurriedly sought their weapons, which they had momentarily set aside while tidying up the living room. Just as they reached for their guns, bang! A bullet struck the place where their firearms lay, causing them to recoil in fright. Thus commenced the moment of reckoning. Bang! Bang! All 5 of the slender monkey's subordinates fell before Xingtang's gunfire. As they breathed their last, Xingtang fired another shot into the body of the slender monkey, avenging the grudge of a past life that had nearly been obliterated. This bullet struck his third leg. The 2 girls from 1803, witnessing Xingtang's ruthless execution of the slender monkey and his gang, trembled in fear, struggling to articulate their words. "Elu, please do not kill us. We were left with no choice. If you do not bring you here, the Monkey King will surely take our lives. It is precisely because of your remarkable abilities that we brought you along. We beg for your forgiveness and implore you to grant us a chance at survival. In this apocalyptic world, the most detestable thing is a saintly disposition." Xingtang would never leave herself a single vulnerability. Once the gunfire rang out, no one was left alive. She meticulously searched the home of the thin monkey and his companions, uncovering 2 canisters of gas, a gas stove, and 3 bags of rice weighing 20 pounds each. One of the bags had been opened, revealing rice that had yellowed slightly, unmistakably soaked in water. She also discovered some cured meat, the shape of which made Lu Xingtang close her eyes. The thin monkey and his crew had resorted to cannibalism. How barbaric! Ending their lives with a single shot would be far too merciful. They ought to be subjected to torment, allowing them to truly grasp the taste of becoming livestock. Additionally, she found several seasonings, with salt in abundance, 3 boxes, no less, and 3 large water tanks brimming with water. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Xingtang decided to take only 3 bags of salt, leaving the rest of the supplies for the survivors, including the food earned by Su Yan's roommate through her own body. The residents of the 19th floor were not in immediate need of provisions. As Lu Xingtang departed with her 3 bags of salt, the occupants of the apartment building sprang into action, storming into the thin monkey's home and looting all the supplies, even stripping the clothes from the corpses. Upon her return, she found Ji Yanma and Su Cheng sorting through clothes, with several bodies lying nearby, evidence of a robbery. Thankfully, they had remained unscathed. Ji Yanma scrutinized Lu Xingtang from head to toe, confirming her safety before stating, "Let us return home. Apologies for the wait." Lu Xingtang placed the salt she held into her backpack, shouldered it, and together with her companions, carried the wood back to Sunshine Community. The trio exerted their combined strength to transport the wood to the 19th floor. Just as they were about to part ways, Lu Xingtang called out to Ji Yanma and Su Cheng. "The thin-skinned monkey has a considerable amount of supplies, but considering our current provisions are sufficient, I only took 3 bags of salt." As she spoke, she retrieved the salt from her backpack, handing 1 bag to each of them. Without inquiring how Lu Xingtang had managed it, Ji Yanma and Su Cheng decisively accepted the salt, wishing each other a good rest. In the coming days, we will be venturing out to search for more wood, Lu Xingtang continued. It has been extremely cold for nearly a month now, and we must stockpile more wood to avoid freezing. Don't rush home to eat, she added. I promise to treat you to hot pot. Su Cheng, be sure to bring Grandpa Su along. The mention of hot pot piqued their interest. It had been a long time since either Su Cheng or Ji Yanma had indulged in such a feast, both being ardent fans of hot pot. Upon returning home, Lu Xingtang placed the frozen wood beneath the living room stove to thaw, then rearranged the room to conceal any signs of unusual activity. She retrieved the furniture she had stored away: sofa, coffee table, TV cabinet, refrigerator, dining table, and chairs, along with several thick cushions to place on the chairs. She also took out a honeycomb coal stove and around 10 pieces of honeycomb coal, igniting it to begin preparing the ingredients. The selection included kelp, dried mushrooms, bean curd sticks, black fungus, vermicelli, sweet potato noodles, daylilies, bean sprouts, dried tofu skin, gluten, handmade noodles, minced beef, minced pork dumplings, and potato slices. This was all she had. Aside from the bean sprouts, which were fresh, the other ingredients were dried and rehydrated, ensuring they would not raise any suspicion. Once again, I have sliced beef and marinated pork, preparing for a delightful meal. Reflecting on the vegetables cultivated in the fertile soil of my space, I realized that I had consumed little of them, as most were fed to the pigs, which stirred a pang of regret within me. Thus, I retrieved 3 large flower pots from my space and transplanted 3 robust cabbages into them. After harvesting the cabbages, I washed them thoroughly and set them aside. I also rolled out a generous portion of noodles and took out several baskets of steamed buns from the space. I prepared a base for the hot pot, including both oil and tomato varieties, and crafted several dipping sauces, a spicy red oil sauce and a sesame paste sauce, ensuring ample quantity. However, I found the flavor of the red oil sauce had diminished from its former glory, consisting merely of sesame oil, salt, monosodium glutamate, and minced garlic, to which I added chopped garlic chives for an extra layer of fragrance. To clarify the origin of the minced garlic, I transferred the mature garlic from my space into a planting pot. My hot pot was ready, and I called out via intercom, "Come quickly to enjoy." They soon arrived. Ji Yanma and Su Cheng did not come empty-handed. Ji Yanma brought 2 portions of noodles and a bottle of red wine, while Su Cheng contributed sausages and cured meats, just enough to cover their share of the meal. Su Hao also arrived with a bottle of sulfuric acid, exclaiming, "Xingtang, take good care of this sulfuric acid. If anyone dares to bully you, use it against them." "Thank you, Grandpa Su." Lu Xingtang replied, suppressing a chuckle, "I shall not let your kindness go to waste." The sulfuric acid was contained in a mineral water bottle, clearly a concoction prepared by Grandpa Su himself at home. Upon seeing the lavish spread Lu Xingtang had prepared, their eyes sparkled with delight. "Lu Xingtang, we never expected you to have cabbage. It has been such a long time since we last enjoyed it." Lu Xingtang calmly responded, "I have always enjoyed cultivating vegetables at home. The seeds for the cabbage were left over from last year, and I planted them in pots, resulting in 3 thriving cabbages. All right here. There are also garlic leaves and bean sprouts. You can take some home when you leave. After a brief moment of excitement, she expressed her gratitude to her supporters, playfully requesting votes for the month. Chapter 66. Good news, all right. I'll exchange other supplies with you, she remarked. A prolonged absence of vegetables could lead to constipation, causing discomfort for those who needed to use the restroom, and at times, necessitating external assistance. Several individuals gathered around the hot pot, their faces beaming with joy as they inhaled the delicious aroma, eagerly swallowing in anticipation. The moment they tasted the cabbage, an overwhelming sense of happiness surged within them. In the future, when we search for supplies, let us pay more attention to vegetable seeds. We, too, can grow vegetables at home like Xingtang, although it was impossible to cultivate much during the extreme cold. Installing a stove at home would create a warm environment conducive to growth. I also have nutrient solution here. I will provide it for you when the time comes, Xingtang generously offered. Thank you very much, sister. All the dishes Xingtang had prepared, noodles, steamed buns, and dumplings, were devoured entirely. After enjoying a satisfying meal, Ji Yanma and Su Cheng took the initiative to help Xingtang wash the pots and dishes, and after tidying up, they headed home. However, within a minute, her door was knocked upon. She opened it, puzzled to find Ji Yanma standing there. What is the matter? She inquired. Ji Yanma held out 2 salted fish and an elegantly packaged bag, saying, You treated us to so much food today. I feel a bit guilty. So here is a little something for you. Xingtang prepared an abundance of dishes for 4 individuals, yet it was he who consumed the most. Amused and exasperated, Xingtang remarked, I did not keep count of this. From the moment she decided to treat them to hot pot, she was aware that men's appetites generally surpassed those of women. Otherwise, she would not have prepared such a copious amount of food. It was her heartfelt intention. At the strong insistence of Ji Yanma, Xingtang accepted the offer. Upon returning home, she placed 2 salted fish into her storage space and then retrieved a box of exquisite chocolates from a beautifully packaged bag, her utmost favorite. As she unwrapped the chocolate and savored a piece, its delicate, smooth texture melted in her mouth, embodying the flavor she cherished. Since the old sows were sent to the storage space for care, they enjoyed 3 meals a day, growing remarkably plump and robust. As the extreme cold commenced, the 6 old sows gradually gave birth. 1 sow delivered as many as 12 piglets, while the least produced 6. Xingtang counted and discovered there were a total of 54 piglets. With the 6 old sows and 3 boars, she had transformed into a prosperous pig farmer, boasting a total of 63 pigs. The piglets, initially consuming little, soon grew larger. Thus, she would have to toil diligently for her beloved swine, leaving no time for idleness. After ensuring all the piglets were well cared for, Xingtang turned her attention to her beloved cats and dogs. The 2 dogs had matured, and the 5 kittens had rounded out nicely. To her astonishment, she noticed that one little white cat had a noticeably swollen belly, leaving her to wonder which of the mischievous kittens had been bullying it. Transferring consciousness to the mountains, I sought the family of rabbits frolicking across the hillsides. The mother rabbit was already pregnant when she entered the space, and less than a month later, she gave birth to 10 adorable bunnies. Now, the little rabbits have grown and scamper about daily, following their mother and father in the mountains. In the following days, Xingtang, Ji Yanma, and Su Cheng ventured out daily in search of firewood, accumulating such a substantial pile at home that they nearly ran out of space before ceasing their excursions. On the final return journey, Xingtang encountered Su Yan. Noticing Su Yan's slender yet healthy appearance, Xingtang called out to her, Your 2 roommates have perished. You need not await their return. I am responsible for their demise. After providing a brief explanation, Su Yan did not express sorrow over her roommates' deaths. She had long endured their untidiness. Even if they had not met their end at Xingtang's hands, they would have perished by hers. They had begun to indoctrinate her with the notion that spreading her legs could secure sustenance, sparing her from hunger and cold, while also providing affection, a twofold gain. She lamented that her current life was akin to that of a beggar, even worse than that of a beggar. Why endure such a dreadful existence? Together with them, she could seek a brighter spring, for as long as she was willing to comply, they would include her in their every outing. The 3 sisters entering and exiting as one, claiming all the resources from men. 2 men were even brought back, and upon seeing Su Yan, they could not control their baser instincts, lunging towards her. Fortunately, armed with a firearm, albeit with poor aim, they fired twice but failed to take down the assailants. It was during their escape that they encountered Su Cheng, who swiftly intervened to resolve the crisis. Subsequently, Su Yan expelled her 2 roommates from her home, and they have not returned since. However, she has yet to inform Xingtang about this incident. Thank you for providing me with the gun. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. After all, I am no match for 2 men, especially with my roommates lurking nearby. Xingtang emphasized. Having the capability to protect oneself is paramount. One cannot always rely on fortunate rescues. In this apocalyptic world, women face immense hardships. In due time, the plight of women will become even more pronounced, stripped of dignity and basic human rights, living a life worse than that of the living dead. Su Yin nodded earnestly. I will. I have been diligently training myself. On July 29th, Su Qing ventured out to procure supplies and returned, knocking on their door with exuberance. Good news. Good news. The government is distributing supplies. While out searching, Su Cheng had fortuitously overheard this exhilarating announcement. The government would be distributing relief rations the day after tomorrow, once a week, with each resident entitled to 1 pound of food upon presenting their identification at the designated community center. Previously, due to flooding, mobility had been severely restricted, and many departments were rendered incapacitated. Now, with the floodwaters receded and temperatures stabilized at a chilling -53 degrees, although the cold was biting, freedom of movement had returned. Unlike the previously fraught circumstances, after the uncontrollable outbreak of natural disasters, the government swiftly intervened, rapidly reallocating reserve grain. The capital, home to over 30 million people, faced a typhoon, an unprecedented storm, reservoir breaches, pestilence, and extreme cold that claimed numerous lives. However, in this lifetime, Xingtang played a significant role in alleviating the snake disaster, thereby saving many from death, ensuring that at least 10 million individuals survived. It is indeed a remarkable feat for the government to provide such a substantial amount of grain. When can we receive the relief grain? Xingtang inquired. It will commence in 3 days, came the reply. All right, we shall go together then. In addition to this news, I learned another piece of information. The government announced the invalidation of paper currency, with plans to introduce a new currency, temporarily resorting to bartering. This news was of little consequence to the lower-class residents, who were primarily concerned with food and essential supplies. Ordinary people had no role in the development of the new currency. Xingtang was already aware of this situation, which is why she had not kept much cash on hand. In her previous life, the government had provided people with a final opportunity to spend money, and it was certain that such an opportunity would arise again, especially in the capital, which was not a small, obscure city. Su Cheng continued. I also heard that the government has requisitioned a certain commercial building, renaming it as a trading market. This market will consist of food, clothing, medicine, and fuel zones, allowing all citizens of the capital to expend their cash reserves. Multiple trading markets have been established in the capital, with ours located near the commercial building by the original neighborhood committee. Thank you for your attention. Ba, Juju, prone to tears at the slightest provocation, the ethereal snow lotus. Dreaming of 460, Yangang. Reader 13971386419203276880, The Emissary of Angels and Demons, Luhao Chaoyang Primary School, Heartlocked in Love, Wage Yower, Extreme North Dipper. Book friend 1605251845461100. Life partner, Han, a fruit candy that loves rice stew, The Ugly Duckling, puppet number 07. Grateful for the support of all the recommended votes from dear ones. And special thanks to Uninterested for their monthly ticket support, as well as A Lazy Cat for their Xiaoxiang ticket support. Heartfelt appreciation to all the readers who support Fei Fei. Regardless of the platform you belong to, Fei Fei sincerely thanks you. Thank you, moi. End of this chapter. Chapter 67. Aid relief after the completion of the material transactions provided by GJ. The trading market remains open, allowing everyone to exchange goods as needed. By bartering, one can obtain essential supplies of any kind. Moreover, the government has announced job openings, offering thousands of positions across various fields, including skilled workers, researchers, doctors, nurses, teachers, laborers, and farmers. Anyone with a specialized skill is welcome to apply, with compensation in the form of food. It is said that those in research and technology can earn approximately 30 pounds of grain monthly, while lower-tier laborers receive only 5 pounds, but are provided 1 meal each day. Upon hearing this, Xingtang inquired, "Are you planning to apply?" Su Cheng shook his head. "I need to take care of my father. If I go, what will happen to him?" After a brief pause, Su Cheng continued, "I have considered the possibility of applying for a position as a former police officer. The likelihood of being hired is substantial, and I could request accommodation, thus looking after my father. However, these are extraordinary times. I cannot disregard my father's health for the sake of a meager quantity of food. He cannot endure any additional strain." Ji Yanma, with his ample resources, remarked, "I possess food and supplies. I do not require this job for sustenance. Let those with the capability take the positions and earn their keep." Xingtang smiled at Ji Yanma. "I too have food and resources. I can ensure my family's well-being without competing for a job. In her previous life, Xingtang had secured a position as a nurse in a medical team due to her scant medical skills. She was assigned to a temporary hospital, tending to the afflicted populace. The government provided a substantial amount of food, yet she rarely brought it all home, as she would often be besieged and robbed immediately after receiving supplies, sometimes even subjected to brutal beatings. The assailants were ordinary citizens, including those she had once helped treat. The temporary hospital was rife with chaos, and the doctor-patient relationship was exceedingly strained. A moment's inattention could lead to insults or physical attacks from patients, often resulting in her treating others while nursing her own injuries. Had it not been for military intervention, she might not have survived to exit the temporary hospital. Now, the government has shifted from a passive to an active stance, with various departments vigorously combating the disaster. The situation is likely to improve, perhaps even surpassing the conditions of her past life. They truly have no need to risk their lives for a mere handful of food. Moreover, natural disasters are unpredictable. No one can ascertain what calamity may strike in the next moment. Even if food is provided, one must also possess the means to consume it. Thus, the three of them chose to abandon the rat race, refusing to compete with others for employment. They did not seek job opportunities, yet upon learning of the situation, Wu Jin applied for a position. Wu Jin was a skilled individual, while Wu Zihao and Wu Xiaoxiao, though youthful, possessed neither expertise nor capabilities. They were left to toil in menial labor. After a month, they could barely sustain themselves on 5 pounds of grain, but with the additional weekly rations, they managed to persevere. However, Wu Jin was reluctant for Wu Zihao and Wu Xiaoxiao to earn that meager sustenance. So he utilized some resources to connect with higher-ups and personally guided them in honing their skills for an earlier departure into the workforce. Wu Zihao and Wu Xiaoxiao were no longer the sheltered blossoms they had been before the natural disasters. The relentless hardships had matured them considerably. They wholeheartedly supported Wu Jin's decision. After Wu Jin's departure, Su Cheng ventured out again in search of supplies. This time, he returned with numerous carpets. Initially not intending to bring them back, but considering that Su Hao had been confined at home due to the calamities, feeling quite stifled. While he could remain indoors, he could at least walk in the corridor. The floor was too cold, so laying down a carpet would make it much more bearable. After arranging the carpets and ensuring Su Hao was warmly clothed, he assisted him in taking a stroll down the corridor. Seeing the smile on Su Hao's aged face, Su Cheng felt it was all worthwhile. Soon, it was time to collect the relief rations. Su Cheng had already settled Su Hao comfortably and went to knock on their door, each carrying a large backpack, ensuring they had their identification before departing for the original community center location. The original neighborhood committee was situated at a considerable distance from their residential area. As they ventured out, they encountered a multitude of individuals, all bearing backpacks, bags, and suitcases, heading to the committee to collect relief rations. In fear of robbery, many were armed with knives and clubs. As they approached the committee, they found the line stretching endlessly, resembling a dragon, yet guarded by armed soldiers. And the queuing individuals appeared remarkably compliant. Su Cheng stood at the front, with Ji Yinma behind, while Lu Xingtang was sheltered in the middle, observing the throng of people. Lu Xingtang felt a wave of regret, wishing she had remained at home to wait until the afternoon. The uncertainty of how long they would have to wait was disheartening. Ji Yinma, maintaining his composure, remarked that they were not the only ones braving the cold. Everyone was in the same predicament. Compared to them, the soldiers bore a greater burden. Lu Xingtang's gaze fell upon the soldiers standing tall in the distance, vigilant and alert, ever watchful. It was their unwavering courage and relentless pursuit that ensured their safety. Indeed, these soldiers endured profound hardships, particularly in the apocalyptic context. As they waited in line, the chaos intensified the closer they got to the front. Fortunately, the presence of armed soldiers helped maintain order. Otherwise, pandemonium would have ensued, and the rations would have been entirely looted. Lu Xingtang also witnessed pickpockets and bag cutters showcasing their nefarious skills, seizing the hard-earned provisions from others. Some even attempted outright theft, but were swiftly thwarted as a soldier's gunfire rang out. This single shot instilled fear in everyone, compelling them to behave obediently. The soldiers' willingness to fire a weapon signified the gravity of the situation. Having long received the command from above, they were aware of the potential circumstances that might arise, thus granting the military the authority to execute those who engage in robbery and theft. However, a number of individuals recognized Lu Xingtang and his companions, secretly reporting, "Did you see those three? They are the notorious villains from the 19th floor of Sunshine Community. They are armed and have taken the lives of many innocent people. You have no idea how many supplies they have seized, relying on their weapons. Despite having ample resources at home, they still queue for relief food. They have committed countless murders and do not deserve to receive the government's aid. Capture them first, then confiscate their firearms from Sunshine Community and imprison them for life in a dark cell." What dark cell? Such ruthless individuals, who disregard the lives of their fellow countrymen, deserve to be executed on the spot. In response, the soldiers distributing supplies merely regarded them with cold indifference. They have been executed. The resources they hoarded are now yours. They are all citizens of H country. Why should they be denied assistance simply because they possess the means to thrive amidst calamity? Furthermore, they have painstakingly developed poisons to aid our military in eliminating threats. They have saved your lives. Instead of gratitude, you seek to annihilate them. If it were not for the fact that you too are citizens of H country, you would have already been taken away to the coal mines to toil. But they truly have killed many people. The individuals protested. The soldiers coldly responded, "Do you not wish to receive your relief supplies?" Chapter 68. 1 million in cash. After Xingtang delivered the poison to the military station location, the higher-ups conducted an investigation into her. Every aspect of Xingtang's life was thoroughly scrutinized. However, they chose not to hold her accountable. Not merely for her notifying the rescue team to retrieve fish from the reservoir or for the outbreak of the snake disaster, nor for her relentless research on the poison to aid in exterminating the venomous snakes. Upon learning about Xingtang's circumstances, they convened a special meeting to deliberate, ultimately deciding to overlook the matter, as there were countless individuals akin to Xingtang. This natural calamity had driven many to become murderers. Furthermore, they currently lack the manpower and resources to address these issues. Disaster relief and reconstruction were their paramount concerns. Yet, there was no yet. The soldiers pointed their rifles at the crowd, declaring that those who did not wish to accept the relief supplies should leave immediately. Should any unrest arise, they would not hesitate to revoke any opportunity for survival. Unbeknownst to Xingtang and her companions, they were oblivious to this scene. The trio stood in line to receive their relief supplies and did not obtain their rations until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Observing the soldier stationed nearby, Xingtang gave a slight nod. He was a senior officer from the military base, with whom she had previously crossed paths. Upon returning home, Xingtang opened the rice sack to inspect its contents. Inside, she found a mixture of new rice and broken grains, along with some discolored rice. The yellowed grains crumbled easily when gently squeezed, remnants of rice that had been soaked and then dried. Just as Xingtang finished washing the rice to prepare porridge, she heard a knock at the door. "Xingtang? It's me, Suyin. What could Suyin possibly want?" Xingtang placed the carefully selected rice on the stove before proceeding to open the door. To her surprise, Suyin removed her backpack and handed it to Xingtang, exclaiming, "This is the supplies I've submitted. My life belongs to you, and naturally, my provisions are yours as well. I've left enough rations for this month. The rest is all for you. On my last outing, I found numerous sanitary pads, all packed in here. Please accept them." Xingtang declined, stating, "I have not agreed to barter for your life, thus I shall not accept any of your supplies. You should take them home and store them properly." Suyin's eyes reddened as she insisted, "Regardless of your agreement, I have made my decision and will not regret selling myself and my life to you. I have already accepted the gun. As for my loyalty, even if not requested, it is yours." With that, she forcefully thrust the backpack into Xingtang's hands, who, unwilling to accept it, let the bag fall to the ground. Suyin paid it no mind and turned to leave, though she walked with a noticeable limp. Xingtang picked up the backpack, locked the door, and followed Suyin to room 1803. Upon noticing Xingtang trailing behind, Suyin grew anxious, declaring, "Xingtang, I am serious." Xingtang replied, "I am equally serious. Now, let me examine your injuries. I am unhurt, merely having stumbled. A little rest will suffice." Suyin retorted stubbornly. With a sigh, Xingtang countered, "If you allow me to inspect your condition, I will accept your supplies and your allegiance." Suyin's eyes gleamed with excitement as she responded, "I have already prepared the contract for my servitude, just awaiting your signature." Xingtang, upon examination. Xingtang soon discovered that Suyin had sustained numerous injuries. It was not merely a leg injury, but her body bore the marks of brutal assaults, many of which were still oozing blood, unmistakably inflicted within the past 2 days. Xingtang refrained from offering consolation to Suyin, understanding that to survive in this apocalyptic world, one must adapt and learn to retaliate. Injury and bloodshed are inevitable. All that matters is to exert oneself to the fullest. After a brief period, Xingtang returned home, bringing with her some ointment for pain relief, as well as medicinal herbs such as sanqi, known for promoting blood circulation and alleviating bruises, along with 2 painkillers. Upon seeing these remedies, Suyin could not contain her emotions and broke down in tears. Xingtang sighed softly, enveloping Suyin in her arms, gently patting her back until her emotions settled. "I'm sorry for getting your clothes dirty." Tears soaked Xingtang's attire, leaving unsightly stains. "Let me apply the medicine." Xingtang proceeded to apply the ointment to Suyin, advising her to avoid spicy foods. Lu Xingtang's icy demeanor did not unsettle Su Yan. Rather, it enveloped her heart in warmth. "I will," she assured. After applying the medication and watching Su Yan take her medicine, Lu Xingtang finally posed the question. "Su Yan, have you truly made up your mind to stay with me?" In her plans, there was no room for anyone else. She merely wished to survive in this harsh reality and avoid the pitfalls of her past life. Su Yan affirmed resolutely, "I have long made up my mind. From the moment you handed me the gun, my resolve solidified further. My life and being belong to you. I shall never regret this, nor will I betray you." In her previous life, Lu Xingtang endured relentless hardships during the apocalypse, which led her to be wary of trusting anyone easily. Su Yan, however, was distinct from Su Qing and Ji Yanma. While Ji Yanma and Su Qing were allies who could dissolve their partnership at any moment, Su Qing remained oblivious to her secrets, whereas Ji Yanma was aware. Yet she held knowledge of his secrets as well. They both understood that revealing each other's secrets would be detrimental to them. As for Su Yan, "I am sorry." Lu Xingtang firmly declined. "If one day in the future, I ascertain that you are indeed trustworthy and worthy of my trust, I shall unhesitatingly consider you a friend. For now, focus on surviving. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask, and we may form an alliance for mutual cooperation." News of the trading market's imminent opening spread like wildfire, prompting everyone to prepare their RMB. As the government had announced that the market would be personally opened by them to facilitate the recovery of cash, the public was aware that cash would become obsolete. Thus, individuals began to dig into their savings, bringing forth all their cash. Some ventured out in search of supplies and managed to gather a considerable amount of cash, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to splurge at the trading market until their funds were depleted. Lu Xingtang had little cash on hand and presumed that she would find little to procure at the trading market, where resources were exceedingly rare and the prices of goods would undoubtedly soar. Suddenly, Ji Yanma called her and Su Qing, inviting them to his residence. They quickly convened at Ji Yanma's home. "What mysterious purpose do you have in summoning us?" Ji Yanma unveiled a heavy backpack resting on the coffee table. Su Qing gasped in astonishment. "How do you possess so much cash?" He began counting the money, a stack amounting to 10,000. Repeatedly tallying the number of bundles. 1,000,000? Ji Yanma remarked. "During the outbreak of the natural disaster, while I was scouring for supplies, I ventured into the Dong's Group building and discovered this in the finance room. Had this been prior to the calamity, 1,000,000 would have sufficed for numerous endeavors in the capital, even affording a modest apartment in cities far beyond the third tier. The trading market is about to open, and this sum is perfectly timed for expenditure. Once we arrive at the market, we shall purchase whatever catches our fancy and exhaust the entire million," Ji Yanma declared with great confidence. Su Qing added, "I too possess cash, though it pales in comparison to 1,000,000. I only have 50,000. Let us pool our resources together." Lu Xingtang, maintaining her composure, stated, "I have merely a few thousand, as all my funds are in my cart." Days passed, and the trading market finally opened. People gathered early at the entrance, anxious not to miss out on essential supplies. For 2 days, the market operated on cash transactions, then transitioned to a barter system. Lu Xingtang and her companions arrived early, each laden with colorful backpacks, waiting at the market's entrance. Upon seeing the soldiers clearing the way, Lu Xingtang understood that the gates would soon open. A representative from the government appeared, wielding a megaphone, proclaiming, "The trading market is now open for cash transactions. Except for limited purchases in the food and medicine sections, all other goods may be freely acquired. Please enter the market in an orderly fashion, according to your needs, and make your purchases. Moreover, I implore everyone to exercise caution on their return journey after procuring supplies, lest others seize the hard-earned provisions. The purchasing is regulated by the authorities to prevent a chaotic influx of individuals that could disrupt order, ensuring that resources are accessible to all." Although Lu Xingtang and her companions arrived at the trading market quite early, they were not among the first to enter. They had to wait until the initial group of buyers emerged before they could proceed. After nearly 40 minutes, their turn finally arrived, and they swiftly entered the market with their backpacks. Once inside, they, like the others, hastened to the food and medicine section, armed with a prearranged list of items they intended to procure. The prices had indeed escalated dramatically. Rice priced at 500 yuan per jean, broken rice at 400 yuan per jean, water-soaked rice at 200 yuan per jean, salt at 100 yuan per bag, soybean oil at 800 yuan per barrel, and a box of cold remedy granules that previously cost around 20 yuan now demanded an astonishing 600 yuan per box, regardless of the type of rice. Each person was limited to purchasing 10 jean, 3 bags of salt, and 3 barrels of oil, while each category of medicine was restricted to 1 box per person, leaving Su Qing unable to acquire an ample supply of anti-hypertensive medication and rapid-acting heart pills for Su Hao. He could only request Lu Xingtang and Ji Yanma to assist in purchasing a few boxes. Like everyone else, They adhered strictly to the purchase limits for food and medicine, acquiring as much as permitted before proceeding to the clothing section. Winter garments were selling briskly. Buyers no longer concerned themselves with styles or sizes, but rather with ensuring adequate warmth, purchasing whatever they could carry home. The summer garments went unsold, prompting Xingtang and her companions to purchase winter attire from head to toe. They subsequently acquired a plethora of summer clothing and intimate apparel, burdened with large bundles. They made their way to the department area. Su Cheng's foremost desire was to acquire a stove and flue, aspiring to transform his home into a replica of Xingtang's. Unperturbed by the thought of Su Hao potentially freezing, after a thorough search, the trio finally discovered a stove in the department area. Ji Yanma and Su Cheng each purchased one, despite the exorbitant price of 200,000 for a single unit, totaling 400,000 for both. Based on the quantity of flues in Xingtang's residence, Su Cheng and Ji Yanma calculated the necessary number for their own home and decided to buy 2 additional flues, fearing that having too few would hinder the dissemination of warmth to the bedrooms. With only 30,000 remaining, they meandered through the department area, each acquiring a pack of toilet paper. The leftover funds were entrusted to Xingtang, as they needed to purchase sanitary napkins. They opted against buying fuel, as their home was sufficiently stocked with wood to last them for a while, with the option to gather more if necessary. Upon completing their purchases and exiting the trading market, they attracted attention due to their considerable haul of supplies, marking them as affluent individuals. And others eagerly anticipated an opportunity to act. Given the cumbersome nature of transporting the stove and flue, Xingtang proposed relocating their supplies to a nearby military station, where she would guard the goods while Ji Yanma and Su Cheng facilitated the transfer. They promptly agreed and moved their supplies to the vicinity of the station's soldiers. After securing their bulging backpacks and tying the flues with ropes to ensure they wouldn't fall, they set off towards the Sunshine community, carrying the flues with determination. As Xingtang observed the throngs of people, she noticed Ji Yanma and Su Cheng making their exit. Standing alongside the soldiers, she recognized the difficulty of their situation, prompting them to shift their focus and swiftly retreat from the crowd in pursuit of Ji Yanma and Su Cheng. Unbeknownst to the latter, they were being trailed until they stepped beyond the soldiers' line of sight. At that moment, they deliberately slowed their pace, allowing their pursuers to identify the optimal moment to strike. "Drop your supplies, and my brother will grant you a way out," they demanded. Ji Yanma and Su Cheng relinquished their goods, revealing silenced firearms from their pockets, and swiftly took up defensive positions back-to-back, engaging their assailants with lethal precision. The gunshots rang out, each bullet found its mark, far surpassing Xingtang's accuracy. By the time their adversaries grasped the gravity of the situation, several of their comrades had already been slain. "Run!" some shouted, attempting to escape the soldiers' blind spot. But they were no match for the speed of the bullets. Before they could break free, they met their demise. Ji Yanma and Su Cheng secured their supplies and swiftly returned to the neighborhood, temporarily stowing the goods in Ji Yanma's residence before hastening back to the trading market. Xingtang, positioned beside the soldiers, felt a sense of security as no one dared to rob her, while other supplies were relatively easy to procure. The stove posed a significant challenge. A cart would have been most helpful. Su Cheng promptly inquired at the trading market about the availability of carts for rent or sale, only to find none. The market's patrons were wary, fearing that a deal might go unfulfilled. Exchanging a glance with Xingtang, Ji Yanma set off to retrieve a 3-wheeled bicycle. When Su Cheng's eyes lit up at the sight of the tricycle, he exclaimed, "You truly are remarkable." The trio carefully placed 2 stoves atop the tricycle, which skidded precariously on the icy surface. Xingtang took the lead in steering, while Ji Yanma and Su Cheng pushed from behind. As they neared their community, Xingtang caught sight of Su Yin being besieged by 3 men who were mercilessly assaulting her in an attempt to seize her supplies. Su Yin clung fiercely to her belongings, refusing to relent even as 2 men struck her. "You wretched woman, we merely wish to take what rightfully belongs to us. If you do not release it, do not blame us for our cruelty." The supplies were meager: 10 pounds of rice, a bag of salt, and 3 packages of sanitary pads, purchased with the last of Su Yan's cash from the trading building. She had been exceedingly cautious on her way home, yet still fell prey to them. They approached her without a word and attempted to snatch her possessions, leaving her no time to draw her weapon. "Xingtang, go help her. She is a good person." Su Yin had previously assisted him, and her situation was dire. However, Xingtang declined, reasoning that Su Yin could safeguard her supplies and herself. Indeed, Su Yin was seeking an opportunity to break free from her confines. Noticing that her assailants were not as strong as before, Su Yin suddenly flipped over, pressing her supplies to the ground while shielding them with her body. Seizing the moment, she slipped her hand into her clothing, retrieved her firearm, and with a swift motion, drew back and pulled the trigger in an instant. Raising her gaze, She aimed at the man who was violently kicking her, and with a resounding bang, struck him in the abdomen. The sudden gunfire startled the other two individuals. But Su Yin offered them no opportunity for retaliation. With a slight turn of her body, she aimed her weapon at the head of another man. Bang! The bullet pierced through his forehead, and he crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. At the moment Su Yin fired her second shot, Lu Xingtang drew her pistol and aimed it at the man behind Su Yin, pulling the trigger. Gratitude list. Jingingda, Taihenin 738, Feng Piao Iris. Heartfelt thanks to these three for their monthly votes. Much love to Ru 95, Huaji Iching Fanhua, Juzi, Haideng 838. The Fruit Candy Who Loves Rice Pot Meals, Qing Huan, Han, Bookfriend 202303098452216, Winnie Sierre, Yang Yang, Gongchang DC, Puppet number 07. Thank you, dear ones, for your recommendation votes. Love you all. Please continue to support with monthly votes. End of this chapter, Chapter 70, Illness and Rescue. As Su Yin rose from the ground, she spotted the man lying there and quickly turned her head. Upon recognizing Lu Xingtang and her companions, she sighed in relief. Turning back, she saw the man she had shot first clutching his abdomen, writhing in agony. She approached him, crouched down, and grasped his neck with both hands. You worthless scoundrel who robs women of their resources, your existence is a disgrace to manhood. If you hadn't attacked me, you wouldn't have met this fate. In your next life, steer clear of me, or I shall ensure your demise once more. Su Yin exerted every ounce of strength she had, and soon the man's neck was broken. Confirming the man's demise, Su Yin wept, her tears eventually giving way to laughter. Upon noticing Lu Xingtang and the others approaching, she expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you. If it weren't for your gunshot, I might have perished." They proceeded homeward. Su Yin gathered her supplies and followed closely behind Lu Xingtang and the others. Upon returning to the community, Su Yin lent a hand, assisting them in maneuvering the stove through the stairwell window. After they successfully hoisted the stove upstairs, Lu Xingtang instructed Su Yin to wait for a moment while he fetched a bottle of medicinal alcohol for her bruises, advising her to apply and massage it for a quicker recovery. Once the supplies were distributed, Lu Xingtang, alongside Ji Yanma and Su Cheng, commenced the installation of the flue and stove. They opted for a modest height, similar to Lu Xingtang's preference, ensuring it was half a meter above the ground. Consequently, they retained several stove elbows, deeming them potentially useful in the future. With the stove operational, the home was instantly enveloped in warmth, prompting them to shed a layer of clothing. Su Hao, whose body had acclimated to the frigid weather, began to perspire as the sudden warmth enveloped him, leading him to remove an article of clothing. However, that very night, he succumbed to a cold and fever. In a state of distress, Su Qing knocked on Lu Xingtang's door, seeking his assistance. After checking Su Hao's pulse, Lu Xingtang reassured Su Qing, "Do not be overly concerned. Old Master Su merely has a heat-induced cold. His body bears no other ailments. However, due to his advanced age, his resistance and immunity have waned, resulting in a slower recovery. Retrieve the cold medicine from your home. I shall prepare some additional remedies for you. Should his condition worsen, intravenous treatment may be necessary." Intravenous treatment? Su Cheng was taken aback. The necessary medications for that are hard to come by. We don't have any at home. During a previous visit to the suburban warehouse to collect medication, I encountered intravenous syringes and pharmaceuticals, but refrained from taking any. Had I known, I would have brought some home for future use. However, there is no need to rush. If we truly reach the point of requiring intravenous therapy, we might explore the trading market, as it could potentially harbor what we need. Whether the trading market possesses the required items is inconsequential. She merely requires a means to procure the medication. Su Cheng retrieved the medicine, and after Lu Xingtang's inspection, she retained several items: Xiaosangja granules, Lianqing oral solution, Qingre Jiedu capsules, and antiviral oral solution, among others, and instructed him on their usage. She emphasized the importance of continuously monitoring Grandpa Su's temperature, declaring that if it surpasses 38.5 degrees, he must summon her immediately, regardless of her activities. The intercom would remain active. Additionally, she advised ensuring Grandpa Su remains well hydrated. Lu Xingtang did not depart immediately. Instead, she waited for Grandpa Su to consume the medication. Once his condition improved slightly, she offered further advice before returning home. Upon her arrival, Lu Xingtang laid out the intravenous medications on the coffee table in her villa, hoping they would remain unused. Yet, should the need arise, she would not hesitate to administer them. As the night passed, Su Hao's condition remained relatively stable in the morning. However, by afternoon, it deteriorated significantly. With his temperature exceeding 38.5 degrees, Lu Xingtang promptly took action to reduce his fever, administering ibuprofen along with Putolin anti-inflammatory oral solution to combat inflammation and bacteria. She reiterated to Grandpa Su and Su Cheng the necessity of maintaining warmth to prevent any exacerbation of his illness. Thus, for the time being, intravenous therapy was deemed unnecessary, and she advised them to adhere strictly to her medical guidance and report any discomfort without delay. Su Hao's age had indeed become a matter of concern, and as evening descended, his condition worsened. In desperation, he had to resort to intravenous fluids. However, without medication, the only option was to venture out to procure some. Su Qing urged Lu Xingtang to stay and assist in caring for his father, assuring her that any resources needed for exchange would be provided. Lu Xingtang promptly jotted down the names of the required medications and instructed Su Cheng to head to the trading market, suggesting there might still be supplies available. Just as he opened the door, Ji Yinma interjected, stating, "Lu Xingtang and I will go. You stay here to tend to your father. Your father is a grown man, while Lu Xingtang is merely a young lady, which complicates her ability to care for him. Rest assured, I will protect Lu Xingtang. We shall return swiftly." Su Cheng recognized the impracticality of the situation, yet felt grateful for Ji Yinma's proposal. Consequently, Lu Xingtang accompanied Ji Yinma on their quest for medicine. They took a tricycle, which, although difficult to control on the icy surface, responded obediently under Ji Yinma's guidance. Instead of entering the trading market, Ji Yinmo remained outside to guard the tricycle while Lu Xingtang proceeded within. Upon reaching the pharmaceutical section, Lu Xingtang inquired of the dispensing physician, "Pardon me, do you have the medications listed here? We have an elderly family member in critical condition who requires these." The doctor reviewed the list and replied, "Only some of the medications are available. This one and this one, but not this one." Lu Xingtang then produced some gold from her clothing, stating, "I do not possess cash. May I exchange this gold instead?" The doctor paused, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the gold. "Please wait a moment. I will make some inquiries." "Thank you, doctor." After waiting for approximately 5 or 6 minutes, the doctor returned, holding a scale. "Please present all your gold. Those above have consented to trade with it. We have certain medicines available in the marketplace, requiring roughly 500 grams. If you possess enough, it shall be yours." 500 grams seemed sufficient, though Su Cheng was uncertain of its adequacy, yet she offered a substantial amount. Lu Xingtang also produced more gold, and upon weighing, it proved ample. She promptly placed the medicine into a bag and handed it to Su Cheng. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Xingtang retrieved additional gold, purchasing various other medications suited to Su Hao's health condition, particularly those aimed at combating viruses and enhancing immunity. As they exited the trading building, Lu Xingtang spotted Ji Yinma standing resolutely in the biting wind, an aura of desolation surrounding him, as if he could not find his place in this world. "The medicine has been procured. Let us depart. I shall retrieve the remaining supplies from my storage." Upon returning to the community, Lu Xingtang was just alighting from the vehicle when suddenly, a figure rushed forth, colliding with the tricycle. She stumbled precariously onto the icy ground. "Be careful." Ji Yinma reacted swiftly, steadying Lu Xingtang and cushioning her fall with his own body, yet the impact caused him to draw in a sharp breath. "I apologize. Let me see." He shook his head, insisting, "It's nothing." "How could it be nothing?" Lu Xingtang rose and began to examine Ji Yinma, only to discover a crimson stain upon his shoulder. "You're bleeding." Lowering her gaze, she noticed a rusted steel nail protruding from the ground, long enough to have pierced flesh. "Wait, I shall administer a tetanus shot." Her gaze then turned, fierce and accusatory, towards the individual responsible for the collision, but in the next instant, she was left in stunned silence. Chapter 71. Increasingly mysterious. A disheveled woman, a madwoman indeed, bore a grimy visage with lifeless eyes, her hair tangled and unkempt. Her garments shone from wear, and a foul odor emanated from her. With drool trickling from the corner of her mouth, she directed a silly grin towards Lu Xingtang, cradling a pitch-black pillow in her arms, holding it in a manner reminiscent of a mother with her child. "Shh, do not disturb my baby's slumber. She has just drifted off." The woman whispered conspiratorially to Lu Xingtang. "Look, isn't my baby adorable? Let me tell you, my baby is exceptionally obedient and understanding. She only cries when hungry or in discomfort. Most of the time, she just smiles at me, utterly clueless about the reason for her mirth." Lu Xingtang furrowed her brow, recognizing the woman as a resident of their building, specifically from apartment 1801. The inhabitants of 1801 were a young couple, the woman 8 months pregnant when the apocalypse struck. After the world fell into chaos, they found themselves trapped in their home, unable to venture outside. Soon, their provisions were depleted, yet the husband never sought to procure supplies, leaving his heavily pregnant wife to brave the outside world. Accustomed to being catered to, she was compelled to scavenge for sustenance to survive. Tragically, She did not make it beyond the building's entrance before a bolt of lightning struck, causing her to go into premature labor. The infant, born weak and deprived of nourishment, suffered due to the husband's refusal to venture out for supplies. It was only when hunger became unbearable that he finally dared to step outside, yet the meager provisions he brought home were insufficient for two. As he consumed a lion's share, utterly oblivious to the necessity of frugality. In her desperate quest to nourish her child, the woman reluctantly consumed an extra morsel, hoping to produce milk for her offspring. She even covertly hoarded a substantial amount of rice, which she painstakingly cooked in a thermos and then mashed into a fine paste to feed her child. It was unclear when the man, having procured supplies, ceased to return home. Even on the rare occasions he did, he brought no food with him. After lulling her child to sleep, the woman, disregarding her frail condition, ventured out in search of resources. Fortune smiled upon her, as she managed to return with a considerable amount of provisions, sufficient for both mother and child. Before the outbreak of the toxic moths, the man returned home, disheveled and battered. An argument erupted between them, escalating to the point where he suggested selling her body in exchange for supplies. The woman vehemently opposed this notion, leading to a violent confrontation wherein the man, fueled by rage, struck her with a chair, rendering her unconscious. Upon regaining consciousness, she discovered her child was missing. When she inquired about the child's whereabouts, the man remained silent. It was only when she stumbled upon a severed finger in a pot that he finally divulged the horrifying truth. Their child, the one she had sacrificed her life to nurture, had been cooked. Overwhelmed by rage and grief, the woman nearly fainted. In a moment of madness, she seized a kitchen knife while the man slept and brutally dismembered him, disposing of his remains through the window. From that point onward, she descended into a state of madness, embracing a pillow as if it were her child, attempting to soothe it. Regaining her composure, she declared, "I will climb through the window and seize the tricycle." Xingtang perched on the windowsill, grasping the tricycle that Yinma extended to her. Without a glance at the woman who clutched the pillow and giggled foolishly, Yinma leaped down from the windowsill, tricycle in tow, and descended the stairs. Upon returning to the 19th floor, I discovered the door of apartment 1903 ajar. Su Cheng stood at the threshold, anxiously scanning the surroundings. When he spotted Lu Xingtang and the others returning, he exhaled a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "Thank heavens, you have returned safely." Yinma had not visited Su Cheng's residence. Lu Xingtang, observing Yinma's slender silhouette, called out, "Yinma, I shall be right there to show you something." She then turned and entered Su Cheng's home, where the condition of Su Hao remained critical. Immediately, she prepared medication and initiated an intravenous infusion, simultaneously recounting the events that had transpired in the trading market to Su Cheng. Fortunately, gold can be exchanged for medicine. Otherwise, we would not have been able to procure these essential supplies. I have acquired all the necessary medications to treat Grandpa Su's ailment, so you need not worry, Su Cheng. Filled with gratitude, Su Cheng replied, "Lu Xingtang, thank you. Without your assistance, my father might not have survived." Lu Xingtang smiled. "We are allies, are we not? Once again, I have repaid the debt of gratitude from a past life." After administering the four to Su Hao, Lu Xingtang observed him closely, ensuring his condition was stable. "Su Cheng, I shall go check on Yinma. Earlier, we encountered the woman from apartment 1801. She collided with a tricycle, and I nearly fell. It was Yinma who saved me, but in the process, he inadvertently stepped on a nail. I need to see how he is faring. Stay with your father. If any issues arise, simply call Yinma on the intercom." Without waiting for Su Cheng's response, Lu Xingtang turned and made her way to apartment 1902, where Yinma had already changed his clothes. Upon seeing Lu Xingtang approach, he reassured her, "I am fine now. Truly, I am well. I shall apply some ointment and administer a tetanus shot. In this post-apocalyptic world, it is prudent to remain vigilant." Yinma gazed at Lu Xingtang, his eyes brimming with concern. After a brief pause, he stepped aside to allow her entry, shutting the door behind them. He then removed half of his clothing, revealing the wound for Lu Xingtang to see. "Do you believe me now?" Lu Xingtang exclaimed in astonishment. "How could there be no injury at all? I clearly saw blood." "There was blood on the steel nail." Yinma, having donned his clothing once more, replied indifferently, "This matter must remain a secret. If anyone discovers it, it will be deemed as your revelation, and I shall not show mercy, even considering our alliance." Lu Xingtang understood. This was one of Yinma's secrets, and he was becoming increasingly enigmatic. "I promised to keep it confidential," she assured him, then hesitated. "Su Cheng may inquire about this." "I will manage it," he replied. Su Hao had only begun to recover after 7 days of intravenous fluids, yet his illness had caused him to lose considerable weight, making his clothes appear particularly loose. Su Cheng's eyes turned red from worry, but thankfully he had persevered. Lu Xingtang patted Su Cheng's shoulder, advising, ensure that grandfather Su receives sufficient nourishment. His health is quite frail. However, do not overdo it, as his body cannot withstand excessive strain. He is, after all, an elderly man, and we must proceed gradually. Thank you, Xingtang. If it weren't for you, I fear my father would have. Enough. You have expressed your gratitude countless times. My ears are growing calloused from it. In her previous life, Su Hao perished during a viral outbreak, yet currently, with the extreme cold prevailing. It is still too early for such an outbreak to occur, indicating that even without her intervention, Su Hao would remain safe. Su Yin sought out Xingtang once more, announcing her successful application for a nursing position at the hospital, where she would receive a monthly ration of 30 pounds of grain and 2 meals a day. Lacking medical knowledge, she was assured that training would be provided to equip her with basic medical understanding, enabling her swift integration into her role. Xingtang did not impede her decision. Advising her to prioritize safety, as the temporary hospital posed certain risks, she suggested it would be prudent to carry a firearm, as no one would confiscate it. While doctors and nurses at the hospital were unarmed, they were equipped with knives for self-defense, indicating that even if Su Yin were discovered with a gun, it would not be taken from her. Su Yin entrusted all her supplies to Xingtang for safekeeping, even transporting a piece of wood to her home. She could not guarantee the security of her residence upon her departure. If it were to be breached, she would be left with nothing, though her supplies were limited. She stored them within a spatial dimension, intending to retrieve them upon Su Yan's return. Shortly after Su Yan left, Minwei Huan, the building supervisor, came knocking at the door, seeking medicine from Xingtang. Frowning, Xingtang replied, "I have no medicine. The trading market does." The trading market indeed had medicine, but at exorbitant prices that Minwei Huan could not afford, even after exhausting all his resources. Their family was facing dire straits, and his father's condition was deteriorating. They had mentally prepared themselves for the worst, hoping only that his father could find a modicum of comfort before passing. In a previous life, Minwei Huan had turned to a darker path following his father's death, which occurred while they sought refuge in a shelter, only to return to find others had returned home. Regardless of whether Minwei Huan's father is on the brink of death, they relentlessly harassed him, preventing Minwei Huan from bidding farewell to his father, ultimately driving his mother to her grave in despair. Furthermore, several families returning from the refuge demanded housing and insisted that Minwei Huan provide them with supplies free of charge to ensure their survival. Minwei Huan, having turned bitter, showed little concern for the residents of the 19th floor, who were untroubled by his change. However, Xingtang perceived Minwei Huan as a decent person. She pondered whether lending a helping hand might prevent him from treading the same troubled path as in his past life, thereby safeguarding her own tranquil existence. Alas, Minwei Huan's father was in a dire state, and despite the recent treatments, acupuncture merely alleviated his suffering temporarily. That afternoon, armed with binoculars, Xingtang observed the returning individuals clad in tattered garments, emaciated, and with malevolent gazes as they entered the community, making their way towards their building. She promptly relayed this information to Ji Yanma and Su Chang, urging them to remain vigilant against those returning from the refuge. Meanwhile, Minwei Huan's father was succumbing to his condition, prompting Minwei Huan to rush to Xingtang for assistance. She examined his father and said, "If you have anything to say, now is the time. There is no need for further acupuncture. He is beyond saving." Just then, the individuals returning from the refuge stormed upstairs, heading straight for Minwei Huan's home, demanding immediate accommodation and supplies. "How audacious!" Xingtang exclaimed as she drew 2 guns from her pocket, one in each hand. "You may bid farewell, but I have my eyes on those intruders." Minwei Huan was filled with gratitude. Thank you. It is often said that the residents of the 19th floor are cold-hearted and ruthless, mercilessly taking lives. Is this truly the case? They are, after all, flesh and blood individuals. As Xingtang pulled the trigger and opened the door, she was met with the menacing figure of a man, his eyes glinting with malice. Upon seeing Xingtang, he momentarily froze, especially when faced with the gun pointed at him, causing his legs to tremble in fear. "Stand against the wall," he barked. They complied, pressing themselves against the wall, not daring to cast a glance at Xingtang, whose malevolence had left a profound imprint on their hearts. After a while, the sound of mournful weeping echoed from Minwei Huan's home. Her father had passed away. Approximately half an hour later, Minwei Huan stepped outside, her eyes swollen and red. Xingtang spoke softly, "Please accept my condolences." Minwei Huan nodded in acknowledgement, grateful for the assistance. She then turned her gaze to the others. 5 households had returned from the refuge, totaling 17 individuals. These households were from Units 302, 404, 701, 803, and 804. They had departed in orderly fashion, yet returned without the elderly likely having perished. The neighboring building had many vacant apartments. You may seek shelter there yourselves. Our building has no extra rooms available, as it is already at full capacity. As for supplies, you must venture out to find them or trade in the market. Min Wei Wan felt overwhelmed by her sense of responsibility and resolved to make arrangements for these individuals. If you are unwilling to find a place in the neighboring building, you may continue to stay in the stairwell and corridors. Just know, you must not fear the cold. The building manager remarked that having a residence, regardless of its condition, is preferable to residing in a shelter. He was unaware that 5 families were crammed into a single house, so tightly knit that turning around would inevitably result in a collision, while often being subjected to bullying. They had no choice but to return. However, they had gone several days without food. The shelter provided meals, yet their rations were frequently snatched away by the bullies within the facility. Building manager, could you lend us some supplies? We promise to return them promptly once we have what we need. Lu Xingtang, observing their evasive glances and recalling their previously arrogant demeanor, sensed something amiss about their return from the shelter. They had gone to the trading building to purchase goods with cash, and while waiting there, they overheard conversations suggesting that life in the shelter had improved significantly. Although not abundant, they could manage a meal consisting of a rice ball, with 2 meals a day being possible. Due to a dam breach, a plague of poisonous moths, a snake infestation, and extreme weather calamities, many lives had been lost. Initially, the shelter had been overcrowded and chaotic. However, as the death toll rose, each family was assigned a private room, and resources became ample. The management was notably stringent. Anyone who committed an offense would be taken away for mining, and those guilty of severe transgressions faced immediate execution. Thus, they were lying. But why had they chosen to leave the shelter? Perhaps they had committed a grave offense and had escaped in a desperate flight. Min Wei Wan advised, tomorrow morning, take your identification to the original neighborhood committee to collect relief supplies. The earlier you go, the sooner you will receive them. He was the building manager, not a saint. He was on the verge of starvation himself and could hardly concern himself with their plight. Observing their reluctance, Lu Xingtang brandished her firearm, demanding, "Are you not leaving yet?" 17 individuals were infuriated, yet bound by the oppressive influence of Lu Xingtang. They had no choice but to acquiesce. Wait, although you reside in this apartment building, ever since you moved to the adjacent block, you are no longer part of us. Therefore, do not even think about returning to our building to stir up trouble. If I discover, Lu Xingtang fired a shot at the tallest, robust man, striking his shoulder, making it clear she recognized him as their leader. Not a single one shall remain. After watching them depart, Lu Xingtang turned to Min Wei Wan and cautioned, be vigilant against them. They have changed. Min Wei Wan understood. He had already discerned the shift. Once he resolved his father's matters, he would alert the residents of their own building. The following day, everyone arose early to collect relief rations from the original community committee, except for those on the 19th floor, who refrained due to the biting cold and the desire to avoid lengthy queues, opting to go in the afternoon instead. This time, there was no rice, only broken grains and soaked rice. Lu Xingtang valued it dearly. Having something to eat was certainly better than nothing. 2 days later, a recovery team arrived at their Sunshine community, collecting all the bodies from the entire complex. Once the bodies were cleared, Min Wei Wan enlisted Su Qing, a former police officer, to assist in training the residents in self-defense, ensuring that they would be capable of retaliating should they encounter robbers on their way back from collecting relief rations. This decision received unanimous support from the entire building, and everyone expressed a desire to learn from Su Qing. After careful consideration, he agreed, recognizing that only by empowering themselves could they divert attention away from the 19th floor, granting each individual a chance at survival. Thus, the families residing in the apartment building collectively contributed some grains or other supplies. After deliberation, they engaged Su Qing, offering him a monthly provision of 20 pounds of supplies, excluding grains. Acknowledgements: Si Mian, Xiaoming, Wei Jiu Er, Winnie Si, Tenkai Hao Se, Jitian Beido, Shi Guang Wei Lao Aie Huang Liang. Yang Yang, Ub, Moon, Gongchang DC, Puppet number 07, Yushi 349, Ugly Duckling, Fruity Candy Who Loves Rice Stew, Book Friend 202211262013276696. Heartfelt thanks to all the lovely individuals for their recommendations and for your monthly votes, especially to Si Mian for your generosity. Moreover, my gratitude extends to the lovely souls from Xiao Xiang, particularly to A Lazy Cat, for your abundant votes. Thank you, thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 73. Training. Embarrassment. Su Cheng consented but made it clear that if he needed to venture out in search of supplies, he would not conduct training that day, for he could not afford to deplete his resources indefinitely. He led the training sessions, while Lu Xingtang occasionally gleaned knowledge from the side. only to realize that the training Su Chang provided was no longer suitable for her. Her proficiency had long surpassed his standards. Lu Xingtang understood that these individuals were just beginning their training, struggling with their physical capabilities due to prolonged hunger, and thus could not be compared to her. Ji and Imo approached and noticed Lu Xingtang following Su Cheng's training. She executed a set of punches with remarkable vigor and strength, even surpassing Su Cheng. Feeling a sudden urge, he suggested, "Shall we have a sparring session?" Lu Xingtang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Let us return to the 19th floor. In the corridor, the two exchanged greetings before Lu Xingtang launched a swift punch, embodying the fearless spirit of a young bull. Ji Yanma, with remarkable poise, effortlessly dodged Lu Xingtang's fierce blows and countered, forcing Lu Xingtang into a rather awkward position. Gritting his teeth, he intensified his assault. Having survived 7 years in a post-apocalyptic world in his past life, his martial prowess was not to be underestimated, despite a touch of foolishness. Since his rebirth, he had been diligently training, and Ji Yanma's formidable strength ignited Lu Xingtang's competitive spirit, prompting him to strike with cunning and malice, resorting to unsophisticated tactics. Lu Xingtang's ferocity and treachery proved to be a considerable headache for Ji Yanma. Though her attacks seemed methodical, they were fundamentally erratic, charging forward recklessly without regard for the consequences. While her offensive power was commendable, her defensive capabilities were somewhat lacking. Hearing the commotion from outside, Su Hao donned the oversized, thick coat purchased by Su Chang at the market, leaned on his cane, opened the door, and stepped out. Upon witnessing Lu Xingtang and Ji Yanma engaged in combat, he shouted in alarm, "Stop! Do not fight. It is unbecoming for a man to strike a woman. Such behavior is a sign of weakness. Cease this at once." At the sound of Su Hao's voice, Ji Yanma instinctively halted his actions, but he did not anticipate Lu Xingtang's fury. The moment Ji Yanma withdrew, Lu Xingtang executed a shoulder throw, sending him to the ground, his hands captured and raised above his head. Sensing Lu Xingtang's overwhelming hostility, Ji Yanma quickly retaliated, freeing himself from Lu Xingtang's grasp in the blink of an eye, springing back to his feet with a nimble movement. Yet, at that very instant, Lu Xingtang seized his arm and slipped past him. In that fleeting moment, he executed a move akin to a monkey plucking a peach. Ji Yanma was caught off guard and fell victim to the ploy. Lu Xingtang. Ji Yanma gasped in pain, slapping Lu Xingtang on the shoulder. "We are merely sparring. Must you take my life?" The sudden impact jolted Lu Xingtang awake. Her delicate visage flushed crimson, and the atmosphere grew tense with silence. Su Hao. He comprehended that the two were engaged in a friendly exchange, not a genuine confrontation. His worries were unfounded. Moreover, this was a scene unfit for his presence. Thus he resolved to withdraw, granting the young one some dignity. Lu Xingtang hastily released her grip, rising awkwardly to lean against the wall. Unable to meet Ji Yanma's gaze. "Yes, I apologize. I didn't mean to. I merely encountered an opponent of great strength, and my competitive spirit surged, causing me to lose my composure during our practice. How embarrassing." Ji Yanma remained silent, rooted in place, before finally averting his gaze. "Cough, that technique is quite formidable. Refrain from using it casually in the future." The pain inflicted was beyond verbal description. Had she been a tad more forceful, he would have been incapacitated. Feeling mortified, Lu Xingtang recalled how in her past life, she had employed this very technique to bring misfortune upon countless nefarious individuals, leading them to their demise at her hands. As the two stood in silence, uncertain of how to articulate their thoughts, Su Chang ascended the stairs. He had heard Su Hao's voice and came up, only to discover the two enveloped in an awkward and peculiar silence. "What is going on?" he inquired. Lu Xingtang quietly turned to face the wall, too embarrassed to speak. Ji Yanma cast a lingering glance at Su Chang. "Have you finished your training?" "Not yet." "Then why are you still here? Go train." Ji Yanma signaled him to leave promptly. For the more inquiries made, the more uncomfortable the situation became. Su Chang, bewildered, stood there, utterly perplexed. Su Chang departed, leaving the two in silence. After a considerable pause, Ji Yanma turned to Lu Xingtang, whose ears were slightly flushed, and remarked, "Through our recent sparring, I have discerned that your offensive capabilities are commendable, yet your defense requires improvement. From today forth, let us train together to enhance our respective skills, shall we?" "Good." Lu Xingtang responded eagerly before hastily opening the door and retreating indoors, wishing to separate herself from Ji Yanma's presence. The following morning, when Lu Xingtang encountered Ji Yanma, her expression appeared somewhat stiff. Su Cheng, having learned of the recent interactions from Su Hao, regarded them with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "You two should remain at home to train. I shall take my leave." As he reached the staircase, Su Cheng paused, turned slightly, and added, "Should you require assistance with any injuries, do not hesitate to call for me. I assure you, I will come to your aid." He then flashed a bright smile and swiftly descended the stairs. Ji Yanma, Lu Xingtang silently averted her gaze towards the wall, appreciating its immaculate, smooth finish. Wondering which craftsman had executed such fine work, Ji Yanma, undeterred by Su Qing's teasing, casually suggested to Lu Xingtang, to avoid unnecessary complications, let us train at my home. Lu Xingtang cleared her throat. All right. Once inside the room, they exchanged silent glances for 3 seconds before declaring in unison, let us begin. Instantly, the atmosphere shifted as they launched into action. Throughout their training, Ji Yanma pointed out Lu Xingtang's shortcomings, urging her to practice independently at home. After 2 hours of rigorous training, both were drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Lu Xingtang collapsed onto the sofa to catch her breath and inquired, may I ask you a question? What question? Apologies. During our earlier conversation, I discerned that your techniques and methods are rooted in formal training, rather than those employed by the average individual. I am intrigued to learn about your past. Ji Yanma reveals, I hail from a special police background but retired due to an injury. An injury? Lu Xingtang finds this hard to believe. After all, even a steel nail piercing the flesh could heal rapidly, leaving no trace on the skin. How could one retire due to an injury? Yet, knowing that Ji Yanma is not forthcoming with the truth, she refrains from pressing further. After a brief respite, she returns home. However, upon emerging from the space after her shower, she overhears voices at the door. Curiosity piqued, Lu Xingtang opens the door to find Min Weihuan standing at the staircase, conversing with Su Cheng and Ji Yanma, her expression grave. What is the matter? Lu Xingtang inquires as she approaches. Min Weihuan's gaze is filled with gratitude as she responds. I have come to deliver some unfortunate news. I have heard that in our community's buildings A, D, F, and G, outsiders have entered to collect protection fees, demanding each household pay. Those unable to comply are forced to seek alternatives. Otherwise, men are beaten and maimed, and women are abducted for sale, compelled to return with resources to pay. One of the building leaders of the 4 blocks, Lu Xingtang, recalls the events of her previous life, where similar extortion had transpired, and their unit was not spared. At that time, Min Weihuan's parents had perished, leaving her with no choice but to join forces with the leaders of the other 4 buildings, resulting in the suffering of many women in their unit. Fortunately, she had evaded this calamity by working in a makeshift hospital. End of chapter. Chapter 74. A call for help. Upon reflecting on the previous life and the matter of protection fees, a name emerged in my mind. Lu Su Gang. Resonating with an air of freshness and elegance. The stark contrast between the name and the gang's sinister, blood-soaked nature was jarring. The building manager of the 4 blocks had colluded with those rogues. If no one were to assist, even the most formidable of them would hesitate to intrude upon our community for extortion. The building manager merely sought to seize the opportunity for personal gain, indifferent to the lives of others. Min Weihuan spoke, while Lu Xingtang cast a strange glance at her, remarking that in her past life, she had been similarly inclined. However, this time, due to her intervention, she had not turned to darkness. You 3 are the most formidable in our community. Should they attempt to seize our building, I hope you will lend your aid in driving them away to protect our residents. Although we have learned a few techniques from Su Qing, they are merely superficial. If confronted with those ruffians, we would surely falter. Lu Xingtang comprehended Min Weihuan's intent to safeguard their building's existence. The trio exchanged glances, silently affirming their resolve, and then addressed Min Weihuan. Since we are residents of the same building, and given your kindness towards our 19th floor, should they dare to come, we shall unite to defend our home. However, we wish to ensure that while we confront them, no one will sneak away to the 19th floor to pilfer our supplies. I am well aware of these matters, she replied firmly. I will personally instruct them and ensure they do not exploit our vulnerability to raid the 19th floor. Should they dare to do so, their fate shall be of no concern to us. Min Weihuan spoke coldly, expressing his awareness of the various sinister characters inhabiting their apartment building. Lu Xingtang glanced at the security door and stated that it sufficed to inform them. Should they dare to invade the 19th floor, they would come with their lives but leave without them. After Min Weihuan departed, Lu Xingtang proposed electrifying the security door, asserting that if the residents of the building were unafraid of death, they were welcome to try. This resolution was immediately endorsed by Su Cheng and Ji Yanma, who quickly set the plan into motion while also crafting several remote controls, one for each individual, including one for Su Hao. If the residents of Unit 1904 returned, they would call out, and upon hearing their voices, the remote control would be pressed to cut the electricity, reinstating power only after they had entered. Min Weihuan inquired and confirmed that the Lu Su gang would collect their protection fees in 2 days. Consequently, Su Cheng devoted himself tirelessly to training the residents of the building, not expecting them to protect others, but merely hoping they would not become a burden. Food equated to life, and no one was willing to relinquish their provisions. After much contemplation, Lu Xingtang resolved to report to the police. seeking capable individuals to safeguard the community and bring that group to justice. However, the police station was currently adjacent to the refuge, a place bustling with people and rife with gossip. Furthermore, since the Lu Su gang was coming to Sunshine Community to collect protection fees, they would undoubtedly have sent someone to monitor them. Therefore, she had to proceed with caution to avoid causing trouble for both the community and herself. Lu Xingtang retrieved her ice skates and an axe, packing them into her mountaineering bag. She ventured into the deep mountains, ensuring the area was deserted before delving further in. Taking out her chainsaw, she began to work. As the trees were felled, they were stored in her space. After spending an entire day in the mountains and chopping down numerous trees, she left only when dusk was approaching. She changed into a fresh set of clothes and took a circuitous route to the police station. In the police station, someone was on duty. Before entering, Lu Xingtang carefully observed with binoculars to ensure no one was covertly watching before stealthily making her way inside. "Hello, I have a significant matter that requires assistance." With the help of the officers, Lu Xingtang reported the extortion situation clearly. Upon receiving the news, the officers promptly escalated the matter, and soon higher-ups were informed. They reassured Lu Xingtang that they would definitely arrange for personnel to apprehend those involved in collecting protection money. Lu Xingtang sighed in relief and, under the protection of the police, left the station. Concerned about being discovered, she took several detours before finally returning to Sunshine Community. Upon her return, Su Cheng and Ji Yinma immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Where have you been? We were just about to go look for you." Lu Xingtang replied, "I went to gather firewood but encountered some trouble, and in the end, I lost the firewood." Su Cheng was speechless, and Ji Yinma was skeptical. But Lu Xingtang offered no further explanation. The following day, everyone was engaged in training, including Lu Xingtang and Ji Yinma. As soon as the training session commenced, they took out their binoculars to observe the community. To their surprise, they spotted an unfamiliar figure, disheveled and dejected, incessantly knocking on the doors of the apartment building, hoping to find shelter, but none opened for him. Upon closer inspection, Lu Xingtang noted that the man's gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, and she couldn't help but smile, indicating that the police had begun their operations, and the extortionists would find their efforts in vain. Around 7 in the evening, Wu Jin unexpectedly returned to the scene, appearing extremely disheveled, bloodied, with a broken right arm and a bruised face, clearly having endured a severe beating. "Wu Jin, what happened to you? Where are Wu Zihao and Wu Xiaoxiao? Where have they gone?" As Wu Jin gazed upon Lu Xingtang and the others, it was as though she had encountered a savior. "Lu Xingtang, I implore you, rescue my children." Ignoring the pain coursing through her body, she knelt before the trio. "This evening, as we were changing shifts and returning to the modest dormitory arranged by the government, there came a knock at the door. Upon opening it, a group of tattooed individuals surged in, pinning me to the ground and mercilessly beating me. They took Zihao and Xiaoxiao away. Wu Jin clenched her eyes shut, concealing her anguish, helplessness, and resentment. "They abducted Zihao and Xiaoxiao, instructing me to seek you out, claiming that if you met them at Oshi Community, they would return my children. Please, I beg you, save Zihao and Xiaoxiao." "Oshi Community? Is that not the territory occupied by the Lu Su gang? It is quite distant from our Sunshine Community, requiring a round trip of at least an hour." This indicates that those who seized Wu Zihao and Wu Xiaoxiao are none other than the Lu Su gang, who have taken control of Oshi Community. Did they suddenly target your family? It appears that the Lu Su gang must have learned of their existence through the building manager of the 4th block. To test their capabilities, they utilized the entire Wu family against them, aiming to seize Sunshine Community and eliminate obstacles for a smooth takeover. Overwhelmed with despair, Wu Jin collapsed onto the ground. "Yes, I do not recognize them. Why must they torment us? Why must I seek you out? I am at a loss. Lu Xingtang, I am utterly helpless. Zihao and Xiaoxiao are my only family. Their blood runs through my veins, and I cannot stand idly by while they perish. I implore you, help me rescue the children. If you are willing to save them, I would gladly sacrifice my life at this moment." Ji Yinma observed Lu Xingtang's troubled expression and suddenly grasped her arm, pulling her into his home and shutting the door. "Do you know who took Wu Zihao and Wu Xiaoxiao?" he inquired. Lu Xingtang recounted the details of her report to the police, embellishing the narrative, and attributed all she knew to the police department. So, it stands to reason, it was the Lu Su gang who aided in this. The astute Ji Yinma quickly grasped the situation. The Oshi Community is their hideout. So, shall we proceed to rescue Wu Zihao and Wu Xiaoxiao? This chapter has proven arduous to compose, leading to its review and subsequent modifications, causing a delay for my dear readers. End of this chapter. Chapter 75. Resources, gather, rescue. They have suffered the consequences of our unwarranted calamity. Tell me what you know about the Lu Su gang. Lu Xingtang was taken aback. Are you intending to confront the Lu Su gang? Ji Yanma nodded. No one would disdain scarce resources, even if one were to be criticized for lacking taste. This is the apocalypse, where selfishness reigns. Furthermore, the Lu Su gang is hardly virtuous. What would it matter to seize their supplies? Seeing Ji Yanma so self-assured, disregarding the Lu Su gang entirely, Lu Xingtang fell silent. Aren't you afraid of retaliation? The Lu Su gang comprises ruthless villains. Their audacity to commit evil openly indicates their fearlessness, and the weapons they possess are beyond our imagination. I have confidence in myself. It is not arrogance that defines him. Rather, he possesses the capability, if not for. Reflecting on the past, Ji Yanma's dark eyes grew somber. If you do not believe me, we can venture inside together. Lu Xingtang gazed intently at Ji Yanma, her curiosity piqued by his enigmatic nature. Very well, but you must not eliminate me afterward. Ji Yanma chuckled. As long as you do not disclose our actions. Lu Xingtang fell silent, acquiescing. She informed Wu Jin that they were willing to rescue Wu Zihao and Wu Xiaoxiao, yet they could not guarantee that those they brought back would be alive. They would exert every effort to save them, resolutely refusing to abandon hope. Wu Jin was elated, expressing his gratitude. I entrust this to you. If they do not return alive, it is the fate of their siblings. Moreover, he lamented that even if they entered, survival was not assured. A wave of guilt and regret washed over him. He wanted to voice his concerns, but merely opened his mouth and swallowed his words in silence. After sending Wu Jin on his way, Lu Xingtang conveyed the matter of reporting the collection of protection fees to Su Qing, assuring him that the police would take action. Rest assured, stabilize the rear, and we shall strive to return before dawn. Su Qing disagreed, but with Su how to care for him. He found himself unable to accompany them. After much contemplation, prioritizing the safety of those collecting the fees and the residents of the building, he gritted his teeth and consented. You two promise me that you will return alive. If you do not come back before dawn, all supplies belonging to your families will be mine. Agreed, it is settled. With that, Lu Xingtang and Ji Yanma returned home. Lu Xingtang donned a bulletproof vest, pouring the tranquilizers and poisons she had prepared into a spray bottle, hoping to avoid the need for toxins. The two individuals did not venture out immediately. Instead, they waited until midnight when most people had succumbed to slumber. Even though those affiliated with the Lu Su gang were covertly surveilling, there were moments when they dozed off. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the pair stealthily departed from the apartment building, clad in pristine white garments and donning white hats. In the absence of hats, they wrapped their heads in layers of white cloth, blending seamlessly with the surroundings to evade detection, silently reporting to the leader of the Lu Su gang. The Oshi community, once an upscale enclave, now bore the scars of natural calamities, rendering it indistinguishable from an ordinary neighborhood. As they approached the Oshi community, caution enveloped them. Both wielded binoculars to scrutinize their surroundings, ensuring they remained undetected. They circled to the rear of the community for another assessment, only to discover a raucous revelry occurring at the heart of Oshi. The entire building was teeming with revelers clad in bikinis, toasting with glasses of red wine. The atmosphere pulsating with life, a stark contrast to the world outside, as if the apocalypse had yet to arrive. Ji Yanma whispered to Lu Xingtang. I have spotted their supply depot. Ji Yanma's dark eye sparkled with intrigue as he followed Lu Xingtang's gaze, confirming the presence of the supply warehouse. Let us stealthily approach and seize all the supplies of the Lu Su gang. After meticulous reconnaissance, they discovered a narrow pathway. Lu Xingtang produced a tang dao, its blade coated with a venomous concoction, an enhanced version of the toxin previously used to vanquish snakes, exhibiting a more potent lethality that would seal the fate of any adversary upon contact with blood. Upon stepping off the narrow path, they approached the storeroom, which was essentially a residential building filled with supplies. The Oshi community towered 32 stories high, with the floodwaters having reached the 11th floor, while the 12th remained unscathed. Having observed it closely moments ago, they noted that the 11th floor was brimming with provisions. The two quietly arrived at the base of the building, only to discover a guard of 10 individuals, each wielding firearms. While Lu Xingtang pondered strategies, Ji Yanma had already taken action. With a swift motion, Ji Yanma's palm crackled with electricity as he pressed it against the wall, sending arcs of lightning like waves crashing towards the 10 guards at the entrance. The lightning appeared almost sentient, piercing through the wall and then curling back to the ground, burrowing into the bodies of the guards. They trembled violently before collapsing into the snow. Let us go. Ji Yanma strode confidently forward. Lu Xingtang stood in astonishment. Upon reaching the entrance, she examined the scene, confirming that the 10 guards had succumbed to electric shock. Their bodies were charred, their skin torn and discolored, having lost its natural hue. As Ji Yanma approached the door, lightning manifested once more in his palm, entering the lock with a click, unlocking the heavy door. The display left Lu Xingtang utterly speechless. His mastery over lightning was formidable. No wonder he ventured into the Oshi community with such assurance. If she possessed such abilities, she too would dare to confront it. After disarming the guards, they entered. A thorough inspection revealed that the entire building had been stripped bare, the walls battered open. Lu Xingtang and Ji Yinma separated to investigate further, collecting the supplies they found into their storage, planning to divide them equitably upon their return home. The 11th floor was entirely filled with barrels, fuel drums, gasoline containers, diesel tanks, and kerosene casks stacked up to the ceiling, an overwhelming sight that attested to their vast quantity. Upon inspection, each barrel was found to contain oil. Lu Xingtang swiftly stored them into her space, placing them in warehouse number 2. After completing this task, she met with Ji Yinma to share her discoveries, only to learn that his findings included various fuel types as well. Together, they ascended the stairs, moving cautiously to avoid detection, fearing an ambush from potential occupants above. Once they confirmed the upper floors were uninhabited, they sprang into action. From the 11th to the 32nd floors, they collected gas canisters, coal, timber, firewood, stoves, pharmaceuticals, traditional Chinese herbs and their seeds, medical instruments, clothing, bedding, furniture, and appliances. They also gathered antiques, gold, jade, beverages, rice, flour, condiments, snacks, dried goods, cooking oil, frozen meat, cured meats, sausages, an array of general merchandise, firearms, and ammunition. Each level was packed to the brim, from floor to ceiling, nearly filling warehouse No. 2 in Lu Xingtang's space. This clearly illustrated the staggering amount of supplies hoarded by Lu Su. What brought Lu Xingtang the greatest joy was Ji Yinma's unexpected refusal to accept the antiques, gold, and jade, nearly half a floor's worth of treasures. He declined them all, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed but grateful to accept everything. Once the treasures from the entire floor were absorbed into her space, it instantly enveloped them, providing Lu Xingtang with 10,000 acres of fertile land, an additional mountain, a river, an expanded fish pond, a larger pigsty, and even a sanctuary for cattle, sheep, and horses, ensuring they no longer needed to rest in the grasslands. Acknowledgements by Haiyang, Wenanma, Singe, Snail's Nest, Makamaka EC, Han, F, X, Y, Ugly Duckling, Sky, 220 Shuriing Lansua, Linghan is departing, Gongchang DC, Winnie C, Salted Egg Yolk. I express my gratitude to all the lovely individuals for their recommendations, sending kisses and seeking monthly votes. Chapter 76. The desire to embrace life blossomed as the villa expanded significantly, while the number of floors remained unchanged. The area, however, had grown larger. Behind the fish pond, a meticulously crafted garden emerged, interwoven with shaded pathways, a lotus pond, and various sports facilities including basketball courts, soccer fields, and badminton courts. The vast expanse of grassland seemed unending, capable of sustaining 100,000 cattle, sheep, and horses. Thank you, benefactor. Lu Xingtang beamed at Ji Yinma, her expression delightfully silly, igniting a playful urge within him. Upon reaching the 31st and 32nd floors, Lu Xingtang radiated an air of low pressure, her earlier joy now eclipsed by seething anger. Ji Yinma, too, was furious, for both floors were littered with instruments of death and destruction, with several corpses suspended in formaldehyde, alongside numerous contraband items, sending shivers down their spines. How are we to deal with these items? Lu Xingtang furrowed her brow in inquiry. After a moment of contemplation, Ji Yinma replied, I will collect them for now. Once we have resolved the matter with Lu Su, we shall find a secluded place to dispose of them together. Upon collecting the supplies, the two individuals descended the stairs and returned to the entrance, where they had yet to be spotted. Thus, they retraced their steps towards the central building. This time, Lu Xingtang and Ji Yinma refrained from recklessly ascending the stairs, deterred by the throngs of people at the entrance. They needed to devise a plan to gain entry. Suddenly, Lu Xingtang noticed a waiter pushing a cart laden with red wine, and they swiftly followed him to the wine cellar. Even before reaching the cellar, the rich aroma of wine wafted through the air. They pushed open the door and entered the cellar, which was sparsely populated. Lu Xingtang brandished a sleep-inducing spray, administering a few puffs, and they both succumbed to unconsciousness. The only one left was the waiter, who trembled in fear, his face ashen. Please, do not kill me. I know nothing. I am merely a wine courier. Lu Xingtang and Ji Yinma immediately began to interrogate him. The waiter confirmed he was indeed a wine delivery person, having worked at a bar prior to the outbreak of the calamity. He resided in the Oshi community, but after it was overrun, his family fell victim to the Lu Su gang. Recognizing his knowledge of wine, the gang coerced him into delivering it for them, assuring him that as long as he performed well, his life would be spared. Lu Xingtang instructed the waiter to prepare the wine for delivery. Were these wines for everyone? Initially, no. The leader relished the thrill, mixing all the wines together each time they were brought up, resulting in a drunken stupor that left them in a deep, slumberous state. The waiter continued, stating that the boss sought excitement, prompting him to prepare the red wine in the warehouse for delivery. Subsequently, a red wine pool was established, and each time he delivered wine, it would be poured into this pool. At the boss's insistence, everyone was required to serve the wine from the pool using high-stem glasses. It was quite peculiar. However, it provided Lu Xingtang with an opportunity. She discreetly retrieved a packet of narcotic from her pocket and added it to the wine barrel, instructing the waiter to pour the wine immediately to ensure the narcotic blended seamlessly. The waiter trembled with fear as Lu Xingtang reassured him, "Do not worry. It's merely a sedative, not anything inappropriate." The waiter gasped, realizing the implications if those individuals consumed the wine and succumbed to its effects. Would it not allow him to escape the Oshi community? To mask the wine's flavor, the waiter added several bottles of fine wine, and once the barrel was filled, Lu Xingtang cautioned him, "If you wish to survive, it would be wise to deliver the wine and leave immediately. Do not linger. Otherwise," watching the waiter depart, Lu Xingtang observed him pushing the wine cart upstairs. The building was equipped with electricity and an elevator, truly a luxurious setting. Ji Yinma instructed Lu Xingtang to clear all the wine from the storage, leaving not a single bottle for those assisting Lu Su. They then exited the wine cellar, gradually approaching the entrance. Upon entering, Ji Yinma unleashed a surge of lightning, obliterating everyone stationed at the door. Lu Xingtang collected their firearms and stepped inside. As they were unfamiliar faces, they were immediately noticed upon entry. Ji Yinma's lightning swiftly coursed through their bodies, claiming their lives. "You stay and gather the supplies. Eliminate anyone you encounter. Do not hold back. I shall ascend the stairs to assess the situation." Lu Xingtang, exercise caution. The ground floor serves as a changing room, where all individuals entering this building are mandated to change attire. Upon entering, Lu Xingtang dispatched the guard of the changing room and subsequently gathered all the clothing and lockers into her spatial storage. After completing her task in the changing room, she ascended the stairs to find Ji Yinma awaiting her. At that moment, a server rushed down the stairs, and upon witnessing the two of them alongside the fallen individual, was so startled that they abandoned their cart and fled in haste. The upper floor housed a kitchen abundant with rice, flour, vegetables, and condiments, all of which were swiftly collected. Ji Yinma led the way while Lu Xingtang followed closely behind. Suddenly, Lu Xingtang felt a wave of inadequacy, having lost all sense of danger under Ji Yinma's protection. Boss, what has happened to you? Just a moment ago, you were singing and dancing, and now you fainted? Quickly, summon a doctor to attend to the boss." Several individuals rushed out from within. Lu Xingtang, unable to restrain the dagger in her hand, struck them down the moment they emerged, and they soon lay in a pool of blood. Immediately thereafter, Lu Xingtang and Ji Yinma strode confidently into the intoxicating paradise of revelry. Like a scene from the depths of hell, everyone lay prostrate on the ground, regardless of gender, their modesty preserved only in the absence of exposure. Lu Xingtang furrowed her brow in distress, irrespective of whether these individuals were affiliated with the Lu Su gang. They needed to be dealt with, lest their secrets be laid bare. "I concur," Ji Yinma replied. "You search for any supplies that can be gathered, while I shall reap their lives." A bolt of lightning erupted from Ji Yinma's hand, bypassing Lu Xingtang and striking the unconscious individuals on the ground. The air was filled with anguished cries, and soon, all was silent. Lu Xingtang was taken aback by the swiftness of the event. She had yet to assess the situation. Ji Yinma, gathering all the bodies into his spatial domain, intended to dispose of them elsewhere. Lu Xingtang had no objections. After all, this was a residential area, and she could hardly believe that the entire Oshi community had succumbed to the influence of the Liu gang. Surely, there were still many residents left alive, and if they perished, it would be catastrophic. During this frigid season, or even when the heat returned, Oshi would become a hotspot for contagion. The upper floors yielded little in terms of supplies, primarily consisting of tobacco and alcohol, yet they were collected nonetheless. Confirming that there were no living souls left in the building, they gathered the resources and resolved to split up in search of Wu Zihao and Wu Xiaoxiao. After all, they had promised to rescue them, regardless of the circumstances. Even if they were merely corpses, they would bring them back. Aware of Lu Xingtang's formidable abilities, Ji Yinma acquiesced, and thus, they dispersed to scour the Oshi community. After nearly half an hour of searching and accumulating a considerable amount of supplies, they finally located the place where Wu Zihao and Wu Xiaoxiao are being held. Chapter 77. Why haven't they arrived yet? It was a water dungeon. The foul, murky water reeked, and within it, numerous individuals, both men and women, were bound tightly to pillars, submerged in the filth. Their expressions were grim, revealing that they had been trapped there for an extended period. Wu Zihao and Wu Xiaoxiao were tied together, their bodies submerged while only their heads remained above the surface. Their faces etched with pain and despair. Had Wu Jin witnessed the pitiful state of Wu Zihao and Wu Xiaoxiao, her heart would have broken, and tears would have flowed freely. In the water prison, guards were stationed. Lu Xingtang drew a silenced pistol and swiftly dispatched them, ensuring the guards lay lifeless. She then utilized a walkie-talkie to summon Ji Yanma, informing him that the target had been located and urging him to come. Before long, Ji Yanma arrived, and the two donned black veils to obscure their identities, preventing any potential inquiries that might connect them to the Lu Su gang and, consequently, expose their secrets. Their sudden appearance incited a tremendous panic among the captives in the water prison. Some even let out terrified screams, which pierced Lu Xingtang's ears painfully. She patiently reassured them, "Rest assured, we are not affiliated with the Lu Su gang. We have come to rescue you. Please silence yourselves and heed our instructions. Any concerns can be addressed once we are safe outside." Despite her efforts to calm them, the situation remained tense. In a decisive move, Lu Xingtang brandished her firearm, and an immediate hush fell over the crowd. She sighed in exasperation, "We will release you now. I urge you to assist one another to escape this prison." Lu Xingtang and Ji Yanma produced knives, cutting the ropes binding the nearest individuals, allowing them to swim to others and free them as well. Those who possessed the strength were encouraged to aid in the rescue. If unable, they were instructed to make their way to the shore. "You truly have come to rescue us. I feared I would drown in this wretched water. Thank you, benefactors. If ever the opportunity arises, I would gladly sacrifice my life to repay your kindness." Once everyone was rescued and brought ashore, Lu Xingtang briefly examined their condition. There were no major issues, but numerous minor ones. She advised them to seize the right moment to leave the Oshi community and seek refuge at the shelter. Subsequently, alongside Ji Yanma, each took one individual and exited the water prison. Lu Xingtang glanced at the time, noting that there was still an hour until dawn. Thus, the two stealthily departed from the Oshi community. Ji Yanma concealed himself in the shadows and retrieved a tricycle from his spatial storage, placing the two individuals onto it. Riding together, Lu Xingtang, adorned in roller skates, returned to the Sunshine community. Upon their return, Su Cheng's worry melted away instantly. He sighed in relief, grateful they had returned unscathed. He then called for Wu Jin, as Lu Xingtang and Ji Yanma escorted Wu Zihao and Wu Xiaoxiao into the Wu residence, entrusting them to Wu Jin's care. Although Wu Zihao and Wu Xiaoxiao had been frightened and sustained some physical harm, their injuries were not severe, and they would recover with time. However, the emotional scars they bore would linger, perhaps for a lifetime. Wu Jin knelt in gratitude, repeatedly thanking Lu Xingtang and Ji Yanma for their relentless efforts in rescuing his children. Seeing that everything was settled, Su Cheng suggested, "You both should rest for a while. A tough battle awaits at dawn, and we must conserve our strength." Lu Xingtang returned home first to light the stove, warming the house before changing her clothes and heading to room 1902. Ji Yanma and Lu Xingtang then reported the supplies they had gathered. Both were honest individuals, ensuring that their counts were accurate. Given the limited space in their home, it was impractical to present everything, so they decided to divide the supplies based on the reported quantities. Since I didn't contribute much, perhaps I should forego my share," Lu Xingtang suggested. "You take 7. I take 3. She insisted on taking a small portion. Ji Yanma insisted on an equitable division, stating, "Without your medicine, I would not have swiftly subdued them. Perhaps there would have been a fierce battle, resulting in injuries. Thus, it must be divided evenly. No room for negotiation." Under Ji Yanma's insistence, Lu Xingtang acquiesced. Consequently, based on the reported quantities, adjustments were made accordingly. Lu Xingtang resolutely refused the surplus portion, giving it all to Ji Yanma. Ji Yanma merely cast a deep glance at Lu Xingtang, saying nothing. Once the supplies were divided, dawn broke, and Lu Xingtang quickly tidied up to stand ready alongside Su Cheng and the others. They did not inform Su Cheng about the situation regarding the Oshi community, leaving him unaware of the circumstances. The Oshi community is the territory of the Lu Su gang, which has taken control of it. As a former police officer, you are undoubtedly familiar with the Lu Su gang. We dared not raise alarms and spent considerable time locating Wu Zihao and Wu Xiaoxiao. Once found, we brought them out. Had we raised any alarms, we would not have made it back." Lu Xingtang then spun an elaborate tale, attributing their success to sheer luck, claiming that Wu Zihao and Wu Xiaoxiao were particularly fortunate. They refrained from mentioning the matter of confiscating the Lu Su gang's supplies or the casualties incurred. Su Cheng, upon hearing this, nearly suffered a heart attack. "The Lu Su gang operates in the underworld. You truly are fortunate. A single misstep, and you could have perished at the Oshi community." In response to Su Cheng's admonitions, both Lu Xingtang and Ji Yanma silently accepted, unable to provide an explanation. This venture yielded significant rewards, and fortunately, they emerged unscathed. Min Wei Huan ascended the stairs and was taken aback upon seeing Su Cheng's face ashen with anger. Su Cheng, what troubles you? Has someone been causing you distress? How can the residents of our building be so unruly at such a critical time? Are they not afraid of dire consequences? I shall give them a stern reprimand. Su Cheng shook his head. It is nothing. We must remain vigilant and not let our guard down. Lu Xingtang quietly returned to their position. To be honest, he was uncertain whether the individuals associated with Lu Su would indeed arrive at the Sunshine community to collect their due, especially since they had already depleted their resources. The heads of Building A, Building D, Building F, and Building G gathered together, speaking in hushed tones. Was it not agreed that they would arrive before 8 to collect the protection fees? It is now 8:30, and they are still absent. They turned to the head of Building A. You are closer to them. Why not step outside and check? We need them to hurry. They may be dining, replied the head of Building A. Do not rush them. They are truly desperate individuals, and we are no match for them. His words deflated the group as spirits. What shall we do then? While they indulge, we remain famished. My mouth feels as dry as a bird's beak. After waiting another half hour. It was now 9 in the morning, yet the collectors had still not arrived. The 4 building heads were anxious, as were Min Wei Huan and the others. Lu Xingtang, do you think their delay means they have brought a large number of people to raid our community? Lu Xingtang shook his head. When we rescued Wu Ziheo and Wu Xiaoxiao last night, they were all drinking. They may still be recovering from their revelry. Min Wei Huan was rendered speechless. Was this not the wheezing of an elderly man, suffocating with discomfort? Suddenly, Lu Xingtang exclaimed while holding a telescope. As her words fell, the atmosphere grew tense. Everyone took their positions, fixating on the individuals approaching to collect the protection rations, armed with guns or large knives, wielding clubs, and smoking nonchalantly as they swaggered into the community, followed by a procession of carts. The leaders of buildings A, D, F, and G were exhilarated upon seeing the members from Liu Xiu's group. Their hunger and fear dissipated in an instant. They hastened to the east building, nodding and bowing. Brother Lei, Brother Xiong, Brother Chong, we are so glad you've arrived. They are already prepared. Let us decide from which building we shall begin the collection of protection rations. The residents of buildings A, D, F, and G had already assembled their provisions, ready for collection at any moment. Jia Tailei was quite pleased with the attitude of the 4. Well done, everyone. Let us continue this momentum. He then assigned several individuals to gather the protection rations from the A, D, F, and G units. Which building does the villain from the 19th floor reside in? Let us resolve this matter immediately. Upon seeing Brother Lei and his group approach their building with a fearsome demeanor, Min Wei Huan and the others were drenched in cold sweat, their bodies trembling with anxiety. Yet, upon observing Lu Xingtang and her companions, who remained unperturbed and steadfast, their nervousness swiftly subsided. Aside from Lu Xingtang, Ji Yanma, and Su Qing, no one anticipated that at such a critical moment, a convoy of Dongfeng warriors would enter the community, with 3 vehicles heading directly towards the building where Lu Xingtang resided. The vehicles came to a sudden halt, and armed soldiers swiftly disembarked, firing at the members of the Liu Xiu gang. Following closely behind, another soldier shouted through a megaphone, "Residents of Sunshine Community, please do not be afraid. They have come to rescue us. Also, please safeguard the grain you possess. Do not hand it over to any wrongdoers. Now, we kindly ask all residents to return home and conceal themselves. No one should open their doors." As they arrived, they would apprehend those hoarding grain for protection. Witnessing the timely arrival of the soldiers, Lu Xingtang gave a thumbs up to the authorities, feeling a sense of relief. The presence of the military instilled fear in the Liu Xiu gang members, resulting in a swift exchange of gunfire. Hearing the shots from the eastern building, Lu Xingtang and the others stood in the corridor, weapons at the ready, prepared to defend themselves should the Liu Xiu gang make an advance. In the worst-case scenario, they would simply have their firearms confiscated. Before Lu Xingtang could fire a shot, the gunfire ceased abruptly. The commotion from the east indicated the complete defeat of the Liu Xiu gang. The 3 of them approached the corridor window and looked eastward, witnessing soldiers carrying bodies from the building, while around 10 individuals were handcuffed. Those collecting protective grain from other buildings were also fitted with silver shackles. The soldiers did not leave immediately. Min Wei Huan was summoned to the eastern building to provide information regarding the collection of protective grain, and he honestly relayed everything he knew. Upon the return of Min Wei, Luo Xingtang informed them that the Sunshine community would no longer be in danger, for it had officially been taken over by the military, which now directly managed the area. He revealed the betrayal of the 4 building leaders who had sold out the community and colluded with the robbers to extort protection fees. They were subsequently taken away. The Sunshine community was under military control, a favorable turn of events, not just for Luo Xingtang, but for all the residents. Later, Luo Xingtang learned that the Oshi community had also come under military jurisdiction. They had discovered a wealth of supplies within Oshi, indicating that not all resources had been fully extracted by Luo Xingtang and Ji Yanma, as many provisions were still hidden throughout other buildings. The military was allowed to conduct investigations, yet they failed to uncover the whereabouts of the leader of the Lu Su gang and several of its members. The entirety of the Oshi community was thoroughly searched, but to no avail. Subsequently, Luo Xingtang and Ji Yanma were interrogated due to their past presence in the Oshi community. However, they steadfastly maintained their innocence, insisting they had seen nothing. They had stealthily entered the Oshi community to rescue individuals without alerting anyone. Once they located the captives, they opened fire, liberating those imprisoned in the water dungeon. At that time, they did not remove the bodies of the guards, which the military discovered upon taking over. The military questioned them, yet did not pursue further inquiries against Luo Xingtang and Ji Yanma, for they found it implausible that the duo could have concealed the hundreds of members of the Lu Su gang hidden within the Oshi community. After the Sunshine community was officially taken over by the military, Lu Xingtang began to embrace a life of leisure. Aside from practicing martial arts daily with Ji Yanma, she devoted her time to caring for the small creatures in her space. Recently, she had developed a particular fondness for the fluffy chicks, ducklings, and goslings. Ever since their hatching, Lu Xingtang cherished them dearly, spending most of her days playing with them in her space. As time flew by, a month slipped away in the bitter cold. One day, after completing her practice with Ji Yanma, Min Wei Huan knocked on the door. Lu Xingtang? Ji Yanma? Su Cheng? Are you home? He had just received news that the government had developed cold-resistant potatoes, and in 5 days, they could collect them from their original neighborhood committee using their identification cards for planting at home. Cold-resistant potatoes? Lu Xingtang recalled that in her previous life, the government also developed cold-resistant potatoes, albeit much later. In her past experience, they were only discovered in the 5th month of the extreme cold. Now they had been developed in just 3 months. However, the supply was limited, as this was merely the first batch and still in the experimental phase. If it succeeded once before, it surely could again. Is that true? That would be absolutely wonderful. With cold-resistant potatoes, everyone could survive the winter. Su Cheng exclaimed joyfully as he stepped out of his house. But I have a question. Are there many cold-resistant potatoes available? Will we be able to collect them weekly in the future? Min Wei Huan replied, the cold-resistant potatoes are not for eating. They are for us to collect and plant. Self-sufficiency. Plant? But I have no soil or pots at home. How can I plant them? Su Cheng furrowed his brows and turned to Lu Xingtang. Shall we venture out tomorrow to procure soil and planting pots? We cannot afford to wait until tomorrow. Those privy to the news have already taken action, and it will be challenging to find planting pots then. Therefore, let us head to the trading market now. Without hesitation, Lu Xingtang and the others donned their cold-resistant attire, shouldered their backpacks laden with supplies, and set off for the trading market. Min Wei Huan followed closely behind, bringing along the residents of their building, all of whom carried provisions for the market, hoping to purchase planting pots. Upon arriving at the trading market, they found an array of stalls reminiscent of those that once lined the streets. After searching diligently for a while, they finally spotted planting pots in the department section. Lu Xingtang, who had pots and flower containers at home, exchanged 3 for their use. Ji Yanma traded for 5, and Su Cheng also acquired 5. However, with the planting pots secured, they realized they lacked cultivation soil. After scouring the entire trading market without success, they resolved to venture outside to dig for soil. Acknowledgements: Han, Sky, Book Friend 017, Ugly Duckling, Wei Jiuer, Song Sheng Ta Gu Si, Soul on the Move, Dust-Covered Memories, Winnie C, Puppet Number 07, Salted Egg Yolk, Indulging in Rice Stew with Fruit Candy, Extreme Sky North Dipper, Little. Gratitude to the beloved for their recommendations, moi. Special thanks to Song Sheng Ta Gu Si, Extreme Sky North Dipper, for the generous rewards from 2 cherished ones, particularly for Song Sheng Ta Gu Si's monthly votes. Thank you all, moi. As for him, he has abandoned his principles tomorrow. Come, his bed is already warm. Let us hurry, for he is willing to offer himself. End of this chapter. Chapter 79, Soft-Hearted, Preserving Oneself. Unfortunately, this is a time of extreme cold. The ground outside is frozen solid, making it impossible to dig. They found picks in the department area, trading supplies for 3, and also exchanged for 2 shovels. Just as they exited the trading building, Min Wei and the others arrived, seeing Lu Xingtang exchange for planting pots and picks. Following suit, they also traded for planting pots, picks, and shovels. The next day, Lu Xingtang and the 2 others took picks, shovels, a fire axe, and Ji Yanma's tricycle to dig outside. It was impossible to find soil in the city, so they ventured into the mountains. Digging through the ice and snow-covered ground proved challenging. The trio took turns striking the ice and excavating the hardened soil. After a day of strenuous effort, they finally filled the tricycle, yet this amount of soil was far from sufficient. Placed by the heater to dry, the soil would soften. But even after sharing equally, Each would only receive enough for one planting pot. Thus, they ventured out daily to dig the earth, tirelessly laboring for 4 consecutive days until every planting pot was filled. On the day of receiving the cold-resistant potatoes, Xingtang arose early, eschewing any inclination to linger in slumber. She summoned Su Qing and Ji Yanma, arriving at the original community committee well in advance to await the distribution of the cold-resistant potatoes. In her previous life, arriving even slightly late had meant missing out on the potatoes. When the trio reached the community committee, there were not many people present, although soldiers were already on guard. By 8 o'clock, a dense throng had gathered behind Xingtang, all eager to collect their cold-resistant potatoes, each visage adorned with smiles. Their early arrival granted them the privilege of receiving their share promptly. After presenting their identification for registration, they obtained 5 pounds of cold-resistant potatoes. However, they were cautioned that these potatoes were not as palatable as those of the past and, in extreme cold, served merely as sustenance, with a plea not to waste them. Should anyone find themselves unable to consume the cold-resistant potatoes, they were encouraged to return them to the community committee for others to plant or eat. Subsequently, they were informed of the planting methods. The Research Institute had not only developed the cold-resistant potatoes but also a cold-resistant nutrient solution. With the application of this nutrient solution, the yield of the cold-resistant potatoes could double. However, the nutrient solution required material exchange. 1 bottle, containing 100 milliliters, was precisely the amount needed for 5 pounds of cold-resistant potatoes. By mixing the nutrient solution with the soil, one could cut the potatoes into pieces along the sprout eyes and plant them in the enriched soil, which would yield mature crops in 2 months. In the absence of the nutrient solution, planting potatoes directly in the ground would result in a slower growth rate, requiring 3 months and yielding a lesser harvest. Xingtang inquired, "May I ask, how can one exchange for the cold-resistant nutrient solution?" 10 pounds of grain for a bottle of nutrient solution. No bargaining. Is it possible to exchange now? If you possess grain, you may do so at this moment. The number of individuals willing to exchange 10 pounds of grain for a bottle of nutrient solution is not substantial, as not everyone has such an amount readily available. 10 pounds of grain is sufficient to sustain a family through a week of frugality. I shall exchange. Xingtang looked at them with difficulty. Could we reserve the exchange and return home for the grain? Xingtang had not anticipated the existence of cold-resistant nutrient solutions. In her previous life, she had never heard of such things, and thus had not made any preparations. Even if she had supplies in her spatial storage, it would not be appropriate to openly retrieve them for exchange. Time is of the essence, and delay could mean scarcity. Fortuitously, Ji Yanma rode over on his tricycle. After a brief discussion among the three, Ji Yanma agreed to assist them by delivering the cold-resistant potatoes back to their community and temporarily lending them the grain, with the understanding that they would return it upon their return. Su Qing and Xingtang possessed supplies, which made Ji Yanma readily agreeable. The entire process took Ji Yanma merely half an hour. Upon their return, Su Qing and Xingtang observed numerous individuals exchanging grain for nutrient solutions. Some had received early news, while others lived nearby and swiftly returned for the exchange. Although Su Qing and Xingtang appeared calm, they were internally anxious, as they were unaware of the quantity of nutrient solutions available and worried that they might soon be depleted. Fortunately, Ji Yanma was quick enough. Each of them successfully exchanged for a bottle of nutrient solution, and upon returning home, they promptly returned the 10 pounds of grain they had borrowed from Ji Yanma. Xingtang compared the frost-resistant potatoes with those stored in her space. The skin of the frost-resistant potatoes was quite tough, lacking the fragrant aroma typical of regular potatoes. However, they were rich in starch, exhibiting a coarse fibrous structure. Upon taking a bite, she found them to be excessively dry and astringent. She prepared 2 frost-resistant potatoes by washing and cooking them, and the result was the same. They indeed provided a substantial feeling of fullness. She planted 5 pounds of frost-resistant potatoes in batches, some in planting pots and others in the fertile black soil of her space, while also reserving some for seed. Subsequently, she continued to neglect her tasks until the firewood at Su Qing's home became insufficient. The 3 of them ventured out together to gather firewood, spending 7 or 8 days in the endeavor. The firewood available now was not as easily obtained as before, amidst the frigid weather. Every survivor in the empire's capital was engaged in the same pursuit. As October arrived, the previously stable temperatures began to decline once more. Although not as terrifying as before, it had now reached a chilling -60 degrees. The biting cold wind howled, and before long, it started to snow again, albeit lightly. While observing the external conditions through her binoculars, Xingtang noticed the patrol soldiers outside Sunshine Community were dressed rather inadequately, their faces turning a shade of blue from the cold, yet they steadfastly continued to guard the safety of the residents. Reflecting on the supplies in her space, she recognized that the quantity was sufficient for 10 lifetimes. Promptly, she entered her space and organized all the resources she had gathered from the Willow Fluff gang, particularly focusing on warm clothing and blankets. She extracted anything substantial, including firearms, ammunition, and some medical supplies, as well as food. Taking advantage of the pretext of venturing out to seek supplies, she embarked on a solitary expedition. After expending considerable effort, she finally uncovered a hidden location, untouched by others, where she concealed the provisions. Following several days of careful observation, ensuring the absence of any onlookers, Xingtang discreetly approached military personnel, revealing her discovery of a cache containing firearms and ammunition, and led them to retrieve these resources. Although she initially intended to convey this information clandestinely, she understood that the military would not utilize these supplies for their own benefit. Rather, they sought to employ them for the survivors. Thus, she chose to be forthright with the military. To persuade them of her accidental discovery, she fabricated a story about venturing into the more remote mountains to hunt, hoping to find rabbits or other small creatures that might have perished in the cold to take home for sustenance. The rationale was somewhat flimsy, yet the military recognized the challenges of sourcing supplies during such extreme weather. Xingtang was not the only one searching far and wide, though few possessed her audacity to brave the mountains. Upon learning of Xingtang's discovery of a significant cache of weapons and ammunition, the military promptly dispatched personnel to accompany her in collecting the supplies. When they arrived and realized that the provisions were stored by the group known as Lu Su Bang, they were taken aback but swiftly took control and began transferring the supplies back. Watching them relocate the provisions, Xingtang addressed the highest-ranking military officer. "I implore you to allocate these resources for the soldiers. They endure the biting cold to protect us, and I feel a profound sense of guilt. While I recognize this is their duty, I cannot bear the thought of this responsibility costing them their lives in safeguarding us. I hope you also preserve your own lives. Only when you are well can we find our own safety." Chapter 80. Unpalatable Partnership. The military commander, with a glimmer of resolve in his eyes, declared, "We shall consider it." Xingtang insisted, "I cannot bear to witness faces frozen to a shade of blue." "Very well," the commander replied, his voice thick with emotion. "We shall prioritize our own safety before that of the populace." Xingtang was escorted back by the military. At her insistence, they did not drop her off at the entrance of her community but rather near the trading market. Aware of her intention to seek sustenance from the frozen rabbits, the military graciously provided her with some butchered rabbit meat, enabling her to prepare a meal at home. Upon returning, Xingtang continued her lethargic routine, occasionally observing the patrolling soldiers. Noticing their expressions had improved slightly, her worries began to dissipate. She ventured out a few more times to ascertain that the supplies she had distributed were indeed benefiting the soldiers, which uplifted her spirits. Aside from weekly visits to the original neighborhood committee for relief rations, Xingtang seldom left her home. Her days were consumed with training and caring for the small animals within her space. Before long, the chickens, ducks, and geese had grown and begun laying eggs. Consequently, a new task was added to her responsibilities, collecting the eggs. As her supply of wood dwindled, she would venture out with Su Qing and Ji Yanma in search of timber. Their three-wheeled bicycle proved to be quite useful, albeit prone to malfunction. Thus, they crafted 3 sleds, one for each of them. Each outing to gather firewood resulted in their sleds being filled to capacity before they returned home, where they would fill their dwelling to the brim, even stacking wood in the corridors, before finally ceasing their efforts. Su Yin returned home from the hospital, bringing back 60 pounds of grain along with some medicinal supplies, which she had secretly hidden away. These medications were temporarily stored at Xingtang's residence for safekeeping. After resting at home for 2 days, Su Yin resumed her duties at the hospital, with Su Qing offering her a ride. His primary motivation was to observe the state of the hospital. Currently, Su Hao was not lacking in medication, but it was unrealistic to expect this situation to persist indefinitely. Thus, a visit to the hospital was warranted to assess available supplies. However, upon witnessing the chaotic environment and the patients, he could only sigh in resignation. Su Yin, with a smile, remarked, "The situation has improved significantly since I first arrived. When I initially joined the hospital, it was commonplace for patients to threaten doctors for prescriptions. However, the military's stringent measures have transformed the hospital's atmosphere, leading patients to become more civilized and polite. Although it can be tiring and occasionally overwhelming, I find it preferable to languishing at home, waiting for resources." "You have endured much," Su Cheng sincerely responded. "Please take care of yourself. Do not exhaust yourself for the sake of supplies. No one will feel sorry for you." As time passed, the cold-resistant potatoes reached maturity. Xingtang observed the sprouting and growth of the cold-resistant potatoes, nurturing them like a child, and now, finally, they had ripened, bringing her immense joy. The potatoes cultivated in the rich soil of her space had long been ready for harvest, and they had enjoyed several meals. Though they paled in taste compared to the stored ones, they were quite filling. Upon seeing the potatoes in the planting pot ready for harvest, Xingtang decisively opted to cook them. However, when fried, the potatoes turned mushy and unpalatable. Boiled and peeled, dipped in sauce, they were far superior to eating the cold-resistant potatoes raw. The flavor was somewhat inferior to that of the frost-resistant potatoes cultivated in the spatial realm. Nevertheless, Xingtang did not mind, consuming them heartily. In the midst of apocalyptic calamities, the mere presence of food sufficed, rendering any preference trivial. Having harvested the frost-resistant potatoes, Xingtang continued her cultivation, albeit with ordinary potatoes this time. Soon after, the government announced the successful cultivation of frost-resistant potatoes, encouraging everyone to collect them from the local committee for home planting. With an abundance of frost-resistant nutrient solution now available, Xingtang also retrieved a supply, opting not to plant them immediately but to store them in the spatial realm, awaiting the harvest of the potatoes in her planting pots before changing the soil for replanting. Time passed, and Xingtang unexpectedly realized that the year 2099 was drawing to a close. With the new year approaching next month, she contemplated celebrating with the three families together, as their bond had evolved from mere friendship to a familial connection. After consulting with Su Qing and Ji Yanma, both expressed their agreement, finding the idea of a joint celebration festive and delightful. Consequently, they decided to gather for the New Year's Eve dinner at one household. With the first day of the new year at Xingtang's home, the second at Ji Yanma's, and the third at Su Qing's. Following their decision to celebrate together, the three began to prepare supplies for the festivities, not merely the traditional goods, but essential provisions. After all, aside from Su Hao, the appetites of the three were considerable. Xingtang, with her high level of daily activity, had developed an increased appetite. To ensure a joyful and satisfying feast, they all dedicated themselves to the diligent search for resources. Currently, resources are scarce, compelling them to venture into the trading market, where they exchange firewood for supplies. After a month of relentless bartering, all three families have managed to acquire a respectable stock of goods. Moreover, the government has astoundingly developed a frost-resistant variety of tomato. Although these tomatoes are frozen solid, those who have not tasted them in a year are eager to indulge, thus making tomatoes a coveted commodity, with everyone eager to trade for them. Xingtang and her companions also managed to procure 3 jin of tomatoes. As the eve of the new year approached, Xingtang presented 10 jin of beef, 1 jin of tomatoes, 5 jin of potatoes, and 10 eggs, claiming these were obtained through trade. In truth, the eggs were laid by the little chickens from her space. Additionally, she contributed 5 jin of rice and 3 jin of flour. Ji Yanma offered 2 frozen fish, 5 jin of pork belly, and 3 cabbages, which he had cultivated himself, an endeavor that Su Qing and Xingtang had also undertaken, albeit later than Ji Yanma, resulting in their cabbages maturing after his. Su Qing exchanged half a canister of gas for a bottle of white wine and also provided oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. It remains a mystery how Min Wei Huan managed to procure sunflower seeds and peanuts, but he exchanged 3 jin of frost-resistant potatoes for a modest supply. Su Hao, accompanying Su Qing for the meal, required no preparation of food. However, he did not arrive empty-handed. This time, Su Hao presented Xingtang with a bracelet, stating, "This belonged to my daughter, who has been deceased for many years. The item has remained untouched, and now I gift it to you." Xingtang hesitated upon receiving the jade bracelet, uncertain whether to accept it. Noticing her discomfort, Su Qing interjected, "Though this is my sister's keepsake, it was not her most cherished possession. Please accept it. This is not a gift for my daughter-in-law. My feelings for you are purely fraternal, devoid of romantic affection. Furthermore, my father has already prepared a gift for his future daughter-in-law." Xingtang exhaled in relief, accepting, "Thank you, Grandpa Su." Su Hao also presented Ji Yanma with a humble gift, a new garment, retrieved by Su Qing. Though its design was rather unremarkable, it provided ample warmth. "Thank you, Grandpa Su." Next came the turn for Xingtang and the others to present their gifts. Xingtang kept it simple, offering a piece of cured meat to each family and presenting Su Hao with 10 eggs for him to cherish. Su Qing hesitated to accept, knowing the eggs were quite costly. However, Xingtang insisted, and recognizing that Su Hao had not enjoyed eggs in a long while, Su Qing ultimately acquiesced. The gifts from Ji Yanma and Su Qing were equally modest: paper cuttings, couplets from both families, and a bottle of wine from each household, preserved before the natural disaster. Soon, the dishes were served, and everyone raised their glasses, proclaiming, "Happy New Year," wishing everyone peace, health, and a prosperous life. Despite the absence of firecrackers and ceremonial ambience during the New Year festivities, the laughter never ceased. Xingtang had already charged her tablet, retrieving the New Year's gala from the Year of the Monkey, which evoked cherished memories through songs, skits, and dances. causing smiles to blossom as if the calamity had never occurred. Continuing to seek monthly votes. End of chapter. Chapter 81. What is this, Jianma? Originally, Lu Xingtang had planned for the first day of the new year to feature a simple meal of home-cooked dishes accompanied by rice and steamed buns, with noodles as a backup if needed. However, Su Cheng inquired, do we have any hot pot base? Indeed, on the first day of the Lunar New Year, the gathering at Lu Xingtang's residence featured a delightful hot pot, with everyone contributing a variety of ingredients for this festive feast. The second day was spent enjoying homestyle dishes at Ji Yanma's home, where his generosity was evident as he eschewed traditional plates in favor of soup bowls. The meal consisted of 6 dishes, 2 braised fish, braised pork, poached chicken, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, sweet and sour cabbage, and beef stew with potatoes, accompanied by 2 pots of steamed rice. With Lu Xingtang's assistance, they also prepared 2 baskets of steamed buns. On the third day, they visited Su Cheng's house, where preparations had begun the previous evening. Although Su Cheng's culinary skills were lacking, he excelled at making dumplings, preparing fillings of sauerkraut and pork, beef, and a creative combination of potato with both pork and beef. After sampling a few of his creations, he was pleased with the taste. The prepared dumplings were placed on the balcony, freezing solid within half an hour. Given the hearty appetites of Lu Xingtang and his companions, they made a substantial quantity of dumplings. Once the festivities concluded, the trio ventured out again in search of supplies, as the abundance consumed during the new year necessitated replenishment. It had been a full 8 months since the onset of the extreme cold, rendering resources exceedingly scarce. Their search required them to travel considerable distances, sometimes taking days before returning home. Fortunately, they stumbled upon a cave stocked with provisions, including rice, flour, noodles, sweet potatoes, and regular potatoes. Unbeknownst to them, someone had concealed food within the cave. Lu Xingtang and her companions did not take it all. Each person merely secured a bag of rice, a bag of flour, and 5 handfuls of noodles. They left the potatoes behind, as the cold-resistant variety at home would soon be ready for consumption. Some sweet potatoes were taken, not for immediate consumption, but to preserve for planting. While potato vines are inedible, the leaves of sweet potatoes are quite palatable. After transporting the provisions back home, they did not succumb to idleness. They continued to venture out in search of more supplies. However, Lu Xingtang heard a voice calling, "Wait for me, my brothers." Turning her head, she glimpsed a woman, her chest exposed, approaching them with a furrowed brow. "Hurry, we are being watched." They hastened their pace, but the woman followed closely. "Brothers, please do not run. Sister wishes to speak with you both. Turn around and take a look at your sister. She is still quite beautiful. Just 5 pounds of grain at a time, and I promise to satisfy your needs." Realizing she could not catch up, the woman cried out, "Brothers, I am in a desperate situation. If I could find supplies, I would not demean myself in this manner. I implore you, out of pity for me, lend a hand. I beg you." Su Cheng understood the harsh realities of the world, where everyone faced struggles. However, witnessing someone resorting to such measures to exchange for food was difficult for him to accept. Perhaps his comfortable life had shielded him from the true conditions outside. "If you do not leave, I shall fire." Su Cheng drew his firearm and discharged a shot at the ground near the woman's feet, causing her to emit a piercing scream. Yet, she did not flee. Instead, her gaze fixated on Lu Xingtang. "Little sister, you are a woman too. Look at you. Allied with those 2. Why not relinquish one to me? I merely seek to survive, not to contest your companions. If you are willing to part with one, I shall share a pound of the 5 pounds of provisions I acquire. What do you say?" Lu Xingtang was left speechless. Was she truly being categorized as one of her kind? Even in her past life, despite enduring hardships and hunger, she had never resorted to selling herself for resources or pleading for survival. Moreover, the government had consistently sought ways to assist survivors. If she were genuinely in distress, she could have approached them. Her decision not to do so indicated something more sinister. They were operating as a gang. There must be individuals lurking nearby, ready to spring into action if they were deceived. If the moral coercion failed, they would resort to outright theft. In silence, Lu Xingtang also drew her pistol and pulled the trigger. "I empathize with your plight, yet we are victims, not saviors. Should you and your accomplices refuse to depart, I shall ensure you can never leave this place." Suddenly, her weapon was aimed at a corner of a nearby building, and with a resounding bang, she struck the wall, startling those hidden within, who screamed in terror and emerged from their hiding spots. Su Cheng and Ji Yanma stood ready, also pulling their triggers and firing. "Run. They have guns. Survival is our priority." With that, they swiftly made their escape. Lu Xingtang stowed her weapon and pulled her sled away, with Su Cheng and Ji Yanma closely following. Not long after, they encountered a woman cradling a child in her arms. The infant was particularly small and emaciated, its face blue from the cold. Although the woman held her child tightly, her gaze lacked the warmth of maternal affection. I implore you, for the sake of my newborn, grant me a morsel of food. My baby has gone a day without nourishment, and I have no milk to offer. Please, save my child. Xingtang felt a surge of frustration. It was evident that they were in an apocalyptic world. Why bring a child into such suffering? If you choose to give birth, then find a way to care for the child. How callous must one be to exploit a child for resources? Did she not fear the possibility of her baby perishing in the biting wind? Overcome with indignation, Xingtang shot the child's mother and transported the infant to a nearby shelter. Whether the child would survive there remained uncertain. But it was undoubtedly a better fate than remaining with its mother. After a prolonged period of scouring for supplies, they found themselves in a situation where they were about to gather enough firewood for 3 sleds to return home when they unexpectedly spotted a starving wild boar, its eyes glinting with desperation. To conserve energy, Ji Yinma swiftly dispatched the creature with a gunshot. Ji Yinma and Su Cheng secured the boar onto the sled, while Xingtang wielded an axe to chop wood. At that moment, another boar emerged, charging at Xingtang, who was closest to it. Xingtang, be careful. Ji Yinma noticed the impending danger, dropped the rope he was holding, and dashed towards her. As Xingtang drew her weapon to shoot the wild boar, she was suddenly lifted off the ground, tightly embraced by Ji Yinma, pulling her away from the beast's attack. Due to the excessive speed and the icy ground, a moment's inattention led to Ji Yinma losing control and tumbling backward while holding Xingtang. The steep and slippery mountainside caused them to roll down, compressing the snow beneath them. Su Cheng was thoroughly startled by the sudden turn of events, especially as a wild boar charged toward him. He drew his gun and fired at the beast. Bang, bang, bang. Several shots went astray, but 2 struck true, momentarily weakening the boar's assault, which then rolled down the incline. Su Cheng quickly holstered his weapon and followed the traces left by Xingtang and Ji Yinma as they descended the mountain. They rolled approximately 10 meters before being halted by a sturdy tree. Xingtang found herself sprawled over Ji Yinma, and upon seeing the worry etched across his face, her pupils widened in alarm. What is Ji Yinma doing? Acknowledgements. Gratitude to Jitian Beidou for the generous support, and heartfelt thanks to the patrons for their monthly votes, including the esteemed friends 202203151805142222, Summer Sunshine, Yudi, and others. Your encouragement is cherished. Xingtang, are you all right? Speak to me. Xingtang was roused by Ji Yinma's voice. I'm fine. What about you? Hastily, she rose from Ji Yinma's embrace. Ji Yinma let out a muffled grunt, assuring her, it's nothing. Is it truly nothing? Xingtang scrutinized Ji Yinma, noticing that his coat was torn and pierced by ice shards or stones. Without hesitation, she began to examine him. Upon discovering that his attire was tattered yet his flesh unscathed, his wrists, ankles, knees, lumbar spine, and cervical spine all intact, she exhaled a sigh of relief. She could not bear the thought of Ji Yinma suffering because of her. Such a debt of gratitude was beyond her means to repay. As Xingtang tended to Ji Yinma, he too assessed her condition, observing the slight damage to her clothing and the snow accumulating on her head. He noted that her limbs remained unharmed, which brought him some solace. When Su Cheng saw that both Ji Yinma and Xingtang were alive, his anxious heart relaxed. Xingtang? Ji Yinma? How are you two? Please respond. Turning to Su Cheng, who appeared profoundly worried, Xingtang replied, we are both fine. Su Cheng approached, relieved to see their well-being. The 3 of them supported one another back to their original position, collecting the wild boar that had rolled down the slope along the way. The boar was still alive. Ji Yinma had dealt it a fatal blow. After securing both boars onto the sled, they did not depart immediately. Instead, they gathered firewood from the mountains, filling the sled to capacity before they gradually made their descent homeward. By the time they returned home, it was already the dead of night. Su Hao, armed and leaning on a cane, stood at the stairwell of the 19th floor. Xingtang ascended first, carrying firewood. The moment she spotted Su Hao, her emotions became particularly complex. Grandpa Su Cheng is fine. He will be up shortly. You should head back and wait. It's too cold outside. If you fall ill, Su Cheng will be heartbroken. Su Hao trembled as he inquired, Su Cheng is back? Tang Ang, do not deceive me. I will go up to find him. Xingtang placed the firewood in the corridor and immediately descended to summon Su Cheng. Upon learning that Su Hao was waiting at the stairwell, Su Cheng's eyes turned red. He dashed upstairs, carrying a wild boar and a small bundle of firewood. Xingtang remained to guard the firewood, for even though the military had taken control of the Sunshine community, they had to be wary of their neighbors pilfering the supplies they had laboriously retrieved. After the supplies were brought upstairs, the 3 returned to their respective homes to wash up, dine, and rest. The following day, they divided the firewood, and the wild boar was shared among the 3 families. The parts that could not be evenly divided were taken to the trading market in exchange for other supplies, which were then distributed equally. Once the supplies were divided, Ji Yinma and Su Cheng invited Lu Xingtang to join them in their search for resources. Lu Xingtang expressed her desire to rest, feeling exhausted from the past few days. Su Cheng replied, "Then could you please keep an eye on my father? I'll inform him and turn on the intercom." As soon as Su Cheng left, Ji Yinma's gaze fell upon Lu Xingtang. She awkwardly smiled, "Be safe," before promptly closing the door behind her. She was uncertain about Ji Yinma's motives for rescuing her and had no desire to delve into it. She simply felt that his gaze was intensely heated, an intensity that made her uneasy. Lu Xingtang was unaware of when Su Cheng and Ji Yinma departed, as she had entered a realm of her own, where she tirelessly wielded a hoe, harvesting ripe vegetables and fruits to stock the warehouse, striving to forget the moment when Ji Yinma had rescued her, clutching her tightly as they tumbled down the mountain. Upon their return, Ji Yinma and Su Cheng brought back 5 water towers. As soon as they arrived downstairs, Ji Yinma instructed her to assist in transporting the water towers. The mere mention of water towers struck Lu Xingtang like a thunderbolt. For the extreme cold was drawing to a close, making way for the impending swelter. During this scorching period, resources would become even scarcer, with water being more precious than food. The city's drainage system lay in ruins, and the frozen floods would re-emerge, spawning a multitude of viruses, alongside an array of pests such as cockroaches, moth larvae, nematodes, water beetles, water centipedes, and various parasitic microorganisms. The onset of this pestilence would trigger the catastrophic viral outbreaks of year, leaving the entire capital city vulnerable. In her past life, the toll of the virus claimed the lives of 5 million, merely in hospital records, barely recovering from the pestilence and the viral onslaught. They were confronted with a dire water shortage, leading many to perish from hunger and thirst. Even the forests surrounding the capital were consumed by fire, with no water to extinguish the flames. It was only later that the government sought water from distant lands, employing aircraft to airlift water to quell the inferno. The arrival of water towers would undoubtedly ease their struggles. However, by that time, the base had already been established, and survivors could seek refuge there. As Lu Xingtang descended, she inquired about the water towers they had retrieved. "Where did you find these water towers? Are there any more?" "Indeed. The water towers are quite large and occupy considerable space, so we could only bring back 5. Tomorrow, we shall retrieve the water tower together." Since the arrival of the frigid cold, they have been exceedingly frugal with water, relying on the snow they meticulously collected from the rooftop, melting it down to purify for drinking. With a water tower, they would be able to store ample water at home, freeing them from the daily toil of climbing up and down the stairs in the biting wind to gather snow. The trio brought the water tower home, with Lu Xingtang assigned 1 tower, while Su Cheng and Ji Yinma each took 2. Lu Xingtang felt a twinge of embarrassment for receiving a tower without contributing, so she requested a smaller one. Ji Yinma and Su Cheng acquiesced to her wish, as they had also discovered a manufacturer of water towers while preparing to leave the imperial capital, which offered not only towers but also various sizes of water buckets. They brought back several large-capacity water towers, intending to transport more the following day, navigating through the passage cluttered with firewood. Lu Xingtang found it challenging to maneuver with the water tower. Ji Yinma set down his own tower, assisting her by balancing the water tower atop her head as they proceeded. "Thank you." Lu Xingtang expressed her gratitude politely. Ji Yinma remained contemplative. "Lu Xingtang, are you avoiding me?" She shook her head vigorously, repeatedly insisting, "No, no." Yet inwardly, she acknowledged her desire to evade him. Some thoughts she chose not to dwell upon did not imply ignorance. Ji Yinma candidly confessed, "I have developed a slight affection for you. Something I was oblivious to until now. The moment I witnessed you being attacked by a wild boar, my heart shattered, and I understood. However, rest assured, you need not evade me. I have no intention of pursuing a relationship. In this apocalyptic world, survival is paramount." Thus, there was no need for her to hide from him. He would safeguard the love that ought not to exist in such dire times, and would not intrude upon the girl he cherished, nor impose any burden upon her. Because his life plan only encompassed survival, devoid of love, Lu Xingtang was an exception, yet he was not quite prepared to fully embrace this anomaly. Upon hearing Ji Yinma's words, Lu Xingtang felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. "That's good. Let us move the water tower." Although he did not intentionally avoid Ji Yinma, Lu Xingtang still subtly maintained his distance. The thin veil between them had been abruptly pierced, leaving both Ji Yinma and Lu Xingtang feeling quite awkward. Even the oblivious Su Cheng noticed, his gaze flitting between them until it suddenly sparkled with understanding. "You too." End of chapter. Chapter 83. Intense heat. Haircut, stop talking nonsense. We have nothing. Su Cheng chuckled. "Did I say you had anything? I merely inquired if you two are ready to set off." Lu Xingtang exclaimed internally, so she has inadvertently confessed. In truth, there was nothing to disclose. Su Qing's mischievous glance swept over them. Let us go. These two certainly have something going on. Upon arriving at the water tower manufacturer, Lu Xingtang was taken aback. This was indeed one of the plastic bucket manufacturers where she had stockpiled water towers before the apocalypse erupted. She vividly recalled how the elevation of this factory had nearly caused her to lose control of her vehicle during her ascent. And she had even complained to the owner about the steepness of the road. The number of water towers and buckets at the factory was scarce, likely relocated, leaving only the items that could not be taken away. Lu Xingtang and his companions employed a nesting doll method, placing a small bucket within a larger bucket, and then the larger bucket into a water tower, which they secured atop a sled to drag back home. Upon delivering the water tower upstairs, they commenced their water hoarding. They meticulously cleaned all the water towers and diligently shoveled the accumulated snow from the rooftop into the water towers each day. Once the snow in the towers reached capacity, they added purification tablets. They collected snowmelt daily until the end of March, when they ceased gathering due to the abundance of water in both the tower and buckets. On April 7, 2100, the frigid temperatures finally began to rise, climbing from -60 to -40, a remarkable increase of 20 degrees overnight. The following day, April 8th, the long-awaited sun graced the landscape, casting its radiant light upon the icy expanse. Though the air remained crisp, the populace erupted in jubilant cheers. The previous year, on April 25th, a sudden typhoon had swept through the capital, followed by an extraordinary deluge that shrouded the sun for an extended period, rendering it invisible even on pleasant days. Now, with the sun's return, people gathered at their windows, exuberantly shouting, some even donned in heavy coats, venturing outside to express their joy vocally. As the sun emerged, temperatures continued to rise swiftly. By day's end, it had escalated from -40 to -12, and by morning's light, it had surpassed zero, reaching a delightful 7 degrees. From this day forward, the ice and snow began to melt, and the sound of rushing water filled the air as the rooftop snow cascaded down the drainage pipes. Su Qing observed this transformation, exclaiming how fortunate they were to have stored water towers. Without them, they would have been at a loss for drinking water. Indeed, they were truly lucky. Had it not been for Ji Yinma's insistence on bringing back the water tower, he would have truly wept, for he could find no suitable water. On April 10th, temperatures soared to 20 degrees, and the sun, from the moment it rose, ceaselessly unleashed its energy. Everyone sat on their balconies, basking in the warmth bestowed upon them by the sun's radiant light. After being frozen for 9 months, the floodwaters began to stir. People dared not walk on the ice. A moment's inattention could lead to the ice cracking beneath them, plunging them into the flood. While they would not be swept away by the current, rescuing them would prove to be no easy task. The authorities also urged everyone to refrain from venturing outdoors during these days, advising them to wait until the ice and snow had completely melted before retrieving the previously used inflatable boats and kayaks. It was paramount not to go out alone, for the floodwaters were frigid, and those who fell in were prone to illness. With resources scarce, it was essential to protect oneself diligently. At this moment, people gradually began to stow away their heavy garments. Lu Xingtang was no exception, packing away the stove and the flue into her storage space. The exhaust duct was sealed off, as plagues of insects and viruses were imminent, necessitating careful precautions. Lu Xingtang also cautioned Ji Yinma and Su Qing. Noting the unusual weather, a sudden warmth had emerged, and the floodwaters were exceedingly polluted, teeming with debris, refuse, and the remains of both humans and animals. The stench outside was sure to be unbearable, leading to air pollution that would foster the proliferation of insects and pathogens. She implored them to maintain strict hygiene to avert a calamity akin to a snake infestation, advising them to keep the sewers and other conduits sealed for the time being. They should wait and observe the situation. If no outbreaks of insects or viruses occurred, they could then open them for use. On April 11th, the temperature soared to 35 degrees, causing all the ice and snow to melt away completely. The ice in the water also dissolved, leading to a rise in water levels as the snowmelt from the mountains flowed swiftly into the city, merging with the floodwaters. Min Weiwan was contemplating relocating the residents of the 15th floor to higher ground when he unexpectedly noticed that the recently risen water levels had begun to recede. At that moment, he observed the thermometer indicating a temperature increase, which had now reached 40 degrees. As the temperature climbed to 40, the water levels plummeted even more rapidly, diminishing by 1.5 floors throughout the day. On this day, everyone refrained from venturing outside, as exposure to the sun would leave their skin painfully scorched. Su Qing had completely put away his heavy clothing, even giving himself and Su Hao a buzz cut, leaving their heads bare. Ji Yinma opted for a shorter crew cut instead of shaving his head completely. Seeing them so comfortably cool, Lu Xingtang also considered a haircut, especially since long hair was quite burdensome during such extreme heat. particularly in times of water scarcity. Above all, it was unbearably hot. During the day, she could retreat into her space, but once the sun set, the outside air was still warm, and the walls, having been exposed to the sun all day, radiated oppressive heat. With no courage to open the windows, it was indeed true that the floodwaters were receding day by day, yet the stench was unbearable. They lived amidst the foul waters day in and day out. Through the telescope, all they could observe were flies and mosquitoes buzzing above the water's surface. In the water, creatures such as carcasses, midge larvae, nematodes, water beetles, water centipedes, and various other microorganisms had emerged. Yet, Xingtang ultimately resolved to cut her hair. She did not wish to opt for a buzz cut, as it seemed too unappealing, and she lacked the courage to attempt it herself, fearing a disastrous outcome. Consequently, she sought out Su Qing, but with Su Hao suffering from heatstroke, Su Qing was unable to assist her. Thus, Xingtang found herself knocking on the door of Ji Yinma's residence, requesting, "Could you help me trim my hair? Make it look presentable. If it turns out poorly, I shall take my frustrations out on you." Despite her ongoing training, she was unperturbed by the prospect of personal vendettas. Ji Yinma replied, "First, you must instruct me on how to cut it. I shall heed your guidance." Xingtang conveyed her desires to Ji Yinma, who pondered thoughtfully. "Allow me to study this first. Please come in and guide me." Aware that her expectations might be somewhat lofty, she added, "Well, just make it look good." Ji Yinma's dark eyes sparkled with amusement as he draped a cloth around her shoulders to prevent hair from falling into her clothes. He then swiftly snipped away her long locks, setting them aside for her to take home later. Concerned that Xingtang might be dissatisfied with his skills, Ji Yinma prepared a mirror for her. Following her requests, he dedicated 2 hours to ensure that Xingtang was content with the result. Gazing into the mirror at her newly short hair, she hesitated to recognize herself, devoid of any girlish delicacy, yet exuding a fierce aura. Reflecting on her earlier fastidiousness during the haircut, she thought, "Ah, how demanding I was. Please, I implore you for monthly support." End of chapter. Chapter 84, Parasite Infection. Xingtang silently scorned herself. "Ji Yinma, thank you. You have done an excellent job. I truly adore it." She retrieved 3 pounds of shrimp from her space as payment for the haircut and swiftly departed from Ji Yinma's home. Ji Yinma watched as Xingtang fled from his home like a spirit pursued by evil, a tender smile gracing his face. As his gaze fell upon her sleek, ebony hair, his smile broadened. He retrieved a red ribbon from his belongings, binding her long hair and placing it in a box, intending to return it to Xingtang. Just as he stepped outside, a knock echoed at the door. "Xingtang, it's Min Weihuan, are you there? Our building has several people suffering from stomach pains and others with heat stroke. The symptoms vary in severity, and we are at our wits' end. Please, come and help." Upon hearing Min Weihuan's urgent voice, Xingtang swiftly opened the door, only to find Ji Yinma standing at the threshold with the box in hand. Your hair. Hurry and attend to it." Ji Yinma handed the box to Xingtang, who without a glance accepted it into her space, locked the door, and followed Min Weihuan to tend to the ailing residents of their building. In the pre-apocalyptic world, heat stroke was easily remedied with herbal remedies, but in the current circumstances, severe cases required intravenous treatment. After examining those suffering from heat stroke, Xingtang promptly directed them to a ventilated, cool, and dry area, which unfortunately was limited to the hallway. As their homes were unbearably hot, she instructed them to lie on their backs, unfastening their clothing to alleviate discomfort. For those whose garments were drenched, she advised changing into dry attire. Next, she prepared a saline solution for them to drink, and if any mung beans were available, she urged them to be boiled for a refreshing soup, a true remedy for heat. Min Weihuan, find a way to transport them to the hospital. If we go now, we might still procure some herbal remedies. A few of them require intravenous fluids. They are in dire condition. Furthermore, one should send individuals to the trading market to inquire if they could procure Huaxiang Jingqi. Whatever quantity can be obtained should be retrieved. Once they consume the Huaxiang Jingqi liquid, their condition will improve. However, it is imperative to replenish electrolytes by consuming appropriately salted refreshing beverages. If possible, one should seek out nitrate. Are you familiar with the method of ice making using nitrate? Ice cubes made from nitrate can provide relief to those suffering from heat stroke, and moreover, the nitrate can be reused. Please expedite your efforts. Xingtang initially intended to administer acupuncture to those experiencing milder symptoms of heat stroke. Yet the individuals with abdominal pain were in such distress that it was impossible for her to attend to them. Instead, she could only enlist others to massage the muscles and skin of those afflicted by heat stroke to promote heat dissipation. Regrettably, there was no water available. Had there been, they could have utilized damp towels to wipe down the entire body, accelerating the evaporation of moisture and alleviating symptoms. Min Weihuan promptly gathered a few reliable individuals and took them to the hospital and trading market, taking immediate action. Xingtang swiftly relocated to the side of those suffering from abdominal pain. Observing their tightly furrowed brows, she deduced that their discomfort was not due to gastrointestinal issues, but rather a parasitic infection. After taking pulses and conducting examinations, her suspicions were confirmed. In her previous life, while working at a temporary hospital, she encountered numerous patients afflicted by parasitic infections. The onset of a viral outbreak is often marked by such infections. Xingtang relayed the findings to Min Weihuan and the patients, prompting a drastic change in everyone's complexion. A parasitic infection? Min Weihuan quickly inquired. How could it possibly be a parasitic infection? Although they lack resources, they have not consumed raw meat. In Min Weihuan's subconscious, there lies a belief that only those who frequently consume raw meat are susceptible to parasitic infections. Xingtang elucidates. The direct cause of parasitic infection is the entry of parasites into the human body through various means. Transmission methods can be categorized into interpersonal transmission, transmission between humans and animals, intermediary host transmission, and contamination of water sources and food. In this era of dwindling water resources, I am aware that after the ice and snow melted, upon witnessing the clear blood-like water, you descended to break the sewage pipes leading from the rooftop to collect it. Due to the severe pollution of the water resulting from the melting ice and snow, its use without purification led to the infiltration of various waterborne parasites into your bodies. The water you consume daily, derived from these sewage pipes, has consequently compromised the safety of the food you painstakingly retrieved. More critically, following the outbreak of the apocalypse, the scarcity of food has severely diminished human immunity. Furthermore, with the thawing of ice and snow, debris from floods, along with the bodies of animals and humans that had not been recovered, contributed to the airborne bacteria, viruses, and floating parasitic eggs being inhaled into the body. Individuals with weakened immune systems are particularly vulnerable to parasitic infections. Thus, whether through parasitic or viral infection, escape is implausible. The initial afflicted demographic comprises the elderly with compromised immune functions, particularly the aged residents of their apartment building. Only Su Hao and Min Weihuan's mother remain, as the others perished in the extreme cold or catastrophic storms, succumbing to toxic moths. Xingtang, what are we to do? We are devoid of medicine. Must we resign ourselves to waiting for death? Our apartment building has been afflicted by a parasitic infection, and it is inevitable that the entire capital will be affected. Is there still time for us to seek medical attention at the hospital? Is there hope? Xingtang replied. How can we know it is futile without attempting to go to the hospital? When you venture out for medical help or to acquire supplies, make sure to wear masks. If you lack masks, create your own. Take every possible measure to prevent inhaling bacteria, viruses, and parasite eggs. I am aware of the medications you require. I will provide you with the names of the drugs so that you can directly exchange them at the pharmacy upon arrival at the hospital, which will save considerable time. Of course, this is contingent upon your willingness to trust me. If not, you may seek a doctor's counsel. However, by the time you consult with a physician, the medications may no longer be available. Xingtang, you are the doctor. We trust you. With that, Xingtang wrote down the names of the antiparasitic medications: praziquantel, albendazole, mebendazole, azithromycin, clindamycin, and others. He urged them to head to the hospital immediately for the medications while ensuring they gathered necessary supplies. At the same time, he instructed those left in the building to control the source of infection, maintain personal and collective hygiene, and be vigilant about the sanitation of food and water sources. They must promptly dispose of any garbage and avoid going outside unless absolutely necessary. If they must venture out, they should wear masks and take protective measures. It is essential to disinfect both the home and the stairwell. Once he had conveyed his instructions, Xingtang returned to the 19th floor. Su Qing and Ji Yanma were waiting at the stairway. Is the situation grave? Xingtang inquired, his expression serious. Very grave, he affirmed. Su Qing, how is your grandfather faring? Su Qing replied, we had stockpiled quite a bit of medication at home, including Huoxiang Jingqi liquid, which I administered to my father. His heatstroke condition has improved significantly. Xingtang wished to conceal her possession of disinfectant, so she suggested to Su Qing, inquire with Grandpa Su about the components of disinfectant and insecticide. We can procure the materials and concoct our own disinfectant and insecticide. Not only is it essential for our building, but there is also a significant demand for it across other buildings and even throughout the entire capital. Gratitude is extended to the generous patrons, including Jitian Beta Baby, Gufing Xiaoqi, the spokesperson for angels and demons, and others for their kind offerings and support. In Chapter 85, titled The Risks Faced by Su Qing immediately grasped Xingtang's intent. They could barter disinfectant or insecticide for supplies. After clarifying and confirming there were no issues, He presented the list to Lu Xingtang. The three then promptly commenced their tasks. Lu Xingtang, with a grand gesture, produced a gas mask, which caught Su Cheng's eye with envy. Returning home quietly, Lu Xingtang fetched a gas mask and handed it to Su Cheng, saying, "It will cost you." Su Cheng readily accepted, exclaiming, "I shall treat you to dumplings." "It's a deal." Ji Yinmo lowered his gaze to the gas mask in his hands, realizing he could have refrained from retrieving it. The primary component of the disinfectant was sodium hypochlorite, while the insecticides mainly consisted of permethrin, pyrethroid, and bromethylen. Su Hao, a chemistry professor, found the preparation of disinfectants and insecticides to be child's play. Following Su Hao's guidance, they navigated their speedboat to the designated location, only to discover that the building had already been inundated by floodwaters. They could not guarantee the presence of any intact sodium hypochlorite or other chemical constituents. As they disembarked from the boat, Lu Xingtang was confronted with a sight that made her skin crawl. The ground and the water teemed with insects, rendering her utterly disconcerted. She retrieved a pair of gloves from her backpack, having already donned one pair, but the overwhelming presence of insects on the ground, walls, and in the water compelled her to wear another. Had it not been for the conspicuousness of the protective suit, she would have certainly put it on. Upon entering the building, the three of them commenced their search, uncovering a plethora of chemical tools, albeit caked in filth from the water, with bacterial eggs clinging to every instrument. After approximately 3 hours of rummaging, they finally managed to gather all the chemical components necessary for the production of disinfectant and insecticide. They then prepared to take the salvageable items home. Before ascending the stairs, Su Cheng made a swift trip upstairs to retrieve disinfectant and disinfecting wipes from his home, ensuring that the instruments and chemical materials were sanitized and wiped clean before bringing them back to the 19th floor. Only after successfully disinfecting all the apparatus did they begin the process of concocting the disinfectant, with Su Hao providing assistance from the sidelines. In a mere 10 minutes, the three individuals successfully mastered the art of concocting a disinfectant solution. After producing a barrel of the liquid, they proceeded to experiment with it in the stairwell and corridors of the 19th floor. To Lu Xingtang's astonishment, the disinfectant she had crafted proved to be superior to any store-bought alternative. They then turned their attention to creating an insecticide, which yielded equally impressive results. Upon spraying the exterior walls, the pests adhered to them perished instantly, rendering it a veritable pest control marvel. That evening, Min Wei Wan returned with residents from their apartment building who had gone to the hospital seeking treatment. Upon witnessing their dejected expressions, Lu Xingtang surmised the gravity of the situation. In her previous life, after the outbreak of a parasitic infection, the hospital had quickly become overwhelmed, with an already scarce supply of doctors and medications vanishing in no time. No matter how long the crowd waited at the hospital's entrance, the necessary medicines were nowhere to be found. However, those who had ventured to the trading market managed to procure a small quantity of medication. In a desperate measure, the residents divided a single pill into halves or thirds based on the severity of their conditions. The mildly afflicted consumed 1/3, the moderately ill took 2/3, while those in dire straits received a whole pill. Even the water used to swallow the medication was shared among several individuals, each taking a sip from a large cup. Min Wei Huan felt a deep sense of sorrow witnessing the residents share their meager supplies for the sake of survival. Once again, she approached Lu Xingtang, imploring her, "Lu Xingtang, I recognize that you three possess a remarkable talent for sourcing supplies. Surely, you can help us find medication. We are willing to exchange our precious food for your assistance in procuring it." When the residents returned from the trading market, they not only brought back the much-needed medicine but also news that the weekly distribution of supplies would continue as usual. They could still collect provisions, and with frugality, they hoped to gather enough resources to enlist Lu Xingtang's help in finding the necessary medications. Lu Xingtang gazed at Min Wei Huan, who was filled with sorrow and despair. Reflecting on the abundance of medicine in her possession, she consented to assist the residents of the apartment building in their quest for supplies, agreeing to adhere to the market prices without imposing any additional charges. Min Wei Huan was overjoyed, nearly bowing before Lu Xingtang in gratitude, and promptly relayed the news to the others in the building, who came forth to express their appreciation, vowing to gather the necessary resources to procure medicine from her. Lu Xingtang dismissed them and retained Min Wei Huan, inquiring, "We have developed disinfectant and insecticide. Would you be interested? If so, considering your commendable character, I can offer a friend's price, 1 pound of grain for 1 bottle of disinfectant or 1 bottle of insecticide." Min Wei Huan had already inquired at the trading market, discovering that 500 milliliters of disinfectant demanded 8 pounds of grain, while the insecticide was even pricier, with a meager efficacy, costing 10 pounds of grain for 500 milliliters. Lu Xingtang's bargain price was too enticing for Min Wei Huan to resist, and he immediately exchanged 10 pounds of grain for the disinfectant and insecticide. With these supplies, the safety of their apartment building was significantly enhanced. Min Weihuan, shall we engage in a trade? Lu Xingtang expressed her unwillingness to sell disinfectant under the scorching sun, as Min Weihuan and his companions were in dire need of resources, medicine, and insecticide. She proposed that he gather a few trustworthy individuals to sell the disinfectant and insecticide within the community. The terms would be 2 pounds of grain for 500 milliliters of disinfectant and 2 pounds of grain for 200 milliliters of insecticide. Regardless of the quantity they sold, Lu Xingtang promised to provide them with either resources or clean water as compensation, leaving the choice of grain or water entirely up to their needs. She was never in short supply of water. The sources within the space flowed endlessly, ensuring that scarcity was never an issue. Even when the reserves stored outside were depleted, she would find ways to seek water from the outside. Min Weihuan was as jubilant as a child, exclaiming, "This is wonderful. Our building is saved." Su Qing and Ji Yinma had no objections to Lu Xingtang's decision. They understood that the business of disinfectants and insecticides was not sustainable in the long run. Under the extreme heat, the water levels had plummeted significantly, and one could only ponder how long various insects and viruses could survive such conditions. Perhaps by the time the water levels returned to the first floor, all pests and pathogens would have perished. Given the current rate of decline, it would likely take about 3 to 4 days before depletion. While the water was indeed diminished, the resources obtained through the exchange of disinfectants and insecticides were substantial. By any calculation, they had profited. Once Min Weihuan conveyed this news to the residents of the building, it caused quite a stir. They immediately ascended to find Lu Xingtang and expressed their readiness to venture out to sell disinfectants and insecticides, assuring her that they would work diligently and not take even a fraction of the supplies from the 19th floor. Lu Xingtang entrusted this task to Ji Yinma and Su Qing, as she needed to venture out in search of medicine. Ji Yinma, however, was concerned for Lu Xingtang's safety. Although he understood that she was merely seeking a pretext to go outside, knowing she would surely find medicine upon her return, he insisted on accompanying her, voicing that nighttime excursions were particularly perilous. Lu Xingtang wished to decline, but Su Qing interjected on Ji Yinma's behalf, leaving her unable to voice her refusal. Realizing that Su Qing and Ji Yinma were merely worried for her safety, she hesitated for a moment before acquiescing. The risks associated with Ji Yinma are minimal, while those with Su Qing are excessively high. Into this chapter, Chapter 86, A Lonely Man and a Solitary Woman. Locust, the two individuals donned protective gear and gas masks as they set forth in the speedboat. Ji Yinma, at the helm, inquired, "Where shall we go?" "Anywhere will suffice." "As you know, I am merely going through the motions," replied Lu Xingtang. Navigating the speedboat, Ji Yinma arrived at the manufacturer of plastic barrels where they had previously stockpiled water. He retrieved disinfectant and insecticide from his space, clearing out a room. Once the odors of the disinfectant and insecticide had dissipated, he sprayed some floral water and declared, "We shall make do and rest here for the night." "Ah," Lu Xingtang exclaimed, feeling uncomfortable with the situation. It seemed inappropriate for a man and a woman to be alone together. "I will sleep in my space. I'll emerge before dawn." Without giving Ji Yinma a moment to react, she instantly vanished into her space. Ji Yinma's dark eyes dimmed. He had indeed frightened her. Fortunately, he had no intentions of pursuing anything further with Lu Xingtang, lest they lose even the friendship they had. He extracted a single bed from his space, laid out bedding, and reclined on the bed, his gaze drifting to the night sky outside the window. Memories of his past flooded his mind, and after a long while, he sighed, reflecting, "This world is far safer than the one I once inhabited." The following morning, Lu Xingtang was awakened by the blaring alarm. After freshening up, she emerged from her space and immediately spotted Ji Yinma sitting on the cot, appearing profoundly solitary, as if abandoned by the entire world. This sight stirred a complex mix of emotions within her. "Good morning," she greeted. Hearing Lu Xingtang's voice, Ji Yinma lifted his head and replied, "Good morning." Lu Xingtang retrieved breakfast from her space, provisions she had stockpiled before the apocalypse. Both she and Ji Yinma had hearty appetites, so she took 10 savory pork buns, 4 meat pies, and 2 bowls of congee. "Let us enjoy breakfast," she declared, while also setting out a table and chairs. Ji Yinma, without hesitation, approached and said, "Thank you," as he began to devour the buns. After their meal, the two did not rush back to their community, but instead strolled nearby, searching for water resources. Unfortunately, the abundance of insects rendered even the use of gas masks ineffective. Even if they found water, it was unfit for consumption. As long as there is water, that suffices. Upon returning to the community, Lu Xingtang noticed that the water level had dropped further, now down to the 9th floor. The descent was slower at night compared to daytime. Upon her return, Lu Xingtang was met with warm enthusiasm from everyone, a first in her life, as she encountered the hopeful gazes of the crowd. "I have found medicine, and there is plenty," she announced. "Those in need of medication may exchange supplies. Following market rates." Min Weihuan traded the food gathered from her apartment building for 2 boxes of Huixiang Zhengqi liquid, along with deworming and antipyretic medications, with limited supplies. As everyone needed to eat, the available items were scarce. However, Lu Xingtang also accepted gold and jade stones. Those who possessed such treasures no longer clung to the notion of saving them for after the apocalypse, instead opting to exchange them with Lu Xingtang for medicine. They traded for Huixiang Zhengqi liquid, deworming medication, disinfectants, and insecticides. Lu Xingtang distributed the acquired supplies to Ji Yanma and Su Cheng, although they were reluctant to accept. Lu Xingtang insisted, "Ji Yanma accompanied me in the search for resources. His efforts must be rewarded. Regardless of the truth, it must be obtained first." Su Cheng remains on the 19th floor. Even though the community is currently secure, effort has been expended, and it must be claimed. If they refuse, Lu Xingtang will declare their formal dissolution, opting for solitary endeavors henceforth. Ji Yanma, feeling helpless, and Su Cheng, with a sigh, accepted the supplies. Upon returning home, after placing the provisions into storage, they joined Ji Yanma and Su Cheng in concocting disinfectant and insecticide. By evening, Min Weihuan and the others would venture into the community to sell these products. The previous night, they had visited other neighborhoods, successfully selling a considerable amount of supplies to Lu Xingtang. Lu Xingtang had already compensated Min Weihuan based on the number of individuals and instructed him to distribute the supplies accordingly. Just as Lu Xingtang and the others were engrossed in the preparation of disinfectant and insecticide, a sudden buzzing sound approached from afar. They hurried to the window, witnessing a dark swarm advancing towards them. In a state of panic, Lu Xingtang shouted, "Quickly, secure the doors and windows. The locust plague is upon us." "What sort of pests?" "Locusts. When they arrive, not a blade of grass will survive." Su Cheng and Ji Yanma echoed the alarm as residents from their building, the adjacent one, and the entire community rushed to close their doors and windows, ensuring not a single insect could infiltrate their homes. As the locusts descended, the sky darkened ominously. These pests thrive in arid conditions, as it guarantees the hatching of their eggs. They cannot endure dampness. Lu Xingtang remarked gravely. The capital is currently experiencing a drought. Even though the floods have not fully receded, it remains far from humid. Min Weihuan confirmed that there were no gaps in his home that would allow locusts to enter. After ensuring proper protection, he stepped outside, holding a loudspeaker and repeatedly reminding everyone. Unfortunately, the cacophony of the locust was overwhelming, rendering his warnings inaudible to anyone not residing in his building. Upon noticing Lu Xingtang and her companions gazing out of the stairwell window on the 19th floor at the dark swarm of locusts, he approached them, his heart heavy with dread. After enduring extreme cold, the sudden rise in temperature was unbearable for the populace. If the heat persisted, many would succumb to heatstroke, pestilence, and viruses. Min Weihuan sighed deeply, pondering when the locusts would finally depart. If they lingered in the capital, they would exhaust their supplies and await death. Wasn't this a matter of resources? Lu Xingtang raised her hand, pointing at the ominous cloud of locusts. Locusts are rich in protein and various vitamins. Their flesh is delectable, and they contain numerous trace elements. As long as they are not consumed raw, they pose no danger. Min Weihuan's eyes lit up. Indeed, how could I have overlooked that? I've often seen people eating locusts online. Though I've never tried it myself, I am certain they are edible. But how do we prepare them? The locusts are to be submerged in water to purge their bodies of waste. After a thorough cleansing, they should be plunged into boiling water to eliminate them swiftly. Once removed, all organs except for the flesh must be discarded, and the remaining meat should be simmered in salt water for a time. Subsequently, the locusts are to be drained and placed in a pan of oil heated to about 40, frying them until they achieve a golden hue. Ji Yanma, Su Cheng, and Min Weihuan exchanged peculiar glances as they looked at Lu Xingtang. "Have you ever eaten them?" "No." Lu Xingtang remarked, "I saw someone doing it online before." Lu Xingtang cautioned, "Since we are going to eat, we must act swiftly. After a while, the locusts will no longer be edible. When food becomes scarce, they become fierce, irritable, their colors vibrant, and they may even become toxic." Upon learning that locusts were consumable, the residents of the apartment building, relieved from the impending hunger, quickly fashioned tools to capture them. They created a makeshift net from a bag, secured it with sticks, and once their preparations were complete, they ventured outside, net in hand, to catch locusts. After a few attempts, they filled their bag with locusts and sealed it to take back. Initially, there was hesitation to consume them, but once they savored the delectable flavor, they could no longer resist. The entire apartment building flocked out to gather locusts, prompting residents from other buildings to follow suit in this newfound endeavor. Chapter 87. Ruthless and heartless Xingtang, upon discovering that other apartment buildings were capturing locusts, could only sigh in resignation. They were all driven to desperation by natural disasters, who would resort to locusts for sustenance otherwise. In truth, it was not just the Sunshine community engaging in this practice. Throughout the capital, people were capturing locusts. When hunger reaches a certain threshold, concerns about the cleanliness of the locusts or the safety of the water are disregarded, and they hastily wash them before consuming. Countless parasites, including moths, nematodes, insect eggs, and hookworm eggs, inadvertently accompany the locusts into their bellies due to such carelessness. 100% will be parasitized by parasites, and will also be susceptible to protozoan viruses and cholera vibrio. Xingtang expressed her concerns to Su Cheng and Ji Yanma, and the three fell into a profound silence. Xingtang possessed medical knowledge, and though her skills were commendable, even if she desired to intervene or lend a helping hand, the absence of medication rendered her powerless, effectively silencing the physician within her. While Xingtang did have access to medicine, it was inconvenient to procure, revealing it would attract unwanted attention, inevitably exposing the secret of her spatial abilities. Once under scrutiny, she risked having her space seized, or worse, being abducted for dissection and research, or pursued mercilessly. She could not bear such dire consequences. Su Cheng, since your father's last illness, he has not fully recovered. You must be vigilant regarding his health. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to inform me. While others may fail to safeguard him, we must make every effort for Grandfather Su. Perhaps there is still hope. The medicine for one individual is certainly more manageable than that for an entire building. Su Cheng's expression grew more somber. I will return to watch over my father. Keep your intercom open. Xingtang nodded, wishing to spare Grandfather Su from undue psychological strain. She refrained from disclosing the threats of parasites, cholera, and protozoan viruses to him, in hopes of allowing him to enjoy his days with greater happiness. In her past life, Grandfather Su had succumbed to a virus. If he were to tread the same path as before, his days would be numbered. Their building, aided by disinfectants and insecticides, was in a far better condition than many others, even more so than some shelters. After experiencing heat stroke and parasitic infections, they had stabilized their situation through medications procured from hospitals and trading markets, and from her own supplies. However, other residents and shelters have already experienced widespread parasitic infections, heat strokes, and even infections from Vibrio cholerae, Shigella, as well as Giardia, Entamoeba histolytica, and schistosomiasis. If not addressed promptly, a plague may ensue. Observing the inhabitants of the apartment building tirelessly venturing out day and night to capture locusts, everyone has donned their protective gear under Min Wei's directives. Yet misfortune has already befallen those in the adjacent building. Help! Is there anyone who has medicine for diarrhea? Please, I beg you to trade a pill with me. I can no longer endure this. Since morning, I have been afflicted with relentless diarrhea, making 7 or 8 trips to the restroom. My stomach feels entirely emptied. Yet I cannot stop. I am in such distress. I implore you all to assist me. I am already dehydrated, and if this continues, I fear for my life. I do not wish to perish. Cholera is upon us. Xingtang seized the intercom to inquire about Su Cheng and Su Hao's health. Su Hao's condition has deteriorated compared to before, yet he has not exhibited symptoms such as diarrhea or high fever. He merely suffers from the excessive heat at home. Experiencing some heat rash, Xingtang went to check on him, and Su Cheng retrieved their stock of medicine, allowing Xingtang to find an appropriate ointment for Su Hao's application. His heat rash could be alleviated with calamine lotion or talcum powder. Upon returning home, Xingtang used binoculars to observe the swarms of locusts outside. Even though some had been captured, the numbers showed no signs of diminishing. After straining to discern the situation outside, she noted that the water level had receded to the 6th floor. The various insects in the water have become increasingly active, while the flies, mosquitoes, and locusts swirling above the sewage fill Xingtang with dread, causing her to shudder. The temperature gradually rises to 45 degrees, and the heat outside intensifies. A series of knocks resound at the door. Xingtang opens it to find a man, with wrinkled skin, sunken eyes, and gaunt cheeks, weakly leaning against the railing. Xingtang, I know you are the doctor in this building. Your medical skills are decent. Please, help me. I cannot stop having diarrhea. I beg you, treat me. I have supplies. I brought resources with me. His voice is hoarse. This is a sign of severe dehydration. At a glance, Xingtang recognizes that he has contracted cholera. I'm sorry, I cannot help you. You must go to the hospital. Xingtang, there are too many people at the hospital. There are no medications left. I just returned from there, and everywhere are individuals suffering from the same symptoms as mine. I am at my wit's end. I implore you to save me. I have elders and children relying on me. I cannot perish. If I die, who will care for them? I am truly sorry, but I cannot provide treatment. Lu Xingtang's expression hardens. Since you have been to the hospital, you are aware that you have contracted cholera, and the resulting diarrhea has led to severe dehydration. You must go to the hospital for intravenous rehydration. Use your supplies to exchange for antibiotics such as doxycycline, ciprofloxacin, levofloxacin, and antidiarrheal medications like chlorpromazine and berberine. I do not possess any medication to assist you. Therefore, please leave. Once the floodgates opened, everyone rushed to seek her medical assistance. But what fate awaited her would be dire. In a world ravaged by chaos, humanity was a scarce commodity. Even if she were to heal them, genuine gratitude would be a rare occurrence. Instead, they would accuse her of profiting from their misfortune. Furthermore, the secret of her abilities must remain concealed. Allowing Ji Yanma to discover it had already caused her much regret. Lu Xingtang, how could you be so heartless? We are all neighbors, and we have never wronged you. As a doctor, you are our angel in white. And the duty of an angel is to heal and serve the people. Since you have chosen this path, you must continue to provide your services selflessly. Hurry and save me, or else what? The words faltered. For at that moment, Lu Xingtang drew her gun from her pocket. I am a doctor. But I am not a deity. I have already stated that I cannot save you. There are no medicines. You must go to the hospital. I, Lu Xingtang, am impervious to coercion. Moral shackles are ineffective against me. In my previous life, I was bound by ethics for far too long, but in this life, I refuse to be a bleeding heart. Begone. Lu Xingtang refrained from taking a life, fearing it would soil the corridor she had painstakingly cleaned. Please, do not kill me. I do not wish to die. The plea came, and the individual scuttled away in terror. Ji Yanma observed silently from behind Lu Xingtang, retrieving a gun from the space and donning an N95 mask before descending the stairs. I shall fend off those seeking your help. They carry too much filth, laden with viruses and bacteria. You focus on sanitizing the corridor. With his presence, no one would dare trouble Lu Xingtang. A warm wave surged within her heart. Thank you. With Ji Yanma stationed at the entrance and exit of the building, only residents of this unit may come and go, while others are strictly prohibited from entering. Anyone attempting to gain access under the pretense of seeking medical attention or finding someone has faced Ji Yanma's resolute measures. Gratitude is extended to Jitian Beidou for their generous support, and to the esteemed friends such as 202-203151805-14222 for their contributions in the form of monthly votes. Thanks also to Lan, the embodiment of angels and demons, Zhao Xiaolin, Yinshin Xiang, and others. On the afternoon of April 13th, the government took decisive action against the locusts, employing a siphoning mechanism to draw them into a machine where they were subsequently pulverized. The following morning, aside from those consumed, the remaining locusts fled in response to the imminent threat. With the locusts banished from the capital, the skies cleared from their ominous cloudiness, revealing the blazing sun. However, the absence of locusts did not alleviate the suffering of the populace, as cholera surged and the protozoan virus followed closely. The government once again issued a call for personnel to assist with corpse handling, disinfection, and the production of sanitizing solutions and pesticides, especially concerning doctors and nurses. Their role is of utmost importance. Those with even a modicum of medical knowledge are urged to report to hospitals immediately. Previously, the monthly ration was 30 kilograms of grain. Now it has increased to 40 kilograms, along with arranged accommodations and military protection. Such alluring conditions have drawn numerous individuals to the hospitals. However, the involvement of incompetent doctors and nurses has failed to ameliorate the situation, primarily due to the lack of medicine. The hospitals have descended into chaos, with patients resorting to violence against doctors and vandalizing facilities, even assaulting the soldiers dispatched to protect them. In this critical moment, the government took action. They first deployed special police to secure the hospitals, followed by efforts to scour the nation for medicines, whether traditional, Western, or herbal. Even seeds were not overlooked. Alas, natural disasters are not confined to the capital. They affect the entire globe, making both medicine and supplies exceedingly difficult to procure. Ultimately, the focus shifted to the wealthy. Those willing to donate pharmaceuticals or medical equipment would receive the government's protection and could seek assistance in the future. A promise was made to ensure their problems would be resolved. With the participation of affluent individuals, the supply of medicine increased. Lu Xingtang recalled the medical equipment she had collected from the Oshi community and resolved to donate it to the government. This was her sole means of contribution. Yet she pondered how to proceed with the donation. She hesitated to employ traditional methods, fearing detection by the government. Additionally, she could not afford to stray too far. as transporting the medical equipment to the hospital for the doctors to save lives would prove challenging. If only she had known not to collect the medical devices in the first place. After considerable contemplation yielded no solutions, she turned to Xingtang, seeking his assistance in devising a plan. Upon hearing Lu Xingtang express her intention to donate the medical equipment from the Oshi community to the government, Xingtang was momentarily taken aback. Why would one choose to donate? In this apocalyptic era, the end remains uncertain, and the future is rife with unpredictable calamities. Retaining these resources could prove beneficial. Lu Xingtang remained contemplative, asserting, "Only with a nation can we have a home. If the government intervenes, we may extricate ourselves from the clutches of the virus and pestilence sooner. Otherwise, a plague may ensue that we cannot contain. I cannot sacrifice myself in a hospital, but I can offer this batch of supplies to them. The herbs I previously stockpiled can also be given to the government. Under their protection, they may thrive." Xingtang pondered silently. While Lu Xingtang appeared indifferent, her core was imbued with kindness, as long as her own interests remained unscathed. "Are you not concerned that your donations may allow many to survive, leading them to vie for resources with you?" "I am not. I have no such worries," Lu Xingtang replied with conviction. Her space was regenerative. As long as she remained industrious, she had no fear of scarcity. The herbs donated to the government would not deplete her supply, for she possessed ample seeds. The vast expanse of fertile land could be cultivated to grow herbs. And soon she would be prosperous once again. A smile flickered in Xingtang's dark eyes. "In that case, I shall assist you in your donation, ensuring it remains discreet and unnoticed." Lu Xingtang was taken aback. "Discreet and unnoticed? I am not well versed in literature. Do not deceive me. I lack medical expertise. Yet I have amassed a considerable amount of medical equipment and herbs, which I cannot utilize. I shall join you in donating them to the government." Pausing, she gazed at Lu Xingtang. "As you said, only with a nation can we have a home. As long as the nation's security remains intact, hope persists." He was not lacking in survival supplies. Some of these provisions occupied space unnecessarily. Thus, Lu Xingtang visited Xingtang's residence, drew the curtains, and retrieved the medical equipment. For each item Lu Xingtang took, Xingtang documented it while also presenting the supplies he had organized from his own space. Lu Xingtang was somewhat reluctant to inspect them, preferring to remain uninvolved in his affairs. "I recognize your capabilities, but do take care to safeguard your secrets." After a brief pause, she added, "In light of your assistance to me, I offer this warning." Xingtang replied with a soft chuckle, donned a protective suit from his space, and Lu Xingtang sprayed him with disinfectant, which was not of her own concoction, as her formula was too potent and could damage the protective gear. With Lu Xingtang's assistance, he carried the inflatable boat down the stairs, promising, "I shall return shortly." An hour after Xingtang's departure, Min Weihuan sought out Lu Xingtang, sharing that while the residents of their building were out selling disinfectants and insecticides, they discovered a household with saltpeter and managed to exchange for it, albeit in limited quantity, yet sufficient for their needs. Lu Xingtang understood the dangers and hardships faced by those selling disinfectants and insecticides amidst the sweltering heat and rampant viruses and bacteria, and she remarked, "You may distribute this saltpeter as you see fit." Min Weihuan's eyes brightened with disbelief. "Really? I have some saltpeter at home." He paused, though slightly less. "It is enough for my needs." Consequently, a rationale was devised to avoid future scrutiny regarding the origin of ice when consuming it, thereby alleviating minor inconveniences. "Thank you. Thank you." Min Weihuan expressed his heartfelt gratitude, stating, "I extend my thanks on behalf of everyone in the entire building." However, mere hours later, a grave incident unfolded. In their apartment building, 3 individuals who had previously suffered from heat stroke, albeit with robust constitutions, had managed to recover after consuming heat relief medication. Yet now, they found themselves in dire straits, suddenly afflicted with abdominal pain and vomiting, expelling the food they had consumed the previous day. Min Weihuan was horrified to discover slender, elongated worms amidst the vomit, causing him to clutch his abdomen in fear, his complexion turning ashen. "What have you all ingested?" he inquired. The building manager replied, "We only had a small bowl of congee yesterday. It was hardly sufficient, so we boiled a large quantity of water, concerned about potential eggs and bacteria in the water. We boiled it twice and consumed 2 cups to satiate our hunger. I assure you, we did not indulge in anything untoward, nor did we drink anything irregular. We strictly adhered to the guidelines you provided." Min Weihuan immediately sought out Lu Xingtang, feeling an unsettling dread regarding the red, slender worms. Lu Xingtang, upon hearing the news, quickly grasped the situation. Those red, slender worms were none other than nematodes. The specific type of nematode would only be discernible upon closer examination. When Lu Xingtang observed the writhing nematodes within the vomit, he felt an immediate wave of nausea wash over him. his brows furrowing in distress as he noted that these nematodes were, in fact, hookworms. Chapter 89. As one wave subsides, another rises. The adult of a nematode appears linear in form, with distinct male and female organisms. This parasite lays its eggs near water, where the eggs hatch into larvae. Once ingested by humans, these larvae can inhabit the intestinal tract and thrive parasitically. Upon entering the human body, they can further develop into adults, surviving for several years. Xingtang inquired, "Are there any anthelmintics available? Taking the medication should suffice. However, if the nematodes have nested within the tissues, surgical intervention is required to extract them." Min Weihuan eagerly affirmed, "Yes, indeed. There are still some left." The anthelmintics they had obtained from Xingtang were divided into several portions, leaving some for precautionary measures against potential parasitic infections. "Administer one to him," Xingtang instructed. Min Weihuan promptly returned home to retrieve the medication and administered a dose to the afflicted individual. There were still two others whose conditions were not as dire, yet they too appeared to require treatment. Consequently, Min Weihuan brought an entire box of anthelmintics. After assessing the other two individuals, Xingtang confirmed that their symptoms mirrored those of the first patient and instructed them to take the medication as well. They also exhibited signs of heat stroke. Min Weihuan had already prepared ice using niter, but due to insufficient water supply, the ice had yet to be delivered. While Xingtang was still present, he heard cries for Min Weihuan from the apartment building. Following the commotion, he discovered a 16-year-old girl with dry, reddened skin, her temperature soaring to 47 degrees Celsius. She was in shock, suffering from arrhythmia and heart failure. Tragically, her condition had been overlooked for too long. It was too late for her. Xingtang lamented. Her condition is far beyond mere heat stroke. She is suffering from heat illness. Her internal organs are in a state of failure. To illustrate simply, it is as if her organs have been boiled in water. Even before the apocalypse, the chances of saving someone in such a condition upon arrival at the hospital would have been minimal. Upon returning to the 19th floor, Xingtang did not immediately head home. Instead, she knocked on the door of 1903 and checked on Grandpa Su's health. She confirmed that Grandpa Su was being well taken care of by Su Cheng, and although the air conditioning at home was not directed at Su Hao, the area around him was quite cool. "Grandpa Su, your son is quite remarkable. How thoughtful," Xingtang teased. "If I had such a considerate son, I would wake up smiling from my dreams." Su Hao chuckled. "How do you know I have never woken up smiling from my dreams? He is my pride, more so than my tragically deceased daughter, Su Yuan," he replied. The water level had dropped again. It had gone from the 6th floor in the morning to the 5th floor now. Xingtang's water supply was nearly depleted, so she informed Su Qing and set out with the inflatable boat to search for water. Upon her return that evening, Ji Yanma had already arrived and nodded in her direction, indicating that the task had been accomplished. With excitement, she shared with Su Cheng, "I found water. Tonight, let us work a little harder to prepare all the empty water tanks and buckets, as the quality of the water is not ideal. I will purify it first before filling it, which will take some time. Once I finish filling the water, you and Ji Yanma can come and help me transport it." However, as Ji Yanma gazed at Xingtang, he addressed Su Cheng, "The weather is exceedingly sweltering. What if you leave and your father succumbs to heat stroke? The health of the elderly is paramount. Therefore, you shall remain on the 19th floor, and when we return, you can assist us in transporting water. If it proves too burdensome, we can arrange for those below to lend a hand in exchange for supplies." This was indeed reasonable. Yet, noticing Ji Yanma's unwavering attention fixed upon Xingtang, it became evident why Ji Yanma had opted to cast him aside. After thoroughly cleansing the water tower and buckets, Xingtang ventured out under the cover of night to procure water from the designated location. Yet again, the plastic bucket manufacturer, as Ji Yanma was aware. When the time was ripe, he set out in the speedboat to locate Xingtang, ostensibly to assess the progress. Should the water transportation be feasible, he would summon Su Qing or those downstairs to join him. Xingtang retrieved the water tower previously stocked from the reservoir, pouring it into the cleansed water tower and buckets. Once filled, he awaited Ji Yanma's arrival, employing disinfectants and insecticides to thwart any pests from invading the water tower and buckets. Fortunately, both the water tower and buckets were fitted with lids. Otherwise, the water would have been a futile endeavor. As he took a moment to rest beside the water tower, seated on a chair extracted from his space, he was startled by a series of squeaks. Curiosity piqued, Xingtang followed the sound, eventually discovering a heap of dead grass near the plastic bucket factory, where plump, glossy-furred rats with blood-red eyes were scuttling about. A rodent infestation had arrived. A singular thought surged through Xingtang's mind. Indeed, just as one calamity abates, another arises. The survivors find themselves besieged by a plague of vermin, beset by cholera and protozoan viruses, and now confronted with an infestation of rodents. Their plight offers no respite for survival. The appearance of a single mouse swiftly escalates into a multitude. Lu Xingtang brandishes an electric baton, dispatching one after another with precision. Fearing the potential for disease transmission, she gathers the lifeless rodents in a vacant area and incinerates them. The aroma of roasted rodent wafts through the air, causing her stomach to grumble, yet she refrains from removing her gas mask to eat. Instead, she retreats into her space for disinfection and sustenance. Upon the arrival of Ji Yinma, he does not immediately return but chooses to remain with Lu Xingtang, vigilantly awaiting their turn at the plastic barrel manufacturer. I encountered mice in the mountains. What is the situation in the city? Are there many? Lu Xingtang inquires. Ji Yinma nods affirmatively. Indeed, there are swarms. They are densely packed. My speedboat was nearly punctured by them. He recounts that upon leaving the community, the rodents had already infiltrated, scaling walls and plumbing to access the upper floors, infiltrating any crevice they could find. The residents, gripped by fear, dared not sleep. Acutely aware of the lurking threats of cholera and protozoan viruses, clad in masks, they ventured out to combat the rodent menace, discarding the deceased vermin without a second thought. The fear that these creatures might harbor cholera or protozoan viruses loomed large. Consuming rodent flesh would only hasten their demise. Moreover, the bite of a mouse is akin to a gnawing hunger that has long been denied. Ji Yinmo reflects on the desperation of those in other units, who, in their hunger, could not resist the impulse to strike at the sight of a mouse. The mouse was not vanquished. Instead, it bit the man, causing him to bleed profusely. As for the man, he was remarkably fortunate and suffered no lasting harm. However, he did retaliate by killing the mouse that had bitten him and took it home to roast and consume. After indulging in the mouse meat, he boisterously declared within the community, "I have finally satiated my hunger. The taste of mouse meat is exquisite." This proclamation incited numerous residents to emerge in pursuit of mice, creating a formidable spectacle as if they aimed to eradicate every last rodent. Lu Xingtang harbored no concerns about mice infiltrating her home, for the drains and kitchen exhaust ducts had been sealed with cement. No matter how formidable the mice's teeth might be, breaching the cement to enter her abode would require a considerable amount of time. There was no need for worry on the 19th floor. Upon witnessing the mice's emergence, Su Cheng and Su Hao took measures to intensify the potency of their insecticide, spraying a protective circle around the exterior walls, including the rooftop. The mice, fearing the insecticide, would likely refrain from entering the 19th floor for the time being, although the walls did suffer considerable corrosion from the chemicals. A plea for monthly votes. Monthly votes, indeed. Chapter 90. The survivors went mad around 3 o'clock the following morning. Ji Yinma placed the water tower onto the speedboat and returned to the community with it. He enlisted the help of Min Wei Huan and others, and if they were willing to assist, each household would receive a share of the water upon its return. As previously agreed upon with Lu Xingtang, Min Wei Huan refrained from making decisions for the residents of the apartment complex. Instead, he informed them of the situation, allowing them to deliberate and reach a consensus. Who could resist the allure of clean water, especially when each family stood to gain a barrel of it? Su Qing also wished to accompany them. However, in light of the recent onslaught of cholera and protozoan viruses afflicting humanity, compounded by the arrival of rodents, he found himself tethered to Su Hao, unable to leave. Resigned, he remained at the apartment building, distributing enhanced insecticides to the residents, advising them to utilize the insecticide to safeguard their inflatable boats and kayaks. He cautioned them against spraying the insecticide directly onto the boats, as it would corrode the material, given its fragile, gelatinous nature. With the threat of rodents gnawing through the rubber vessels, 2 individuals were assigned to guard the boats, tasked with driving away or eliminating the pests. The residents acted swiftly, transporting supplies twice before dawn. Lu Xingtang stayed behind at the plastic barrel factory, planning to continue water transport after nightfall. Observing Lu Xingtang's considerable water collection stirred envy among them. After deliberation, they resolved to assist Lu Xingtang in transporting water free of charge, requesting his help in fetching it. While the water he allocated to them was insufficient for extended sustenance, they believed that with Lu Xingtang's assistance, they could conserve it for a longer duration. Min Wei Huan, too, did not wish for Lu Xingtang to toil alone. Yet, it was evident that Lu Xingtang remained wary of them, withholding the location of the water source. Consequently, they offered him food as compensation for his labor, 3 pounds of grain for a barrel of water, and 5 pounds for a water tower. Lu Xingtang consented. At this juncture, the government issued a statement informing all survivors that rodent meat was safe for consumption, devoid of bacteria and viruses. Those who had been bitten by rodents were advised to await further instructions regarding rabies vaccinations. Due to the edict issued by the authorities, the survivors descended into a frenzy, disregarding the perils of heat stroke, the risk of contracting cholera, and the inhalation of countless parasitic eggs. They exhibited no fear of being infested by parasites or of the protozoan viruses. Nevertheless, they donned makeshift masks to venture outdoors in pursuit of rats, which they subsequently slaughtered to produce rat jerky. Although the taste left much to be desired, it was preferable to starvation. Moreover, the authorities announced that captured rats could be delivered to the police station or the local neighborhood committee, where 5 rats could be exchanged for a tin of fish or a pound of locust powder. The locusts, having undergone special treatment, were devoid of toxins, bacteria, and viruses. Ground into powder, they could be added to meals to enhance nutrition and protein intake. The flesh of the locusts tantalized many. Yet the allure of rat meat proved far more compelling. Survivors were willing to barter rats for fish, but were reluctant to exchange them for locust powder. Even the most extravagant descriptions of the locust powder failed to sway them. Not all survivors shunned the locust powder. Some were eager to try it, and once they did, they found themselves unable to resist the temptation. Gradually, a number began to catch rats in exchange for locust powder. When Xingtang and their companions returned with a substantial supply of water, the entire community became aware of their success. Envy stirred among the residents, who admired Xingtang's prowess and the fortunate inhabitants of their building. Some, despite their trepidation, approached Xingtang, pleading for the location of the water source. However, Xingtang firmly stated that the hard-won water had been contaminated by the presence of rats, which had tainted it with their carcasses. Even if they disclosed the location, the water was no longer safe for consumption, and they urged others to seek water elsewhere. Xingtang found it exceedingly arduous to procure water. Su Qing, already feeling guilty, became incensed upon witnessing others disturb her. He brandished his firearm and descended the stairs, scaring off those who sought to trouble Xingtang, declaring, "Sister, go back and rest. I shall handle them." Xingtang was not fatigued. Seeking water was merely a means of cheating. However, the oppressive heat outside was unbearable for her, prompting her to retreat upstairs for a respite. The inhabitants of the apartment building, unwilling to rest, were keenly aware that they had missed out on a prior distribution of resources from the government and were determined to seize the tail end of the next opportunity. They immediately commenced their efforts to catch mice in exchange for canned fish and locust powder. Once Xingtang had recuperated, she joined Su Qing and Ji Yinma in their quest to catch mice. The canned fish was likely crafted from fish salvaged before the 5 major reservoirs breached, while the locust powder was produced using a siphoning technique to extract and pulverize the locusts. During this sweltering period, resources became increasingly scarce. Even though Xingtang was not in want of supplies, she felt compelled to venture out to catch mice. Their floor, the 19th, was under scrutiny from many, and failing to forage would signal to others that they possessed resources. In the short term, this might be overlooked, but over time, suspicions would inevitably arise. Xingtang managed to catch numerous mice to trade for canned fish and locust powder, the latter of which she had no intention of consuming immediately, opting to store it in her space for potential future use. By April 17th, the floodwaters had receded to the first floor, and by that afternoon, the surface was parched, leaving a thick layer of mud. The various insects within the water had succumbed to the sun, and a mere shift atop the dried mud would reduce them to powder. Numerous lifeless mice lay sun-dried under the relentless rays. On April 18th, the floodwaters in the basement garage began to evaporate rapidly. Once the waters receded completely, the residents ventured into the garage to inspect their beloved vehicles. Their cars had been submerged, many components ruined, rendering the vehicles inoperable. They were compelled to seek replacement parts. However, the inundation that engulfed the capital left little hope of finding undamaged components. Even if they existed, locating them would prove arduous. Thus, from that day forth, aside from searching for essential supplies, efforts were focused on sourcing automotive parts for replacements. If sufficient gasoline could be procured, they might escape the capital for cities with milder climates. Su Qing ventured out, while Xingtang remained behind at Su Qing's request to look after Su Hao. Xingtang acquiesced, for her cherished vehicle and those she had salvaged were stored safely in her space, untouched by the flood waters, negating the need for parts. On April 19th, tragedy struck as 2 individuals succumbed to heat stroke in their apartment block, casting a pall over the spirits of all residents. That evening, Min Weihuan, accompanied by others, took the deceased out of the community to find a secure location for burial. On this day, Xingtang wandered through the community, which had been marred by the flood. The colors had faded, a layer of yellowish mud enveloping the ground floor, particularly the first level. The interiors were laden with sludge, the remains of insects, refuse, and even human skeletal remains. The furniture was encrusted in muck, obscuring its original color and design, while the walls were too filthy to behold. However, Xingtang was astonished to discover that once the water had entirely receded, parasites such as nematodes, water boatmen, water centipedes, water striders, and midge larvae had all desiccated under the sun. She made a trip to the hospital to inquire about the news. The temporary hospital had been relocated downstairs, and although there were many patients, it was said that their number was not as high as before. I extend my gratitude to Yudi for the monthly, and to the one who has turned 8, as I await the stars to fall. I also appreciate the support from my beloved readers, which deeply moves me. Thank you for your unwavering love. This chapter concludes here.